One web novel author named Yu Il-shin was in the restaurant, but as always, he worked on his tasks. But today he had a bad day, and nothing new came from him, although there were already certain deadlines tomorrow. Suddenly a message came on his phone, and it really shocked him, because he did not know what it could be. The man was very sad, so he decided to delete some extra apps he had on his phone. After a few minutes of searching, he came across a very interesting application that looked like a small box, but he did not understand at all what it could be. The man was surprised, because he could not remember that he had downloaded this application to his phone, then decided to click on this app to find out what it was. And when he did that, there appeared some very big scary chest with teeth and a tongue. Then a text appeared, inviting the man to come inside and saying that the game was called Godmaker. When the download finished, some strange black ant made of horrible pixels appeared and gave the man a big shock. Then some text appeared, but the man could not understand because there were so many different symbols and the text was very crooked. He didn't understand at all what kind of stupid game it was, but he had nothing to do, so he decided to play this stupid game anyway. It was interesting what to expect from him. Because of this, he pressed his thumb on the screen of his phone to make this strange insect move. As it turned out, it was a short story, and readers could not understand because of the difficulty, and no one could win. The events took place in a city where there were many scary monsters with red, burning eyes. They were holding weapons in their hands and shouting loudly. They all ran towards the man standing above to make a strong attack and destroy him as he was in their territory. Although there were a lot of them, it was not very scary. The man wasn't scared. He just stood there and raised his finger in the air. There was a lot of energy around his finger, and it seemed that this man was like a god. He said that his finger was holy, and after that, the magic and energy of the entire solar system and all the planets lit up in his eyes. After that, the unknown yellow divine power started killing all the scary monsters, and they couldn't just do anything because it was unreal painful. However, not all monsters were destroyed. Behind the man stood a large, terrifying monster that was several times larger than normal monsters, and it was preparing to strike the man. After that, he hit the ground with his big hand at the place where the main character was. The blow was really very strong, and it seemed that the man was already definitely dead. But when he raised his large hand in the air, he saw that a very large crater had formed after this blow. But the man was not there. Suddenly, a man appeared in the air above the monsters and greatly surprised them. It seemed that he had been dead for a long time. At that moment, he showed his magic god finger from the very beginning and directed it towards the monsters, who were very angry and didn't understand what was going on. A lot of fire appeared around, in the middle of which were these terrible monsters. The bugs couldn't do anything because the man's magic was stronger. After a while, he managed to get down to the ground to get a better look at the situation. Now they were all destroyed and nothing threatened him. Looking down at the ground, he thought that this could not be an ordinary end, and something was waiting for him ahead. After that, he began to improve the light to understand what was around him, so he could see the situation better. It happened as expected. In front of him stood a giant monster that was very kind and that looked like some very scary dragon. It was clear that this monster would be difficult, but the man was not scared. He only created a magic sword with his divine finger and prepared to fight this dragon. When the terrible monster saw this, it began to scream very loudly at the man and began to run in his direction to destroy him. Seeing this, the man held his sword in his hands and prepared to strike a powerful, divine blow at this terrible creature. But suddenly the events are transferred to the spacious office of the author of web novels, which was very concentrated. There were a lot of messages on his phone. His friends were worried about him and did not understand what was happening to him in this period of his life. Il-shin was very tired from writing all these web novels, so he asked his friends in the chat for a short vacation, because he needed a break from the whole world. But after that, he will return home. Il-shin's conversation was about the same application, Creator of Gods, which was supposed to change everything around. The phone understood what the man was saying. They thought he was just crazy. But despite this, he still said that he needed to step away from business for just a little while. Due to the terrible events that have been happening lately, humanity has been under a great threat from terrible monsters, and it has been as dangerous as ever. But thanks to the appearance of hunters, this disaster turned into one big opportunity. As it turned out, the monsters used the divine energy and materials that were given to humans as the only chance for survival. Because of this, many hunters were created, and they were all divided into classes ranging from G to SSS. G-class abilities were generally not much different from normal humans, and because of that, it wasn't clear why. Once a certain class was discovered in a hunter, changing that class occurred in very rare cases. One girl with dark hair was putting up posters urging other people to join the hunters and help them save the world. The dark-haired girl looked at the poster and wondered if she understood that not everyone was given the opportunity to become a strong class hunter. She was saddened. It seemed to her that she was very far from this class. So she shifted her gaze and looked at the piece of paper in her hands. It was an application for a change of class. Song Miri hoped that she would be able to get a better class and achieve great success. But she lost hope every time, because she understood that this was the 10th rerun and nothing was successful. Song Miri wondered if all her hard training was worth it if she just wasted her time. Suddenly, someone interrupted her sad thoughts and asked if everything was okay with her. After that, Miri turned around and saw a man in front of her. She thought it was another fan who wanted to know her rank, since she was already popular at school. As it turned out, it was the same author of the web novels. He held a piece of paper in his hands and asked the girl to treat him with understanding, because he never did that. But this made her very angry, because it seemed to her that the man was somehow mentally ill or even very dangerous, and because of this, she could have some problems. Suddenly someone started calling him. He apologized to the girl for this and began to take his phone out of his bag. The man began to worry very much and said that he urgently needed to answer this call and began to run quickly to the side. Song Miri did not understand what was happening around her at all, and what did this man want from her at all. But her thoughts were interrupted by a woman at the table who asked if she was number 49, named Miri. Miri confirmed this, and the woman asked her to go into the examination room. The young lady went to the big room where she was supposed to get her results of all the exams and retakes. After receiving this, she very quickly went outside to take a better look at it and compare it with the previous results. She looked at the piece of paper that had her rank written on it and saw that it was again a B, just like last time. Frustrated, she destroyed that paper because she realized that she had failed to achieve a better rank again, and her story was repeating itself again. It seemed like it was the final end for her, and she wouldn't be able to get a better rank. Suddenly, she was very surprised and looked at her smartphone because something very strange was happening. It was an emergency message from the security service, saying that a divine gate had opened on Soul Street and a spiked bull had come out. Because of this, all A-class hunters who were nearby were called to come to the scene. This message really surprised the student very much. She could not believe that a spiked bull could appear on their planet. After that, the events are transferred to the same street. One reporter reported that this terrible creature appeared unexpectedly for everyone and low people all around. Because of this, complete chaos was created in the city. The situation got out of hand because the local security agencies found out that this spiked bull was a demon inside, and because of that, he could very easily destroy the entire city. Ilshin was right at the scene of the events and held one little girl's hand to protect her. They ran very fast, but suddenly the girl fell to the ground and scared the man very much. Frightened, he went up to her and asked if everything was okay with her, because she was crying very loudly. But before the little girl could say anything, they saw that there was a giant dark shadow above them, and because of that, they were even more scared. It was the same terrifying spiky bull that was standing before them, and it seemed that he would deliver the final blow to them right now. The man was very scared. He understood that they no longer had any chance to escape, and because of this, he pressed the little girl to him to protect her. But suddenly, at that moment, something very strange happened. Because a lot of lightning and energy began to appear around this demonic bull, and because of this, it began to scream very loudly. Then the same Miri appeared in the air with a lightning bolt in her hands, and it was clear that she was the one who dealt a powerful blow to this monster and saved people's lives. The giant animal was really very surprised. It did not understand what was happening at all. And who was this stupid girl who stopped him? Noticing that everything was fine with the bull, she began to worry very much, because she struck a very powerful blow that was supposed to destroy the bull. But she didn't want to give up, so she started using even more lightning bolts to hit him even harder. Using the lightning combined with the storm, it sent this powerful blow straight towards this giant animal. After she did, she landed on the ground to survey the situation. She wasn't sure if she managed to do it all because the scary animal was really very strong and could survive this blow. You couldn't see anything. There was very thick smoke from the fall of this giant monster to the ground. At that moment, two red eyes appeared in the middle of the smoke, looking straight at this girl. After that, the angry bull got up very quickly and started shouting loudly and headed towards the girl to destroy her after this terrible blow. The superheroine was very scared. She did not expect such a turn of events, and now she understood that she needed to defend herself. The giant monster quickly hit her with his strong arm. The girl did not expect this, so she missed this blow and flew to the side. She flew a little further and hit the asphalt, completely splitting it. It was a really powerful blow that could have killed the girl. Fortunately, she managed to survive, but she was very weak. And now she had many times less strength than at the beginning. There was a lot of dust in her mouth and she started coughing because of it. However, despite all this, she began to get back on her feet. She thought that this monster was of a stronger level than Class A. Unexpectedly, she saw the same man in a tracksuit holding a little girl in his arms. The superheroine was very scared. It is clear that there were other people here. Behind her was the same terrible devilish bull, which did not want to give up and was even angrier, but she was more concerned about people. She understood that it could be very dangerous for them, and they were weaker than her, and could die. The situation was getting worse. She had a very important decision to make. After that, she stood in front of the people and told them to run away from the scene very quickly. The superheroine didn't know how long she could hold off this scary creature, so she asked people to run as fast as they could. When the monster saw this, they began to scream even louder and headed in her direction to finally destroy the one who interfered with them. She knew she had very little chance, but in her head she was thinking about people and knew she needed to bide her time. But at that moment, the lightning bolts that were in her hands began to suddenly disappear. The girl was frightened. She realized that her strength was weakening. Meanwhile, the angry bull was already close to her, and it seemed that he was going to destroy her right now with his big horns. Being scared to death, she started calling her father and mother, because she realized that she had no chance. In her mind, she remembered how once, long ago, she sat and cried, remembering her parents. She couldn't just leave it like that, because on that day her parents died due to the terrible creatures that invaded the planet. Filled with hatred, she promised herself that she would destroy all these monstrous creatures. Hearing these words, the woman who was next to her turned to the angry girl and said that she had no right to have such thoughts. The woman's eyes were burning with blue paint, and she said that Mira has no right to think about revenge, and she should concentrate. Parting with her memories, she gathered her strength and began to create a new magical sphere. At that moment, the crippling pain of all the civilians who died because of the monsters echoed in the middle of his head. A very strange blue sphere began to form around her, completely enveloping her body and spirit. It seemed as if God had moved into the middle of her body, for very strong lightnings began to issue from her eyes, and she began to scream very loudly. It felt as if she was unconscious and unable to control her actions, because now all thoughts were about revenge and nothing could stop her. Raising her hands in the air, she began to create a sphere many times larger and stronger, in the center of which was lightning combined with the dark energy of pain and suffering. Fear completely gripped her body, and she directed all her strength and energy straight at the head of the monstrous bull that wanted to strike her. This impact was extremely powerful, and within a radius of 5 kilometers, all people could see and feel the power of this energy. A few hours passed, and everything around was in order again. People took to the streets and began to thank the superheroine en masse for saving their city. Everyone was really amazed that she managed to do that. Reporters who wanted to shoot video also arrived at the scene, but the guards did not allow them to do anything. Suddenly, the Wonder Girl regained consciousness, and she realized that she had succeeded in defeating the spiked bull. She was very surprised, did not understand how it could happen, and what it was, because she did not remember anything. The power she felt a few hours ago was truly amazing, and she had never felt such power before in her life. It seemed that she had set a new record. Then the same man in a blue suit and a little girl approached her. he leaned over to the superheroine and thanked Mira for saving her life. But she said that a man shouldn't do that, because it was her duty, and that's what any other hunter or hero would do in her place. She also added that she was glad that the people were all right, and that she managed to save them, because that was the most important task. After thanking his savior very much once again, the man in the suit went his way, not believing that he managed to survive such a terrible attack. But the girl in the helmet was only pleasantly surprised and said goodbye to the boy and the little girl. Suddenly her emotions changed, and she was very scared that now she might be in big trouble. After all, this man thanked her by calling her name, and because of that he knew more unusual people. Then some voices appeared in her head, telling her about the mighty power of the index finger. But the girl was only frightened, not understanding what it was. The man understood that today was indeed a very difficult day for them, and because of that he decided to go home. But Mira only had one thought, because she did not know who this man really was. After a few hours, the evening came, and the events were brought to the big bridge, where people in love usually spent their time. But the main character was not in love, and he had a completely different mission in this place. Standing near the bridge, our hero began to think that today he could really die, and his little niece could die with him. And all these things that happened to him today were because of that stupid phone and what he did in it. It seemed to him that this terrible phone attracted only failures and troubles. And after that, he swung. Events returned to the past. A few days ago, the man was sitting in a restaurant. There were not many people. It was an ordinary day, and he was working as usual on his laptop to write a new web novel for his readers. However, today he was in for a setback, because he had no new ideas coming into his head. But tomorrow he had work deadlines. Suddenly his phone started making strange noises. It startled him, and he looked at his phone lying on the table. He had a really big problem with concentration. But despite this, he did not want to continue working. Instead, he decided to delete the unnecessary applications that were on his smartphone. After some time of searching, he came across one interesting application that he saw for the first time in his life. This surprised him, because it seemed to him that he had never downloaded this application to his smartphone. The author of the web novel decided to open this application, and suddenly a photo of a box with sharp teeth appeared. After a few seconds, a text also appeared, welcoming him to the program called Creator of the Gods. The confused man did not understand what it was. It seemed to him that it was just some kind of game. A few more seconds passed, and the game fully loaded. Some ordinary small black ant appeared in front of him. The strange ant produced some text that was very crooked, but which had very terrible symbols. It all annoyed the man. It seemed to him that it was just some stupid application that could not even work properly. Everything was so confusing that he didn't even know what he was supposed to do in this game, so he decided to just try tapping on the screen. However, after he clicked on the screen, the black ant simply died, and it seemed like the whole game was over. But suddenly a gold coin quickly started to come out of the phone. Seeing this, the man was unreal scared. This gold coin flew at a very high speed and hit the protagonist directly in the head and flew further to the side. After that, she hit his laptop screen again and smashed his keyboard. Suddenly a text appeared in his program that the ant was dead, and one gold coin was issued as a reward for it. Then also that the man was one step closer to becoming a god. After reading this, the man couldn't believe that it was reality, because now he had a gold coin in his hand that had just flown out of his phone. The thought arose in his mind that he might now have some abilities. He could be a hunter. Shocked by the text and its absurdity, he decided to go to the same building where he was taking the exam for his rank and class level. The woman who received the people loudly told Mr. Yu Ilshin to pass. When the men sitting behind heard the man's name, they began to laugh very loudly, because it was indeed a very terrible name. Suddenly the woman smiled and congratulated the boy, because as it turned out, the test showed that he had awakened the hunter in himself. Hearing this, our hero was very surprised because he could not believe that this could really be reality. It seemed that it was all just some kind of joke. In his head, he imagined how he could now become a powerful hunter of the best rank, and everyone around him would be in awe of him. But suddenly his thoughts were interrupted by a woman who continued and said that he was G-class. He felt that all his optimism disappeared somewhere, because he realized that this was the lowest rank, and he was not much different from ordinary people. But the woman did not stop. She continued to speak. She said that he had the ability to create matter, and it was a truly unique ability that was unique to humans. The main character continued to read the entire text that the woman gave him, because it seemed that something was wrong. At that moment, the woman at the table asked the man if he wanted to become a hunter. He was interested in the offer and asked how much it cost. She explained that it was really very cheap and only cost him $1,000, and it was definitely worth the money. However, he was surprised when he heard the price. He thought it was just a waste of money and refused to sign up. All his dreams suddenly disappeared. He felt that he was too naive and all that was left in this life was just to write web novels. After that, the tortured man went home and sat down to work on his laptop. It was already in order, but at one point, it was 2 a.m. on the clock. It seemed to him that he was just wasting his life in vain, because now he had very little time left for sleep. He was tired from work, so he decided to take a little break from his work, and because of that, he took the TV remote in his hands to distract himself a little. The news was just playing on TV. It was a message that one S-class hunter, Beck, was there today. Yoo-hyun began cleaning his dragon-level dungeon, and the information just appeared that this strong hero of ours came out victorious from that place as well. With this good information, mankind is 2 steps closer to their salvation and they will have less problems. But the main character was really very bored watching this news, so he switched the channel where there was a skin cream advertisement for the S-class. The woman advertising this cream said that it was the only choice to protect her beautiful skin from horrible monsters. But the main character was very artificial, because he was no longer bothered by all this terrible information about S-class heroes. He understood why everyone was talking only about these people. Hate filled his mind as he was just an ordinary G rank and was many times weaker compared to these hunters. He wanted the day to be over as soon as possible because it was really horrible, so he decided to just go to bed. But suddenly the phone, which was on the table, began to make some strange sounds and its display lit up. After that, there was some very strange message, and the screen started to glow even more brightly than before. The man wanted to ignore only these messages, because he had a really terrible day today and was too tired to read what was written. But curiosity captured him, because he did not understand who could write to him at 2 o'clock in the morning. Because of this, he decided to open his eyes. Messages began to appear more often and the phone began to ring. This made our hero very angry because he understood how this could even be possible. After a while, he sat on his bed and sent his phone very quickly to get even more gold coins thanks to this app. After each touch, the black ant died, and thanks to this, he received even more coins. The author was not in the mood at all, because of which he pressed the screen as fast as possible to relax at least a little. A lot of coins were falling on the ground on which it was drawn, but the author of the web novels did not care, because he pressed the screen only because of his anger. He did this for a long time until the sun began to rise, and then he finally managed to fall asleep. He slept very sweetly, and had very good dreams indeed after such a terrible day. But suddenly his dream ended. He woke up and began to rub his sleepy, tired eyes. Suddenly his attention returned to what he had accomplished. He looked on the ground and saw coins, and on each coin was painted the number 100. Taking one coin in his hands, he was very surprised, because he understood that the number 1 was written on the former coins. But for some reason, this one was written 100. Unexpectedly, the phone, which was lying on the bed, started learning again and making some very strange sounds, and this attracted the man's attention. When the man opened the app, he saw a greeting for the nameless god, who could now open the god store because he had fulfilled all the conditions. A very strange red box just appeared in the air, and there were 2 buttons with the text yes or no. This made the main character think, because he understood that he had to make a choice. He really did not know what to choose, because the day did not understand that it might be necessary for him to choose this way. But still, curiosity got the better of him, and he knew he wouldn't know until he tried. Then he confidently pressed his index finger on the phone screen and selected the yes button. After that, already strange actions began to take place. Some strange energy began to appear around the phone and began to attract you with a magical light. Then the events moved to another place where 2 guards were standing. In the middle of the room was a man who wanted to thank the president of the Hunters Association and all the distinguished guests who had arrived. The man in the middle announced that a hunter had finally appeared in their country and had managed to open a hunter's shop. "You'll hear it." The other costumed guests rejoiced that it finally happened. They were really impressed with this information because they understood that now they could buy items and skills that were many times better than their normal classes. At that moment, the man in glasses clapped his hands and asked the new guests to enter the middle of the room. Then the large door opened and two people entered the room, a man in an expensive suit and a woman in a pink cat. After some time, the saleswoman realized that the man in the suits was an S-class hunter named Kang Wu, who managed to unlock the hunter shop. The woman next to her was also an S-class hunter named Song Min, and she had come here to conduct a very important auction. A man with pink hair and wearing glasses greeted the new guests and invited them to walk further into the middle of the office. In the middle of this large room sat a very serious man. As it turned out, it was South Korean President Jean Havant. The man once again thanked all the guests who came to this celebration, because they all had very little time due to their influential professions in this world. The men were very happy, because they understood that finally there was a hunter in Korea who had access to the hunter's shop, and it was really wonderful. But suddenly he let go of his hand and asked the other guests to enter the great room. As it turned out, these were the same two hunters who managed to get the hunter's store. Because of this, all the people were shocked, because they understood that they were standing in front of very refined persons. The man in glasses was very worried. But in spite of this, he asked the hunter to show him the shop they had managed to reach. All politicians, judges, and other influential people were truly amazed. They understood that a historic event could happen right now for them. Khan agreed to do so, and after that began to create some very strange yellow sphere in his hands, which was supposed to activate this very shop. The movements began to create a large release of air, and all the papers that were in this room began to fly around. Politicians were also very impressed by this. After some time, all this effect became many times smaller. So the people were very scared, but they were more concerned about the president and asked him if everything was okay, and the president confirmed it. After that, the strange yellow sphere ended and the politicians took their seats again, mostly looking at the superhero. The president was puzzled because he saw nothing but all this commotion and frightened politicians who did not understand what was happening. But then his assistant asked him to be calm, because the store was seen only by the person who activated it, and another person. The woman in dark clothes said that now they would use her superpower called telepathy, so that everyone could see a little something. After that, when she used this magical effect, all the people were very surprised because of their own eyes. The same hunter's shop appeared in the air. You can see different items and different prices for them. It seemed that all this was unreal. The men looked at it and were very much surprised, for it was some kind of magic that shone all around and showed strange objects in the shop. The man in the suit was very happy and said that he saw here all the objects that he had heard about in the myths and legends of monsters. After looking at the lightning god's grace item, he became very worried, already realizing that it was worth $30 billion. But the man next to him said it was really worth it as the item was very valuable. But suddenly their conversation was interrupted by the main president, who asked all the politicians to be attentive and listen to him. He explained that all politicians should be very careful because these decisions are very important for them and for their country. He added that because of this shop they could have big problems, and because of that they need to keep it all secret. To launch the project, Mr. Khan needs at least a few S-class hunters as security. But the woman who was nearby was not satisfied with this information because she was completely forgotten, and no one talked about her anymore. Then the events are transferred to the same man from whom the greeting appeared, because he fulfilled all the conditions for activating the store of the god. Seeing two buttons, he chose the yes button, wondering what might happen right now if he did. However, after that, when he did, everything just disappeared somewhere and things started to get really weird. He didn't understand what was going on. He felt like he was the same hunter as Kang Wu, although he understood that there was a big difference between G and S class. At that moment, a store of God appeared in the air. He had 372 gold, and there were many different objects, but no names could be read. The man was very frightened. He could not understand what it was and how it could be possible. It seemed to him that all this was some kind of prank, because he could not even read all these names, and everything seemed very suspicious. Looking at all the price tags, his head began to spin, because these were really very expensive items that he didn't have money for. However, suddenly his phone unexpectedly began to meet very strongly and give out some unknown gold stars. Despite all this, He was upset when he realized that he had only earned 300 coins in the entire night, and the prices in the shop were many times more expensive. Having said that, something strange started to happen inside the app as the store just started moving from top to bottom. The prices of goods began to move very quickly and suddenly began to stop on their own, and now the man could afford to buy these goods. He was interested in this offer because he understood that now he could get to what this store was hiding. The desire to know what was inside clouded his mind, and he did so, but then a message appeared that he had purchased the blind eye of God. After looking at the item blind eye, he began to worry very much, already realizing that it is worth $30 billion. But suddenly, a description of this product appeared. Everything happened too fast. He didn't even have time to read what was written there, when his eyes turned white. He started screaming very loudly and was very scared. Now he could not see anything at all, and it seemed to him that he had died. Frightened, he simply let go of his phone and it fell straight to the ground, bouncing off the floor in the other direction. His eyes saw nothing at all. It seemed to him that he had now become blind for the rest of his life. This thought caused him even more fear. He wanted to find the phone to try to see something, but he couldn't find it because it was lying on the ground. But because of his blindness, he could not see anything, so he hit his little finger very hard on some object. Pain and anger overwhelmed him. He began to scream loudly, cursing everything that was in this world, and most of all this blindness. Suddenly, things changed dramatically, as his eyes became normal again, and he could now see everything around him. He took a deep breath. He couldn't believe that it was over now because it was unreal scary. He was even more surprised because he realized that he could read everything that was written on all these items and on his phone. All the goods were very strange and related to God, and also the price was very expensive, and the man could not afford it. He couldn't quite understand what it was. It seemed to him that it was some kind of dream, and he just continues to sleep. When he looked at the items below, he was filled with fear, as he understood why they cost so much money. He felt like he was some kind of superhero from his web novel, but disappeared when he mentioned that he was just a regular G-class, and no one knows about him at all, and everyone just talks about S-class. A new idea came to his head, which stopped his thoughts and prompted him to take some action. He began trying to find all the items he could afford to buy as they could change his destiny. He started scrolling through all the items that were in the store to find something really good that he could afford. After a few minutes of searching, he stopped at the mighty finger of a god that could destroy everything. He was really interested in this offer because it seemed very good. He had no choice either, so he decided to buy it and see what could come of it. After he bought this item, his hands began to simply disappear, leaving only some strange smoke. As usual, it was built on the fact that he bought the mighty index finger of God. His mind was conflicted. He couldn't understand what this very strange power could do. Suddenly, some new idea in his head struck him very hard. It seemed that he had found the answer to his question. The air conditioner, which was in his room, suddenly turned on and began to make strange sounds similar to the words, "Finger of God." To do this, he automatically turned off and spoke again about the mighty finger of God. But now it could be better understood. However, suddenly the action happened again, and the air conditioner turned on and started talking about the mighty finger of God. As it turned out, all this was done by Ilshin. He would point his index finger towards the air conditioner and manage to turn it off. As he did this, he felt a very powerful force within him, with which he could control all his belongings that were in his house. He decided to run it on other objects, so he pointed his finger in the direction of the television. He managed to turn it on without the remote. Scared to death, he couldn't believe that this was actually possible, as he now possessed a super magical property. He glanced at the finger to see if everything was clear in order. It seemed to him that it was now a remote control for all objects. He couldn't quite believe that it was really true. So he kept turning various items in his apartment on and off with his finger. It also worked on other gadgets. He managed to turn on his laptop and fully control all its actions. But then he laughed because he understood that he would not be able to write a web novel with the help of his divine index finger. Suddenly, he was interrupted by the phone that was lying on the bed and started ringing suddenly. He got a call from someone unknown. It was some all-powerful director he didn't know. Frightened, he picked up the phone and greeted his acquaintance with a trembling voice. The man began to shout loudly that what was being dumped on me was incredibly funny, and he had been laughing for 10 minutes. The director added that he did not expect this from our hero, Ilshin. Meanwhile, Ilshin is surprised, because he just wrote about his last actions. He understood how it could be funny. In a frightened voice, he asked the man if it was true or if he thought it was not a lucky draw. The director confirmed this and said that his story has really huge potential, but said that there is one big problem with this story. The frightened man said he would fix the problem immediately if the principal explained it to him. But the man explained that the reason was that he had not yet seen the continuation of this beautiful plot in his mail. The director said it was really beautiful and asked the man when the next chapter was coming out. However, our hero was very scared because it seemed to him that the director was playing a trick on him all this time. After that, he promised that in 2 days he would write a continuation and send it to his mail. It seemed to him that killing these little ants created a plot for him, so he had an even greater desire to play this strange game. He did his best to earn a lot of coins, but he also added that he did not hold evil against all these ants, and in general his love for animals was boundless. He continued to press on the screen of his phone, really enjoyed the job as he was just working hard on his script. Nothing stopped him. Around him, even more coins were flying out of his phone. It was like a dream. Coins became many times more. They scattered all over the room, but the man didn't care, because he wanted to make as many coins as possible. But suddenly all the coins that had the number 1 on them began to glow, and the number 100 began to appear on them. It seemed that it was simply impossible, because they changed their value, and because of this, the main character got rich many times faster. All attention was on this coin. I understood that the other coins began to disappear, and one big one appeared, because they understood that small coins turned into one big one. Unfortunately, there was only one large coin on the floor, as he was not in business very long. Sadness appeared in his eyes, because the items in the store were worth about 1 billion, and even the cheapest item cost 1,000 coins. Flipping through all the items in the store, I came across one interesting item, which was called the Grace of the God of Growth. It sounded way more useful than some billion coin items. The word growth made his heart beat faster and caused him great enthusiasm, so he decided to collect 1,000 coins and buy this skill. Then he began to work many times faster and now used 2 fingers, unless he collected as many coins as possible. At that moment, some strange message that the man could not read. There were some incomprehensible symbols in it, and a big red ant appeared on the smartphone screen. The man pressed on her with his fingers, but for some reason she did not die as usual. The ant moved from side to side, did not want to die, thus surprising the main character because he had never seen such ants before. It was an insect, it didn't look like the others, and because of that, the man wondered what he had to do. He sent this little animal closer. Now it began to occur to him that it could be the boss. Enthusiasm took over him. Maybe now he only had one desire to destroy this main boss because he can get more coins. As soon as he fell asleep on this ant, it quickly walked to the side and evaded its death. All this began to annoy the man, because he could not get into the annoying inheritance and destroy it once and for all. He was becoming just crazy. His desire to destroy this little ant grew exponentially. Now he wanted to do everything possible to get his way. His fingers began to press down on the phone screen as fast as possible to do his best. But then something strange began to happen that struck the man. He believed that it was possible. After all this wave of attack, he realized that he had not managed to hit the red animal even once. He couldn't understand how this red ant could be so fast. It seemed almost impossible. He just stared at the screen of his phone and was silent, because now he had no plan on how he could pass this level and get his reward. The big red ant moved aside and stood on the right in the corner, and on the left stood all the black little ants who seemed to be servants. Our hero hated this game. He promised to kill all these game characters and lay all their families and families. He was doing the most important thing in order to get a reward. After some time, as the main character began to poke at the screen with all speed, coins began to fall out, and a message appeared that the number 801 was dead. There was a message that this ant was really a boss, and because of this, the nameless god's karma became 800 units higher. Our hero poked at his screen for a very long time and earned a lot of money. After a while, a message appeared that if he managed to get another 200 karma points, he could get the status of a golden god. And after he gets the title, he gets rewarded for all his hard work and time. But this man had been working for more than 16 hours and was too tired, so he just lay down on his bed and fell asleep. However, what was not expected was the voice of the message saying that the blind eye of the god had been activated. The great chest said that the nameless god was stalking his victim at the number 404. Then the events are transferred to some very strange cinema where the projector was showing a film. This big hall was empty, and the big wall where the movie was supposed to be was just white paint and nothing. However, as it turned out, our hero himself was sitting in the middle of this hall and was looking at a large blank screen on which the film should be. After realizing all this, he was very scared, because he did not understand where he was and who was with him in the cinema hall. Fear gripped him because he did not remember how he crossed the cinema. It seemed to him that it was all some kind of terrible nightmare that he dreamed. Suddenly, something began to blind the man. It was some very strange light that shone directly into his eyes. After taking a closer look, he was very surprised because he realized that it was simply incredible. It was the same big scene in which some movie started. The main character didn't care about everything that was happening around him. He decided to just relax and wait for the end. After many hours of work, he couldn't take in information very well and his brain wasn't working well. It made him look like a zombie. An unknown being was walking through a large dry desert and pondering the power of the black tribe's god. The mysterious character thought of a god trying to kill him because of his desires, which in his opinion made the god more of a demon because of all his sins. As it turned out, it was a big scary ant that looked like some kind of mutant. The scary animal understood that it didn't have much time left, so it must tell everything that happened to its friends. He continued to walk. And after a while, he came across a tunnel in a big mountain with a very strange inscription at the top. The giant monster was very angry at this situation. He understood that he had to act very quickly because he had very little time. The monster entered the middle of this cave with a lot of blood behind him because he was very badly injured after the fight. It was normal to walk through it. He held his greatsword in his hand to at least somehow keep his balance and not fall. In the middle of the cave, it seemed many times larger than outside. It was very dark, and there was an eerie atmosphere. Some other strange animal was sitting inside eating something with a metal fork. But suddenly a giant monster stuck his sharp sword into this food and blood splattered all around. The monster was very hungry, so it was easy for his opponent, despite the fact that she did not belong to him. His gaze was stern and his teeth were very sharp. No one dared to say anything to him for his insolent concession. After a while, he entered a room where there were a lot of monsters sitting at tables and eating food. Seeing a large number of monsters, the Red Boss was very happy, because he understood that he still had every chance for victory and revenge. Everyone in the room was very surprised to see someone who had entered their cave. Very quickly, he struck his sharp sword on the ground, told them to listen carefully. With his creepy hair, he said that he found out where all their food went, because it was all destroyed by the god of the black tribe, and it is a terrible beast. But luckily, he managed to escape. But now they had to do something before this terrible god attacked them and destroyed all their families and their land. The dining monsters were surprised by what their friend was telling them, but they did not interrupt him and continued to listen to him. Suddenly everyone started laughing at me. They said that he was only a coward, to beat him from the field. He should have stayed there until the end and died at the hands of this god. The red monster was shocked, but suddenly someone behind him shouted for all the monsters to shut up. After that, suddenly all the animals that had dinner were fast asleep, like in the army. Then they were ready to follow orders. An old monster with a stick in his hands entered the room from behind. It was clear that it was their shaman. When the big monster with the sword saw the shaman, he bowed to him and greeted him. The old animal saw the monster's number 808 in front of him, thought about this whole story. The old monster said that he felt the presence of evil and revenge, which the monster number 404 told him about. The weary monster explained that everything that was said was indeed true, and unfortunately, they were unable to defeat this evil creature. Unexpectedly, he raised his red paw in the air and said that this was their land, and no evil PO had the right to be on it. Because of this, they needed to sort out and attack him. Monster 808 began to cry, because he understood that the old sage believed him, and that brought him hope. Suddenly, he just started crying, and I seemed to be delaying some very important information that I had forgotten to say. The old shaman came closer to the tired monster, took his search into the air, and asked for nature to return to him from the village. The red ant was very surprised, because she understood that all his wounds began to heal, and at one moment he felt a lot of strength. The shaman praised his warrior for his efforts and said that he could now lead them on their journey against this terrible god. He was very confident and said that he would destroy with his own hands the spirit that came into their territory and took it over. All the other monsters were very motivated and said that they would be with their shaman until the end and help him kill this dark god. They united in one great force and were ready to listen to the parade to their great shaman, to destroy everything around and prove justice together with him. Suddenly, our hero woke up covered in sweat. He was very frightened because he had just seen this nightmare. I did not understand at all what it could be. It felt too real to him. It seemed like it could really be true, but he wasn't sure. There was an eerie atmosphere, because he did not understand whether he was dreaming about ants or whether evil ants were dreaming about him. Suddenly, messages with strange text, which he could not read because of symbols unknown to him, began to arrive on his phone again for about a week. He opened the app again and was surprised to see that the evil red boss was back on the screen. His blood was boiling. It seemed that he had never been so angry in his life as he was now. It made him want to finish this boss right now, not forever. But his anger disappeared when the phone said that nature is against anger and is only for peace. Looking at his smartphone, he saw that the same red, evil ants from his dream were standing there, talking about the need to restore justice. This until the death of my husband, or it seemed, was simply impossible, since it was all just an ordinary dream. At that moment, something unexpectedly jumped out of his smartphone very quickly and flew straight into his head. This blow was so strong that his head swelled up, and for a long time he did not release from shock and pain. But suddenly, blood began to flow from the place where some very strange object had flown. As it turned out, it was the same old shaman who stood in the middle of the evil ants and directed some unknown magic towards the man. He also added in his old voice that they are fighting for nature and for justice. The shaman delivered another powerful blow directly at the man and said that nature refuses the evil of the gods. It was more painful than the previous one, due to which the man grabbed his head and began to scream very loudly in pain. All the other evil monsters were very happy, because they realized that their sage was really extremely strong, and they were very happy to have him as their shaman. The big monster, who was in torn clothes, said that it would be a really very important day for them, and after the victory, they would all go home and celebrate the victory for a long time. He smiled and greeted the old sage, but the old shaman said nothing and just stared. Suddenly, a powerful yellow light appeared in the air, and the old shaman said in a frightened voice that all the monsters were running away very quickly. No one understood what was happening, as this strange light flew straight to their shaman and hit right in the middle, sending out lightning. The big red ant raised its head in the air, saw that there were 4 more of the same strange objects. He was very frightened and said that they were coming. This powerful light began to hit even harder and destroy their warriors. The monsters did not expect this and began to run back. As it turned out, our hero simply punched the screen of his smartphone with all his might and thereby killed monsters. After each of his blows, a message appeared that the monsters were killed. After a wave of such blows, he managed to destroy the monsters numbered 404, 808, and others. He didn't want to stop. He was spitting hate, and he kept hitting the screen of his broken phone with all his might. His eyes were glowing. It seemed that he was no longer in control of his actions. He didn't care that the phone was showing messages about the death of monsters. His blows were so powerful that a kind of thick smoke went from his phone all over the apartment. After a while, he regained consciousness and began to cry bitterly, realizing that he had just completely destroyed his phone due to his anger. But at that moment, a greeting from the game appeared from the broken phone because he managed to get the title of Golden God. As the thick smoke began to clear, he saw that coins were scattered all over his room and now he was really rich. But he didn't care about that because his phone started making some very strange sounds that got him interested. The message that the karma of the nameless god was 1,000 points. After reading this, the main character was surprised. After that, the greeting appeared again, because he had now received the title of Golden God and had many opportunities. A picture of death appeared, and it was said that it was a title that could be obtained after 1,000 karma points, and with this title, the luck of the nameless god would increase in future battles. After carefully reading the text, Ilshin was surprised. He realized that now he will have a lot of advantages in the next battles. Then he laughed. because he did not expect that he was given the status of a brutal killer, because in his opinion, he was the kindest person on this planet. The coins lying on the floor began to move strangely, and it felt like they were starting to gather again to increase in size. But suddenly, among all those coins, a ring appeared which strongly attracted the man's attention. The puzzled hero came to take a better look at this strange object, so he took it in his hand, but still could not understand what it was. After a few seconds, its light began to decrease several times, and the atmosphere around it became oppressive. From this ring, which the man liked very much, it was something like the smell of a fresh spring forest. This smell was relaxing and made you forget about all your problems. Because of this, it seemed from one character that it was the best anti-stress. But it was still a ring, so the man tried to put it on his little finger. After doing so, he began to feel some very strange aura and smell that began to spread throughout the room that he had never experienced in his life. All fatigue disappeared, his skin became many times better, and it seemed that he was completely reborn. At that moment, some strange sounds started coming from his phone again, which got him very interested, but no one knew what it could be. The blind eye of God was activated, and it began to analyze the ring that was on the hero's hand. However, it did not take long, and after 3 seconds the analysis was completely completed. But the man did not understand what it all could mean. As it turned out, it was the ring worn by the monster number 808. The monster wore it to preserve the life force of the giant forest. It was the best choice to improve the performance. Luck smiled on the main character. He was very glad that he had this ring, but he also wondered if he was working the blind eye of the god on other items. Turning his gaze to another object, he wanted to analyze it as he had done with the ring. But it wasn't that easy. With a lot of effort, he finally managed to activate the blind god's eye. And after a few seconds, a complete analysis of his TV appeared. Analysis said the TV was 1 year old and had 3 months left on the warranty. An analysis of the laptop appeared, thanks to which it was possible to understand that Ilshin had already used it for 1 year and 2 months, and 6 months remained until the end of the warranty. The main character continued to analyze all the different objects that stood in the room. It was very interesting to learn useful information. Having made several dozen more analyses, he stopped because he was already quite tired of a large amount of unnecessary information. In his head, he began to realize everything that had happened to him during the last time. All these thoughts tired him, but unexpectedly a very interesting thought came to him. During the last week, his life had changed, and already now he possessed new abilities and was very different from ordinary people. Because of this, he wondered if he was still the same ordinary G-class, because now he had every chance to move to a new level. He developed courage and bravery. He was sure that he could not be a miserable G-class, and because of this, his class must be known. On the same day, he went to the same building where the class was evaluated and asked for a re-evaluation. The woman was very surprised because she understood that the man had recently visited her, and he could not raise his rank and class during this time. However, the man said he wanted to reassess, and he was confident he would succeed. Suddenly, the woman's head changed. She said that the first test was paid for by the state, but you have to pay for retakes yourself, and they cost $1,000. After learning about this amount, all the boys' optimism disappeared somewhere. The woman at the table also added that they needed to make a decision quickly, because they had a lot of people today. He still had hope that he could change his class, but now he was just not sure, so he promised to come next time. Deep down, he was upset because he realized that he had wasted too much time, and he needed to find out the prices first, and then go and ask for a change. Motivated the man too much and gave him false hope that he would succeed. Sadness continued to overwhelm him. All his ideas began to lose their meaning. He thought he was just crazy, and all that was left was to write web novels. Looking around, he was surprised to see that there were indeed many people there, although they did not appear to be strong. With all this chaos in his head, he completely forgot what we needed to write, so he decided to forget about monsters and hunters for a while. But at first, he did not want to shift his gaze and began to search if there could be anything interesting in this place. At that very moment, his phone began to beep and said that the blind eye of God had been activated. Ilshin was surprised because he did not know that this program could analyze people. Looking at one man from the front, his analysis said he was in his 30s and suffering from chronic fatigue. Then he looked at the pregnant woman and the analysis worked as usual and said that her name was Kim. She was 24 and she was pregnant. After that, he looked at a man, showed him that he was 41 years old, his name was Kang, and he had severe kidney problems. The man continued to do this for a long time, but suddenly he was surprised to see something very strange in front of him. He looked at the upset, black-haired girl who was standing next to the poster inviting hunters. Her name was Song Miri. She was 19 years old and she was very depressed due to certain life circumstances. But the man became interested in the girl because he did not understand why she was so upset. Because at her age, all the girls were very cheerful, and it was also suspicious that he couldn't see her full name and full information about her, so he decided to come closer. The man was also surprised that the blind god's eye showed some emotion in humans for the first time, which meant that this person was not simple. He decided to approach this girl to find out better what was going on and who she was. He was going to her, but he did not know what he should say, and he did not know how she could receive him, for he was a stranger. He wanted to stop because the situation could be very bad and nothing could go wrong, but he was very curious, so he kept moving towards her. He was already very close and stood with his back to Mira, feeling someone move towards her. There was no way back, so he apologized and asked her how she was feeling right now. When he asked this, he was very scared, or he thought that the girl was going to hit him right now. He thought she heard his question, so he asked her again, at which point she turned to him. When he looked into her face, all his confidence simply disappeared. It seemed to him that he had simply gone mad. However, she only got very angry, since she was not in the mood today anyway, due to the fact that she did not raise her rank. It seemed to her that this hero of ours was very dangerous for her, and because of this, she activated magic in her hand. And there was an impression that she would strike him now. The frightened man understood that the situation was really bad, and because of this, he asked her to stay with him with understanding. Against the girl, she did not listen to him at all. Her magic grew even stronger. The atmosphere became worse. The man understood that it was necessary to come up with something, so he said that everything was fine with him, and he was not strange. In his smartphone started ringing. He apologized to her and said that it was very important. In his head, he was infinitely grateful that the phone had saved the whole situation for him, because now he had a little break. When he looked at his phone, he was surprised to see that his demon sister was calling him. His emotions changed a lot. It seemed that he didn't care about Song Mira anymore because he was busy with something else. At that moment, Ilshin began to run quickly to the exit and said that it was an urgent call and he needed to answer it. Sun Miri did not understand what it was and what this strange hero of ours wanted from her at all, because they did not know each other. Then the events are transferred to the city center, where there was good sunny weather. Our smiling hero was on the street and asked for your favorite niece on the phone this time. But the person on the phone was serious, because she said that the man was lazy and poor, and he was only cheerful because he smelled money. The situation was bad for him, so he asked to stop doing it, and to the fact that he was already at the place where he is waiting for his niece. After finishing the conversation, our hero exhaled because he never liked talking to this terrible girl, and he did not envy her future husband. Then the events are transferred to a large, bright park, but surprisingly, there were no people. The man was sitting at the other end of the park with his little one, who was very happy to see her uncle. Ilshin also loved his little niece very much, but he could not believe that it was his sister's child. But suddenly his thoughts were interrupted by a little niece who asked what the dark past meant. The question came and he became serious because he realized that he had something similar recently. Holding his head, the man said that he had one incident today. The little niece looked at her uncle in surprise. However, she was very small, but she didn't mince words, and because of that, she asked her uncle what the word incident meant. However, the man did not care about this question. He just looked at this cute girl and wanted to touch her cute cheeks. He cupped her face with his fingers and said she was very, very nice, but his niece didn't like it. She quickly slapped the man with her hand and asked him to stop because she was uncomfortable. Despite this, the man continued to do it, and at that moment she became very serious and shouted at him not to do it. Realizing his concession, he felt very sorry, but now he needed to make up for the situation somehow, because his niece was very angry. Unexpectedly, all his thoughts stopped when a very strange message appeared in the air. As it turned out, it was the blind eye of God that automatically activated and began to analyze his little niece. A few seconds later, the analysis revealed that her name was Che Sonyen. She was 5 years old and she wanted chocolate ice cream. And so he realized that this was the perfect chance to make amends. So he asked Son Yen if she wanted some chocolate ice cream. He also added that this is a wonderful ice cream flavor that will melt in her mouth incredibly. After this incredible description, the little girl began to salivate. All her problems seemed to be solved and she wasn't so angry with her uncle. Therefore, after some time, they went to an ice cream shop, where a girl met them and warmly welcomed them to their shop. Son Yen pointed her finger and said that she wanted this particular chocolate ice cream. Ilshin was not surprised because he already knew that she wanted it. With a smile, he said that he would buy everything she wanted right now and put his hand in his pocket. He collected all his coins in a handful and put them on the table and realized that he did not have enough for 2 ice creams, so he only asked for 1. The saleswoman was very surprised when she saw all these strange coins that the man put on the table in front of her. After that, she started collecting these coins and asked them to wait a little because a little unpleasant situation arose. This woman made ice cream in a glass, but our hero was not satisfied with it because it seemed to him that she put the smallest portion that she could. He thought it was all just discrimination because he paid her in coins, even though it was all really unfair. Unexpectedly, he had a very cool idea, and he realized that he could solve this very problem with the help of his divine finger. He pointed his finger at the same machine that he used to give ice cream and began to use divine power. He didn't care that there was a girl standing there, and she could be in trouble because she treated him very badly. At the same moment, the divine finger of the drivers and the ice cream machine started working very badly and dispensed too much ice cream for 1 cup. Therefore, Son Yen ended up with 1 very large and beautiful ice cream, which she was very pleased with. Ilshin also felt hungry, so he tried her ice cream once, but she refused him. He thought all the little kids were so greedy, so he decided to leave his niece alone. They sat until the evening in the park and admired the sunset. It seemed like a really beautiful day. But at that moment, the whole beautiful atmosphere was destroyed. The phone in his bag started making strange noises and loudly warning of great danger. This message really shocked the web novel author. He didn't understand what it could even be because he had never received anything like this before. Suddenly, the message that the title of the killer was activated, and now our hero began to worry even more, not understanding what was happening around. Then it was also reported that due to all this, his entire fighting prowess had increased beyond belief, because circumstances had forced him to do so. The atmosphere was getting worse and worse, because it seemed that now the man heard some very strange voice speaking from nowhere, and the color of the sky changed rapidly. The unfamiliar voice continued to speak and asked to be allowed to destroy all these difficulties that our hero was going through and become a real demon. The sounds of tension were getting worse. They startled the little one, and her big chocolate ice cream fell to the ground. No one understood what was happening, but everyone was already very much afraid that there must be some good reason for all these messages. After that, they looked up at the sky. Something really terrible started to happen there, because it split, and from there you could see 2 red eyes looking at all the people. Suddenly, the head of a giant monster and all its other parts appeared, looking directly at Ilshin and his innocent niece. The man was nothing compared to this gigantic monster, so it seemed to him that he had no chance at all in this case. Events flash back to where Song Miri has started meeting people and asking them to run as fast as possible because the situation is getting worse. The giant spiked bull roared very loudly, heading towards her at full speed to completely destroy this terrifying superheroine. Against the main character, it was clear that this terrible monster did not come here to destroy the girl. He came here because of him. He looked deep into his eyes and seemed to see some incredible understanding and fear at the same time. The anti-giant bull wanted to settle all his affairs with this girl for the first time. Meanwhile, the man analyzed the data of this animal and found that this animal was over 400 years old, barren, and came here to destroy the nameless god. After that, the events are transferred to some other place, where the man was standing near a fence, and where there were no people. He looked down and kept thinking about the analysis he had managed to make. He understood that it was really very difficult for him. After thinking a little, I realized that the name Nameless God belonged to him in that strange game, and all this could not be just an ordinary coincidence. He reminded me of the girl who tried to protect him at the cost of her own life. It seemed that it was really a very noble concession. After the spiked bull died, all was not well. as very strange events continued to occur. So, after all that, a message came to him telling him that his abilities had been upgraded by 1 level. As a reward, he can buy any Luhansk right in the store for free. This message came right after the big scary bull was dead. So he also realized that it was no coincidence. Because of his stupid smartphone, he had a lot of new problems and problems that were dangerous not only for him, but also for other people. He swung, and it seemed that right now the man would throw this phone into the deep, long river that was below him. He was about to drop it, but suddenly his phone started vibrating, and it caught the man's attention because he knew what it could be. A strange text appeared which he could not read again because of the very strange symbols in the middle. So he decided to stop with his plans for now and better learn about this strange message, as he was very curious. What time the drivers brought to another city, it was some kind of strange gate, in front of which stood 2 guards who did not look like people. The guards were asking some god for something, got a very strong blow right in the face, and it felt like it was the last blow. The second unknown creature, who was with his friend, was even more frightened, began to understand that now he has many times more problems, due to the fact that he can bend at any second. As it turned out, it was the evil red ant, which was removed with red paint and which was indifferent to all other creatures. The trader of the only cave was a girl in a white dress. She asked God to save them from terrible monsters who want to completely destroy their families. She was also an insect, but she had human features because she was very beautiful and cute. But now she was scared to death. However, suddenly an evil red ant came even closer to her. The animal was very happy because he finally had to find the holy virgin of the black tribe. The big monster was very serious. He said that no one would be able to escape from the soldiers of the great empire. The weather was nothing to him. The soldiers who were very happy because they succeed in everything. The terrible monster took a few more steps towards the Holy Virgin. It seemed that this was the end, and the girl had no other choice. She looked at him with her model's frightened eyes, and it seemed that it was the last thing she saw in her life. Suddenly, a message appeared on the man's phone asking whether the nameless god would like to pray to him. This situation was very similar to him. It seemed to him that something really similar happened to him today at lunch. He also felt very small today compared to a spiked bull. Our hero understood that he needed to think very carefully because it was a big responsibility, and after that there could be terrible consequences. The little attitude looked at him with its big eyes and asked for help. I felt very sorry for her because today at lunch he looked the same. It seemed that it was all over, and right now a big scary monster would destroy a small innocent creature. A big scary monster asked the Holy Virgin to accept the fact that she becomes a tribute to His Majesty. The giant mutant was sure that the mass would succeed. He looked up and was very scared. After 1 second, his body was gone. Some very powerful magic beam appeared, and a lot of blood appeared. The wards began. Some strange, powerful lightning should be given. As it turned out, this big red ant died because a man pressed his finger on the phone screen, and after that he destroyed the whole army of these monsters. All these creatures were very valuable. Therefore, after their murder, a lot of gold coins appeared and began to float to the ground. Meanwhile, the Holy Virgin was perhaps grateful to her hero and asked that the nameless god call her his true name. This surprised the man because he did not expect that some unknown creature would ask him for his real name. But this little creature was very what it caused. So the man decided to give his real name. When the little animal found out about his real name, she was very happy and said that she worships him and will do so for the rest of her life. Then there was a message that the author of the web novel managed to get the title of Merciful Savior, and at the moment he owned 2 titles. But the man did not understand how he could be a merciful savior. Thanks to this status, the man's karma was changed. And now as a reward, he will receive 100,000 gold coins. It was a really impressive amount. The man became optimistic again and no longer wanted to throw his phone into the river. And until now, he had more than 100,000 coins on his balance. He decided to immediately open this very store of items and find some good product that he could buy. After a few minutes of searching, one item came up, which was called the Blessing of the God of Growth, and the item was worth thousands of gold coins. A man thoughtlessly bought this item, and suddenly some yellow substance flew out of his phone. It was some unknown substance of theirs stored in a strange glass form. The main character didn't know what it was, so he decided to use the blind eye of God to promote all this. It was a substance that was sold during the training of the constant seeker. The truth is, ordinary mortals will take it. Then they will improve their potential to the maximum level. Everyone wanted to improve the potential to the maximum level, so the man decided to sniff this substance. The substance seemed really very strange to her, but still decided to be her because she wanted to look at her maximum potential. Answers, but he felt no taste and no smell, and it seemed that this divine substance did not work at all. Anger gripped him. It seemed like it was just an ordinary energizer that added a little power for a short period of time. But he once again looked at the results of the analysis and read that the more he drinks this substance, the better he will be. Then it even disappeared somewhere, and he decided to believe that it really works because so far he only has one small glass. So he started buying these divine substances en masse and drinking very quickly if you look at what will happen to him. However, even after many glasses were empty, the man did not feel anything in himself, and it seemed that it was all a big deception. But at one moment he completely lost the ability to stand and suddenly fell to the ground feeling some kind of pain. There was a message that this man's abilities were increased several times, and the assimilation with the God store was increased. The main character just passed out and fell asleep for a while and couldn't even move because he was under a very strong effect. After some time he managed to wake up, but he was very tired and did not understand what was happening at all. He also had a very bad headache. He was also surprised because he realized that he woke up in his bed and did not understand how he could be here at all, because he remembered how he was on the bridge. Until now, no one in the world had invented a teleporter. Because of this, he was very scared because he did not understand who brought it to his apartment. Suddenly, he heard some very strange sounds that were similar to some hissing, and strange red ants started climbing under his hand. It became clear that these strange red monsters with small wings were making these strange sounds. They were no longer ants, but what twisted creatures. Seeing all this, he was very scared and got up from his bed and began to throw off all these terrible creatures from his body. It was from the message that thanks to his titles the battlefield was improved, but he didn't care. He was interested. Where are you from? Where so many of these creatures appeared in his apartment. Hoping to leave his room, he began to turn the lock and open the door, but he was unable to do anything, although everything was always in order. Little monsters wanted revenge, so she used her ex-wife who wrote all her organs to cause maximum damage to the man. There were tens of thousands of them. They climbed, dragged, and bit the man on all parts of his body. It was only possible. Realizing that he would not be able to get out through the front door, he began to look to the side and began to think about something. It seemed that he had no choice but to live only on the 3rd floor, so it would be safe for him. Evil ants. They poked around the body, but he didn't care because he was focused on his plan, and it seemed to him that he was perfect, and he would succeed in everything. Suddenly, he began to doubt his idea. It seemed to him that he could get many injuries as a result of the fall, and in the end he could even die. But he actually knew what it was, and with all his might he crashed into his crown. He fell to the ground and lost consciousness in a few seconds due to this strong impact. The atmosphere was getting worse. It seemed that it was the end. Suddenly his eyes and was very scared. It seemed to him that he was in a trap where there was no way out from these terrible, but suddenly and once lit up with a red light. He got very angry and a strong steam started coming from his mouth. He pointed his mighty god finger at them and began to create some very strange magic ball in the air. After that, a very strong sunbeam flew on these ants and began to destroy part of their wax. It was very painful for them, so they wanted to run away from the scene. Suddenly the insect was very scared, and it would seem that it was simply impossible because this hero of ours destroyed their general with only one blow. They vowed revenge for their kind new general, so the archers began to prepare their bows and flaming arrows. After that, at the command of one important ant, they all simultaneously began to release their old ones that burned in the air. All the blows were accurate and landed directly on the man. A wild one of these arrows flew into his eyes, his mouth, and other parts of his body. It hurt a lot and he started screaming in pain. One red ant was very happy and asked if the nameless god liked receiving all these blows. He also added that it was the power of the United Empire. All the other warriors were very motivated. The main ant said that the ending and him can't do whatever they want with this horrible person. Felt very sick. Because of the bites of these terrible animals, He could not even breathe normally, and suffered greatly because of it. It seemed to him that he finally lost this battle against terrible monsters. But suddenly, he saw something in the corner. There was a spray against all insects. This spray gave him a new idea. It seemed to him that he had a new chance. After that, he decided to gather his strength to make the last attack. His eyes widened, and he began to slowly rise to his feet. But the main monster didn't look at it anymore. It seemed to him that they had completely won the winter. He wanted to tell his king that they could celebrate. At that second, the man lying on the ground began to turn into a powerful god, because his years began to burn like a sun. When the terrible monsters saw this, they were very scared and realized that it was fatal for them, and they needed to run away from the battlefield urgently. But it was already too late, and they started disappearing right now because the man used the magic of his divine finger again. Monsters understood that it was the power of God, and they were simply powerless, and they had no chance. Everything around began to think to the man. It seemed that he had finally got rid of all these terrible monsters. But he was too. It seemed to him that right now he was in his own fire, and his body could not move at all because of everything. And he was just in one position. Unexpectedly, a message came that an evil high-class god named Silent Nightmare had sent a gift to the man. All the man could control were his fingers, so he decided to accept the gift because he had no other choice. He couldn't feel his fingers too well, so it was very hard for him to do it, but he still managed to press the button. Yes. In this, I began to feel my body again, and his finger began to shine with some kind of red light, and some magic started to go around. Our hero carefully looked at all this. He saw something like this for the first time in his life. After that, some time passes, and it was a sunny day outside. Events are taking place in a big city. Suddenly, a mountain outside the city began to attract some blue lightning and strange energy. It was one of the most powerful blows to the earth, after which some strange smoke began directly from the core of the earth. As it turned out, Sun Meyer provoked this blow, but it seemed to her that it was completely useless because he could not help her. She remembered that in the fight against the spiked bull, she used some other power. This power was really too powerful. So she wanted to do everything possible to awaken this power in herself and become stronger. And it seemed that when she does that, then her revenge can finally be completed, because she can fight against monsters of a higher rank. But suddenly something very strange from a wet look to the side because what she saw surprised her already. She looked at the big city that was in front of her, and it seemed that something was wrong because she felt strange waves. Meanwhile, the apartment of our hero because of a strong fire that he caused with the help of his finger. But regardless of the fact that he was a gift, nothing happened. And he got very angry because now the situation was only worse. At that moment, a message appeared that the man had successfully mastered the gift he received from the silent god. But after reading this, our hero only got angrier because it did not help him at all. Suddenly, he pointed his index finger in a certain direction to start using the divine power again. But to use this energy, he needed a lot of strength and air, but now everything around him was in smoke, and he couldn't breathe normally. You hear it right after he used it, he fell powerless to the ground. Now he didn't even have the strength to get up, and it seemed that this was finally his end. But he didn't want to die like that. In his opinion, it was a really terrible death, and he would die as a loser known to no one. At this second, the man activated the blind eye of God to start analyzing some object lying on the ground. Unexpectedly, the same woman with a helmet, around which there were a lot of lightning bolts, came to his room. He did not understand who it was, but through some analysis he found out that it was a 19-year-old girl, and she was in a state of shock. His energy was falling with every second. His eyes were closing, and because of this, he might not be able to see normally. But he was absolutely sure that it was the same mysterious girl. After that, some time passed, and the events were transferred to the hospital, where Ilshina's sister and her little daughter were. The little girl was very surprised because she did not understand what had happened to her uncle, and did not know that it was definitely him, and Ilshin confirmed that it was him. After that, the little child hugged him and asked him to take care of himself more, because then she won't have a song to play with. There must have been some very quick movements in this chamber. It was his sister. She was very angry and asked the man how he could call himself tired because she had been cleaning his entire apartment for several hours after all that garbage. She continues to scold her brother for his rash concessions. Meanwhile, their daughter stepped aside because she saw something interesting, and it seemed that someone knocked on the door a long time ago. She opened it and asked who was there, but there was no one there. When she came out, she saw that there was already a very large, lush bouquet of flowers. Sonyen decided to take this bouquet into the room and then show it to her. When she did it, all adults stopped arguing. Ilshin was very confused. You did not understand at all from whom this strange bouquet could have come to him. On this large bouquet was written, on which it was written that Ilshin would get well soon. The boy thought that it was from his director. Meanwhile, a Supergirl girl who was standing not far from the hospital where her husband was lying. The man is very glad that everyone left him, because now he had peace and could rest properly after everything. The aunt was surprised, and it seemed that the man had some strange power, because when she fought against the terrible side, she managed to use the maximum energy. Especially when she was carrying him to the hospital, she felt a very strange force coming from his body. It seemed that the man had a chance to improve and has strength, so she has been watching him for 4 days, but so far she has no ideas. At one point she became very scared as she felt as if she was a real stalker. Besides, it was very dangerous here on the roof because everyone could see, so she thought it would be better to go home. But at the last moment she saw something that caught her eye. Suddenly our hero woke up and started doing some strange things to himself under the blanket. Looking directly into his eyes, they were scared that they were just white and had the feeling that he was unconscious. After that, the events are transferred to a completely different place, where there was a big magical tree, and with them there was a strange little house where the fire was burning. Strange insects turned to her Holy Virgin to think about her decision, because a lot depends on it. Svetodio held some strange magical atmosphere in her hands. Other insects returned to her and begged to make a different decision because it was a sacred treasure of their tribe. However, the Holy Virgin answered in a quiet voice that she had already decided everything despite the fact that he saved their tribe. According to the words of the sages, this treasure was passed down from generation to generation and was very important for their tribe. But despite this, they need to remember the one who saved them from the terrible army of the Empire. She hoped that if they gave the most valuable thing they had, he would surely forgive their sins. Meanwhile, Ilshin in his ward was angry with all these ants and promised to destroy them all and punish them for their actions. Miri's sleep was filled with fear, so she didn't know what was happening with the boy, and maybe it was something very dangerous for him. All she could see was how he was screaming very loudly and beating his bed with his hands. It was like some kind of attack. The man did not understand how the ants could get to him because he was tired and injured. Just as it turned out, it was not the red ants that he always fought against. It was the saint who worshipped the nameless god. After reading this, the man was even more surprised. Then there was a message that the believers had made a gift for their god, and the nameless god could gladly accept it. After that, he smiled and became very nice to himself, because in his opinion, gifts were given only to very respectable people. He was really interested in what the believers could give him, so he accepted the gift they had prepared without any problems. Holy Virgin, you once looked at him with your eyes and held in your hand some strange gift that you had prepared for God. After all, the message that the tribute was successfully transferred, and suddenly some holy stone flew from the phone. This stone is really very small. As it turned out, it was the fruit of the world tree, and it is one of the 7 fruits that the world tree gave. The man was wondering what he should do with it, so he decided to smell it. But he didn't have any terrible smell. After that, he carefully read the message about the holy tree and its importance of existence in the whole world. And the most interesting thing was that this tree could improve his endurance, and thanks to this stone, he could become many times stronger. Then he decided to taste this holy fruit as much as it should become his stronger after it. A few more seconds passed, and suddenly Yuna began to feel some very strange effect with you that he had not felt before. It seemed that some powerful lightnings appeared inside the heart and hit his body hard. Because of this, he screamed and cried very loudly. Very long time. She stood on the roof and watched everything that was happening in the ward. She did not understand what it could be. Very strange things began to happen to the boy. He seemed to start hallucinating and felt very dizzy in his head. It was as if he had eaten some mushrooms. He had never felt so bad in his life. He started to sweat and he had a runny nose. It was unreal, terrible feeling after this war opened his mouth and loudly that this fruit was unreal bitter. He began to cough because of this terrible taste. It seemed to him that nothing in this world could taste as terrible as this fruit. It seemed that there was no effect, but suddenly he saw a very strange glow around his body and was surprised. He began to throw off all his bandages because it seemed that his internal situation with the body was changing a lot. I looked at my body and couldn't believe it, because I realized that all his wounds had healed, and he was completely healthy. The girl was also very shocked because she could not believe that this was possible, because only yesterday his body had very strong wounds, and it seemed that all this was some kind of magic, because even 5 seconds ago his body was covered with burns. She wonders who this man really was because she has never lost such people in her life who could restore their body so quickly. And suddenly his phone started making some strange sounds again, and this attracted the attention of the main character. There was a message that the function of God's blessing was activated. I have become looked at my God with good eyes and rejoiced. The man could not believe that he could bestow blessings by accepting only his gifts from his believing creatures. But he was only interested in what these strange little creatures wanted from him, since everything seemed to be in order. The insects were disappointed because they gave their God a very powerful gift but did not receive any response from him. But at that moment, something started to fall. It was something like snow. No one understood what it was because they did not have winter. The little insects didn't know what they needed to do with it, so they tasted it and were very happy. They had never tried anything like this in their lives, and because of this taste it seemed simply incredible to them. After they tasted, their wounds unexpectedly began to disappear, and they began to feel stronger and that they were before. One old sage began to cry. It seemed to him that it was just some kind of miracle because all his problems disappeared. They couldn't believe that this was really possible and pretended that God had blessed them, and they thanked him for it. After that, the man received 101 points thanks to the fact that all believers were satisfied with this gift and thanked him very much. Also thanks to the square sugar bag, he receives more than 10,000 coins. In this world, there was a completely different system. 1 point of faith was counted as 100 coins. The man was happy, and after that he began to treat small insects much better. After that, some time passed, and the events took place in a strange room in broad daylight. It was a store where there were many streets. All merchants tried to attract a large number of customers to earn money. One big man moved to the side, and there was another big bald man and pushed him with his shoulder. They began to have a conflict because the man understood what he wanted from him and why he was pushing him with his shoulder. Ilshin was also at the scene, and it occurred to him that this place was too dangerous because there were very strong people here. He wanted to find good places for normal people like him to sell their items and get some money. He continued his search, and after some time, he finally managed to find some quiet place. But it was some kind of abandoned city where there were no people at all, and it looked quite creepy and crows were flying above. Because of this, bad thoughts began to come to him, and he began to worry whether this place was good. He opened the door to this mysterious room and asked if anyone was inside. The cute girl who was inside smiled and greeted the man in her shop. This surprised the man. He did not expect that there could be such a beautiful girl here. Then he explained that he came here to sell some items. The girl asked if the man was a hunter, but our hero explained that he had shown abilities, but that he had not received a license yet. After that, the woman handed him some strange pieces of paper and asked him to fill in everything correctly. The woman suggested that he sit down and think carefully about all the questions that were in this form. In this form, there was a question from Where Are You?, the author of web novels, where these subjects made the main character think, because he could not just write that he got them thanks to a normal game. The situation was really difficult for him, but he understood that he needed to do it in order to repair his apartment. Someone started ringing the doorbell and entered this suspicious store. It was some kind of luggage of big, strong people. The man in the middle asked the woman how she was feeling, and the saleswoman replied that everything was fine, thanks to their patronage. Ilshin often used his blind eye of God and learned that these men were 30 years old and had weak muscles. However, the author of the web novel seemed to be very strong. He listened to their conversation. The men said he brought some very good items. After that, he scanned the man in the middle. As it turned out, he was using low-grade fire. The analysis did not help the man in any way, and the situation became even worse because these men looked at him suspiciously. The hero understood that they were really very dangerous for him, so something had to be done. The saleswoman was shocked because she saw a set of mithril armor in her hands. Ilshin also scanned this armor and found out that it was made with metalol, but it looked very strong due to the fact that it had a coating on it, and which was effective for another 4 hours. The saleswoman was really amazed. She couldn't believe that this item could be so precious. The big man said that they spent a lot of time to find it. The man in the middle said that they would take that woman only 3 million for this precious object. This price was very expensive, and it made the woman wonder if she was doing everything right. In the end, she agreed to this offer and asked to wait until she brought the money. The main character could not just sit idly by and ask the woman not to rush so quickly to give them money. In a frightened voice, he said that it was a fake and that the product was not even worth 10,000. After he said that he regretted his words very much, he felt like he had caused too much trouble right now. Everyone in this room was shocked because they did not expect that this quiet boy could say something like that. Then the stocky man lifted the man up with one hand and asked him what kind of nonsense he was talking about. Another member of the gang standing behind suddenly snapped his fingers and transformed. Their eyes began to glow with color, and it seemed that Ilshin had absolutely no feelings against them. The frightened hero understood that he had no choice but to use his divine finger. He directed the power of his finger directly to the armor that was lying on the table in front of the saleswoman. At this very second, the dirt was completely destroyed. The woman was shocked because it seemed to her that it was impossible. The men realized that they had failed to implement their scam, so the big stout man began to attack Ilshin. It seemed that the man finally died. He simply closed his eyes and waited for his death. But suddenly the man standing in the middle called to stop and not to make hasty concessions. He apologized to the hunter and apologized for... They wanted to attack him. Ilshin was surprised but said he accepts their apology. Then the men left the room, and without fights and quarrels, it seemed that the situation was completely completed. The saleswoman started to cry. She thanked the man for his strong help. She asked if he was one of those strong magicians. The woman explained that they had magicians who hide among the interference of people and who do not need big treasures and the respect of others. But even after the explanation, the man did not know what to the woman because he understood that he was definitely not one of these sorcerers. But fortunately, the topic of conversation quickly changed because the saleswoman mentioned that the man came to her to sell some items. She turned very pale. She explained that this item only had 12 mana, and even if she overpaid for it, it was still a D-class item. She said that she was very sorry because she was not going to buy this strange item. It seemed to the man that this ring could not be like that, so he decided to do its analysis again. Chased away all the same information that was there before, but suddenly a note appeared that it was better to give this ring to Song Mira, who was not far from him. The man knew to the end who Sun Miri was. It seemed to him that she was the same heroine who possessed the mastery of lightning. Meanwhile, the girl stood outside the house and followed all the events. She wanted to appear invisible. She wore a mask and a dark cap so that no one would recognize her. She wanted to find out what happened to the men because he healed too quickly. In addition, she managed to find out that the man went to one of the sales stores. Because of this, he must be hiding something. She wanted to get to know him better, and it seemed that the man could help her improve her powers. Unexpectedly, the same 3 people from the gang came out of the building. The girl quickly hid behind the wall. Now she was absolutely sure that she was. She was also afraid that if her sister found out about it, she would not be angry for a joke. Suddenly, a man approached her and said that he was very glad that she was here because he had a small present. Then, after some time, the events are transferred to some big building where there was a lot of blue energy. One professor was working on his laptop and was incredibly shocked because he just found out that it was a 7,000 mana blow. Song Miri was also incredibly impressed because with the help of this ring, she managed to improve her strength several times. She constantly thought about that man, and it seemed that he was her only chance to improve her abilities. She was very scared when she heard Ilshin's voice behind her. It seemed to her that it was impossible. The man took out the ring and said that the girl would accept it as a sign of gratitude for her rescue. After that, he ran away very quickly. He was really ashamed of his concession. At that very moment, the strange ring that was in the hands of the superheroine began to glow with green light. And it seemed that it was a sign of fate because this hero of ours, just like that, without any reason, he gave her this powerful ring with the help of which she improved her result. A man in a suit who watched all this began to applaud the girl for her strong blow. He said that it was really incredible and she became many times better in her field. But the woman standing next to her said that Song Miri should not be too happy because she still had a low class. The man in the shirt was divorced because the woman, as always, spoiled everyone's mood with her pessimism. He also added that he really wants to work with Miri because he will need her strength a lot, and they could be a good team. At that moment, that evil woman with dark hair turned to her again. Her tone suddenly changed. She started threatening her if she interfered with her doing her business, and then she didn't care about her sister's words. She was convinced that she would be able to become better than her sister if that man would help her do it. Meanwhile, Il-shin was sleeping in his bed, but he had a bad dream. It occurred to him that someone was asking the general to carry out Jim's order, and they wanted to create an army of 5 million. This time they will be stronger. Thanks to this, they will be able to destroy the monster that saved the Dark Tribe in the final fight. A big red monster approached some unknown object and said that he was waiting for an order for the general. As it turned out, this terrible monster was a representative of the Ten-Blade Emperor and was very powerful. At that moment, our hero started screaming very loudly and quickly woke up. He was very scared. Fortunately, he managed to understand that it was just a stupid dream that he had. He was very scared because he already had a lot of problems because first of all his whole room was completely destroyed. But then he remembered that all the monsters in this dream were very similar to the real ones that attacked him. The last time he almost died when there were 100,000 of these monsters, but now his enemies are going to increase the number 50 times. He began to worry a lot because now he didn't know what to do, since it would be an incredibly strong army against him. But suddenly someone texted him on the phone. It was some stranger to him. It was some caller with the nickname Silent Nightmare, asking the man if he wanted power. This person scared the man. It seemed to him that he was some kind of maniac, some other. So he asked who he was. But the Silent Nightmare did not give him an answer to this question. He already wrote that a man needs to destroy 100 people of his race. But the main character was disgusted to read about all this. He did not understand at all who was writing to him at such a time. I didn't want to simply block him and not communicate with him anymore. But when the Silent Nightmare began to find out, I was very scared and asked to wait. After that, some strange blue screen appeared and the Eye of the Blind God was activated. It scared the man because he didn't know what it was, and it looked somehow very strange. Then the same terrible scale appeared in front of him that he dreamed of in a nightmare today. It was the General Kamakiri of the main character, and said that they were destroying him thanks to their giant army, and would bring his body to the great emperor. The man realized that he saw this very message in his dream, some very strange timer that read about 72 hours and it was 4 days. The man realized that the situation was becoming very strange, and he did not like the atmosphere at all. He looked at his little creatures that were in the phone, and they were also very scared. It seemed that they would surely die. Realizing that he would not be able to avoid a great battle and wanted to prepare for it. Hole in his room that Sun Miri made when she saved him. The man was very focused, but unfortunately he was unable to use his analysis, and this made him very angry. Then there was a message that he himself had been successfully analyzed. It was a really brilliant plan. He started reading the analysis about himself and got very angry because the analysis showed that he was bound to be a loser. It seemed to him that this was a really very stupid ability and the whole analysis was completely false. After that, he tried to find other ways and bought everything possible that was in God's store. All these products were really very different and had very cool names, but in reality they were useless. It seemed to him that this store was in a big boom because now he got a lot of different abilities that didn't help him at all. Thanks. He remembered his past situation, and he thought he should have just thrown his phone in the river and then he wouldn't have these problems. But now he was at a complete standstill because he did not know what he needed to do because time did not stand still. Suddenly, one man wrote to him about his works. He wrote that he had already received money for the work, and because of that, he will be forced to write a web novel. Otherwise, everything will be very bad. Scared of losing his job, the man wrote that he has been having a lot of problems lately, and because of this, he has no opportunity to write short stories. But the man wrote that he still expects a novel from him. Different thoughts filled the man's head, but now he started thinking about energy. Realizing that this was the only good idea, he loudly shouted that he urgently needed energy. In general, he had too many problems, so he realized that now he needs to drink a lot of energy drinks and work a lot. I had this message that the assimilation of God was increased by 5 to 10%. And the personal right of you was strengthened many times, and this was a good sign. The main character began to activate all possible titles and statuses to maximize his productivity. He worked really hard and used a lot of energy, and didn't even think about sleep. After several tens of energizers, he was really very tired because he had no more energy and needed to sleep. But his peasants were useless. He finally managed to finish his work, and now he had one less problem. All that was left for him was to simply dump his job back into the horrible man who was pressuring him. Events continue. Where was Sun Miri? She was walking around the city with a cake in her hands. But suddenly the cheerfulness disappeared somewhere, and it seemed that it would be very strange if she herself came to Ilshin's house. She wanted to make a good impression about herself, and then her husband would not refuse her home. And still it was scary. Or it seemed that the man could take her visit very badly, so she was very worried about that. Her husband lived on the 3rd floor, so she did not want to use the elevator, so she took the stairs. She found the apartment of the author of the web novel and was already standing in front with her cake in her hands. Meanwhile, our hero was just lying in front of his laptop and with many bottles of energy. He couldn't even get up because he was sleeping. The girl was scared, but she still decided to take this step because the future depended on it. She rang his doorbell and began to wait for an answer, but there was no answer. It surprised her. She couldn't believe that there was no one in this apartment at all. But when she took a closer look, she realized that the door to his apartment was open. She was scared because she didn't know what was going to happen to Ilshin. But despite that, she still decided to go to the apartment. His room was really empty, and only in the wall was a very big hole that she made. Then the events continue in the office, where there was the same man who demanded a web novel from his author. Time is up. But the man didn't drop him any script, and it made him very angry as he didn't have any work. At that moment, one hand very quickly and forcefully put a large amount of paper on his desk and startled him. It was Ilshin. He was pleased because he managed to do this job and managed to impress the angry man. It was really a very large amount of material. The customer was incredibly impressed because it was even too much. After reading some parts of the material, he burst into tears. His heart broke into pieces. It seemed that he turned into a baby. He looked at the author and was proud of him. It seemed that he was simply a divine author who wrote the best web novels. Some time passed and the sun began to set. Many people and their partners began to appear on the street. The main character was tied to a chair. The men who were nearby were really surprised how he managed to sleep in such a situation, and it seemed that he worked all night without stopping. Ilshin was very deep. He only occasionally muttered some very strange things under his breath. Suddenly his poor eyes opened quickly, and he loudly asked for a double portion of steak. The man looked very terrible indeed, and with his appearance he frightened the strong men of the gang. But at that moment he woke up and realized how bad the situation was because he was kidnapped by bandits. In addition, he had no idea where he was and why it was necessary to kidnap him. The man with the fire in his hand laughed and said that it was really incredible because no one else would fall asleep in such a situation. With the help of analysis, the man found out that he had a very weak fire. The other members of the gang were also angry and wanted revenge. But as it turned out, they had a very weak body structure. This information really impressed the man, because on the outside, men were very strong and dangerous, but as it turned out in the middle, they were weak. Then he realized that these were the same swindlers he met in the store. The bandits were glad that the man finally recognized them, but the man who was tied up was not at all happy because he did not like this situation at all. So he asked what they needed. The man in the middle said she wanted compensation for destroying their merchandise, and luckily they accept card payments. But Ilshin joked and said that unfortunately he lost his phone and could not pay them anything. Suddenly he came up to him holding his phone and said that now everything will work out for them. There was a message on the phone that time was short and the Imperial Army would soon invade. After reading this, the scammers were surprised. Unexpectedly at that second, a timer appeared and showed that there was no more time. The man shouted loudly and said that they had untied him because soon everything would come to an end. The man with the fire in his hands just laughed, but some very strange red substance started to come out of the phone. This strange red substance became more and more and attacked the scammer. The other scammers were very scared because they did not understand what was happening. Red insects completely covered the man's body. He began to scream very loudly for help, but no one knew what to do. They had seen something like this for the first time, and were very afraid to approach it. As it turned out, it was an army of small monsters that were 50 times larger than last time, and this time they were more intelligent. They lined up in threes, and one giant monster stood in front of them. The swindlers were shocked because they couldn't believe that they were just bugs. The man with the fiery hand asked Il-shin if he controlled all these beetles because it seemed to him that it was only his plan. As expected, Il-shin denied it. He also added that it wasn't bugs, it was bugs. Scammers did not want to give up. The man released a large force of fire directly at all these bugs. He wanted them all to burn. The fire was so strong that it touched some parts of the main character's body. He was in pain, and he did not understand how the analysis could show that it was a very weak fire. Fortunately, he managed to push away and drive back a little to protect himself from terrible burns. After this fire, all the bugs disappeared. The men were satisfied. Now they wanted to finish the business with Il-shin. This time they were even more angry. It seemed that their younger brother died because of him. The situation for the man was very bad because he was bound, and as it turned out, the men were really strong. Unexpectedly, all the big fire that Hien was holding in his hand suddenly disappeared somewhere. Then he quickly fell to the ground without any reason and lost his consciousness. As it turned out, some strange stone with red energy flew right into his head. Both men still remained in the room and were very scared. Let's understand how a small stone could stop Hyena. The two looked back and saw that the scary monsters were charging in catapults with the same magic stones. The general stood in front and looked at his enemies. He understood that the victory was definitely his. The pumped-up man lost his courage and began to run very quickly from the scene to save himself. Il-shin turned to him and asked him to untie him, but the great man did not listen to him at all. He used all his strength to try to open the door, but it was very locked. The creepy general smiled and ordered to start shooting at their enemies. Near it, many of the same magic stones began to fly quickly at the same time. Il-shin watched as dozens of stones flew straight into the head of the stocky man. Now he understood that no one could save him because even this strong fire could not destroy a gigantic army. The video is all about dead men trying to leave this place, and it made him more afraid. The atmosphere filled the room in which he was located. It was closed, and this meant that he had no way out. Realized that he made a very big mistake because the monsters were too strong, and he did not underestimate them. And all the terrible problems started for him because of this game that appeared on his phone. The general looked at the man and said that all his assistants were dead, and now he had no chance against them. The man was sure that this was the end, but he could believe that he could just bend over on a chair. The general looked him straight in the eyes and said that what he was doing would destroy him for the sake of their mighty emperor. When, as usual, at an unexpected moment, his phone started beeping again because some message had arrived. In this message, it was said that the activation of the miraculous effect has begun. After that, some strange lightning began to appear in the air and it began to increase several times. At one point, there was a very big explosion right in front of our hero, which scared him because he was expecting it. It seemed that this was his chance for salvation as this explosion destroyed a large number of evil ants. The monsters continued to fly around without understanding what it was at all. The angry general asked who was so brave to attack his mighty army. The angry general wanted to see the one who entered the fight against him during the performance of one important mission. As it turned out, it was the same girl with a helmet on her head. She was surprised because she thought that everyone was already dead. In order not to lose the opportunity, the man used the blind eye of God and analyzed the girl, realized that it was the same girl, but now she was unrealistically happy. She stood in front of her husband and said that she would protect him from all these problems. Our hero was behind her and said that he always believed in her. She promised to complete her mission to the best of her ability, and after that she hit the monster with her close one directly. One blow was not a scary monster with its lightning bolts, but the general gave up. He only said that she had no right not to attack them. Red monsters were dying en masse due to strong lightning strikes, but the general was stronger than them, so he managed to survive. He said he came here to fight against the nameless god. When the man saw that the girl managed to kill monsters, he began to motivate her to continue doing it. The general was really overpowerful, so she raised her hands in the air and started to create one lightning atmosphere. The monster understood that this girl was also a real god, because she possessed very powerful techniques. In his opinion, This was the worst disaster their imperial army had ever faced, because this god could make other people many times stronger as well. He threw off all his clothes and said that he would be a worthy general, so he would die here and now. But he was not going to die just like that. He wanted to fight to the very end and cause maximum damage. Against the girl at that moment sent this strange magic ball at him, and there was a very big explosion. She never liked any insects, especially those that attacked ordinary people. The insects that remained alive shouted that the general needed to escape as soon as possible, but he did not want to do this and remained. He then returned to the other monsters and ordered them to surrender their power so that he could continue to fight. After that, he seemed to have transferred him to some other world where everything was completely different. He stood in front of some terrible monster who had tens of thousands of eyes and told him that he would give the lives of his soldiers as a sacrifice. But his monsters were determined to save the general, so they asked him to retreat and survive. But at that moment, the general stood up very quickly and looked at the other monsters that were around. He hit his magic weapon directly on all the soldiers who were sent to him to implement his plan. People looked at all this with incomprehension, as it seemed that right now a mutation was taking place before their eyes. After that, the general became many times stronger and bigger. It seemed that he simply received strength from other monsters. Now there was a very strange, hellish aura around him, and he was no longer going to defend himself and went to attack the evil people. Ilshin did not understand how the general could kill his own soldiers for the sake of his goal. It seemed to him that it was against nature. He scanned it and found out that it was a general who killed his army for the sake of a rich man. He was 98 years old, and he was aiming to destroy Sun Miri. When the man found out that the general wanted to destroy Song Miri, he was very scared because he realized that now the girl was in danger. This moment he jumped up very quickly and ordered the girl to bow her head for disobeying his god. He looked even worse than I would because it seemed that right now he was not carrying a very strong blow to Po Mira. The superheroine in the helmet was scared because this monster became too fast for her, and in order to survive, she started creating lightning. After that, she sent a large stream of lightning straight in his direction to stop him at least a little. But this time, the general was many times stronger, so he defended himself from her blows with his sharp swords. Ilshin got scared and realized that the situation was really very bad. The general cut the girl's lightning into pieces with his sharp swords, although it was impossible. Seeing this, she was scared to death, because now she felt how strong the general was. She saw the general in front of her and realized that she didn't have time to defend herself from his blow. Used his powers, all his power and anger, because he understood that he had no other options than this. The bound man began to shout very loudly. He was very afraid for the girl, but unfortunately, he still managed to dodge the terrible blow of the monster due to his speed. You have it so powerful that some very strong wind went around, and some incredible atmosphere. Did the man close his eyes, or did he not want to see everything that happened with Song Miri? He wanted it all to be just some kind of prank. But when the thick smoke cleared, he saw a girl lying on the floor and undressed. He was incredibly scared. There was a lot of blood around, and her dead head was lying not far from her body. In his head, he remembered that she paid with her life for disobeying the emperor. Then the general turned to the nameless god and said that he also had to pay with his life for insulting his people and his emperor. However, the husband did not listen to him at all. That the girl paid with her life to save him. It was all too scary for him. Then a very strange eye and incredibly sharp teeth appeared. This eye glowed with lava and looked somewhere with its stern gaze. As it turns out later, it was a giant chest that appeared behind the man. It was the same chest from the game. The man was incredibly angry, realized that he was to blame for all this, but now he only wanted bloody revenge. He looked at the girl's hand and could not believe that it was really a reality. At that moment, a message appeared that all that he saw was a nightmare that had not yet happened, but Ilshin did not know about it. But reports also said that this could be fate, that could actually happen. The general was happy that he had succeeded, and now he was preparing to destroy the man. When you realized that this girl saved him whole, and she always fought for the rights of humanity in the fight against the sailors, then a question appeared about the author of web novels, whether he wanted to call back the fate of death with the help of God's law, and after pressing the button, 100,000 coins will disappear from him. Our angry hero did not think for long, and chose so. General Lisha laughed. It seemed to him that the most difficult thing was behind all that remained was to destroy the bound man. But the man had no fear. His eyes glowed with yellow magic, and he only craved revenge. At this moment, the divine right to travel back in time and change fate is activated. The girl was preparing to create her magic to protect herself from the attacks of the terrible general. She was very scared because she felt that this insect had become many times stronger, and because of that her magic might not work. The monster flew towards her with his sharp sword and was confident that he would easily complete this task. Song Miri did not expect that this insect could really become so strong in such a short period of time. But at that moment the chains with which the man was bound began to break and fall to the ground. The girl was incredibly scared because it seemed to her that she would simply die. But she had no idea that Ilshin began to change her fate. He quickly grabbed the girl with his hand by her dark hair to save her. After that, he very quickly pulled the girl back with his hand so that she managed to dodge the terrible blow of the monster. But the general didn't care about that. He understood that people were scared and they did everything possible to run away from him. Miri was shocked because it seemed that the man was chained to the chair. But now he saved her. Our hero looked at the general with his magical eyes, and his blood boiled. All he wanted was to take revenge on him. The frightened girl woke up to the fact that this man possessed truly incredible power. Our hero pretended not to know her, so he addressed her as the Empress of Lightning and asked if everything was okay with her, and the girl answered that everything was okay. The general was more scattered. Now he wanted to destroy the nameless god himself and not the Empress of Lightning. However, the man was indifferent to the fact that a terrible monster was running towards him. He only said that the insects really ate him. The general understood why the man had no fear at all, and suddenly some magical light began to appear in front of him. As it turned out, Ilshin raised his divine finger in the air and activated it against the general. But this time his attack was stronger as he combined his divine magic together with the divine middle finger. All events took place in a forgotten large hangar located not far from the mountains. After activating all the divine magics, there was an incredibly powerful explosion. This explosion was so powerful that a very thick smoke appeared around. No one could see anything. Parts of the general's body began to disappear. He understood that this was actually his end, so he said that he was dying for the sake of the emperor. The man stood proudly and watched as the terrible monster disappeared. Meanwhile, the girl began to cough loudly through the thick smoke. She looked at him with incredible sympathy, because he was a hero who had just saved her and destroyed a terrible mutant. After the death of the general, a small knife appeared on the ground. The man picked it up and was surprised. He understood what it could be, but suddenly all his pride and courage disappeared, and he again began to be afraid of a fire somewhere. After that, a long period of time passed, and the man again found himself in his destroyed apartment. The situation for him was really bad, because his apartment was completely destroyed, and because of that, he had to rebuild it. But this time the girl helped him. She asked her husband to trust her to do it. From that time on, she called him Master. Mira wanted to like her husband. She thought that he was only strong and that she should learn from him. She made a lot of efforts and did all the possible things she could to win the attention and trust of the master. The man could never have thought that the girl would so much want to help him in the repair of his own apartment. Then he took out the same small knife from his pocket and began to examine it. He was curious how it actually worked. Little by little, his thoughts were interrupted by a girl who asked if he was a hermit who renounced human benefits. Did not expect that he did not know what to answer to such a question. It seemed to him that this girl was somehow strange. Suddenly she fell to her knees and began to beg the master to do it. She wanted him to make her many times stronger, and for that she would do whatever he ordered. But he was not happy about it. On the contrary, he had a very bad feeling about it. But after a while they clapped. He was already sitting on 3 boxes and working with his laptop, and son Miri was standing next to him, so you could watch all this. Then the man turned to the Empress of Lightning, but the girl said that he could call her simply Miri. The master asked her how long she was going to be there, and Miri explained that she would stay in his apartment until he started teaching her. This was another big problem for him. He explained that he was just a regular G-class and couldn't do anything, but the girl pointed to the finger of her hand where the ring was. She explained that this ring that he gave her made her impressions stronger. But to this blow, he quickly replied that he was just lucky to find this magic ring. and he was very glad that the girl managed to become stronger, but he definitely will not succeed in making her stronger. Hearing this answer, the girl cried. She began to beg her husband to give her at least one single chance. Some time passed, and the girl called the master to her because she had finished painting his apartment. And what the man saw really impressed him. He saw that everything around looked simply incredible. The apartment looked even better than it was at first. The man could never have thought that a girl could so beautifully repair and glue battles. But suddenly some strange thunder came to rest. However, when Polana looked out the window, she saw only the sun and good weather. Then the girl explained that she was the only one who was hungry. The gentleman praised the girl for her good work and asked if he could excuse her with lunch. The girl was happy with such offers and said that she would. To call her, the girl explained that it was an urgent call, and unfortunately she would not be able to eat together with her master. This news saddened the man, because at dinner he wanted to know more about her and about all her strange abilities. After that, the girl started to put on her helmet, but suddenly the man stopped her. At that very second, he bought the blessing of the god of growth and gave the girl one jar of that energizing agent, because she was incredibly surprised when she saw that some kind of glass jar came out of his phone. She said that the man was like Kang Woo, but he had no idea who he was. The superheroine climbed into the window and said that she will taste every drop from this jar and will thank him for it. Then she said goodbye to the boy and said that she would return soon. Hearing this, the man was surprised. He stood and watched as the girl flew higher and higher, and there was sadness in his head because he needed to eat himself. 30 minutes later, the man was sitting in the restaurant and received his order, because of which he was very happy. On the TV you have in this restaurant, they started selling breaking news. It was said that an S-class monster appeared during the Parliament conference. Everyone was shocked by such events. But fortunately, it was said that the hunter alone arrived on the battlefield and began to act. But, unfortunately, its power wasn't enough because this hunter was too weak for this monster, and all he could do was just buy more time. The man started throwing up his food when he found out that the hunter who arrived at the scene was the Empress of Lightning. It was clear that the girl was more relaxed than this monster due to the fact that she did not have an S-class. The situation was getting worse by the minute. So the Hunters Association made a request for reinforcements. This TV channel promised to show all the hottest news directly from the scene of the events, but our hero had only one thought in his head. It seemed to them that it was too dangerous because the monster was of S-class. As it turned out, this mood was planned because of this. It was many times stronger than the previous ones to make a better attack. He raised his giant hand in the air and screamed very loudly. His blood was boiling. He only wanted to destroy the counties. After that, he very quickly hit the asphalt with that hand and made an incredibly deep crater. Fortunately, the Empress of Lightning managed to save the person who was in this place. She urged her to run away as fast as possible. The frightened victim cried and thanked her heroine. Mira began to calm down. She was no longer sure that she would be able to defeat this monster, since it had never fought such a monster before. In addition, she remembered the words of her older sister who ordered her not to cause to work. The terrible monster continued to destroy everything around him. He wanted to destroy as many people as possible and inflict more pathogens. The Empress was frightened, but she tried to gather her spirit to deliver a good blow. As always, she wanted to create the best shot with a large layer of lightning. She put a lot of energy and strength into her blows to try to inflict maximum damage on the monster. The blow she struck was really successful because after that, Mozart started screaming and fell to the ground accordingly. The TV reporter who was nearby was very happy and reported that the Empress of Lightning was in her best form as always. Other people came up and started to motivate her, saying that they believe in her and she will definitely succeed in everything. Fear and hesitation left the girl's mind. Now she was motivated and believed that she would really be able to defeat the terrible monster. At that moment, it flew very quickly right at the girl. It was the monster's hand. Now he acted much better because he was angrier and appreciated the strength of his opponent. The tired girl was lying on the ground after the impact. She couldn't believe that she didn't become a little bit stronger. The TV reporter was very scared. She realized that now he was all in danger and their positivity had disappeared. That blow was very painful for her. It was difficult for her to get up, but she still did her best. The words of her older sister, who told her not to be too confident and to stop, appeared again in her head. Next to her was a glass jar with some kind of magical substance that Ilshini had given her. The substance glowed, which is why the Empress was interested. The Drake was alive, and it seemed that what happened was stronger. But unfortunately for the Emperor of Lightning, it only became weaker after the blow. Everyone was scared when they saw this terrible monster in front of them. They understood that now he wanted to destroy them. But suddenly there was a demonstration. Some strange magical light began to appear, which illuminated his back and the whole earth. The Supergirl fell out. It's an energist. And now her magic became many times stronger again, and yellow lightning began to appear. She felt simply unbeatable and was now fully prepared to fight against the monster. The people around were incredibly excited because they could not believe that this superwoman would be able to return to them and be stronger in the event. You could see how the lightning entered the middle of their serious eyes. You could tell that only one girl was completely focused on destroying the terrible monster. But in the meantime, a terrible monster looked at the people through no fault of his own. He wanted to completely destroy them. The reporter was incredibly frightened when she saw a terrible monster in front of her. She could not speak or move. But suddenly, the giant monster looked back due to the fact that he heard some strange sounds that were trying to write to him. The Empress of Lightning was already in the air, preparing to deliver a powerful thunderbolt to him. She was like some kind of god because she had no emotions. She only thought about defeating the monster. Meanwhile, the man continued to sit in the restaurant and watch everything that was happening on the battlefield. When people found out how strong the Empress of Lightning had become, they were incredibly surprised because everyone thought she was a weak girl. The main character was also surprised because he understood that the girl was now defeating the S-class monster, and she called him her master. After the monster was completely destroyed and the Empress managed to win, the TV companies asked how she did it because until recently she was very low class. When she found out that she was live, she just smiled and asked the master if he saw how she destroyed the threat. This interview was really very popular on YouTube. It already had more than 2 million views in 1 hour. It was some kind of phenomenon, because such a popular heroine sat in an ordinary apartment with him and ate ordinary noodles. After eating it, she thanked her husband for preparing it and said that she had no one to take care of her like the master did. However, the author of the web novel seemed to be joking with you. He said that she must have had some parents. After hearing this, she was very upset and said that her parents looked in when a terrible dragon appeared. After learning this, he began to worry a lot because he did not know that the girl had such a difficult life. The devil dragon was one of the strongest creatures that ever appeared on this planet, and the best hunters of the world united, and with a very great effort defeated it. But millions of people died as a result of this struggle. Ilshin was very ashamed of his words. He just wanted to fall all over the ground. He wanted to make up for his guilt, so he asked, and if she wants to eat his noodles too because she spent a lot of energy. She looked straight into the man's eyes with confusion because she did not know why he would do it. But then she relaxed and said that of course she wanted it because there is never too much food. She took the bowl in her hands and started to eat, but suddenly a message came to her husband's phone. He was told that the nameless god received trust from other people, and because of this, his level increased. If his target said a key phrase, he would become a faithful successor. And the key phrase sounded like, "This is how I believe you, Ilshin." A cold sweat covered him because he realized that it was the same phrase he wrote in his own web novels. It occurred to him that the more people believe in him, the more money he gets, and it can be very profitable for him. The ants would next attack the holy and innocent creatures. Because of this, he needed to do everything possible to win the trust of the holy beetles. Then he turned to Miri and asked her if she could fulfill one of his requests. The young girl smiled and said that she is ready to do whatever the master asks her to do. He was really uncomfortable because he had never asked someone else to repeat his words before. He explained that she only needed to say, "I believe you, Ilshin," and that was all. Then our hero disappeared into his lap. It seemed to him that he behaved really terribly and had no right to forgive the superheroine for this. But he was surprised because he received an answer from Miri who said that she believed him. And then she completely said the whole sentence that Ilshin asked to say. There was a smile on her face, and it seemed that she did not hold any grudge against Ilshin. The main character was sure that his plan had failed, and he would not succeed in anything. After the girl's words, a message appeared in which it was said that the man had a new stalker. The next message greeted the nameless god. He was told that the girl was his first messenger, but the man was most interested in money. Suddenly, the transfer skill menu was activated. If you It was a new skill for a man. The author of the web novel understands that now he can borrow knowledge abilities and other useful items from people with whom he was connected. He was not happy about you. All he wanted was to get a lot of coins. You have to become the richest to buy yourself the best things in God's store. Seeing the behavior of her master, she was confused because she did not understand why the man was doing this. At that moment, a small portal appeared behind her, and out of it came very small men dressed in red. An unknown being holding a chest in his hands pointed to Ilshin and said that it was the evil god of the dark tribe. The beetle and the yellow eyes were disappointed because he understood that he had to give such a terrible man the position of divinity, and he had nothing to do with him because it was the order of the emperor. The strange beetle filled himself with the fact that this man would be very useful for them, because the emperor said that he would play a very important role in the decisive battle. Meanwhile, Ilshin learns more and more about his new ability and stumbles upon the fact that he can use lightning and electrical storm at any second. After that, relatively hand up in Ilsatichhav to use the abilities of Sun Miri. From the outside, you could see how a blue light and some strange energy began to appear inside the small apartment. The magic that the man used really worked, but he couldn't control it properly. Because of that, he got very scared and started scattering it all over his apartment. After some time, there was one powerful explosion that combined the teeth with lightning energy and magic. The little bugs that were supposed to hand over the treasure to the man were almost completely burned, and now they were sure that the main character possessed a really good power. Miri was also surprised because she did not know that the master could also use lightning magic. However, the neighbors who lived on the floor above were not at all delighted because every day something strange happened and his apartment was destroyed. Ilshin tried to improve the situation and said that all this was not very important. Then he started crying when he realized that he would have to do all the repairs first, and it would cost a lot of money. Then the drivers are transported to some other castle in the middle of which was some unknown creature who bowed to someone. I don't think she was dressed in a red dress and told her master that Ilshin destroyed their messengers very quickly. The scary monster in the red suit said that it was really bad because they had prepared a lot for it. At that moment, a very sharp and long stick flew straight into his stomach and caused him a lot of pain that he didn't expect. The girl said that the terrible monster must pay for all his sins that he committed in front of his superiors. The big thing was that no one could be seen. At the table, they said that he wanted the head of this god. How much would it all cost? These events took place in some motor Chinese temple in some environment. The soldiers said that they would definitely carry out the order in honor of their emperor. The next day, Sun Miri woke up very early to go outside to start jogging. The man, meanwhile, was watching from the side and carefully watching everything she was doing. All the actions were really very powerful because she seemed to be very fast. He understood that the girl did not use any prohibited drugs and still ran so fast because she belonged to strong hunters. After a long time passed, the girl finally stopped and said that she had finished her run. Our hero wanted to support her and gave her something in his hand. He asked her to drink it and rest after a really hard run. Taking the energizer in her hand, she drank it with joy, and our hero thought that this substance affected her in a completely different way than it did on him. Halo was burning in his head because he accepted her as a student, and because of that he is forced to somehow teach her and improve her. But so far he still can't do it. Give these potions. After a few seconds, she approached her method, asked what she needed to do this time, and the man offered to do her squats. He had an idea, and it seemed to him that with its help, he would be able to find out if she does sports and help her. After all, it was quite a while ago that he decided to activate his sleeping god eye and check the correctness of the exercises. The activation started, and however it was several times a different activation, and a message appeared that he was assessing the mental status. Then he was brought into some other atmosphere. He did not understand where he was at all. Some strange light appeared in front of the boy and began to blind him with its brightness. It was some incredible giant tiger from which a lot of energy and lightning came. After making an analysis, he found out that Song Mira S's inner strength was closed from the middle, and it was bound by an SS-class chain. Ilshin thinks that if he breaks this chain, the inner strength of the girl will be revealed. His divine index finger of God again. After that, the events are transferred to a completely different place where the sun was setting. Miri thanked her teacher for today. The man said goodbye to her and asked her to drink a potion before she went to sleep. Then the girl ran incredibly fast. It was so fast that a thicket appeared around her. The girl's strength really scared the man, or he could not understand what she could become after he broke the wings. But in any case, he wouldn't be able to do it right now, because he tried to destroy one chain, but it took a very long time. There were hundreds of thousands of chains, and because of this, it was practically unreal, because if a man does this, he will end up with it in his old age. In which case, today he just wanted to go home and relax. People were incredibly surprised and realized what kind of girl it was. Meanwhile, some unknown person in a dark suit and dark cap was secretly watching all the events. It was as if some agent wanted to know all the information about Ilshin and his lessons. However, when he came home, he became very angry because he had forgotten what the situation was there. His apartment was completely destroyed, so the chains on the tiger were not as important as his apartment. As always, at an unexpected moment, the man received a message on his smartphone. The message said that the silent nightmare was looking at him with sadness. But the others didn't think it was just some stupid joke. He thought about it and understood that this person could be the owner of that small knife that he got in the fight with the general. Another strange text appeared, in which it was said that 1,000 sharp objects are making space right now, and he is shouting not just the owner of the knife, but God. It was all a big mystery. The man left. At that moment, the man broke out in a cold sweat. It seemed to him that all these terrible monsters could read his thoughts. Fear gripped him, and it seemed to him that now he was defenseless against these stalkers until the apartment was completely destroyed. These strange messages created real chaos in Ilshin's head. The nameless god began to hate the person who wrote the message, and he did not want to give his little knife to anyone, because in this fight he almost died. A strange stranger offered more than 2 million coins to buy the god's knife. Despite the large amount, Ilshin did not want to think about it at all. The silent nightmare smiled and wrote that he was offering 10 million for the knife. It was a large sum that made me wonder how much thanks to it he could buy all the things he needed to live very well. The silent nightmare was ready to improve his offer, and along with 10 million was ready to add the right, and offered the right to an ultra-strong dagger, and no one had the right to go against the nameless god if he had this dagger. It was very difficult for the man to resist the temptation to buy his best chance. He compared himself to a samurai who has no goal and only the road. At this moment, a silent nightmare wrote that it is better for a man to take the right to a rose that can bloom at night. After reading this message, the man was surprised because he did not understand what it was all about. A silent nightmare promised that with this rose the man would become many times stronger, and never in his life felt such strength as with this rose. The man's face lit up with happiness. He was very interested to continue watching all this, because he did not know who would raise the price higher and improve. Then a message appeared that the man received an ultra dagger and received a rose that could bloom at night. These were all his rewards. He felt that these subjects could prove themselves in practice, so he decided to try them. At that moment he raised his 2 fingers to his mouth and shouted aloud the rose that blooms in the night. But nothing happened at all. This surprised our hero. It seemed to him that it was all a big scam and now he had nothing. After that, a message appeared that made the man understand that this rose can only bloom at night after reading this, because he understood that this was not said in the past conditions. But the man understood that he himself was to blame for trusting this mystical man, since he did not know him at all. However, the feeling that he was simply deceived and that he was only a victim who could not do anything did not leave him. Unexpectedly, he became very angry and shouted loudly that they had deceived him and that none of the items worked. After these words, everything started to work with a message that the Ultra Dagger was activated. After a few minutes, the main character felt extremely unwell. He began to feel dizzy and other strange symptoms appeared. Now he seemed to be turning into some kind of maniac who no longer felt his usual happiness in the air and the sun. After that, a small knife appeared in his ear. Everything around turned red and the man turned into a demon. Now Ilshin couldn't control his emotions. He just didn't understand what was happening to him. He was very scared because he simply stopped being adequate. After that, he very quickly ran out into the street with his small dagger wanting to taste human blood. After a few hours, the evening came for you, and then they brought you to the same office where Ilshin usually had lunch. One woman praised other people that they worked very well today and now they deserve a rest. The woman turned to the man and said that today she wants to go first. The old man just smiled pleasantly and said that he would not mind. The woman with curly hair offered to pack up and go home, but the old man said they still needed to cut the vegetables. But the woman said that this problem was already solved because they have a special worker for this. Later it turned out that it was Ilshin who had a very strong desire to cut, because he was as fast as possible and did not stop. Some time passed and the man returned to his home. He was incredibly tired after all the events that had taken place. He threw his little dagger on the table and said that it was a very dangerous thing indeed. And now he understood why this dagger belonged to the old general. But the main thing is that nothing terrible happened. Now he could rest peacefully after such a dangerous day. His body was incredibly tired because he ran a lot of kilometers today and cleaned dozens of kilograms of vegetables. But not everything was so simple. The monsters were watching him, and they were waiting for the moment when he would finally fall asleep. Saju was very happy when she found out that the nameless god founded, because now their plan will be much easier. All she wanted was to become better than the dark floater. She thought that if she could get all the valuable items from this nameless god, then she would become very strong. Then she would realize her plan. After that, she turned to the army that was behind her and now said that they were ready and she should go. Meanwhile, the man continued to sleep. He did not suspect anything at all. He did not care. But everything that happened was stressful, and a big rose began to climb out of his heart and open its incredibly beautiful petals. Saju was surprised to see this strange thing coming out of his heart. She understood that it was not just that, but it was probably also some magical item that had great power and potential. But her warriors decided to attack because it was a good chance because the nameless god would not just fight them. But suddenly this rose began to reveal its giant teeth. Its appearance changed very much. It seemed that it was some kind of living monster. Then she very quickly swallowed all those warriors who flew straight to the body of her master. Saju was very scared. She saw with her own eyes how this beautiful rose became a terrible monster and destroyed her entire army. The night rose only laughed and asked to attack others because now terrible nightmares will await them here. The female monster understood that this flower clearly belonged to the silent nightmare because only he had such comfortable things. She didn't want to submit because she understood that everything that was created by the silent nightmare was really unreal strong. For this terrible god destroyed almost 90% of their entire population because of your might and terror. However, she could not simply surrender to the part of the army that remained, so she said that today's events will go down in history. Hatred was in her thoughts. She only wanted to destroy this terrible flower and prove that she could stand against the terrible gods. Other soldiers stood on top and said that they would certainly repeat all her movements. The woman shouted that they need to reach the main body and not come across any leaves. Brave man, it will be fatal. Versus the monstrous monster was really very fast and big and caused a lot of trouble because of that. The current attack began to turn into a kind of escape, because the chance of victory under such conditions was almost zero, since this rose completely covered the body of the nameless god and no one could reach it. Saju was ready to sacrifice herself to destroy the terrible rose that was created by the terrible god and their enemy. She was sure that she was justified and she should act as a real leader. She threw her sharp spear very fast and hard right into the mighty rose. The blow was really very powerful because this sharp spear flew right into the middle of the body of this terrible rose. However, when a spear got right into this flower, the girl was very surprised and realized that the giant rose had just swallowed her sharp spear. Now the evil monster started moving towards this girl and scared her very much. In her opinion, it was simply impossible because her spear was the sharpest, and no one could just swallow it. Meanwhile, the main character sweetly did not guess about anything at all. He dreamed of Dream Miri. He slept for a long time until morning, and when morning came, he began to wake up little by little. When he woke up, he was incredibly surprised because he felt very full, although he had not eaten anything all night. His phone began to make strange sounds. The man took it in his hands to understand why it was beeping. It became clear that the Holy Virgin and all her assistants very strongly and loudly asked the man to save them from terrible events. He did not know at all what could happen to them. He began to worry a lot because it seemed to him that terrible monsters had already attacked them. In order to take this cash situation under his own control, he decided to activate the Eye of the Blind God. The analysis showed that the Holy Virgin and other assistants were poisoned by poison from deadly bees, but this only made the man think about how it was even real. After a few minutes of conversation, he learned that the Holy Virgin and the people broke into the bees because they wanted something very sweet, and because of them, they were bitten with a deadly helmet. The situation remained even worse because the small insects were very poor. The man was frightened and began to look for what he should do for the sake of this, so that Suddenly the message said that thanks to the fact that the man was very worried about his compatriots, the menu miracle was activated. It became clear that this miracle was one of the most important things of God, and he could give it to his believers so that they would get rid of all curses and diseases. Not everything was so simple, because to present the miracle of restoration to his friends, the man had to pay another 100,000 God's coins, but he had a lot of money, so he did not accept it at all. He pressed a button and through this miracle was sent to his friends in a virtual world just then. The man suddenly lost his strength. He did not understand what was happening to him, because he had just woken up. After that, he very quickly fell to the ground and pretended to be. It was clear what happened to him, which of course was very bad. The message on the phone that appeared showed that the title of Good God had been upgraded from E grade to D grade. And as it turned out, the man once again proved his right to be a neutral god and to do incredibly good deeds. And other gods who also gave very generous gifts began to pay attention to the main character. In the virtual world, everything was extremely bad because their poison was incredibly strong and they vomited. Everyone was incredibly scared because they didn't understand what decision their god would make. It seemed that he just left them to die. Ask the Virgin cried and asked that the Holy God would not leave them because he was their last hope. Suddenly, some very strange light began to appear in the air, which attracted the attention of the little beetles. The Holy Maiden was extremely surprised because she did not understand what you could mean and how she should perceive it. The light became many times greater, and it seemed as if some kind of God's grace descended on them, because she had never seen anything like this before. It was some strange holy rain that washed away all the poison from them and blessed them. Seeing this, the holy insects began to thank God. The Holy Virgin was incredibly shocked. She began to cry very much. She did not understand that her faith in God really saved her, and she thanked him with all her heart. After that, she turned to all the other members of her tribe. She said that their God saved their sacrifices again. They should thank him for his salvation. Everyone else also liked this idea because they were one step closer to their death. But now they felt great, so they wanted to prove to him that they believed in him and their faith was incredibly strong. After some time, the main character woke up. He did not understand what was happening to him at all because he did not control his body and just fell asleep. Losing control, he asked himself what time it was because he didn't know how long he could sleep. At that moment, Sun Miri appeared in front of him. Our surprised hero asked what she was doing here. The girl explained that today they were supposed to have training and the master did not come, so she decided to visit him. Then she pointed her finger at one figure and asked what kind of twin statue it was in his room, as she had not seen it before. Saw it with his own eyes. The man was incredibly surprised at what a strange thing it was. As it turned out, it was a statue made by a dark tribe to their god and a sign of gratitude. It consisted of all faith. Because of this, please, your sunshine. Ilshin that it was his statue, and the girl thought that in general the statuette looked pretty good. In her opinion, the statue looked simply perfect, so she asked if she could take it to her. Ilshin thought that the statue was terrible, so he allowed Mira to take it. The master is too tired to train, so he would tell you that today he will probably be cancelled. The Empress of Lightning was not upset, so she said that she will definitely wait for training the next. The man is angry with himself because he had a lot of work and needed to write a lot of text for his. Meanwhile, in the holy world, small insects saw a strange petal appear. As it turned out, it was a plant that grew thanks to Ilshin's miracle. But then it became clear that this plant was sick. It didn't scare the man, so it seemed to him that he should again give his blessing and save him. An idea burned in his eyes, and it seemed that if he saved this plant, it could grow a lot and bring him fruits and big money. Because of that, he wanted to find some product that could help him save this unfortunate plant from death. They were tears of happiness that cost 20,000. But not everything was so simple because this object could only be used by the one who was chosen by the goddess. And before buying it, one had to complete one task. After some time, the events are transferred to the street, where a man collected cigarettes with the help of metal objects. You really couldn't believe that he would need to do all this to save the world and make the board a little better. After doing this, he got a message that his good deeds count was improved by 1 point. Then someone addressed him in a very rude voice and asked what he was doing on his territory. It was some very strange man who was many times bigger than Ilshin. His eyes were glowing, and in general he suggested danger. He explained that beginners do not need to climb on other people's territories of higher classes, because this could lead to many problems. But the frightened man did not know what to answer. He was sure that he had definitely seen the great man somewhere. The guy started apologizing and said that there was only a small misunderstanding. He thought that it was some homeless man who wanted to take his things. Then he gave the man money and asked him to buy him warm food and warm clothes so he wouldn't get cold. Seeing this, he became incredibly angry. How does he even have the right to give mercy to Choi Kang-san? After these words, he immediately understood who the man was. It was an S-class hunter who once long ago was also very poor and cleaned the yard. Now he didn't look like someone who didn't have one in the house. He pretended to be his. He was many times stronger and charismatic, said that he still will not cause much moral damage and accept his goodwill. But then, he was surprised by the fact that the indicators of good concessions will not be decided by the score. Although he wanted to help the great man, in his opinion, it was extremely dishonest because he had just given his money to a sharp man, and now he was poor himself. Realizing that he would not be able to improve his charity, he turned to the man and turned to him. After that, he held out his bag and said that he would make sure that the streets were as clean as possible. The old man began to laugh very loudly and asked who the man worked for. Our hero answered that he was a freelancer. But after hearing this, the old man began to laugh even more. At this moment, which scared them very much, since they had no idea what it could be. The old man looked ahead and said that the monsters appeared because he felt with the help of his superpower. The man was incredibly shocked. He did not know that the man had such abilities. Men were very afraid of women standing far from them. They worried about themselves and other people. But the hunter was very glad, because now he had a good opportunity to show what he was capable of. The man wanted to go back to his home, but when the man saw this, he said that they should go fight together. After that, they flew up very quickly. The man was incredibly scared because he had never flown and said that he did not want to fight. But now he had no choice. He was at a great height and could not jump just like that. Began to think that it was really cool since he had never flown before and had never seen a city and a quiet height. After a few minutes, they were already approaching some abandoned garage where the monster was supposed to be. But no one could be sure that he was really there because the man only thought that the chance was quite high. After landing, the man fell to the ground. It seemed to the man that the man was at least B class. At that moment, a large black shadow appeared in front of them, and it became clear that the old man's feelings were true. It was an incredibly large green monster named I Vesval. Listen to it. It was a big frog, but it was a hunter. It was a good opponent. But the monster was only interested in the man in the tracksuit because it was the same god everyone was talking about. This was good news for him, because he arrived before the other monsters and now he has more advantages. So he turned to the old man and asked him not to interfere. But the hunter understood what was happening and why the big monster wanted him to leave. He refused the offer, after which the monster rose to its feet and seemed ready to attack. The man responded to the words of the monster and began to attack him with his eyes. But who had the energy? His hand lit up. He was preparing a really strong blow, but the terrible monster did not react at all. The message that danger has appeared began to pass to the man's consciousness. After that, the same rose that bloomed at night was activated, and she was no joke angry. This large rose appeared on the battlefield and grew larger by the second. The S-class hunter didn't understand what was happening and what kind of flower it was. The toad monster also started looking at it without understanding what it was. The giant creature was already very large, and no one knew what stories it could become. Then the events are transferred to where there was a magical tree. Ilshin woke up and did not understand, but he was at all. What kind of place was this? Near this magical tree, some kind of fire was burning and an unknown object in a white cloak was standing. This is all that impressed the man more. He began to think that now he understood where he was. It was the Holy Virgin. She turned to her husband and asked if he had woken up. She said that he was incredible God at the events that continued greatly surprised him. The body of this girl began to disappear somewhere, and all events seemed to be transferred somewhere. Events are transferred to the place of battle. The algebra situation that was here was many times different. The brave hunter was lying on the floor begging his mother to save him. He said a giant flower had just eaten him. He smelled incredibly terrible. Hearing this, the man asked the man why he smelled so bad. Everything was from the message that the man successfully obtained the peace of this world and defeated other gods. And thanks to this, all the conditions for the tasks were successfully fulfilled. Now there were even many. As a reward, the man receives an object called generous wealth, and thanks to this, he can heal the plant. He did everything as indicated in the instructions, and it was a message that he successfully cured. And now he didn't know what to do with this old man who was just lying on the ground and was scared. An ambulance quickly arrived at the scene. She took him very quickly and went to the hospital. And as a sign of gratitude for the salvation of their small tree, the Dark Tribe decided to present another. The man in the suit was talking about Khan. He asked his friend how he felt in the hospital. The other man said that the old man's condition was better. Hearing this, the man smiled and said that he guessed all this, but not everything was so simple. Another man said that there was one small problem that they needed to discuss. He explained that he wanted to give the old man flowers, but he suddenly had a seizure. However, this did not interest the man. Then he asked how things were. At the Hunter Academy, the man in glasses said that everything was ready, and when Khan returned, they could begin. They hoped that Khan would become a good teacher for the Empress of Lightning, after which the girl would be able to improve her talents. Then drivers bring Ilshin's broken apartment. It was already quite late, but he was awake. He looked at the two statues that he had at home. In his opinion, they were terrible. The main character does not understand at all how these terrible statues could have anything in common with him. A message came to his phone. It was the Holy Virgin who turned to God again. The woman explained that the stone statue increased by 100 units, thanks to the sympathy effect. After that, she said that they had big problems. She asked her God to save the members of the Dark Tribe. It became clear that some of the members of the Black Tribe were attacked by demonic beasts. When the man found out, he became incredibly angry. Everyone does not understand how they could do this to the members of his church in pity. He turned to the other participants and told them to lead him to these monsters because he would order them. The Holy Virgin and other insects of Volodymyr were grateful to him for this, and understood that their God was the best. But the man said that he does not need good words, and he only wants to take revenge on the monsters. They all set off on the road. The road went through a dense forest. The Holy Virgin was walking ahead, and behind her were other members of the Dark Tribe. They knew the way best. The insects walked for a very long time, but as it turned out, it was really too slow because they had very small legs. Suddenly, the Holy Virgin looked forward and cried. Ilshin did not understand what was happening. In his opinion, this whole situation was very strange. He understood what affected the insects so much. There were only some very strange traces. The main character understood what was happening and works to apply his blind eye of God. Then he realized that these were traces of the same terrible ants whose eyes shone. After that, these ants appeared in front of the men. When he saw them, he was incredibly scared. Then the man was even more scared. He realized that these were not ordinary ants. They were cockroaches that were from the demonic world and could split in two every hour. He was incredibly scared because he hated cockroaches the most in his life. When the members of the Dark Tribe saw the reaction of their God and understood that now they have no chance. But the Holy Virgin did not want to give up just like that. She turned to her tribe and asked if they had forgotten. She explained that their tribe was under the protection and blessing of their holy God, and together they would succeed. The man did not know what they were talking about. He was incredibly frightened and shouted very loudly. After that, he ran back and left his tribe alone. The Holy Virgin was scared to death and realized that now they really had no hope for the cockroaches. God had left them, and without him, they had no strength to fight against their enemies. Events are transferred to the same building where there were red monster ants who were preparing a plan. The monster turned to his lord and told him about all the events that the lord was surprised by the result of demonic beasts. The red ant promised that 4 days would be enough to bring the body of the same terrible god. and the Lord was happy about it. At that moment, another warrior entered the building and said that he had urgent news to convey to the Lord. The Lord was very angry. He said that if this news was not important, then he would completely destroy the warrior who interrupted his conversation, that it was not a new one about the same terrible god they planned to take revenge on. Now the situation in the grandfather was completely different, and there was a strange smoke going around. The members of the dark tribe now had a variety of means against those nasty cockroaches. They were all now thoroughly trained, so they could now fight against the demonic creatures. Because of all this gas and other means, most of the debit animals were completely destroyed. Ilshin covered his nose and mouth so as not to be poisoned by the stinking anti-cockroach. As it turned out, he ran home to find sprays against cockroaches, which he bought 6 months ago. Now the small insects had complete control over the cockroaches, and it seemed that this battle was completely over. They all carefully examined each one so that none of these animals managed to escape from them. But despite all this good news, the Holy Virgin was very upset and approached her god. Ilshin, you understood what happened because he had already defeated all these creatures. After that, the man heard a very loud sound on his screen that scared him beyond belief. The saint cried loudly. She said once again she doubted her God for a second. Because of this, she was not worthy to serve his church. She shouted loudly that she should be killed or punished for her terrible concessions, but the man replied that it was not necessary. The man said that she just needed to calm down. After that, a message appeared that said that he had fulfilled all the conditions for obtaining a new skill. A man could receive the thumb of the holy god, but for this, he had to pay a small sum. All these strange proposals also seemed very unusual to Sparrow, and he did not understand why it was so. However, in general, he had a lot of money and decided to try it. But after a while, he got other messages. But he didn't understand who they could be from. However, when he read the message, he was incredibly scared and realized that he had completely forgotten about it. It was his manager who invited him to meet. He said that it was extremely important. A few hours later, they met at the great restaurant, and his manager said that he had tried alcohol. Ilshin was surprised by this offer, but still decided to agree to it because it was pretty and bad. The man drank a whole handful of alcohol, and suddenly his vision began to appear. Now his vision was completely different. The manager did not understand why the man looked at him so strangely. It seemed as if he fell in love with him. After that, he turned to the man and asked what was the pace of his work today, how important it was. Realizing that the man was not working at all, he started shouting at him to make an effort and start working normally. Ilshin, in turn, asked the manager not to shout because there were other people in the restaurant. The manager said that because of him, he had very big problems at work, and he called him cattle. At this moment, the voice of the message that the demonic beasts began to attack the dark tribe. Ilshin was angry. He could not believe that it was again. Then the manager hit the guy really hard. Couldn't believe that he is playing stupid games right now when he has so many problems at work. He continued to shout at him, and the whole restaurant, looking at what was inside, went outside because they were very uncomfortable. Several more hours passed and a dark night came on the street. Suddenly a strange light appeared, coming from the earth directly in the sky. It became clear that it was the Holy Virgin. She asked all her brothers to praise and bless their Lord for his blessing. She was addressing a large red spot that was right next to her, and dark smoke was going up into the sky. Her heart was filled with magic. She promised her God that she would cleanse nature of all demonic creatures. A text appeared in which it was said that God destroyed a special skill and studied the beast. Because of this, he received about 3,000 coins. It was a dark night, and there was almost no one on the street because everyone was already sleeping in their apartments in the dark. Only Ilshin was outside when his phone received a message that tears of generous happiness were asking for help. He could choose any skill as a reward for achieving the new title of Merciful Savior, but in the man's opinion it was all happening too slowly. He wanted to speed up all these processes, so he decided to buy the most expensive skill and title that he had. He searched for a long time, but finally he managed to find something that he really liked. This is a skill called the creation of heaven and earth. It was one of the highest category, and because of this, the price of such a skill was 100 trillion. When he clicked the buy button, a message that he did not meet the conditions for using this skill. Because of this, the creation of heaven and earth will be changed into the creation of a false heaven and earth to match Ilshin's level. Because of this, many warnings appeared that this world will be partially changed. The events continue in another place where the girl has just got out of the hot bath. After that, the older sister asked her younger sister why she was working out all day today. But Song Miri could not answer properly. She only looked at the sky and said something quietly to herself. Her older sister did not understand what was wrong with her. Everyone who was on the street was incredibly scared and understood what was happening in general. The mass of people was terribly afraid that it was simply the end of the world. Men who were in suits were watching carefully the events that were happening right now. The man with red hair also did not understand what was happening and looked at the sky. Then he appeared as another man in a suit with dark hair, not understanding what was happening. The sun approached the moon at a very high speed, and it seemed that a very big explosion was about to happen. Everyone was watching it because it was really incredible. No one could believe it. The big man in the shirt began to think about the Empress of Lightning. The man standing in front asked which hunter was interfering with the affairs of the guild leaders, and the big man called the Empress of Lightning. A man with long dark hair stood naked. He said that finally their time had come. Another man asked how many people they needed. The naked man replied that the more people, the better, and the first thing to do is to start with 2,000. His whole body was covered with magic. He returned to his lord and asked him to wait a little. He said that he would definitely fulfill all his destiny. He promised to bless this world with the will of his god and to fulfill all his orders. The Earth turned to the space work and asked to answer what the current situation was on the moon. The cosmonaut replied that she left the moon a long time ago because it is too dangerous there, and all they can do is reconnaissance. Suddenly, they began to shout loudly. Their planes encountered a thick green smoke that was coming right now from the moon. The pilot replied that they had completely lost control and were following the flow of green magic. Then a second moon appeared above the planet, which was covered with a green substance. When people saw it, they couldn't believe their own eyes. Besides, they couldn't say anything like that during an ordinary day. Ilshin was planting in the park. He had an extremely bad headache. He had never felt such pain in his life. Then Miri came and said that she had returned. Ilshin asked the girl if she had already run 500 laps. His student said that she did it, and it took 4 minutes. Then the master said that she can now start doing the plank. The Empress of Lightning was very happy because you understood that the man was really watching all her exercises. In fact, he wanted to look inside her body again and see the situation with that mighty tiger. The girl stood up in the bar, but nothing was suspected at all. Meanwhile, the man activated the eye of the blind god. Then after that he had a spiritual image and goals. He was transported to this strange place again. But this time it seemed to him that some changes had taken place here. This tiger was no longer so brave, and now it seemed to him somehow very cute. Using the powerful magic of the indicated finger of the god, Y managed to destroy one chain. Despite this, there were still many chains on the tiger that bound him. But the man was happy because he had already seen some programs. The tiger understood that the man was really doing a very good thing and licked him with his tongue. Then a very powerful lightning appeared in the middle of the park and struck right in the center. The Empress of Lightning was happy. She realized that there was a little increased, and it seemed that her master's methods were the best. She thanked the master for training her. Our hero was also glad that they came to the cellar, because now she will come to training even more, and he will have more time to help the tiger. Miri was so happy that she decided to run another 200 laps. Meanwhile, her husband received a message. The Holy Virgin wrote to him. She asked her husband to give her some name. The proposal surprised the man. He did not understand that he also had no desire to call her a saint until the end of her days. He began to think of names but could not come up with any good ones, because he understood that it was an insect that was truly holy. In addition, his manager said that he does not know how to come up with names for characters at all. And a brilliant idea came to his head. He understood that she was an ant, so he offered her the name Muriha. The girl looked with her sweet eyes directly at the man. She was incredibly grateful to him for her new name. In her opinion, it was simply beautiful. Other insects were delighted with this beautiful name. They asked that the man also called them such beautiful names. There were too many people, and the man did not understand how he could call them all to accept this idea. After several hours of working on names and finally returned to his apartment. The renovation in his apartment was completed. Through the door, he could finally rest, but his phone started making these sounds again. Saints and believers were incredibly grateful to their God, and because of this, they evolved very much. Seeing that this is our hero is incredible because it is clear that they evolved as if in some kind of game. Due to this evolution, their experience and coins were multiplied by 2 after the death of the demonic creatures, and that only at an increased level was the renaissance of the entire civilization activated. After that, the entire forest began to change. It was like some kind of transformation. Murika was infinitely grateful because she understood that this was yet another new miracle for them. After our hero pressed such buttons, in his opinion, the situation became many times better. A form appeared inside the dark tribe where there was a little gray man. After that, it appeared that many dozens of small houses were made of wood and were intended for housing. Ilshin did not stop there. He continued to build various cultural buildings and built several museums. Muraiha again returned to her insects, and he said that the grace of their god had once again come upon them, and now they must praise him. They wanted to thank him by giving us water and food, but the man thought it was too strange. They all looked at him sweetly with their eyes, and would have been deliciously grateful for all the buildings and for the names. Besides, now this tribe was called Gayami. Hayami also means ants from the ancient Greek language, but he was also interested in the fact that all ants will be able to evolve further. But suddenly at the bottom of his screen he saw several question marks. The man was very interested to try to press it. It was the faith of a warrior. She was conquered by a great warrior who was looking for eternal life. Before his faith, bravery, and power were fantastic, incredibly dangerous, and there was simply no chance of survival. The man was building this tower right in front of the faces of all the little insects. They saw it and were scared. This tower controlled blood and soul, and there was practically no chance of survival. Therefore, if small insects entered inside, they would immediately die. He wanted to put up big walls so that no one would know the insects. He didn't even think of going inside. He did this, and in front of the small insects, incredibly high and strong walls began to be built. Then he shouted loudly, and that none of the little insects even thought of going inside. The little insects thought that the man was really incredible, because it was a tower that could kill them in 1 second. One man with long hair who looked like a human didn't understand what he was doing here. In his opinion, his life was in a completely different world. Remembered all the suffering he had due to the fact that he was an ordinary insect and could not do anything against the terrible. And he wanted to be just a little stronger to help his brothers fight against the terrible monsters and protect their homeland. Now he was looking at the terrible tower that had just appeared in front of him. It seemed to him that this tower had some great secret, but in his head he kept thinking about his dead friends whom he didn't protect. Transported again to the oratory tower of evil red ants. The monsters that were inside were confused. He remembered that he was a great shaman who made a contract with the demon king, asked to be given another chance. But the emperor of evil creatures said that only death could save him, but the monster in front of him begged for his salvation. Suddenly, the emperor's anger became several times stronger. His eyes lit up or something stronger, and the atmosphere became worse. After that, he showed his hand and pointed his large, long fingers towards this shaman. After he did this, the big insect started to feel very sick. It started to turn to stone, and a very creepy portal opened up. The evil emperor began to use some dark magic and directed it at this shaman to take his life. No insects could achieve their goals, and it seemed that he was forced to do everything himself. The insects began to say that they needed one more chance. Then it was normal to show the emperor all their strength. But the evil monster did not believe them. The insects bowed before him and asked him for one possibility, and then they would show everything they had not shown before. Suddenly, some purple magic appeared in the middle of the big building, and a wild voice asked its emperor not to flood. The terrible monster smiled because he realized that his beautiful goddess had returned, and now the situation was better. She came out of that great portal and frightened all the little insects with her creepy appearance. They began to bow and greet her. Welcome back. The creepy god folded in front of the temps and said that she had just finished performing his task and now turned back. She said that the emperor would become a mighty god and asked him not to worry, because she would take care of everything, and all that was needed was simply to prepare for victory. The only problem she had was a dark tribe of insects with their evil god. But suddenly her voice changed, and her appearance also changed. She swore by her name Arachna that she would make those voiceless insects disappear from the earth. She also added that she had a brilliant plan with the help of which she implements all her ideas. Suddenly, an incredibly scary monster appeared, and with sharp claws and teeth, his eyes glowed with red paint, and a strange smoke was coming around. This giant monster looked really powerful and was not like the other monsters that tried to destroy the Dark Tribe. He was read as Korosos Mostum. Just by his appearance, he made everyone feel fear. Arachne greeted the giant and ordered to remove the curse from the face of the earth, and he can use the needle. The evil goddess held in her hands a needle called the Terrible Plague. The giant mosquito was glad why a good item. You realized that it was really a very good weapon for him. But he had one, but he wanted to make one contract so that its terms were also fulfilled because it was very important to him. Meanwhile, the husband was sitting in his apartment yelling at his laptop because of big problems. He remembered the words of his director, who promised him to end his work with him if he remembered the words of his director, who promised him to terminate the contract if he did not quit his job. If it is even more people to the man, or he had very important problems, but he could not concentrate. The main character will do everything possible to wake up at least a little in his work because it was extremely important to him. Despite his promise, he picked up his phone. Jim was wondering how things were going in his virtual insects. It was already very late, so they slept quietly in their small but very comfortable and cozy houses, noticing something strange cheap garden in this world to see what happened to him. Yes, because there were some sounds from an object lying on the ground. This object also moves from side to side. After that, the man with the new hair lifted the object very fast and high. He only thought about his muscles, and he wanted to improve them at any cost. This mysterious hero surprised Ilshin because he was somehow very strange and could lift objects that were many times larger than his body. After doing the analysis, it was possible to find out that this was the first warrior of the Hayami tribe, and he trained with this power to protect his people. Now the main character felt responsible for these little insects and was interested in what else he could do to improve their lives. Nothing better came to his mind than to give the same bank of energy and strength to this and the only warrior of the Hayami tribe. The warrior caught this strange bottle with his own hands and did not understand what it could be because some kind of magical glow was coming from him. He understood that it could be a gift from Yu Il-shin, but it was unexpected because he had been alive for an hour. Tears on his face, the warrior understood that God was watching over him and taking care of him. It seemed extremely important to him. He thanked his God for giving him this bottle. After that, Yu Il-shin decided to go back to editing his text even though he really wanted to sleep. But at that moment, the same terrible mosquito appeared through his window. He contemplated the evil God and all his actions, and understood that it was the same God who destroyed 3 of the 10 mighty swords of the best warriors of the imperial tribe. But the terrible bloodsucker smiled because he understood that now his conditions will be fulfilled, and he will definitely kill the god. He replied to the creepy girl that his condition was that he wanted to taste this evil god. Your wife smiled and said that he could certainly do it, but the most important thing was that he completely destroyed him. The evil goddess also added that the blood and glory of the evil god will belong to Cowsucker Bridge after he successfully completes his task. The evil Cowsucker put the object that Arachne gave him on his sharp knife and smiled, because now it's time to implement his plan. He wanted to drink the blood of this rich man to become many times stronger than the emperor and rule the monster ants. He flew to the main character. He was filled with courage that this was his step to victory. The bloodsucker looked at us. The tired look of this rich man laughed, and it seemed to him that he was pitiful and one of the weakest opponents with whom he once fought. He quickly inserted his needle into the body of the nameless god. Now it was only necessary to wait for the result. He drank as much blood as possible to fill himself with the power of this god and become incredibly strong. Monster Comker could feel how the energy fills his body. Then he becomes stronger. It was just a terrible feeling. In his opinion, with this power he will not be able to achieve everything he wants. And this evil god did not even guess about anything, because he was fast asleep. At that moment, the man quickly hit his head with himself because he felt that someone had bitten him. After this bite, he quickly woke up. After the blow, he looked at his group and saw that they were all covered in blood. It became clear that it was a mosquito, but he couldn't understand where it could have come from at such a late hour. After this course, he began to feel strangely cold, even though he was warmly dressed. Suddenly he sneezed very loudly and forcefully throughout his apartment. A runny nose was on his hand and face. It was terrible and very disgusting. The man did not understand what was happening to him. He decided to go to the bathroom to wash up and wash his hand of this disgusting nasmarka. When he went to the mirror, he saw that there was some drawing of an evil demon on his face. It scared him, so it looked very scary. The message that he now had the plague and the curse was activated. His condition became many times worse because he sneezed even harder. This curse wasn't a clock because it caused a runny nose and a lot of fatigue. But Ilshin didn't have time for that. He understood why it was necessary to do something about it. Other curses began to activate at the same time, and the man began to feel even stronger pain in other parts of his body. Everything was so terrible that he simply could not walk, and took his phone in his hands and began to look for an item that could cure him of this. Yesterday, searching for a few minutes, he came across a holy object that should have cured him, but he was not sure about it. He had no choice but to buy it, so he quickly clicked buy. After that, he was debited with 50,000 coins. The main character wanted to do everything possible to get this medicine as soon as possible and become alive again. After all, the feeling of pain destroyed him from the inside and did not allow him to concentrate on his work, which was now his highest priority. After that, the events are transferred to a completely different place. It was some big hospital on a sunny day. A man was in this hospital. He said that he was a warrior who was chosen by an organization of believers, despite the fact that this religion had no prospects, and he did not care about it. He believed that God does not exist because he did not see any miracles, and after that, he managed to rise from G level to C. The same man with dark hair returned to his army and said that sacrifices are needed to come to this terrible world. He turned to a divine warrior named Kim Thai. After all, he was one of the best in his field. He asked the warrior if he would be able to complete his task without the path of death, because it was all for his sake, and for the sake of God. And in general, these organizations had charitable ideas. Kim promised that he would complete this task. After that, he put on his hood and headed to the hospital. While in the toilet, he took off his dark hood, and it became clear that he was bald from the top to the mirror, and promised to fulfill his task for the sake of cleaning this world. His face also had the imprint of a demon, and his body had a lot of dynamite and other things that could destroy a building. In the meantime, a taxi arrived at the hospital and a very sick Ilshin got out for him. For him, it was his last hope. He was trying to get to the hospital because his legs were working at the moment. It was still a new task. He needed to save people to improve his status and level, but he thought it was just a terrible joke. Meanwhile, a man with dynamite in his hands took hostage one employee of this hospital. He shouted loudly that no one should move. "Brave man, everyone will die." The Empress of Lightning arrived at the scene as usual. She was already creating lightning and asked her husband to let the nurse go. The nameless god was shocked by what was happening in this place. The bald man saw the demon burn on the man's face and asked if he had come here to do one of the tasks as well. Then the man shouted loudly for the man to help him. The Empress of Lightning did not understand what was happening and what kind of help and what tasks were being discussed. She did not understand what the master was doing here and why he had a demon on his face, while the bald man was asking for help. He looked him straight in the eye and shouted loudly for him to act quickly. He ordered him to make another sacrifice so that their god would quickly come to them and help them. The Empress of Lightning intervened in their conversation. She said that he was wrong because this man was a master and was a very good person. Kim broke down even more. He explained that the demon seal meant joining their team, and he could feel the aura coming from this stupid man. Miri began to create more lightning and became angry when she heard that Kim had insulted her master. They continued to quarrel with each other. Meanwhile, Ilshin felt sorry for himself even worse. It seemed to him that he would die right now. The bald man threatened to blow up this hospital if the girl wanted to hit him once with her lightning. In his opinion, the girl was a coward because she interrupted the process of cleansing this world. He shouted that it was very important. Meanwhile, Ilshin decided to use the blind eye of God to analyze the man and better understand the whole situation. A few seconds later, it was a message that he had successfully read the memory of the subject standing right in front of him. Flashbacks to where Johan asks Kim to get rid of his victims after they experience extreme fear. Johan looked into his frightened eyes and said that it really takes a lot of sacrifices for God to finally reach them, and ask if he can cope with this task. Johann addressed him as a brave warrior who is doing a very noble mission for the ascension of God. He continued to look at him with his beautiful eyes until he heard confirmation from his warrior that he would do it. Ilshin's head, he wanted to kill the Empress of Lightning, but then he would die in any case. Bald Man has no more patience. He shouted loudly that he is doing this for the sake of the god of chaos and was about to press the button on the bomb. His finger was extremely fast. It seemed that these were the last seconds of life, after which a massive explosion should take place. The nameless god suddenly became normal again and began to think Adequate War realized that he needed to stop him and began to use his holy finger. It was the last hope that his mighty divine finger would stop this whole terrible situation and save hundreds of people. Magic appeared in his eyes. He was focused on his index, divine finger, and on all his strength. The bald man pressed the button. He was very happy because now his mission will be fulfilled. The master shouted loudly that now is the time of the Empress of Lightning and her magic. The nameless god managed to stop the bald man from a terrible disaster. His bomb did not work thanks to divine power. Now the bald man was incredibly scared because he saw the face of the Empress in front of him and realized that the matter was really very bad. The girl acted as quickly and carefully as possible and therefore began to use storm magic. A bald man was electrocuted. He was in a lot of pain after this shock. He fell to the ground and smoke started coming from his head and other parts of his body. After that, he lost consciousness because she hit him with very strong electricity that practically killed people. She turned to her master and said that this man now did not threaten anyone. But when she saw what happened to her master, she was afraid. The man was just lying on the ground unconscious. It seemed that he had died because he did not show any signs of life. At that moment, a giant, scary monster with purple eyes said that it was finally time to die. The main character was very nervous. It seemed that he had no chance. Besides, it was a message that the curse of necrosis was activated. The Empress of Lightning made it possible for the man to wake up. She loudly addressed him, but he did not answer. Only the seal on his head glowed green and made this atmosphere even worse than before. After that, the events are brought to the place where there were evil monsters who tried to kill the nameless god. Naba stood behind the evil woman and asked her to allow him to destroy this logo of God. But she said that he did not need to interfere because the curse of the plague had already begun to work on the god. She said that you need to calm down and just wait for some good news and hope that everything was successful for them. Naba was not sure that her plan would really work. She said that the evil god was incredibly strong and had a lot of medicines that could save him from this disease. The goddess got angry and said very loudly that this disease does not depend on him, not even a living place. She was convinced that her plan only works. Meanwhile, Ilshin did not tell where he was. It was some strange white place. You couldn't see anything at all. He only remembered hearing a familiar voice before the curse was activated. But now he didn't understand where he was. Besides, there wasn't much water under it yet. But a much older voice caught his attention and asked if the evil god dared to wake him. It was some incredible giant monsters that were hundreds and dozens of times bigger than him. They said loudly that they cursed the man for eternal suffering until death. Soon he had to begin to suffer and ask for death, because the suffering was striking in other numbers. The terrible green monster continued to say that he would use this person as fodder for his shark. But the nameless god did not believe all this. It seemed to them that the monster knew a lot. But behind these terrible creatures began to appear a big rose that was even bigger than them and scared them with its creepy appearance. Meanwhile, the task the man was supposed to perform was unexpectedly completed, and somehow he managed to save 12 times more people than he needed to. But at that moment, his eyes began to open. He couldn't see well, but he understood that in front of him was Song Miri, who was asking him if everything was out of order. The frightened man woke up. He could not believe that all this was just an older dream. The girl said that she was incredibly glad that the man woke up. The master felt something strange that was in his mouth. After that, some green energy appeared over his body and began to completely restore him. It seemed as if the man drank the elixir, although he did nothing and only slept. The message was that as an additional reward, part of the divine power of the terrible monster would transfer to him. Then a crowd of people surrounded Song Mira and thanked them for saving her, and said that she was truly the strongest and bravest hero on this planet. The man realized that he had better leave this place, so he told the girl that he would call her later, and she would meet him. People continued to gather around this superheroine and did not pay attention to the fact that the man who also used divine power simply left the scene. After some time, the events continue in the office of Johann, who watched the videos from all the surveillance cameras in the hospital dozens of times. Johann assured that this Kim Bomb definitely made a very big mistake that cost him his life. A stout man sitting behind said why it was very unfortunate and promised to improve the situation as much as possible. Johann turned to the guild leader and said that he was giving him 4 days to fix this whole complicated situation. Johann needed the leader of the guild to destroy all those hunters who were at the scene of the events and bring one more guest to him, but which man was the guest in question? Johann was disappointed and said that it was because of these stupid questions that he would never receive the blessing of his god, and asked if he understood which guest he was talking about. After that, he turned to him and said that even if God shines like the sun, he will never pay attention to him. Why was he an ordinary insect in this whole game? Johann continued to mock him by telling some stupid stories, but the man didn't care. He thought that Johann was just crazy. The main character finally reached his apartment, but it took him a long time, and the sun had already begun to set. He couldn't believe that he survived also. After Hua's elixir, he got more strength and started to feel much better. Then the phone was unlocked and I saw that they are very much asking the man for his salvation. This interested Ilshin because he did not know what it was about. I'm sorry for writing to the god, but the medicine he gave him last time was very needed. The only warrior of this tribe was lying on the ground and was almost unconscious. Seeing this, Ilshin was scared. He could understand what was happening all this time and what problems they could face. It is not normal for me to speak. He just lay there and was incredibly tired after everything that had happened to him, which was enough to write to the holy god. As it turned out, this warrior decided to pass all the tests that were in the warrior's tower. He wants to do it to protect his fire. In the middle, it already looked completely different. It was several dozen times larger and very dark. The only soldiers managed to destroy the high fence around the tower and open the heavy stone door. However, when he went inside, a voice said that Ilho began his test, and a great many lights were lit up all around. The first stage of the warrior tower officially started. The condition was very simple. He needed to climb the ladder and reach the next level. The brave warrior understood that it would be really difficult, believed in himself. He wanted to reach the very end of this tower and prove to everyone that he was really the strongest. Besides, thanks to the potion that God gave him, his level went up, and now he was stronger than he was before. Because of that, he had more chances and he got good armor. Now I am sure that he will definitely do all this and prove to everyone, and above all to God, that he can protect this land. But at that moment a giant stone ball knocked him off the road. Our warrior only thought in his mind that he did not see it. The giant heavy ball continued to clatter down the stairs and drag the brave warrior's body behind it. Better, after the first level, he lost his hopes. Then he began to feel terrible. All his optimism suddenly went somewhere. This bullet was just so heavy that it destroyed almost all the bones that were in the body of this warrior, and because of that he had nothing left but to ask his god for salvation. Because of these, he remained lying near the big door of this tower and could not do anything else, because other small insects did not dare to go inside this tower. The man felt extremely sorry for this warrior. He began to remember the same black ants that he destroyed at the beginning of this game. It was a shame for him to think that these ants suffered as much as the only warrior is suffering right now. Ho! Then a message appeared that after 10 seconds Ilho will be dead. After reading this, Ilshin was very scared. He did not want to lose his best warrior just like that. He wanted as quickly as possible to give him the blessing of the god of growth so that he would continue to live and not die because was extremely important to him. But even doing that didn't help, and the timer hanging in the air kept going, and the nameless god only had 8 seconds left. With every second, the man began to worry more and more because he understood that this was an urgent problem. But suddenly a good idea came into his head. He mentioned that he received an award from owner Qian Nangan. Meanwhile, there were only 5 seconds on the timer. It was a category of special right and divine medicine that cost only 100 coins, and the man quickly bought it without thinking. In exactly 3 seconds, Ilho had to finally take a look, so the main character did everything possible to save him. Now his pointer was glowing green because of the medicine he had bought, and he wanted to touch the wounded warrior with it. When he touched the body of the wounded warrior, this energy transferred to his body, and he also began to glow with a green light. After a few seconds, the main character rejoiced because he saw that his brave warrior survived and stood on his feet. Realizing that God heard his prayers and saved him, Ilho began to cry and thank him for his endless help. But without me, God began to scold him for entering this tower, although he forbade everyone to do so. In his justification, the warrior said that he wanted to do it in order to protect the fire. He said this and was still standing in this tower. The door was locked, so Ilshin decided to open it with his thumb, but after he touched it with his strong finger, no change took place, and the door did not open, which surprised him very much, as he knew what could have opened it then. Message that the entrance to the warrior's tower was closed and could be used once every 40,000 years. And to leave this tower, the hero needs to go to the 50th floor of this tower and go through all its levels. The warrior did not know what to do. He looked with his sweet eyes at God and asked, "And what is he now forced to do, so that he has no choice?" Did Ilshin get angry? Or did he understand that now he had a new problem that arose because of the warrior's stupid desire to prove something to someone and protect the fire? Ilshin bought 2 more electrics, but suddenly he heard a knock on his door and wondered if someone was standing outside. The nameless god quickly drank the elixir of power and asked for Ilho also had a drink, and said that he would be back soon because he needed to check something. He was angry because this holy elixir tasted like ordinary red. It outraged him. He thought it was a big deception. After that, he opened the door and saw a big man in a suit in front of him who asked the man if he was Yu Ilshin. The big man introduced himself as an elite scout of the Grandpedia Guild named Kim Dark, and it was a great honor to meet him. A big man with glasses said that soon the man would become a great hunter and asked if he had a little time to talk. Shocked by the size, Ilshin replied that he had some time for the Velicopedia Guild. Meanwhile, the boy warrior dropped the holy elixir in the game and waited for the nameless god who was supposed to join him. Now yesterday came with a stronger than the first time, and it seemed to him that thanks to the support of God in his efforts, together they would succeed in overcoming this tower. The fire lit up again in the evening and announced that all the tests were starting from the beginning again. But this time Il was very careful and expected a big stone ball that was supposed to start rolling down like last time. As expected, the giant ball began to roll down with great speed, but this time the warrior was ready for it. His whole body was filled with some magical fire, and he was glowing with divine magic now. He wanted to destroy this orb. With just one of his blows, he completely crushed this giant stone ball, which was many times larger and heavier than him. The warrior himself did not fully believe what he could do, so when he did it, he was really shocked. After it fell apart, it was reported that the candidate Il-ho successfully passes the stone trial, and because of this, he will be awarded the stone's blessing and moves on to the wind trial. Kim Dark offered the man an annual salary of 300 million, and if he wants, he can go with him to their guild right now and sign all the necessary documents. After hearing this amount, our hero seems to have lost his control because it was several dozen of his annual salaries, and he definitely wanted to do it. If he received this amount, he could write his books and not think about deadlines and managers. And he could also buy a lot of gifts for his niece Song Yeon. The big man also added that they will give them a lot of interest from the material and the rewards received in the fight against monsters. Ilshin thought that this was the end of it, and now he can start investing and saving money. Kim saw that the man was distracted from the topic and did not think. Already saw that the man was distracted from the topic and asked if he continued to listen to him. The dreamer apologized for not listening to all his conditions because he was thinking about what he could do with that money. At that moment, he accidentally used the blind eye of God and began to judge the man sitting right in front of him. As it turned out, the man was a servant of the god of chaos. Now Kim became more angry and said that he would not get such conditions anywhere else. When he realized that it was all a lie, Yu got angry because he was already thinking about who he would buy what gifts. At one moment, all his dreams collapsed. But he understood that this man was many times bigger and definitely stronger than him, so problems could arise. In his rough voice, if the husband had any problems, Ilshin began to worry and answered that he would probably celebrate with them later, because he did not have time now. Kim was not satisfied when he heard this answer, and did not ask if the conditions were not suitable for the man. But our hero replied that he just needed to finish a few works. Then Kim replied that if he had worked together with them, he would have received several tens of times more money. But Ilshin said that he was not doing it for the sake of money. Then the shopkeeper apologized and said that he was very sorry for his words. Then he added that the owner of the guild would like the man to come with him, and because of that, if he has time, everyone would be very happy. The man had no choice. That's why he asked if you could go to the toilet for a few seconds because his stomach started to hurt very badly. Kim understood that the situation was somehow strange because it could all be a hoax, so he simply adjusted his glasses and said that he would wait for him. The man went to the toilet and was shocked by the appearance of this man, because he had never met such a man in his life. In addition, he evaluated the man with the help of the blind eye of God, and the results were really bad. So the situation was becoming... He was sure that he had already heard similar words somewhere because this pumped-up man served the god of chaos. That the bald man who was in the hospital with a lot of bombs said that he was doing all this for the god of chaos. He didn't know who he had to call because one of them would definitely not be able to deal with this flinty man. At that moment, a large, strong beam made a hole in his wall and flew through his phone, which he was holding in his hands. This man's eyes lit up and he asked in a rough voice who he was going to call because he had no chance anyway. Ilshin understood that he definitely had no choice because this man was now stronger than at the beginning of their meeting. The man calmed down. You asked in a calm voice who he was going to call. Ilshin explained that he needed to call his manager. But the man did not believe the man. He only looked into his eyes and tried to understand why he was deceiving me. After that, he hit the man very quickly and hard. Some red magic appeared all around and Ilshin began to cry out in pain. He hit the wall in his bathroom very hard. After that hit, he realized that Kim was even stronger than he thought. Cheloveka Kostiumi did not understand why she chose him. Because in this situation, everyone could fight because this hero of ours could not do anything at all. Then he took the man by the neck with his hand and decided to draw him like this to his guild. The man's strong hand squeezed the man's throat and it was hard for him to breathe, but Kim didn't care. He asked if the man was in pain and explained that if our hero had listened to him first and not done stupid things, everything would have been fine. To push our man even harder and said that if Ilshin does something, he will get even more problems. The air became less and less and it became harder to breathe. So the man's eyes slowly closed and after a while he completely fell asleep. The message that the goal was to save the only believer and the earth from death and the reward for the mission was 100 points from Sun Miri. After that he suddenly opened his eyes. He couldn't believe that the Empress of Lightning was saving him again. When Kim saw this, he praised the man for holding on for a long time, because an ordinary person had long ago switched off or even died. It was possible to somehow stop the man, but the difference in Vasil was too great, and because of that he just hung in the air. Suddenly his eyes lit up with a blue glow and the situation began to change, and he heard some very strange voices. It was the voice of a single warrior who stood on a stone mountain and asked his god to take some of his power. He begged his god to do everything possible. After all, not only his fate, but also the fate of other people on this planet depended on this. And after that, the energy transfer skill was activated. Then in real life, he started to have a lot of power and energy started to overwhelm him, and the message showed that the power transfer operation was successfully completed. Il's power was in his blood, so now he felt much better and stronger and was ready to fight. Seeing this, Kim was surprised and realized that something very strange was happening right now, and he did not expect it at all. His whole body glowed with magic, and he very strongly and quickly threw away the man's hand that was holding his throat. Kim had never seen anything like this in his life. It seemed to him that this man was a hunter who could create divine matter. The man's body just got stronger, and he gained a lot of muscle. Then Kim understood why everyone in the guild wanted so badly to capture him and bring him back alive. The man started to take off his jacket and said he was very glad for that because he didn't like to know easy missions. And now he would have a good chance to fight him. His blood was buried, he became more and more angry and wanted to stop all these games and stop this god once and for all. Unbuttoning his shirt, he signaled to the man to attack him first. Kim had no fear and was confident that he would succeed. Enraged, Il-shin rushed at the strong man with his fist, which glowed with red light. However, Kim dodged this blow and on the move of his opponent because his blows were really strong. He also added that if the man inflicts more such blows, it means his entire apartment and will only make himself worse. Kim's body also began to increase in size, and some red magical energy began to appear around him. His confidence and strength grew. It was his turn to deliver a powerful blow. It was quite easy for him because he believed that the man was an ordinary novice. But at that moment, the powerful hands of the author of the web novel grabbed the man by his head and did not let him miss his blow. Held back the man's head with one hand, and with the other gave one of the hardest blows of his life. After this blow, he broke several of his opponent's teeth and made him cry. But he did not stop there. It seemed that some powerful god had entered his body. He raised his hands in the air and prepared to strike another blow. It all happened so fast that the fellow member of the guild did not have time to do anything at all, so he missed this strong blow. And after this powerful blow, the man's face fell on the ground and destroyed it, forming a rather deep crater. This nameless god had no thoughts. He only had the goal of destroying this man, and that was it. But suddenly, he became an ordinary guy again and remembered that he needed to call Mira because he promised it. But the girl's phone was out of range for some reason. The man was in a panic to do everything possible to find Miri, so he opened his game and started looking for her there. The divine game turned on its geolocation and showed the approximate coordinates of the city where the Empress could be. Also, the suggestion that the man was able to find her exact coordinates thousands of coins. I don't think for a long time whether the man immediately agreed to this offer, because he really had a lot of coins, and the search for Super Heroica began. Then the events are brought to some man with dark hair from Validal, really very strangely looking somewhere like that. In his hands, he held a very large and sharp sword of some curious lot of fresh blood. As it turned out, a powerful man had just dealt a strong blow to Mira, and it was her blood. Now she was lying unconscious and dying. It was the sword demon. He returned to his opponent and said that she would not be hurt, and that she would die very quickly. The girl lay on the ground. She could not do anything because she lacked it. She only hoped that the master would come and her savior would come. The sword demon raised his sharp sword in the air and prepared to strike the final blow for the girl. He did this, and a lot of warm, fresh blood of Song Mira splashed around. The Hunters Association has already requested the death of the Empress of Lightning because she violated the order and did not fulfill all the conditions and found a great threat to the entire nation. And the Korean police was ready to pay money for her death. Upon learning that the girl died at the hands of some crazy demon, the man was surprised because he added that it was simply not true. But then a message appeared that the man had just seen the possible terrible fate of his girlfriend. These events that did not happen, but they could very quickly become a reality, knowing that the man was happy because he understood that she was alive. But she was in great danger. Then, a message appeared that offered the man to replace Song Miri's fate with the help of God's right. Without thinking for a long time, he confirmed it and clicked yes. He managed to analyze the man and realized that he was a sword demon who was simply mad at all his swords and various weapons. He had one very good idea, but for this idea he needed some kind of sword, so he started looking all over his apartment. The only thing he managed to find was his small knife, which he got after fighting the passionate general. He wasn't sure if his idea would work, but he had no choice, so he decided to take action. The level of a merciful savior and the ability to create a nameless god allow you to create an incredible miracle. The man's whole body lit up, and something very strange began to happen. Then a very strong wind appeared and began to pull everything in this room and all the people into it. The events are transferred there by a man who was confused about weapons, went to the side of Song Miri and was preparing to destroy her. The wounded girl saw a strange demon man for the first time in her life, and was asked what he needed from her, but he replied that there was nothing personal here. And he also added that he was only doing his job and getting paid for it, so he should destroy it right now. But suddenly I realized that something strange had happened because I heard some other aura. Then he turned back very quickly and jumped back a few steps as something very large was coming towards him. He saw Il-shin. He understood who this man was, because he sneaked in unnoticed, and besides, he glowed with some kind of magic. The hero held a small knife in his hands. His eyes glowed with red paint, and he no longer controlled his actions. He said that he came here because he wanted to cut. Sun Mira was surprised when she saw her master in this form, because usually he was very small and calm. His opponent was also shocked by this. The demon man looked at the small knife that was in the hands of this man. He wanted it most of all on this planet. In his thoughts, he said that after he entered the path of the sword, he went through many obstacles to get to the current level, and he even fought opponents who were many times stronger than him. Therefore, now he had no problem destroying the Lightning Empress and this mysterious man. But the demon was very frightened, because this opponent seemed extremely strange to him, because of the fact that his eyes were glowing and because of his small fruit knife. It seemed to him that this man was just some kind of maniac who accidentally got on this earth. The demon was struck by the fact that this unusual man seriously decided to fight against him and had no fear. It pissed him off that he fought him with that stupid fruit peeler. After that, his body changed color and turned purple. He rushed to attack the author of the web novel, said that he was only a native clown and had no right to change him publicly. But the man remained calm and looked at this situation with a cold mind, as long as he still had a lot of strength. The demon understood that even the best heroes of Class S could not do anything against his terrible sword. And if this hero of ours could withstand at least one blow, then he would start to respect him. But the main problem was that he had his small fruit knife in his hands and laughed a very strange laugh. He took a fighting stance and said that he wanted to cut again and deflected a very quick blow from his opponent. When he didn't see him, he was incredibly surprised. You couldn't believe that the man in front of him blocked his blow with only a fruit knife. After that, his partner took a few steps back. He needed to think about how to fight this battle, because he had never met such a did not understand or was really very mistaken because he underestimated his opponent, and he treated him with a cold mind. After that, he improved his sword several times. This time his sword could cut even a stone, and his opponent would definitely not be able to block this blow. He rushed to attack. He wanted to strike his opponent as quickly as possible to knock him out of his position. But the man with the pink eyes only pushed away this powerful attack with the tip of his small knife and said again that he wanted to cut it. Felt like he was a normal zombie. All this attack and the demon just flew to the side, and then there was a big explosion followed by a lot of thick smoke. The man with the black hair didn't understand how it was even possible, because it was one of his strongest attacks that ever existed, and his opponent only pushed it away with his small knife. The demon man became even more angry. I don't understand where this man came from, because no one in the world could defeat him and could not stop his sharp attacks. The enemy now inflicts many times more and faster attacks to destroy the man, but our hero defended himself with his small knife and remained calm. Then the man stepped back. He understood that the Empress of Lightning called this man a master. It seemed to him that it was some shaman who taught S-class hunters. Because of this, he was even more afraid. It seemed to them that this was precisely why no one had heard of him, because he was top secret for all top-class hunters. After that, he took out a strange bottle and said that he didn't think he would have to use it in today's fight because it took away some of his life energy. The man drank and refilled the bottle and was sure that after that he would be able to defeat this strong man with just one attack. Suddenly his eyes lit up. The aura around his body changed. He felt how power filled his blood. At one point the man screamed regionally. Energy overflowed his body. A lot of strong pink lightning appeared around. In one moment, all these strange effects ended and a demon seal also appeared on his face. Now the evil man was ready for a duel. His match began to emit some dark and pink magic. The man assured that now his opponent will die and no one can defeat him. But the main character was not scared. He just held his little knife in his hands and laughed. He wanted to cut again. These words enraged his opponent even more, who angrily rushed to the attack and shouted very loudly. The evil man no longer controlled his thoughts. His veins began to fill with a magical substance. Everything around him shone with pink magic. It seemed that after a second our pumped-up hero would die, but he only held a small knife in his hand and remained calm. He wanted to strike his opponent with a small knife and did it right in front of his head. At this moment, the evil opponent was very quickly taken into the air. His strength was completely different than at the beginning of the match. Ilshin now did not understand what was happening to the enemy, because he only saw some strange particles of light that appeared in different places. After that, he appeared against them in the high air together with his weapons. He was preparing to deliver an incredibly powerful blow. It seemed that he had just hit Ilshin with his sword. This blow was not only powerful, but a lot of smoke appeared and no one could see anything. After a while, he calmed down and landed on the ground, unable to see anything and not sure if he managed not to win. The man assured that the battle would be completed because after which, no one could survive at all. So he said that it was really very long and good a match. But at that moment, his sword started flying around. The man was incredibly shocked by this situation. He fell to the ground and was incredibly upset. He didn't know how it was even possible because this sword had been with him all his life. When the man looked in front of him, he was even more frightened and realized that his opponent had survived and was fine after such a powerful attack. The man looked at him with his red eyes and his maniacal smile. He only said that he wanted to cut. It practically did not scare his opponent to death. He understood that now he had no chance in the fight against such a monster. Ilshin turned his neck 360 degrees and smiled. He saw that it was an opponent. It seemed that he was fighting with some kind of god, because no normal person could turn his neck so much. But suddenly he began to lose his balance, and some very strange things began to happen to his body. His eyes no longer wavered brightly, but he could no longer walk normally, and it remained that he would fall very soon. The demon looked at him and could not understand what was happening. After that, the man started waving his sword in different directions. It was as if he was very drunk and did not understand what he was doing at all. The demon asked how he felt in general. Now he has new chances to win because this man behaved in a strange way and did not attack him. At this moment, your husband felt a very strange, magical light that passed through his whole soul and lamented him. Now it seemed to him that the end had come for him because he could no longer understand anything, and his strength suddenly began to decrease. His body began to break apart and the situation was many times worse, and with everything he did, he was in incredible pain and he screamed. Happened because some blue energy was fighting against some red energy and no one knew who would win. Man, because he was now without a sword and did not know at all what he needed to do, all he could do was run away and hide. He looked at his hands and was very surprised to realize that he was alive and not even wounded, although he saw many blows from this sharp sword in front of him. After that, our hero came out of the big fog that had formed, pumped up. He was in great shape and looked at his alarm clock. Take. The man didn't understand why he didn't kill him with such force because he could have done it very easily. They told him it was even scarier because he didn't know what kind of man it was. He shouted loudly and asked who he was, because the man did not know anything about him at all, but the man only told him that it was very tasty. After that, he took a small watch for his hands in his hands. It seemed that he again became some kind of weirdo who wanted to cut everything around. It seemed that this man was the god of the sword, because he was great with all the weapons that were in his hands. He did not care about the size of these weapons. The god of the sword was called the one who stood at the top and was the best in his field. And this meant that there was no one better than him, and only the one who got to the very top could receive this title. But suddenly the time of action of the elixir was over, and the man's body became normal again, and he was no longer so big, strong, and scary. He wanted to continue swinging his small knife that he was holding in his hands, but he realized that this knife was now also smaller, and it was useless to him. His opponent bowed to him and said that he would admit his defeat. He didn't care now that the man had shrunk in size, but wasn't that dangerous. Ilshin was very surprised and could no longer believe that this opponent was surrendering, because now he had every chance to win over him. We also did not understand why he was called the god of the sword. The man fell to his knees and begged to become his eyewitness, because he also wanted to reach such great heights as he promised to devote his whole life to the great sword god. The male demon also added that he was ready to do anything he ordered, and even scary things that he didn't care about. He wanted to do everything possible to become a teacher and improve his abilities. Then the man looked at the girl who was lying on the ground and was almost unconscious. The sword demon also looked there and forgot about everything he did a few hours ago. He used air magic and very quickly slipped towards her, while Ilshin continued to run with his small steps. The sword demon took some bottle with a yellow substance and gave the girl to drink it. He said it would definitely help her. As it turned out, it was a high-class potion, and it had a positive effect on the body and gave a second breath and excellent health. It could save from death even those who were already doomed. The sword demon looked at his god and apologized for what he did to this girl, saying he was stupid and didn't know she was his student. The man received additional points for completing the mission of saving a believer, and now he had 139 points in total. He remembered all the recent events that happened to him. He didn't understand how much longer this could last, because in the beginning there were only insects. Then some people from the guild arrived. Now some sword demon appeared. He wanted him and his men to be left alone. My husband replied that the Emperor of Lightning will soon get better health and strength. After that, the man in dark clothes began to beg God of the Sword to forgive him, and he was ready to do anything, even to destroy his stomach or other parts of his body. But the author of the web novel seemed that this man was only crazy, and he did not need such a disciple. He also said that he could complete any tasks, even those that were extremely difficult or even impossible. These words made me think without the name of God, because this man should also be from some guild. Then the man asked the demon sword how strong he was considered. The man replied that there were not many people in this country whom he could not defeat. Hearing this answer, the man was happy and asked him to destroy the entire guild general medicine. But at that moment, the man was very surprised, and his face became very pale, and he received some kind of shock. The nameless god said that this task was extremely important for him. He looked at the sword god and was silent. He was really very scared. He didn't know what to answer. A man without a shirt stood over him and said that he would fulfill any task and any request of his that he only wished for himself. After that, he bowed his head and said that he would fulfill this wish because it was a wish from the sword god. After that, the man was very happy because he realized that he will have one less problem with you and will finally be able to take revenge on those people who visited him today. The man explained that it will be really very difficult for him, but he will still do everything possible to destroy this one and fulfill the task of his god. A message appeared that the man received incredible loyalty to his side, and now he had the opportunity to receive the finger of God that multiplied. This skill already surprised the author of the web novel. It seemed to him that now his finger can multiply his gold several times, and in the end, he will become very rich. After the completion of all these events, the man went to his apartment. He was very tired but could not fall asleep. He had a very important task. He ran and started looking for something in his apartment that he hid very well. He was looking for money that he hid for his rainy day. Considering the fact that he scattered around the room and all the things, he didn't care about this, because his main goal was to find money. He found his piggy bank in which he kept money, but when he took it in his hand, he realized that there were only 100 real coins. However, he was very happy, because this should have been enough to try his finger. He touched the coins with his finger, but nothing happened, and because of this, he became sad. Then there was a message that he could not use the finger of God on physical objects. This news really confused him. The angry man threw the coin directly to the ground. He thought that he could finally become rich and solve all his problems, but instead he had some deadlines again. Silent nightmares in the chat and laughed at the man and his purchase cartridges. 1,000 knives that cut the space were also happy that the man made such a stupid purchase. It all made him incredibly angry. He wanted to attack them now, but he understood that he first needed to become stronger, then I couldn't do it. Shedrick the Generous said that he needed to work well on karma. The Earless Nightmare said that it was a breath of fresh air, and it was better to go and destroy someone and relax. This whole situation made our hero think. He needed to find some new alternative solution. After thinking for a few minutes, a brilliant idea came to him, and he said that he would definitely implement it, and that it was the best. He entered the God Creator app again, and a message appeared that everything depended on his game, and he could become either a good or an evil god in. He wanted first of all to use his thumb, which could multiply, to increase the number of his ants that were in his tribe. Began to do this, and saw how the number of his ants increased. Now it seemed that they would never be in danger, because there were many times more of them, from a larger number of them to several dozen, and after that he directed them towards the army of the Empire, and exactly the next day they were supposed to arrive and start the war. Small insects began to gather around the Holy Maraika. He wondered what these small ants were doing because everything looked very strange. The Holy Virgin held the hand of a small insect, and with the help of her right finger helped her to restore her health and strength because she was very sick. After that, they saw their rich man and were very happy because they had not seen him for a long time and began to miss him. Muriha explained that she tries to help her insects as much as possible because she was one of the main leaders in the whole tribe. The nameless god didn't like it a little because they thought less and less about him now, but it also gave him an advantage because he needed to collect karma. But suddenly his manager's phone started ringing and it scared him incredibly. He understood that now everything was already worse. A man greeted the author of web novels by phone and asked him from the very beginning when he receives new chapters. I also said that the situation is getting worse because their boss wants to terminate the contract, but Yu Il-shin said that he needs to take a break for personal reasons. The manager began to shout loudly that Il-shin had just returned from his vacation. It seemed to him that the man was simply crazy but was already letting them all down. Then the man decided to use the finger of God that anointed himself to create another copy of himself and work faster. There was really nothing to lose, so he decided to try this idea on himself and started to activate his finger. After that, I rested my forehead with my finger. Kiev gave off some strange red light that was like a divine light. And after that, strange things began to happen. Magic covered the man and began to strike some red lightning right on the ground. Thick smoke filled the room and the man could not see the result, but he was very interested to see what he had achieved. When the thick smoke cleared a little, he managed to see that there was a man who looked very similar to him. It was clear that it was his clone. A timer appeared that showed that this object would disappear in a few weeks, but Il-shin didn't care about that. He couldn't believe that it really worked. The clan turned to him and said that for the time being, he would write works for the manager because it was the most important thing. Then he hit the real Il-shin said that he should follow and help the soldiers to destroy the empire. The main character was very surprised and could not believe that his copy would tell him what he needed to do. It seemed to him that everything should have been the other way around. The man in the jeans started killing the man in the tracksuit and said that he was just a mistake of nature and was ruining his whole life. After the clone took a few hard hits, he stopped and relaxed. This helped him release all the stress he had built up. But in the meantime, the manager continued to listen. He asked the author if he played it because it was all not funny. Il-shin's clone took the phone in his hands and sent the manager, and after that he ended their conversation. At that moment, the face of the main person with a red light, and he began to activate the magic of mass different. Il-shin's clone also seemed to have started activating his other Mariahs to become stronger and ready for a tough fight. After that, the events are transferred to the game called The Creator, where there were already very hot events. A big green monster shorter than many small insects with the help of his strong arms. He was incredibly strong and very easy to fight. He not only defended himself from these small creatures, but even attacked with his giant friends and put fear into small insects. Despite the large number of ants, they were scared because they understood that their opponents were incredibly strong and they could not do anything against them. The big green monster with red eyes laughed because he understood that this tribe was terribly scared, and some of it started to run back. Suddenly he looked at the sky and was very surprised because he saw a red light shining directly into his eyes. After that, this incredibly sharp beam hit the bodies of the great heroes, and they began to scream loudly from the terrible pain that engulfed their bodies. The small insects looked at it with a lack of understanding of what was happening. After all, these terrible masses had just threatened them. But now they screamed in pain. Then a column of men appeared in the air, and a message appeared that the skill of the mass variety was improved by a level due to its successful application. I, the monster who managed to survive, looked at the man and realized that he was the holy god that everyone talked about and about whom there were many legends. After that, the events are transferred to the headquarters of the Imperial Army, where everyone was very angry at everything that was happening. One monster came back. He was incredibly damaged and said that he was very sorry because he wanted to do his best and help everyone. The damaged monster replied that all the soldiers who were sent on the offensive were completely destroyed, and only they managed to return after the terrible struggle that took place there. Arachne stood up just crazy. She couldn't believe that one single god could destroy so many monsters in such a short period of time. The dying monsters said that they better not go against this terrible god, because he was more like a demon and spared no one in the fight. After that, his body completely disappeared, and only some gold coin remained. The other monster that was next to him could not believe that after death, the body could just disappear like that. The green monsters insisted that they must contact the highest leadership and inform about the situation. But Arachne was told that the emperor was now alone and did not have time. Arachne ordered the last 10 swords and heavy equipment to be called into this fight, but some of the masks were against it because it weakened them in other directions, and their neighbors could attack them. Arachne insisted that they needed to get the head of the golden god, and then they could solve other problems. Nabu interjected into the conversation. She asked for forgiveness for saying something. She said that she would get the head of this evil god with her own hands, and they would win this war before. Meanwhile, Chief Ilshin was in his room and was very beaten up. He couldn't think normally and concentrate like that. After some time, his consciousness came to him again, and he was surprised because he does not remember what happened during all this time. All he remembered was being stuffed by his own clone. He felt really sorry for himself, as even his own was humiliating him. Then a message appeared that Generous Happiness was asking where his handsome colonel was, because he wanted to meet him, but Ilshin was not ready for that. He was more interested in who called him 120 times. Angelina expected no call, and it seemed that everything was fine. The manager wrote to him that they were terminating the contract, and his contract was now cancelled. This message shocked Yu Ilshin the most. Various messages began to appear that talked about the success of his little insects on the battlefield. But he didn't care anymore, because it didn't play any important role in his life. He shouted so that you could hear it from Ilshina Street. Now I didn't care to write what happened in the game, because it was all a game, and everything was as good as possible. But in reality, everything was bad. However, the successes continued to appear because the little insects continued to fight even harder, and with them was their strong god who helped them in the fight. But the man did not care at all, because it was your game. It seemed to him that his life was destroyed because he now had no job for which he had worked so hard, but it was just some stupid game. Everything only made me understand that he didn't sleep many nights and felt bad because of stressful work. But now, they refused him, and he didn't have any contract. I wanted to write and send them very quickly, and maybe after that they will reconsider their decision. A message appeared with a new task to save a believer. It was extremely important. A large text asked the man if he is going to save his fanatical believer in the topic of swords. If the man does, then it can help his talent blossom. But the man pretended that he didn't care because he had a lot of work and a lot of things that he had to solve. However, these messages continued to appear, and each time they more and more pissed off the man with their great appearance. After that, this message became several times larger. The man could no longer see anything except the giant text that appeared in front of his face. The author of the web novel was really indifferent to this, but the big message offered the nameless god to look at what his believer thinks and where he has been. The sword demon was tied to the front of the other woman who stood next to them, only laughed and beat him. Her name was Cello. She was also a participant in its action and was under the protection of the god of chaos. She turned to demons and asked to tell at least something. She promised the demon eye that she would kill him very quickly if he started talking, and gave her very useful information. Ilshin understood that his guild was incredibly strong because they caught the sword demon and he couldn't do anything. Then the man was very scared when he saw a big man standing behind them. He did his analysis and realized that it was another man, not the one who passed by him today, came to him. His street name is Cheol Du, was also 31 years old, and was also under the cover of the god of chaos and had quite strong muscles. Demon Sword to do, because these people were stronger than him. Now it was clear why the man was so worried when he heard about this task. Then the Kiss web novel author is transported into the sword demon's mind and into his thoughts. The man recalled that when he was still very small, he was sold to a black house and raised as a murderer. After some men saw his abilities, they began to use him for his purpose, and he began to take on various tasks. After some time, he managed to meet Cheol Mi and Cheol Du, who were in the Magnificence Guild, understood that these people had the same past as him, and because of this, they quickly became opponents, realized that he did not have a normal future like they had, and he left hoping that when his life would improve. The man remembered that he followed the path of the sword to become stronger, and after some time, he came across someone who knew how to master his weapon perfectly. He remembered the man he met today. He was very sorry that he did not complete his task, but now he could not believe that he would die just like that under such terrible conditions. The woman asked loudly who ordered the attack on the guild Velopedia, and how could he leave them at all because they were very good friends. The big man said that he has no business dealing with all this, and he only wants to destroy this cattle. But the woman started to stop him and said that the apostle Johann promised 100 million if they took him alive, because he wanted to sacrifice him. But the stocky man didn't really care. He started threatening the woman too because they were just wasting a lot of time here. The sword demon understood that this was probably really the end. He apologized to his god a long time ago for not fulfilling his promise. Chiel, you prepared your big fist and said that we make the man try as hard as he has never suffered before. It seemed to the man that he was forced to save this hero because he made a lot of effort to get here, and because he was a very good man with a difficult past. He subconsciously turned to his powerful warrior who was in the tower and asked to transfer energy to him so that the sword demon could survive. A large, bald man joked to deliver a powerful blow, but at the last moment his victim ran away and tore off the heavy chain hanging from his neck. As it turned out, the main character took the body of his friend and began to heal him. When other monsters saw this, they were surprised or did not understand who this man was. Ilshin was very angry. He squeezed his hands and said that it was impossible because now I will not be busy. After that, he decided to use Sun Miri's lightning while he was inside the body of his only warrior, who was me. He really liked all his strength and power. He felt like right now he would destroy his enemies with one blow. However, a message appeared that showed that the man could not use more than 2 skills because they were too strong, and it was too much for him. He just broke this system and some strange flashes started hitting his body, and the whole game started restarting to start working. The giant monster became even more angry. The veins were visible on his face. It seemed that he could destroy his opponent with just his gaze. He delivered an incredibly fast and strong blow to his opponent, but fortunately the main character managed to avoid him. But despite this, his situation was very bad because there were a lot of errors in the middle of the system. He was no longer in control of his body. The big bald man was surprised, or did not understand how the web novel author of The Man from His Punch and what was happening to him right now. It was incredibly scary because the man's body began to twist and straighten. Some incredible lightning appeared and no one understood what was happening. At that moment, the effect affected the big enemy, but he was in too much pain, and he simply switched off, and a message appeared that the man successfully survived the reboot and passed it on to the enemy thanks to his successful body skill. The giant man could not fight. He simply fell to the ground and was unconscious. His girlfriend was confused and scared because she did not understand what was happening, and it seemed that her good friend had died. She asked him to get up, but he did not respond to her words, and the main character meanwhile stood aside and wondered how he managed to do it. The woman began to cry and became angry. She looked directly into the eyes of her opponent and asked how he even dared to do this. Then she inhaled a great deal of air and her whole body began to increase rapidly. After that, she blew on the man and strong fire and terrible wind effects began to appear. It was an incredible power. It was very difficult for the man to restrain it, despite the fact that he drank the elixir. He could not believe that he would die like this. His feeling changed, now he felt calm and comfortable. It was a message that said he managed to win because of Il's steel body hoe. Now this fire seemed, on the contrary, pleasant and relaxed him very much. It seemed to him that he was in some kind of sauna. He was tired because she spent a lot of energy on this powerful blow, and I wanted to believe that her opponent had died because it was one of the strongest attacks she had ever made in her life. However, when she saw the nameless god, she was scared to death because not only did she not destroy him, but on the contrary, she made him stronger because his body began to increase in size. The nameless god was incredibly glad that his only warrior had such a strong body. He understood that it was a very good investment. 9. The fiery lady had no choice but to continue her attack. She promised to burn him forever. However, the man did not care. He was not afraid of this fire. He was very pleased, and this fire warmed his body. It practically scared her to death because now she realized that she had no chance because it was her main strength. Then the man approached her and hit her hard with his right hand. After this blow, the man's body began to shrink because time ran out, and the body returned to the owner. Ilshin was infinitely grateful because he understood that if this had happened a few minutes ago, he would have burned. The mission to save the fanatical believer has been completed, and as a reward, the man will receive his talent, which will now be many times stronger. He was very interested in how strong his talent would become now and what new opportunities he would have. Despite this achievement, nothing began to happen in his body. He was puzzled and did not understand why. The main character was upset because he was expecting something really good, but in reality there was no effect. It seemed to them that all this magic and all the messages was some kind of trick because he put a lot of effort to save this demon. The sword demon was incredibly grateful to his god. He said that he had never seen such strong and powerful people who could so easily destroy opponents. But this man, as at the beginning of their meeting, annoyed him greatly with his look. They really didn't have much time because the opponents could get back on their feet and start attacking them. So he turned to the sword demon and asked him to help him get back home. But suddenly they felt some very strange aura near them and looked in some other direction. This place was really very dark and there was a lot of smoke, but what a terrible voice said that the nameless god was as he imagined him to be. Johann came out of this dark place and said that he was very glad to meet him. When the sword demon saw this, he was very scared and asked the sword god to be very careful because it could be really dangerous. Johann was naked as always. He said that he had been waiting for this meeting for a long time and finally they managed to see each other. Ilshin made an analysis and found out that this man was 29 years old and he was the same god of chaos. He just didn't care about it. He was shocked because he understood that it was also some maniac who wasn't wearing any clothes. The naked man bowed, but said that it was indeed a great honor for him to meet Yu Ilshin, but the man was only very puzzled. This stranger approaches him even closer and instills more fear. Ilshin did not want him to approach him because he did not know his ideas. A naked man would call the family god his brother and say that he was very hot and wanted to hug him. But the main character did not want this stranger to hug him, so he stopped, his body with his hand. The sword demon also addressed this conversation and said that the god of chaos should not take a single step towards them. A brave man would be in big trouble. The man looked at the demon sword with his strange gaze, but did not know what was happening to these strange warriors. Then, with just one light stroke of his hand, the chaos god pushed away the demon's body in his hands. Was truly incredible strength. This blow was so powerful that the demon's body flew very far up the mountain, although chaos did not add much union. The demon's body continued to fly very high far away, and after a while it fell to the ground. Ilshin was very scared. I already understood that the sword demon was strong and almost destroyed the Empress of Lightning, but now he flew very far. But the man came closer. I asked the man which god he followed and in whom he believed in general. Ilshin understood that the situation was terrible for him. He started muttering something under his breath, but Godhouse did not understand what he was talking about. At this moment, the nameless god unexpectedly rushed to attack. He wanted to use the unexpected to attack. God also combined his attack together with the Lightning Empress's power and used a lightning storm. His whole body was destined to be lightning. His entire blood was filled with energy. This blow was supposed to be fatal. The god of chaos was clearly surprised because he did not expect this weak man to attack him with such great power. Then the events are transferred back to the great palace of the emperors where Arachne and Nabu were. The green monster was already going to leave, so he said goodbye to the hostess. After that, with the help of her big wings, this girl flew very fast and high and was ready to fulfill her mission. She swore that she would destroy without the name of God. She understood that it would be a really difficult task, but the force and diseases overwhelmed her, so everything had to succeed. The next day was very warm, and the events are transferred to the Hayami tribe. Adult insects worked and small children played. Everything was really wonderful and calm. But suddenly one ant looked up and was very frightened when it saw Cyril's big green eyes. The man was scared to death because he understood what it could be, and now the whole tribe was in mortal danger. It was Nabu. This time she was many times stronger, and this one was filled with evil magic and her eyes glowed with hatred. This evil monster woman wanted to completely destroy this village, so she started to activate a wave of poison to poison the whole tribe. After that, all the insects started coughing, Green gas started entering their lungs and destroying their organs. Meanwhile, the main character delivered a really good and powerful blow to his opponent. The god of chaos flew very far, his body because of the power of the hand of the god. The pain of the Empress's lightning was engulfed in his body. This blow was indeed very successful because after that the naked god fell to the ground and was wounded. Ilshin was very proud of himself because he managed to deliver such a powerful blow to such a powerful character who easily stopped the sword demon. The electric current continued to hit the man's body lying on the ground, due to which smoke appeared. Johann could no longer control his body. It was controlled with the help of these terrible lightnings that were inside his body. Ilshin liked it very much. He played with the man's body like his doll because he could control it with his fingers. But Ilshin did not want to play with his opponent for a long time, so he began to increase the electric current to finally end this stupid fight. After several more powerful lightning strikes, he left the Chaos God's body. Now he just lay on the ground and did nothing. But after all these blows, God still remained alive. This frightened Ilshin, and he understood that the skills of the Empress of Lightning did not work against his opponent. It seemed to him that this man's body was simply immortal because he began to stand up after all the technological blows. Then, the terrible god of chaos looked at the man and said that it was all useless because no matter what he used, he would not die because he could return to his life. Ilshin was scared to death because he understood that he had used almost all of his strongest abilities, but nothing helped. This Bauhaus seemed simply immortal, and Ilshin had no plan how he could destroy it. He didn't want to die at the hands of this strange man. But the god of chaos didn't stop asking the enemy if there would be continuations of his attacks. The god of chaos wanted to have a good time and have fun with a very distinguished guest. These words instilled even more fear into the main character's body. He wanted to come up with something faster to survive. In this, he had a brilliant idea. He understood that he had no other choice. Therefore, this was his last chance. The master activated the thumb of God that could multiply on his head to create a copy of himself. Everything went perfectly like last time, and the same evil clone that hit the original appeared in front of him. The original Ilshin was scared. He hoped that his pendant would help him and not fight against him. But when the god of chaos saw this, he said that it was really incredible. And it showed once again that the nameless god was very strong. The clone looked and looked his original straight in the eyes, not understanding the whole situation that was happening. The main character was scared because he didn't know what his clone would do now. Then the man in the shirt said that things were really bad. Then he explained that things were bad because their tribe was attacked and many ants began to die en masse. This information even surprised the god of chaos. After that, he unexpectedly became very angry. Some purple magic appeared around him, and he turned to the two gods. What pissed him off the most was that no one was listening to him, and because of that, he activated his hand and his chaos magic. Men understood that they needed to defend themselves, so they did everything they could because this magic was really very dangerous for them. However, only the clone managed to dodge this blow, and the original fell to the ground. He understood what was the point of all this power if he could die right now, and after that, his clone would also die automatically. The clone landed next to the god of chaos and turned to his clone. He asked to burn it all around. But the nameless god did not understand what it was all about and why this clone was so strange. After that, his clone started to turn into red magic and enter back into the virtual world. I will still help the little insects. The nameless god was scared to death because his clone just took him and left him in this extremely difficult situation. The god of chaos was only happy about this. He started to activate even more of his magic and became even more angry at his opponent. Ilshin was in a panic. He did not understand what his column was talking about and what he should burn because he did not have fire magic. And then he remembered that he had his holy finger of God that had something similar with fire, and that was a pretty good idea. Then he activated his god middle finger. His hand started glowing with divine power as always. He was happy even more when he realized that his talent was improved, and now this finger could also be stronger and could help him a lot. His opponent was not very surprised, because he did not understand what it was and why his field was glowing. So strange. Now the man became many times sure that it seemed to him that it would definitely help him, and he began to direct his power. The god of chaos only looked at it as an incredible force when standing on him. He did not know what to do because he could not appreciate it in any way. Then the man's whole body became stronger. His eyes glowed and he became brave and self-confident again. Some very powerful fire appeared around, which was not there before. The god of chaos looked at it and did not understand what was happening. But after that, this big, powerful fire went out, and only a small fire appeared, which was on the finger of the nameless god. It took away our hero's confidence. He forgot that it was just an ordinary lighter that didn't have much power. His opponent laughed at him and asked if that was all he was capable of. After that, he activated his chaos magic and moved towards the man with the lighter again. It seemed like it was definitely the end. Ilshin gave as much to his people as he could, but he didn't succeed in anything. This fire was still as small as at the beginning. Then he decided to use the thumb of God, which I could multiply. He thought it could increase his fire. After he did this, several lights appeared, and they merged into one big one, so his plan partially worked. The man defended himself as much as possible, because he did not want this naked stranger to approach him. God Chaos was surprised and realized that the fire had become really bigger, and now he was in danger. But as it turned out, it was only a joke because the nameless god was throwing small particles of fire at him that did not harm him at all. The games were over. Johann became serious and said that he didn't have much time left, so he needed to finish it all. Now he used his magic really seriously and increased in size several times. It was clearly the end. It seemed to the author of the web novel that it was the worst death that could happen because he died at the hands of a naked man. But at one point, all of his strange purple magic began to disappear. Johann was surprised because it wasn't planned. Suddenly, the fire hit his body, causing him a lot of damage. The men with long hair didn't understand why the regeneration didn't work. After all, he was supposed to be immortal. As it turned out, the merciless fire was taking away strength from the enemy. The frightened Ilshin, the new ones, believed that it was really true. It seemed to him that the god of chaos was just playing him as usual. But this time it really hurt him. It was like a sign of fate. Johann became enraged. His eyes began to burn with chaos magic. He simply could not believe that some insignificant ability was destroying his body. The magic created by the god of chaos began to fly towards the protagonist and stay near his head. After that, the man fell to the ground. He began to feel very strong pain and screamed very loudly because of this suffering. For him, it was like some kind of prison, because at one point he felt an incredibly strong headache. This pain was so sharp that he could not even see with his head. Johann, he put a lot of effort into his attack. He wanted this attack to be the last and end their stupid duel. Events continue in the Hayami tribe, where a terrible green monster continued to poison the peaceful population of insects. The small creatures could not do anything because their enemy was in the air. She wanted to weaken the evil god through this tribe. The strong girl turned to the small insects and asked to pave their god because it was all his fault. After some time, it landed on the ground. After all, there was no place for it anymore, since most of the insects were lying on the ground and suffering from pain. At one point, a red light appeared behind the monster. She was incredibly scared because she had some terrible premonitions. As it turned out, it was a clone of the nameless god who wanted to save his tribe. Nabu understood that it was the same evil god that she had to destroy. Activating her magic, the monster girl turned to God and promised that very soon nothing would be left of his power. But the angry god didn't say anything. He just enlarged his hand several dozen times and flew straight at his opponent with great speed. Saw that this big fist, all the confidence of the monster went somewhere. She understood that now things were really very bad. The unnamed owl god gave a powerful blow to the monster. This blow was so powerful that the girl flew very far and her terrible body was completely burned. Realizing this, the man in the shirt landed on the ground because now there was no home for his beloved tribe. He stared at the small insects lying on the ground and not moving. He had one question in his mind. Were they dead? Yu Ilshin, meanwhile, was lying on the ground in such pain that he had never been in such pain that all his bones were completely destroyed. At that second, a message appeared that warned the man that his strength might decrease because a lot of believers died, and because of that, the population decreased. However, the nameless god was so hurt that he did not care about the population and his tribe. But then the question arose whether the nameless god wants to save his believers using the healing finger of God. If he does this, more than 5 million coins will be written off. But But the wounded man was only interested in whether he could save himself with God's healing fuel in the same way as he could save insects. Touching his head with his finger, the protagonist wanted to activate the healing magic. Then some green magic began to appear around. Johann was surprised. He did not know at all what was happening, and his opponent, due to the fact that the nameless god used this finger on himself, only 10 coins were deducted from him. After his mood and health improved, he began to think about his believers and decided to save them because it would give him a lot of strength. Surprisingly, not only was the amount not written off, but on the contrary, it fell into his account, and now the main character was many times richer than he was before and saved many lives. Johann looked at it all together with wonder. How was this even possible? So he asked Yu Ilshin what was going on. The most beautiful village is that the nameless god could stand, so Johann again activated his secret magic. Chaos magic was moving towards the frightened hero with great speed. What to save himself? He used energy transfer magic again, and after that lightning appeared in his eyes and around his body on. The body of the only warrior also came to him, and now incredible power overwhelmed him, and thanks to this he managed to stop the terrible magic of chaos. Now it was his turn to attack, and his divine power finger was activated and directed at the chaos god who was puzzled. The nameless god had a clear tactic, so he and you began to create a lot of fire and direct it at your opponent. Johann was scared by this fire because it caused him a lot of damage, so he started to run away to survive all these attacks. Unfortunately, the evil god of chaos stepped aside and dodged the fire. At that moment, he laughed somehow and said that Ilshin was really a very good apostle, and at the beginning of the battle, he thought that only a stupid victim would come out of him. The apostle did not listen to him at all. He told the man to shut up and quietly prepare for his death. But Yorikon only answered that 999 victims were already ready. Ilshin was surprised. He did not know what this madman was talking about. The long-haired man pointed his finger at the enemy and said that he would be the last sacrifice for the ascension of their god. The main character began to understand that they lured the demoniac to them only as a bait, but in fact he was the main target because they needed his power. Crazy Yorikon laughed loudly and thanked that Ilshin came here himself, but fell into their trap. Suddenly the ceiling just started to move, and some kind of strange red light appeared from it, which made this atmosphere even creepier. Then a giant eye appeared. It glowed with its hatred and destroyed the stones that were around. A lot of evil energy came from this eye. Now it became even more angry and looked at one point. It was looking directly at a frightened man in a tracksuit who was shocked and did not understand what was happening at all. He pointed his index finger of God at him because he thought he needed to destroy him first since he was a true god of chaos. However, he failed to do so was the message that the index finger of a god could not be used on such a powerful god. At that moment, some very strange things began to happen to Johann. He began to scream loudly from the pain that appeared inside his body. Blood appeared in his mouth. A long-haired man looked at the giant eye and said that they did not agree, and this was all the reason. The man's condition worsened, and for a few more minutes he completely fell to the ground, losing consciousness. After that, the dark, powerful magic moved straight at Ilshin. The nameless god could only watch it. Now this could definitely be the end for him, as he was practically nothing against this monster. Events take place in some other world. The main character remembered that he had a dream about the future. Every morning he wished that the world would be cleansed and that good would finally defeat evil, and that there would be peace in the whole world. He wanted to be a merciful god who could rule all this and help. But now this whole idea has lost its meaning. Now a giant monster of chaos has appeared on the planet. All people have lost hope that they will be able to survive. After God lost his beloved, his world split into parts and he began to destroy everything around, everyone who was guilty of it. He completely lost all control. All that ruled him was hatred and a great desire for revenge. He was a god who wanted peace to reign throughout the planet. But now the events were different. Now his dreams and desires have changed, as he has disillusioned and realized the bitter truth about this world. Good and peaceful ideas had completely left his head now. His body consisted of revenge and hatred, and so did his thoughts. The main character was standing in front of some giant stone sword that was hundreds of thousands of times bigger than him. Now, there was one desire for revenge. So he turned to the great god who came to this planet. The god of chaos heard the man's prayers, and the giant sword began to glow, giving a good sign for the man. Ilshin was full of strictness and confidence that he needed to realize all his ideas and desires. The giant eye of the god of chaos was incredibly angry. All she wanted was to seize power and destroy everyone around her. Hatred filled him. He wanted to destroy everything around him. The sword demon understood that he needed to help his master. But he had never been so scared because now he could even move his finger. But there was no fear in the protagonist's eyes. He unexpectedly turned to the sword demon and addressed him. The man asked where he could watch how he would now destroy this gigantic god who had invaded their world. But suddenly some very strange voice turned to him and asked for a date. It was Johann. The snakes completely tied his body. He couldn't do anything. He only said that they didn't agree like that, and it was dishonest. He was filled with fear. He felt that death was very close. So he shouted loudly that the god of chaos could not take the life of his faithful servant. Ilshin and the sword demon looked at this. They all understood that Johann had really difficult problems, but he created them himself. After the snake bite, the man's body turned pale. There was despair in his eyes. He understood that the god whom he served his life simply rejected him. The main character said that he had guessed from the very beginning that it was not necessary to believe in these stupid ideas, and asked the giant eye if it was true, and also added that this eye was very stupid and weak and could not do anything against him at all. After that, the giant eye became even more angry. Yorikon, with just one look, he did not understand why the sword god was not afraid of him at all. At that moment, the main character somehow created a golden sword. Seeing this, the sword demon was very surprised. Never again saw someone be able to create some kind of divine sword from an ordinary finger. This once again confirmed that this man was a sword god. Johann looked at it with his cold and dead gaze, unable to believe that the nameless god could be so brave against. The giant creature became even more enraged. She wanted to destroy this terrible man as well as Johanna. But Ilshin was not afraid at all. He just wanted to activate the Ultra Dagger to start fighting. It was an ability that was given by the same unknown man who was called the Sword that cut through space. This Ultra Dagger was one of the best swords on the planet, and together it increased the melee potential. The giant eye was very scared when it saw this giant sword. Now this ordinary man has changed very much. A light began to shine from his eyes, and he began to smile with a kind of maniacal smile. The giant creation was very scary. They understood that he had no chance against such a giant sword, and such a man who possessed limitless magic and the blessing of God. The man flew into the air holding an incredibly heavy sword in his hand, but he had enough energy to do it. He just wanted to end this fight once and for all and destroy the giant creature that appeared. He began to shout loudly and ordered the giant eye to return to where it came from, and at that moment he struck with his sword. Despite all his power, the god of chaos was frightened because now he had no chance and he saw his death. Events continue in the destroyed territory in the 12th district. There were a lot of soldiers in this place, and the man in the middle ordered him to thoroughly search the whole place with a weapon. The men who were behind were scared. We understood that they were waiting for a march in which their entire country could be destroyed, because even soldiers could not cope with them. Suddenly he did not understand what was happening, and was very worried because there were many military units that were destroyed. His name was Ho Kanchol, and he was the head of the Hunters Association. I understand that not everything went according to plan, but their project had to be implemented, so they went to the extreme. At that moment, one of the soldiers standing behind him said that they had survivors. The head of the association came closer to the man who had no clothes. He did not understand how it was even possible and how he managed to survive in such a terrible place. He turned to the old man and asked with long white hair what happened in this place and why everything was destroyed. But after a few minutes, the head of the association realized that this long-haired man was out of his mind and was behaving very strangely. It seemed to him that the stranger was crazy, so he ordered the military to send this wounded man to the hospital so that his condition would improve. It was Yorikon. He was incredibly scared, remembering all the last moments that happened in this terrible fight. Yorikon remembered it as a snake sword demon, and he looked at how the nameless god with the help of his sword wanted to destroy the giant eye of chaos that was on this world. And after he did it, the giant eye was really destroyed, and a lot of fire appeared around it. which began to fly in different directions. Fortunately, the main character managed to survive. He held a giant sword in his hands. Pay attention to the fact that there was a lot of fire around. Yorakan. After seeing this, he realized that Yu Il-shin was truly the best god of all the gods he had ever known. Events continue in a completely different place, where there were many hunters, and there was a dead giant monster over which the Empress of Lightning was standing. Her older sister was incredibly shocked because she understood that the girl destroyed this giant monster only with the help of her telepathy, and it seemed that it was practical. One hunter walked up to the woman and asked if she was really an observation S-class hunter. It was indeed, as others below the collapse could not act so quickly and powerfully. However, the woman is benevolent. She said that the man should not care about this and ordered him to clean up in this place and give her his return stone. The hunter did not understand what was happening to her and decided to give her his return stone and asked her not to be so angry. The hunter also added that this stone was incredibly expensive and cost more than 100 million, so a woman should be very careful with it. But the Super Greek replied that she did not care about it, and she was no longer small. She was divorced from the fact that this is not a simplification of a dragon, but was only a large lizard, and because of that she just wasted her precious time. She used this stone to teleport to another place, and the hunter who was standing on the side was angry with her because she spoiled everyone's mood. In 2 days, she will be transferred to the hospital where the main character was and his niece could be. My little niece helped her husband put a band-aid on his back and really liked this job because she wanted to be a doctor in the future. The little niece said that the husband's body crunched a lot after she put the patch on. The main character used the little hands of the niece because in the last fight, he used not only his heavy match, but also used a very large amount of his muscles, and because of this he had a lot of damage in his body. Then the little girl pointed to the man who was on the side today, and I asked my uncle who this terrible man was. She pointed at the sword demon. He had his black hair and his dark clothes as usual, because he had to match his work style. At this moment, a serious man bowed and asked what the god of the sword wanted. Il-shin and his niece were very surprised. They did not expect this. The main character did not know what other work to give this man. Angeline did almost everything, and even helped him with repairs. The sword demon said that he was ready to fulfill these wishes of his god, because he saved his life and the power of humanity. Besides, he was his teacher. It was very difficult for Il-shin to get used to this very strange man who was ready for himself. Then he offered the demon to rest because he had completed all the tasks. But at this moment, the demon said that there is no point in cleaning the remnants of the Magnificence Guild. After these words, he became puzzled. He explained that the S-class hunter Xiongmin and the Hunter Association are dealing with this issue and ordering all these monsters, so this issue will be resolved soon. Il-shin, he did not understand which Songmin we were talking about because he only knew one that was shown on TV. The demon's sword explained that she was a really fantastic superheroine, and because of that, she was taken as a model. Then the nameless god realized that Songmir and Songmina had exactly what kind of connections, and maybe they even belonged to the same family. But in appearance, they were different. At that moment, he invited his little niece to go back to her mother in his mind. He was thinking about the Empress of Lightning because he hadn't heard anything about her in a very long time. He also wanted to try the treatment with his new ability because it could make the result in the council faster. There was a message saying that a man gets 1 million coins for good deeds because he managed to destroy 1/100th of the god of chaos. This information scared the man so much that he understood that this giant eye was already a small part of the whole god who was supposed to come to Earth. He didn't even want to imagine how big this monster could be and how strong it would be if all body parts appeared at the same time. Then, a mission appeared to improve the rank of this god. He needed to either gather 1 billion believers or he needed to convince 10 S-classes to worship him. And because they were all slaves for a very long time, and the man did not know if he needed to accept them. His mood worsened. He began to understand everything that was happening. Then he began to shout very loudly because in his opinion it was simply unreal that it would take thousands of years to accomplish this. They were difficult for him to know because he did not know where he could gather so many believers or how he could worship S-class. It was my world that bothered him very much. He wanted to accept them, and then he wanted to get a reward and become several times stronger once again. In general, He wanted these strange stalkers to quarrel among themselves, and then they themselves would bring him a lot of believers. His genius had no limits. Ilshin began to laugh loudly like a layer of genius and did not scare his little niece. She did not know what was happening with his uncle. After some time, the man left his room and went to another room where there was number 505. Sure, she was leaving him. He wasn't sure if it was the right ward. He wanted Sun Miri to be there in the middle. He knocked and asked if she was inside, but he got no answer but heard some very deep breathing. Therefore, the main character decided to go into the ward himself and find out what happened inside, and what he saw shocked him. Sun Miri was lying on the floor of the theater, nervous, and did not care that her body was not completely healthy. When she saw her master, Miri quickly jumped up and was surprised because she did not expect that he would come to her. The superheroine was happy that the master decided to visit her, but the frightened man asked why she was not in bed because she still had a lot of wounds. The smiling girl replied that she can no longer play in one place and wants to improve her abilities and strength. Then she said that her body felt great, and most of her wounds had already healed, and asked the master to look at it. She started filming her riots for herself and showing her body, but the main character turned away. It seemed to him that it was too much for him, because they were not a couple. At that moment, another girl in a dark cap came to the ward and started shouting loudly at her sister for what she was doing. Yu Ilshin did not expect this, so he was very scared. A woman in glasses and a cap raised her hand. She was incredibly angry with her sister and her actions. After that, she gave Miri a strong blow on her back. It was only painful that the emperor, this lightning, started to cry. Yu Ilshin does not understand that it was a woman at all and why she hit the superheroine so hard. But the woman continued to scream. She could not believe that her little sister could take off her riots and show her body to some stranger. Then she cast her stern gaze upon the man and asked aloud what he was doing in that chamber. The frightened, nameless god said that he might ask the same. Heard that this woman scattered even more. She grabbed the man by his clothes and began to ask loudly who he was, so that her younger sister would show her body. The elder sister did not stop with her words with a look at the man and ordered never to come to her sister again. Brave man, he will deal with her and her power. Sun Miri intervened in the conversation. She began to shout loudly for her older sister to let her master go. The woman could not believe that this bum could be a master. She really didn't like the look of the man, and she wondered if it was some kind of trend to dress like a homeless person. Frightened, Ilshin did not know what to say to such a strict sister because she was actually very strong and could easily destroy him. Miri was behind and motioned with her hands for him not to tell the whole story and just be silent. But her little sister insisted. The man replied that he was really at the academy and a physical education teacher, but the woman didn't believe him. She said that only very strong hunters were taken to the academy and she didn't see him there. She continued to ask questions and wanted to know what rank the author of web novels had, because he looked very much like a weakling. Song Miri decided to defend her master and said that her master was actually very cool, but Kivstar's sister was surprised when she heard the word Mai. The hunter girl was really surprised that this man did not take care of himself at all, and wore some very dirty and cheap clothes and generally did not look like a master. Miri got even more angry and said that this apparently weak man could turn out to be many times stronger than her terrible sister. The woman took off her cap and was surprised to think it was all very funny indeed. When she took off her cap, Yu Ilshin realized who this girl really was and was shocked. After all, she was a legendary female S-class hunter who was shown on TV because of her beauty and her strength. Now he understood that she was Song Mira's older sister. Song. Mina looked at her sister, looked at her stern look at her sister, and asked if she had lost her fears. Suddenly her eyes lit up and she activated mind control all around, did a lot of blue magic, and she told her sister to repeat it. Miri felt very strongly that the waves were acting directly on her head and telling her to obey her old sister. Sun Miri started screaming in pain and said that her words were a mistake and apologized to her older sister. But the elder sister did not stop. She spoke very loudly and said the words so that the girl would kneel before her and worship her. Miri seemed to lose control of her body. She was in incredible pain and screamed loudly, asking her sister to stop it all. Miri actually knelt down and her older sister, watching from above, ordered her never to say such a thing again. Meanwhile, Yu Ilshin was scared. He didn't know what he needed to do and what Mina would do with her younger sister. Master interrupted the conversation and told her to stop doing this because it could harm the Empress of Lightning. At that moment, she told the physical education teacher to just go away and activated some more sound magic and started screaming loudly. And it all affected him as well. But the man asked why he was shouting so loudly because he could really go deaf. This surprised Mina because the physical education teacher should have left this building a long time ago. Then she started to activate magic called mind control, and her eyes glowed again, and many lightnings appeared around her. But the author of the web novel was indifferent to this. She did not act on him. He stood and looked at how Song Min tried very hard to control him together. The woman was incredibly surprised. She did not understand how the man managed to control his. Then Ilshin, I asked her if it is best for her relatives to solve problems verbally. His eye socket was really impressed by his master. She said that he had just managed to counter one of the strongest attacks. The angry girl asked the man what his rank was, but the main character did not know what to answer because he thought that he was still a G rank. He was really ashamed to admit it. The hunter girl was really interested in this, and no one in the world could resist her attack. After that, unexpectedly for everyone, the big and strong sister bowed down and began to see herself in front of Yu Ilshin. And she also added that the man should continue to help her younger sister. She added that she brought her little sister food because she complained that they were not well fed here, and Miri thanked her for that. After that, the man scanned her and found out that she was 24 and was under the influence of a curse. This surprised the main character. It seemed to him that because of this, she could have such a terrible character, and he wanted to tell her about it. Then he asked how her hunt went and whether someone could put some kind of curse on her. After hearing this, the woman was surprised for me what the man was talking about, but she stopped when she heard from the master that someone had put a curse on her. At that moment, she did not lower her head down and did not say anything. It remained that she thought very hard in her head. After that, she sent out an incredible message, and her eyes lit up with a red light, and she asked how the author of the web novel managed to find out about this. The frightened main character said that he simply had the ability to see various objects and see what was inside people, and because of that, he managed to scan her. After hearing this from the master, she just smiled and said that everything was fine. You scared her husband. He did not understand how a girl could have such a terrible character. After that, she said goodbye to the master and said that they would definitely see each other again. The surprised husband did not know what to answer, and therefore also said goodbye to her. He looked at her and thought that she was really very dangerous because she was the strongest hunter, and she must have had a lot of good abilities that she could use in battle. But at this moment, all his thoughts were interrupted by Sun Miri. She asked what the master was thinking about so much because he looked very strange. He was really uncomfortable. So he offered to go out on the roof and talk to the student about everything that was happening. The girl was very happy, and therefore agreed. She was always very friendly and smiled at her master. She treated him with respect and love. Suddenly appeared some very strong lightning combined with a magical yellow light. Glowloon Hero looked at the same magical tiger that was in the middle of the girl and did not understand what was happening around. And why did he use his mighty finger but nothing happened? And he failed to destroy the big chains that were on this tiger. Because of this, he decided to try his mighty god index finger once more. Despite all his efforts, nothing was happening, and he was just wasting all his energy. It scared him incredibly, because in his opinion, everything should be easier, because he became stronger and got new abilities. He hoped that he would be able to free this tiger, and he would get the first rank, but everything was not as expected. They both stood on the roof. The man did not understand what he was doing wrong, because he used too much elixir and energy just for nothing. He understood that it was necessary to clearly change the circumstances in which they conducted this experiment. So the man asked the girl to move a little further. After the girl took a few steps forward, a message unexpectedly appeared that only Ilshini could read. It was your information about the Lightning Empress. I will be with the casting as well, so currently her best power has been blocked, and even the electric abilities have also been partially blocked. But the main character didn't care about this. He just wanted to use all his abilities and release the best power of the girl, so he used all his powers. However, his student was very surprised, and she did not understand why the master was such a miracle. It had been looking at her for so long, it caused her a feeling of fear. He had a message in his head that the girl's best power was blocked. Because of this, he wanted to concentrate and deliver the strongest blow. But suddenly he stopped and looked at the message that was in the air. It seemed to him that he did something wrong. He asked himself who blocked all the abilities of the Empress of Lightning. Meanwhile, the girl was not on him and understood what was happening. Then it was her turn and asked where her older sister could have gone. This scared her, so she asked why he needed an older sister. In fact, he had a great idea inside that he thought was a good opportunity to improve their performance. One version was that the older sister could block the power of her younger sister so that she could improve herself and become stronger. The man was sure that he needed to talk to this superheroine because she definitely had some useful information. Then it continues in another city, where there was a big, deep ocean, and it was raining heavily. It was the same giant prison from which no one could get out yet, and there was one very dangerous criminal in this prison. There were a lot of guards around him. They carefully watched him, because he was the safest among all the prisoners. It was Yorikon. He was on his knees, and I believe that God's salvation will come soon for all planets, and all that needs to be done is to wait. But now he did not understand that all his thoughts of effort and hope were destroyed. The salvation in which he believed so strongly turned out to be a strong evil that controlled his body. That he believed in the God of Chaos too much, and the Almighty God only used him as his puppet. He remembered this giant eye that appeared a few days ago in an abandoned building. It seemed to him that this was salvation, because he also made a lot of effort to appear and for the God of Chaos to have a chance. On this day, I did not hear any energy that began to enter his body, but it was not the energy of kindness. It was the energy of hatred and disgust. Now he screamed. It was all good what he wanted. In fact, he felt too terrible and wanted to destroy himself. It seemed to him that he had lived his whole life for an idea that turned out to be false, and now his worldview began to change. Yorikon remembered that on the same day in the building, he felt an incredible power coming from that strange hero of ours. This god was really powerful, and fought for good ideas because he destroyed the God of Chaos with just one blow of his giant sword. It seemed that it was the same unique God whom no one could defeat. Now Yorikon was turning to the copperless god, and asking him to give this world another chance and change it, and he was also asking for his forgiveness. He began to pray to God without a name. He asked to become a servant. He was ready to do everything that God would command him. But suddenly I was very surprised his eyes became normal, and all his thoughts changed very quickly. A message appeared in the air that he managed to become a believer of the nameless God. Seeing this, the man was incredibly happy, because now he had all the chances. Tears began to flow from his eyes. He thanked God endlessly for giving him a chance to become better and improve his soul. Then a very strange man appeared behind him. The frightened Yorikon realized who it could be. It occurred to them that it was the same god Ilshin. However, this is a completely different man. He had a strange doctor's mask and his eyes glowed with hellish paint. He looked incredibly creepy. When Yorikon saw him here, he was very scared. He asked how he managed to get here because it was one of the most secure prisons in the world. But the mysterious stranger didn't answer anything. Then Yorikon realized that hunters below S-Class definitely didn't get to sit. That's why it was probably the Hunters Association. He was still scared because this strange stranger was just standing over him. He did not understand who could be hiding behind this scary mask of a doctor. It began to seem to him to destroy him. Yorikon began to recognize that he had done a lot of damage in his life and slightly corrupted society. His eyes suddenly lit up. He said he was no longer the apostle of evil, but despite that, he had enough power to kill this stranger. Hearing this, the angry stranger only asked not to make him laugh, because Yorikon was not even in the abyss. But Yorikon did not understand what it was all about. After that, the strange stranger became very angry and said that he came to take revenge for the attempt to kill Songmiri. Suddenly, his heart suddenly began to beat incredibly fast. He began to feel terrible, not understanding what was happening around him. An evil stranger touched the man with your finger, and after that he began to feel even worse. His organs began to enlarge, and because of this, Yorikon began to suffer even more. He shouted incredibly loudly to the whole prison, but it was not heard because he was in a secret cell that was very deep. Events returned to the main character's apartment, How can he meet his older sister's son? Because she was always busy and never had time. That's why he wanted to just be about it, because Songmin was really on the money and she didn't have time for such an ordinary man like him. He unfolded the letter lying on his table and learned that the sword demon had left him and wished him much happiness. But Ilshin was indifferent to this man. He was only glad to get rid of him. Then he threw away this piece of paper. At that moment, a message appeared that surprised him very much. It was a message from the creator of the gods. In this message, it was said that Ilshin successfully obtained that one servant named Yorikon. After reading this, the main character did not understand why this strange man accepted his faith. Then the message showed that he had an S-class follower. Ilshin was surprised because he realized that Yorikon was the best class. But in general, he was very happy with these ideas because they did not harm him, but on the contrary gave him more advantages. Ilshin was interested in how the man came to get his faith, and where last time Yorikon wanted to destroy him. However, all his thoughts were stopped again by a strange message that came to this house. The message that Yorikon died. Ilshin was perplexed and did not understand what was happening, because the S-class hero could not die in just 1 second. Another message appeared, in which it was said that everything that this strange fan possessed would now belong to God. Then there were a lot of sirens and a lot of messages that had some very strange danger. The main character understood what was happening because a text appeared in which it was said that the death of this hunter was not ordinary. It will be filled with incredible pain. Something very strange began to happen. No one understood what it was, because a very strange red light began to appear from the phone. After that, the main character began to scream loudly from terrible pain, and his body lit up with red paint. It was an incredible pain that he had never felt in his life, and an incredible amount of red energy appeared and began to spread around. Then his hands were covered with red paint. The man was surprised. He opened them to the fact that he had just received the abilities of his servant. The man did not understand why it was so painful. He was happy that now it is possible to use the abilities of even those who are dead. He was interested in how this strange hero died because he was in prison. Besides, he was a very strong hunter. The message said that he died of a heart attack, but Ilshin refused to believe this, and it seemed to us that everything was many times more complicated. It was all wrongly confused. After all, despite all these events, his progress still remained, and it lifted his spirits. But in his thoughts he said goodbye to the fallen man. It was all very confusing indeed. He wondered how this strange man had even thought of becoming his servant. The man was also interested in whether he could put on this information at all, because this man used to believe in the god of chaos and was his fan, and this could bring some terrible consequences. Complex thoughts filled his head. He did not know what was happening at all, and because of this he felt incredibly terrible. However, he decided that it was better not to think about all this at all. It was incredibly difficult, and he might never even know the truth. It also seemed to him that he had entered too deeply into this whole game and all these processes and had completely forgotten how he was actually there. It's bad that he didn't understand his laptop that he was the author of many web novels. I want now he didn't have much work, too much money. The thought of becoming one of the best authors of web novels, then proving to the manager that he will succeed. After that, he got his laptop and started working diligently and worked for about 3 hours on your new job. He wanted all readers to appreciate it all. As it turned out, Ilshin wrote his story in this web novel. In his opinion, it was a really beautiful story which, moreover, was based on real events, and it could bring him many believers. But at one point he was incredibly frightened, and a cold sweat appeared on his face. These were comments from new users. They were all incredibly disappointed with this work and wrote that the man had better stop writing web novels. This incredibly disappointed the man because he put a lot of his strength and energy into this work. Besides, everything was based on real events. He just couldn't understand why it was like that. He felt like it was just like a knife in the back now. He wanted to look for another job. Suddenly, someone knocked on his door. The man was surprised. Jim was not expecting anyone at all. It seemed to him that it could be the same sword demon. That thought wouldn't break him. He promised to destroy him if it was really him to the door to see who it really was. The main character was so angry that he was now ready to completely destroy this sword demon. But when he opened the door, he was incredibly surprised to see in front of him only the frightened dream of Maria. She was so frightened that she fell to her knees and began to beg for something. But Ilshin, I understood what was happening to her. With her hands folded, the Empress of Lightning asked for help in an incredibly difficult case. She also added that she could not solve this case alone. Then she made a very cute face. In Ilshin's opinion, it was just a forbidden trick, and now he simply could not refuse. It seemed to him that if he refused these beautiful eyes, he would become the worst person on the planet, and frogs would start falling on him and all his luck would disappear. Although he doesn't want to do it at all, he said he would help. The girl was very happy when she saw something coming. Then the man's trust with Sun Miri increased by 10 points. He is the main character with you, because he simply agreed to help his student. Yu Ilshin understood why such a strong girl needed his help, but Miri did not tell him anything. She was only incredibly happy. The next day, all events continue at the Hunter's Academy, where there were a lot of people. As it turned out, Miri wanted Ilshin to play the role of her guardian, and he came to the Hunter Academy because she missed many classes, so he as possible wear a good suit. The main character also thought about other options, but understood that if he called her older sister, the situation would be many times worse. Now it became clear why he received 10 trust points for this, since this task was incredibly difficult for them. Remarked that the master had a really nice suit, and said that it would be nice if he wore this suit every day. But the master replied that he only had one suit, and he valued it very much. The Empress of Lightning offered to buy a new suit or a new sports uniform. She also added that she had a lot of money and was incredibly grateful for everything that the master did. These proposals were really strange for Yu Ilshin, because never in his life could he have thought that his student would ever buy him some clothes. In his opinion, the girl was simply crazy, and some ant or monster demon bit them because no normal person in her place would make such proposals. But all these thoughts stopped when the main character noticed that she was not late, and because of this, they need to hurry to their meeting. After that, she went to the big building of the Hunter Association, and the man asked who Yu Ilshin was to Miri. The girl understood that she needed to take control of the situation, and said that it was her older cousin. She was not sure if she would be able to do it because of this. She was very scared. A big, strong man was surprised when he entered, because they both did not look like close relatives and looked very strange. After hearing this, Sun Miri was very relieved. She said that they were very similar to her brother. These words scared her husband. Ilshin was behind and full of cell phones. He was frightened. It seemed to him that no one could lie so terribly, and how this girl lied. Ilshin made an analysis of this man, and found out that he was 33 years old. Meanwhile, Miri was very scared, and in her opinion, this big, strong man called her brother. The guard explained that he didn't want to offend anyone, but he just hoped that her older sister Songmina would come today. After hearing this, the master said that everything was fine. The guard asked the man if he was also a strong hunter because everyone in this family was incredibly strong and had incredible abilities. But Ilshin said that he was just an ordinary. The Empress of Lightning quickly turned around and said that her little brother was really powerful and not everyone knew about him. After a while, they finally got through security and went to the principal's office. On the wall of the director's office hung a shield on which there was a horn attached to gold. The director of this institution was an incredibly large and strong man with white-gray hair on his head. He looked at the clock and realized that too much time had passed and the student had not appeared. Then it continues in another place. The soldiers stood and looked at how an incredibly gigantic gate of monsters opened in the middle of the place. They were very undaunted because they did not know what to do. After that, an incredible giant S-class demonic orc came out of these subors, powerful and strong, which could easily destroy the entire country. The soldiers started shouting loudly at the civilians to run away quickly from the scene and not look at this giant orc because he was very dangerous to everyone. Hunters started to fight against this giant orc, but it was too strong even for them, so things got worse. Then the soldier was scared to death. He called his commander and pointed his finger in one direction. It was some incredibly strange man with blue energy all around him who wanted to strike this giant orc. This man looked really powerful and had no fear against this terrible monster. He only thought about his victory. After this impact, an incredibly large explosion remained, and a lot of energy flew around. No one understood what was happening because everything began to shine with blue light. Suddenly, the gigantic head of the monster fell to the ground. thereby very much scaring the soldier who was standing nearby. After some time, the superhero himself landed. He was very happy that he managed to do all this and destroy this giant monster. The soldiers who were nearby were incredibly surprised. They had to believe that this strange man could single-handedly destroy such a giant orc that many strong hunters could not destroy. She had never seen such an incredible hunter in her life, who was also very handsome, and it seemed that he was some top-secret hunter. As it turned out, it was the same director, and this was the beginning of his whole story. And with the hunters and the fight against monsters, I want at the very beginning he was just a normal janitor. The man understood that he was already too old for all these things, so he wanted to train the youth to fight against these terrible monsters. In his opinion, it was his duty. He looked from the window at the students who used their magic, that is, their abilities to fight. But the director understood that he had one problematic girl named Song Miri. The director realized that only the best in this academy knew that her powers were blocked, and all she needed was to train constantly and wait for a small growth. Then he was happy because he understood that today she should enter his mind. He was forced to explain all this to her, and it was also his duty. The events continue at the beginning of this building, where a guard who was surprised to learn that Sun Miri's cousin was the author of web novels. After that, they went further. The guard said that he really liked to read all the web novels. He was interested in what genre Ilshin writes, and the man told about all the genres he has written recently. After hearing about the ants, which were incredibly strong, the guard was very surprised. In his opinion, this was one of the best stories written by this man. After some time, they came to the headmaster's crematorium, and the guard said that the man started to attack him inside. Then he knocked on the door and said that Sun Miri and her guardian had come to him, and the old man's voice told him to go inside. Yu Ilshin's plantain is comfortable. He was worried about the fact that you can succeed in theirs. He felt as if he was at some kind of interview. When they entered the office, Ilshin introduced himself as Miri's cousin and guardian. The old man was happy and also greeted. The old director said that they don't need to worry about all that Miri did. This really surprised the man because it looked very strange. But at one point he was very surprised and pointed his finger at the man because he understood who he really was. Yu Ilshin was also shocked when he realized that it was the same man he had met a long time ago, and now their whole plan was revealed. The main character understood that it was the same grandfather whom he met recently, and with whom they began to fight against the monster. And this is director Chu Haekang-san, who was S-class and had the surname Janitor. He looked at the man and remembered all these events that happened. He also remembered the giant rose that he was so afraid of. The director ordered that this same man come here to his office together with Song Miri. The man said that he was very glad to see this grandfather, and was glad that I was with him. Everything was in order, because the last time he did not look quite because of the giant rose. It was just that all this scared the man to death. He shouted that you, the man, do not approach him. Ilshin did not understand what was happening, because he was just very happy to meet. After that, the guard intervened in their conversation and asked the man to be careful because the director was very scared. The old director remembered all the terrible moments that happened. He got into a combat position and was ready to start attacking. Ilshin did not understand what was happening and asked the man why he behaved like that. In their whole conversation, the Empress of Lightning, she said that you both men stopped and explained to her what was happening and how they knew each other in the first place. The scared old man said that at any moment you can see some scary monster just like it happened last time. The guard did not understand anything because he saw that the director was really very scared at first. This man looked very nice and was, of course, the author. Ilshin came closer and asked what was happening with the director, because a few seconds ago he was very friendly, but the old man was even more scared because this man approached him. The master was very shocked by the behavior of the old man. It seemed to him that he was ready for a deadly fight right now. But at one point the author of the web novel got very scared because Director Kang started doing some negative things. Khan began to become somewhat stronger. A red magical light began to appear around him. He began to scream loudly. After that, he very quickly and unexpectedly jumped out of the window, and the men standing outside were very shocked and did not understand what was happening. But the director had great strength, so he managed to land successfully on the ground and was safe and sound. At that moment there was a lot of smoke, and the old man started running somewhere very fast. and scared the author of web novels who were doing sports on the street. The guard looked out the window to understand what was happening. Ilshin was worried and did not know what he should do. Everything was very strange. No one knew what they had to do and what was happening to this old, strong man who was an S-class hunter. Because this big man shouted loudly, "You ran very fast to escape from this Yu Ilshin and his crazy creatures." The guard understood that it was necessary to take the situation under control, so he apologized for all this, and meanwhile Sun Miri was very surprised because she could not believe that their director could be so quick. The strong man wanted to find some reason, so he said that all this was happening to the director because of his profession, because lately he had been thinking too much about her, although deep in his soul he did not understand what was happening to Khan. Meanwhile, the old man continued to run. He did not look back, he only wanted to find a secure place and calm down, but the guard assured that he would definitely return. Several hours passed. The old frightened man returned to his office and held a warm cup of tea in his hands. Everyone sat at a large table enjoying warm tea and sweets that were nearby, and it seemed that everything fell into place. At one point, some very strange things started happening to the master's student after she ate one cookie, because she turned to the words of her cousin and said that he had to try it because it was incredibly tasty, but the husband was not hungry. However, the girl did not stop and insisted that the man was forced to try it. Meanwhile, the director sat and looked at Yu Ilshin. The man was perplexed. He did not understand why this old man looked at him so strangely and did not say anything. The main character to try this cookie given to him by Sun Miri, and after that it was reported that these were Kansan's favorite cookies. This message surprised the man. He did not understand how these ordinary cookies could be related to this game. But what did it even mean? Meanwhile, the old man continued to look at cousin Song Miri with his stern gaze. This frightened Ilshin. He did not know what could be the reason. The main character asked the director what he wanted to tell him, and also added that if necessary, they can go out and talk to each other. But the old man said that this was not necessary, and cousin could sit down, and they would discuss this topic all together. The atmosphere is worse. After all, everyone understood that the conversation would not be pleasant, and it would be about Sun Mira's studies. Good Mom started a big, strong man. He explained that they were forced to turn to them because Song Miri began regularly skipping classes that were very important to her. The guard explained that she was really a very strong and talented girl, but she needed control and regular training to improve her results. But Ilshin assured that everything would be fine, and he would take care of this problem. Then the guard thanked for understanding and said that this was the end of their conversation. It seemed to him that this was enough for today. Miri and her cousin were about to leave. They were really happy to spend, but suddenly the director shouted loudly for them to wait. It really surprised them a lot, and surprised the guard so much that they understood what was happening and why the director should just wait for them. The old man said that he couldn't just let them go, he was really sorry and he couldn't look them normally in the eyes. Ilshin was surprised because it turned out that it was about him. He did not understand why the director did not want to let him go just like that. The old man shouted loudly that he had been looking for him for a long time, and it was all a sign of fate. But the shocked man did not understand what was happening. The director added that their Hunter Academy was one of the best and had the best equipment in the world. It seemed to the man that he was some kind of movie star. He added that the man needed to follow him and write several tests. At one point, the old director shouted very loudly and asked the man to give him powerful strength. Meanwhile, the main character was standing on the side and was shocked. What was it all about, and why did Directo Kan-R want his power? The old man said he was willing to do everything possible if this man wrote a test and passed it. Ilshin liked, this is all he said, that he will do this test if the director does not pay attention to the axis of absenteeism liked. This is all he said, that he will do this test if the director does not pay attention to all absenteeism. Song Miri Kong was very happy and said that everything suits him. The security guard wanted to say that it was illegal, and no one had the right to do such a thing. But the director said that it was a great opportunity, and he had no right to let it go just like that. After that, they left the director's office and went to do the same test that Khan was counting on. After some time, the main character entered the capsule. The director and one woman stood outside the window. They were preparing an unexpected qualified test for a hunter. The woman said that the preliminary results showed that the man had a G class, and because of that, one could not expect much. but the director assured that this man was not ordinary. He remembered these moments with a big rose and understood that all this was definitely true, and the man was definitely of the highest class. The protagonist, meanwhile, made an analysis of this sphere in which he was. As it turned out, it was a sphere for hunters with the help of which it was possible to find out the level and number of believers. The man was scared. He thought that everything could go really wrong as he planned. And because of this, many people could be in danger. Then a message appeared that the man had to put his hand on the sphere for the test to start. Ilshin did not expect this, but still understood what needed to be done. After that, he did everything as it was said in the instructions and placed his hand on the hunter's magic sphere. As soon as he did this, he felt an incredible energy that passed through his whole body, and a magical glow appeared around him. After a few minutes, all this stopped and the sphere began to make some very strange sounds. It was clear that this was the end. The woman outside the window said that the test was completed, and Yu Ilshin should leave this cell. The woman scientist received the results that the pencil capsule showed, and was very surprised, but did not say that it was really interesting. Yu Ilshin, that finally all his dreams had come true, and they would finally know about his magical power. He could be a hunter of the highest rank. He was very interested in what class he had, and he was preparing for the fact that it was clearly S-class. However, the woman said that it was the same G-class as it was at the beginning of the test. Then she showed the husband a piece of paper with all the results, and also explained that there could be no mistake, and that this test was unequivocally correct. Heard that it was a man, he became incredibly weak. He could just believe that it was all really true. In his opinion, it was all a big lie because he is definitely stronger. The school principal also couldn't believe that it was real. He asked Yunbi if everything was in order with this car, but the woman replied that the chance of a mistake was practically zero. Yunbi was, and if she couldn't have purposely made a mistake so that the man would get bad results. Yu Ilshin did an analysis and found out that Choi Yunbi was the head of the academy's medical team, and she was also Choi Kang-sang's daughter. Yunbi asked. Even at the workplace, the director called her an assistant. Besides, there were other people present. Kang was confused, but still agreed to do it. All these results really surprised the man. It occurred to him that this strange machine should also measure the divine power that was in his blood. The director of the academy could not simply believe that this hero of ours was of the lowest class. He once again asked his assistant if it was even possible, and the woman confirmed it. This incredibly impressed the director. He understood how it was even possible because during their last meeting, this man showed incredible abilities, and he remembered that it happened when the man turned off his consciousness. He thought about all possible solutions. It seemed to us that it was simply impossible because this hero of ours definitely had incredible power. The idea came to his mind that this character needs to lose his consciousness, and after that his superpower will be activated and a terrible rose will appear. In that case, he needed to add some effort so that Yu Ilshin could lose his consciousness. Yu Ilshin was already about to leave and offered his student to go to a cafe and have lunch. Song Mira liked this idea very much, so she happily supported her. At this moment, they have a big, strong director. Now he was angry and told the young people to stop. They haven't finished yet. This surprised Ilshin very much. He did not understand what else the director needed. The strong man said that he wanted to fight. Khan said that he did not trust science, and this machine must have made a mistake, thereby making his daughter very angry because she had contributed a lot. Yu Ilshin was told that he really did not want to do this, and asked the old man if he had any other plans for his. But then Ilshin realized that the demon of the mosque was the same strange man who began to believe in him after he began to fight against them. The main character believed that if he defeated this strong man right now, he would get another servant of his who would believe in him. After that, he was very happy and fulfilled his jacket. Now he was definitely ready for this match. However, the director's daughter was not happy about it. In her opinion, it was all a big misunderstanding and she clearly could not do all these studies. Then Khan offered to go to the training hall to hold their duel there, in which they would show all their strength. Suddenly, the guard became many times bigger. Some red energy appeared around him, and he offered his candidacy in the fight against this author of web novels. He cleared his face. He was incredibly strong, and his rough voice, and said that it is impossible to allow their director, a legend of Korea, to fight against such a man. After that, the events continue in the great training hall, which was also located in this hunter academy. Yu Ilshin looked at this entire cage and was incredibly surprised, because it was the first time he had seen something like this in his life. This whole cage looked incredibly powerful about you. I wasn't sure if this cage would be able to withstand all the divine power and all the magic they were going to use. The big guard turned to the author of the web novel and offered him to wear protective clothing so as not to injure him. But Yu Ilshin refused and said that the man did not do it either. The strong man was unequivocally sure that he had to win because he was several times bigger and stronger and had enough combat experience. But despite this, the nameless god just laughed and said that everything will be fine and there is no need to worry about it. After that, the guard's eyes lit up. The man became even more angry and said that Ilshin would regret it. Looking at this little man, the director of the academy was already not bad in the fact that he would be able to win and also offered to wear protective clothing. He explained that Ginnock was among the best B-class hunters, and besides, he had incredibly great experience in fighting, because of which he could defeat even an S-class hunter. But after hearing this, Songmiri said that despite this she would definitely handle this giant in a few seconds. But these words did not motivate the fighter in any way. It seemed to him that all this was becoming many times worse. Suddenly, the other students of the academy saw that there were 2 fighters in the cage. They were incredibly impressed, and it seemed to them that this man in the shirt could be their new teacher. Yu Ilshin didn't like it. He didn't want the whole hall to watch their match because he wasn't ready for it. He just wanted to finish this match quickly before too many people gathered in this hall. It was a really good idea, so he turned to the big guard and asked him to start attacking because now he was definitely ready for a duel. Ginnock looked at his opponent and was surprised, but did not understand why this weak-looking hero of ours was beating him so much. He understood what was so special about this weak boy. He saw his director, who was one of the best hunters in the whole city. Because of this, he wanted to prove that he would identify his opponent right now. Ginnock said that he was also ready for the fight and would attack because Yu Ilshin himself wanted it. The guard was incredibly large and angry and very quickly rushed forward to deliver his blows. But despite this powerful blow, Yu Ilshin survived because he somehow managed to dodge quickly. This surprised Ginnock because his shots were always very accurate and powerful. It seemed to him that all this was just the luck of this newbie. So Pumped Man decided to continue his attacks until he completely destroyed his opponent in this cage. This time he was more focused and was now certain that the man would not be able to escape from his blow. Hynek looked his victims straight in the eyes and prepared one of the most powerful blows in the history of his fights. Yu Ilshin to lie down, as if he understood that this time he would not be able to take it from the blow, and this could really be the final blow for him. At this moment, Ginnock hit his victim, and it was a really incredibly powerful blow, after which a lot of energy appeared around. All the students who were in the hall were amazed at the strength of this guardian. In their opinion, he was one of the most beautiful fighters of all time, who also possessed great strength. It was really a very powerful blow, after which the guard himself was incredibly pleased. But at one point he was incredibly surprised that all this was really real. Ginnock saw that everything was fine with his opponent. He stood unharmed and was now ready to fight. Ginnock very much, and why he did not understand at all what was happening to his opponent. Then the main character started to use the divine index finger in this fight. After just one touch, the big man started to feel incredibly horrible. His whole body started to hurt a lot, and the man himself started to scream very loudly. Divine dot appeared on his face, which began to take away all his strength. The frightened man did not understand what was happening. It was all so painful that the giant man began to fall to the ground. The shocked guard simply believed that a person of the lowest rank defeated him with just the touch of one finger. When the work of a giant man fell to the ground, everyone felt it and everyone saw it, because everyone was attentive to all the events that took place. Yu Ilshin was also very happy when he defeated your opponent, because now he did not understand that he could be at least A-class. Meanwhile, Miri stood behind him for his good fight. The giant man was so tired that he could not even say anything. It was finally clear that the battle was over. All the people who were around could not believe how this was even possible. What was this strange man in a shirt? The assistant also became very worried because all her research showed that it was just an ordinary man. She also could not understand how this could be possible. Yu Il-shin really defeated his opponent with just one punch and knocked him out, so the medics had to take his body away. Now the main character was scared because he didn't know what would happen to the big guard. Suddenly the director of the academy entered the ring. He said that now it was his turn to fight against Yu Il-shin and test his strength. The old man took off his shirt and prepared for the duel despite the fact that Yu Il-shin did not answer anything. Without a shirt, the old man looked more courageous. There were many scars on his body which he seemed to have received in the fight against terrible monsters. The nameless god did an analysis and found out that his opponent was 58 years old and that he had a very large amount of muscle. But this pissed him off because all of his opponents had a large amount of muscle, but they still lost. It was generally very funny to him because he understood that his opponents were incredibly large, and it seemed that they ate a lot of steroids every day. Il-shin then laughed his demonic smile. He hoped that this old man would be worth using all his divine powers. But considering the fact that this young man had easily defeated his strongest bodyguard, Khan was sure that this was not Il-shin's best chance, because on the same day when they met, the strength of this thin man was greater, and this rose that appeared incredibly scared him. Khan fills himself in that he is forced to defeat this author of short stories to prove that he was the strongest in this city. Then he suggested Il-shin to start, but suddenly the main character laughed and said that first they need to make a bet, which surprised the director of the academy because he did not understand what it was about. The eyes of the nameless god lit up with magic. He suggested that the loser fulfill one wish of the winner. Khan was not against it. He just said that the desire should be normal and should not be illegal or something else because, after all, he was the director of the academy. Il-shin laughed and said that there will be no such wishes because all he wants is just one small, modest wish that he will guess after you defeat your opponent. This young man was beaten by an old man. He was sure that he should punish him for this. As it turned out, the main character wanted to defeat this old director so that he would then become his servant, and this would help him complete his task. Khan said that these conditions were somehow already strange, but still he was not against it. But there was one, but the pumped-up man explained that if he wins, then the author must be forced to complete one task for him. Yu Il-shin assured that this will not be a problem because he will definitely win this battle and he will not be forced to do anything. Then the old man said that they were ready, and now their duel could begin. At one point his whole body began to enlarge. His eyes lit up with blue fire magic. It became clear that he was using his superpower. This really scared Yu Il-shin a lot because he didn't expect this at all. Besides, the old man looked quite nice and wasn't dangerous. The man realized that this employee will be really harder than the previous one, despite his rather old age. Then he began to enlarge his body as well and use all his divine magic and power that was within his blood. When Khan saw himself, he was very scared and already understood that his opponent also had his secret abilities with great power. The people who were around could not understand what was happening at all. Who was this stranger because he seemed incredibly powerful and could stand up to the director of the academy? The old man succeeded and said that all his guesses turned out to be true, and Yu Il-shin was the same man from the legend. The director explained that one very strong girl hunter felt that one day an incredibly cruel and at the same time benevolent hero would appear. These words made the main character think because he understood that the attempt was supposed to be about a good and evil god, and it could really be him. In the legend it was said that if he appeared, he was obliged to tie him to the academy. But Yu Il-shin did not like these words, because he wanted to become very popular and very rich and did not want to study in some academy and be an ordinary poor teacher. He thought about all this, but suddenly some very strange light began to appear, some strange fog under him. As it turned out, the big old man decided to strike his big hand directly at his opponent. Yu Il-shin was not ready for this gift at all, so he missed this blow right on his face. This one is yours. She is only strong that these people who were around you heard it. Song Miri was now very aware that the academy was incredibly strong, and that they would really destroy her master with this blow. The director's daughter was also very surprised and did not understand what her father was doing. But the old man does not stop. He continued to deliver very fast and strong blows to his opponent. Khan turned to his opponent and asked him to start fighting for real, and these were all just ordinary toys. Despite all these powerful blows, the man stood confidently and had no fear in his eyes. He only thought about the annoying old enemy. Then the man rushed to attack, because the old man asked him to do so very much. Khan was also not afraid of the enemy. He only stood in a fighting position and was ready to take heavy blows. But at this moment, he even fell upon his adversary and dealt him a great and powerful blow right on his face. Unfortunately, this blow was really very painful for the man, because he did not expect that the old man could hit so fast and hard. Battles did not end there, and luckily the boy managed to deliver one strong blow to his opponent. The whole audience was generally what was happening because this fight was incredibly brutal and no one knew who would win. Nameless God made really a lot of effort. He wanted to do everything possible to defeat this pensioner. Old Khan continued to attack his opponent. He would like more than anything to defeat this genius from the legend of the hunters. But at that moment, Yu Ilshin struck an incredibly good blow with his foot directly on the old man's stomach. Pumped-up man definitely did not expect this strong blow to his stomach, after which he had a case of blood. He spilled really hard and hit his opponent in the stomach with his big long leg as well. Yu Ilshin is very hurt because it was an opponent of the same class as him, and he felt such strong pain for the first time in his life. The old director said that it was a really good fight, and he expected this from Yu Ilshin. In his head, he thought that this person was definitely S-class. Despite this very high level, the old man wanted to defeat his opponent so that he would succeed. Besides, he managed to land a few good blows on this genius and legend, and now he wanted to use all his power. Khan pointed his finger at the man and said that the academy needs people like him, and because of that he will be bound to defeat him in this fight. He wanted to do it at any cost, even if he used all his strength, even though it was quite dangerous for his health. But Yu Ilshin did not give up so easily. He was sure that this man would not defeat him just like that, and now this fight would be really serious. The young fighter decided to strike first to take the initiative in this fight and delivered some painful blows to Khan. With each step we got closer to our opponent, but then he saw something very strange that surprised him greatly. Khan's legs were very strange. Some strange smoke began to appear around them, and the ground began to crack from the heavy load. The old superhero began to use all his power that he kept inside his body. His eyes were blazing with power, his body had grown in size, and now he was many times stronger than he was at the beginning of this whole fight. Khan was ready to do anything to defeat his opponent. The students who were in the academy were incredibly scared because they realized that the director was now fighting with all his strength, and some of his body parts had increased in size and filled with energy. The students were scared. They thought they needed to intervene in this fight to help this stranger win. But already, their principal was incredibly angry and out of control. Despite all this, an enraged Yu Ilshin rushed to attack his opponent. He wanted to finish this match as quickly as possible. Sun Mira understood that it was really too cruel, and she wanted to do everything possible to stop her master. Everyone wanted to stop these two incredible monsters who possessed incredible power. It seemed that at this moment this match was simply decisive, because both opponents were planning to deliver really powerful blows to each other. The nameless god was afraid that he saw in front of him a giant hand filled with incredibly great energy that flew straight to his head. A message appeared that his only warrior had passed another level of the Tower of Challenges and was currently on the 11th floor. Through this, Il-ho gave his gift to the nameless god, but Ilshin could not believe that all of this was happening right now. The main character understood that every time his warrior receives an award, he sends this award to him as a sign of gratitude. However, at this moment, it was really a very good gift because he needed to defeat this old pensioner. Khan was sure that this blow he was carrying right now should be incredibly painful for his opponent, and he should at least break his arm. It seemed that right now an incredibly powerful blow because two incredibly strong hands filled with divine power and magic were about to collide. It was a true confrontation of different energies and different strengths of one goal to win this match. The crash took place, but nothing happened to him. Only some very strange smoke appeared, and it surprised Ilshin. The old grandfather also looked at his opponent. He wanted to hear that his opponent surrendered after this powerful blow. But at this moment you are all some strange bouquet of roses that surprised the main character because he understood what he was doing here. When Khan saw it, he was incredibly scared. He just couldn't believe that it was the same giant animal that appeared last time. Yu Ilshin threw this bouquet into the air. He did not understand why his only warrior would send him such a stupid reward. and such an extreme moment. This bouquet of roses flew right into the old man's face, and it seemed that the situation was even worse. This bouquet began to draw this energy from the man, and the old man began to feel all this terrible aura that he felt last time. He had such a monster want to swallow him alive again and destroy him, and he just felt powerless. After that, the old man very quickly left the site, screaming. He screamed very loudly and called his mom to save him. This fight was incredibly important to him, but he couldn't fight against this giant animal that swallowed him last time. Yu Il-shin looked at the old man running away and didn't understand what was happening. After all, Kang had just promised to destroy his opponent, and because of that, he used his maximum energy. He looked at the same bouquet of flowers and did not understand what could be happening with this man, because it was just an ordinary bouquet of roses that everyone liked. But he didn't care about that now. The master understood that all this meant his victory, and meant that the great man should become his servant and believe in him. He looked at his phone, but there was no message that Kang had become his believer. Considering this, the main character was exhausted. He promised that sooner or later, this old grandfather will become his servant, and he will succeed in completing the task. A message appeared. It was a message from the same seas who needed something from their nameless god. In this text, it was said that more than 4 million did not want to settle in the tribe, and without a name, God had to choose or do. This news was really very good because these beings who will join his tribe will definitely become his believers, and this will help to fulfill his task. Then he turned back and forgot that he was in the ring, and a lot of people were watching him, including Song Miri. He wanted to escape from the scene as fast as possible because now many students would start asking him questions. Then Go continues in the sunny day where the man will continue to pump the infrastructure of his little ants. Nameless God was walking around some building and building new houses in the tribe of ants. He wanted to make this tribe as strong as possible. Thanks to all the buildings and infrastructure, the number of believers has increased and now stands at 10 million. Despite such a good figure, the master was not satisfied with this. He understood that it was really not enough and that a lot still needed to be done. Bad thoughts filled his soul. The main character could not even understand how he could gather so many believers, so he needs to do 100 times more mruka. Meanwhile, all the small creatures who were on earth looked at their god, but they did not understand what he was talking about. It seemed to them that it was some kind of appeal to them. Suddenly, one black ant said that this strange text could be a prayer, and because of that, the insect offered to pray to them all together. The black ant supported this idea. The husband received a message from the ant on his phone. It was very suspicious because he did not understand what the ant was writing to him. All the ants began to look at their pregnant god and began to use bad words as prayers. Tens of thousands of small ants began to say terrible words. They thought that it was a really good prayer. But Il-shin was calm and understood that now he better not say bad words in front of these small insects, that now he was a little indifferent to this game. For now the voice task was to find the same great director who comes in. Suddenly they began to turn to their god again because they had some problem. Nameless God opened the world with insects and carefully looked at the whole situation. What he saw surprised him very much. He saw that in the middle of the forest there was some very strange dark creature that was not like the others and did some very strange things. As it turned out, it was the same sword demon who was preparing to end his life using his small dagger. The criminal hero was asked if he thought to save his faithful sword demon from a terrible death. Il-shin was very scared. He did not understand what this crazy man was up to and why he wanted his death so badly. Suddenly, a lot of strange fog began near the sword demon, which was not there before, but the demon himself did not pay attention to it. Then, a large portal appeared behind him, and from which came out the frightened, nameless god, who would do everything possible to save his believer. The nameless god did not understand what was happening and was a very strange character, so he turned to him. The demon of the sword did not expect that his god would appear outside him. He began to cry and scream very loudly. He was completely hysterical. Then he began to plead with his god for salvation. For now he was in great trouble and was not in control of his actions. Yu Il-shin approached him and took the same sword that the man wanted to put directly in his chest. And at that very moment he threw that great sword straight down on the ground so that the man would do no harm. When the sword demon saw this, he relaxed because now he was not in danger. The main character began to shout loudly at his servant for such a stupid idea. He did not understand how it could even occur to him, but the demon said that it was not so. Yu Ilshin even more angry. In his opinion, the man with the long hair just wanted to play a prank on him. The sword demon assured that he did not intend to harm himself. This surprised the hero, and he asked why he did it at all, and was he in control of his body. At that moment, the same strange stranger who was in prison appeared. The nameless god turned to him and realized that it was all his hands. But the creepy stranger didn't answer anything. He just looked at his victims with his big red eyes and was silent. As it turned out, it was Song Min. She again did not feel any strength from this hero who was standing right in front of her. She looked at him and wanted to understand where such a hunter of such an incredible level that she was not even came from. At that moment, the sword demon asked his master to be careful because this strange man was using a technique he knew absolutely nothing about. The sword demon explained that this opponent was somehow incredibly strong because he could listen to his ear for some strange actions, and his brain did it. It seemed that this strange stranger could control all thoughts. The main character was shocked because now he understood that it was not a man at all, but the situation was completely different. Then he told about his guesses to his servant, and it surprised him incredibly because he did not understand who it could be then. Yu Ilshin explained that it was Song Min. He turned to her and asked what she was doing in such a place, what was required of a sword demon. The woman began to worry because she understood that her superpower was revealed, and now she was in danger. So she did not give any answer to the young hunter's question. The demon will be surprised to understand at all what such a strong superheroine needs from him, because they have never seen each other in their lives. She stood, and was very scared because she did not understand how her true identity was revealed. In her opinion, it was practically impossible. Yu Ilshin explained that he has a sensory skill that he had already told her about when they first met. Meanwhile, the man with the long hair was very shocked that the sword god could become so many popular and powerful people. Then the stranger decided to finally remove his mask so that you all could see his true identity, because now it was no big secret. Sun Mina was very angry, as always with her harsh look at her opponents. She did not understand how the man managed to do this in the first place. When the sword demon saw her here, he was very surprised. He had never seen this strong female hunter in his life. He fell in love right away and said that she was incredibly beautiful, so he surprised everyone very much. But at one point he got very angry and said that even such a beautiful woman would not let him destroy himself. The man thought that she was a little crazy because she was engaged in such things. Mina Vona said that the mask she had on her head had the ability to hide a person's true identity, so a man would not be able to reveal it. The hunter became even more angry and began to shout that no censor could defeat this powerful artifact because it belonged to Class A. This incredible anger surprised the sword demon because after that he felt a very strong aura coming from the heart of this woman's soul. But the man didn't care about all that she was saying. He asked her what she was doing in such a place, that she needed anything at all. The superheroine even more angry because she wanted to show her husband all her strength and power. But as it turned out, he didn't care. This woman was going crazy. Then she pointed her finger at the demon and said she was here to kill this bastard. But Ilshin still remained calm and asked her if it was necessary to kill this sword demon because he had done nothing wrong to her. Then the demon turned to his god and asked if he remembered what he told his god about the people he could never destroy in the world. Then the man pointed to the woman and said that she was one of those powerful people because she possessed incredible strength and energy. But God was still just surprised he couldn't think that the demon was so weak and couldn't destroy this woman hunter. In how many of us, my appearance, he looked quite powerful. Yu Ilshin turned to the high-ranking woman and said that he had no idea at all why this dispute had arisen between them. He suggested to just forget about it all. The sword god said that this demon in appearance was really very dangerous and did a lot of harm, but in reality it was very good and did a lot of good deeds. And Min Min was incredibly surprised. She did not understand what this hunter was talking about and why he wanted to forget all their old conflicts. Then she got even more angry. Her eyes lit up with blue color and she asked Yu Ilshin in her scary voice if you want her to forget that the sword demon tried to destroy her younger sister. This scared Yu Ilshin a bit. He didn't know what kind of girl possessed all the information. But despite this, he still suggested that she forget about the whole situation, because in the end, everything was fine with her younger sister. The author of the web novel also added that for now he takes personal responsibility for her younger sister, so he can deal with the sword demon himself. Really interested the woman. She didn't know where this strange man came from, but she said that they need to figure it out first. Then they can do all the other things. Ilshin later. He didn't understand why the woman wanted to destroy him, and Mina replied that Yorikon mentioned his name because of that he was clearly involved. It surprised me a lot without me. He now understood that it was this superwoman who was involved in all his problems and the death of Yorahan, but he understood why she did all this. Then Mina calmed down a little. She said that Ilshin was always around her younger sister, and she wished that you were also one of those evil people who wanted to harm her. She asked what he planned to make her a younger sister, but at this moment the main character asked why she blocked the powers of her younger sister if she cared so much for her. Hearing this, the woman was incredibly surprised. She did not understand how this boy managed to find out. She realized that whatever abilities he had, in her opinion, he was really very dangerous for her and for other people. And it seemed that she was sleeping. What husband was she necessarily, or could carry really a very great danger for the whole society and for the whole country because of his powerful abilities? Appeared that it was a blood seal imposed by Song Min in exchange for the life she promised in the abyss, and the man realized that she had forgotten to begin with, which blocked all powers. The man wasn't entirely sure what this superheroine had done for the exchange, but he didn't care that she created this power blockade. The man said that he did not understand anything at all, because no normal person would exchange his life for the blockade of the power of his younger sister. Yu Il-shin, that this popular model specifically did this so that her younger sister would not become stronger than her, because then she would lose all control over her. All this information angered the woman, and so she began to use the power of her apostle to strike with lightning. This powerful blow flew straight into the face of this innocent man. He was surprised because he did not expect this blow at all. Then the beginning demon entered the game. He wanted very much to help his god and asked him to be careful and took out his sharp sword. He jumped high into the air and prepared to deliver a powerful blow straight at Song Min so that she would stop attacking his master. But the angry woman continued to use all her apostle power and directed it at Yu Il-shin and ignored the demon. When we saw him, we just laughed because in her opinion this demon was incredibly pathetic, and with one hand she began to create other magic. Then, with just a flick of her finger, she sent this red energy straight at the long-haired opponent. The demon sword definitely did not expect such a large amount of energy to be directed at him. Because of this, he began to feel incredibly terrible. Due to the almighty blow, the sword demon flew very far, and after a while fell to the ground, and already he did not establish any Zagtroyanda for this evil woman. It was really very painful for the sword demon, because he landed on the root of one tree, and now there is nothing more to do. When the main character saw this, he began to worry if everything was okay with his servant, but he also understood that even bigger problems were waiting for him with this woman. He had never seen such incredible abilities in his life because Song Mina only pushed her one finger and pushed her opponent very far. Then he turned to his servant and asked if everything was all right with him, but he only replied that the sword god should be very careful against this woman. The man explained that there were various rumors that Song Mina was not S-class, but even SS class, because of which she was one of the strongest on the entire planet. Now the man became really scared because he was only the lowest class, and against him the woman was the highest class on the whole planet. After that, the angry woman laughed. Now she was in the fact that she will not die, however they directed the same red energy at him that was directed at the demon. At one point, she squeezed the red sphere that was in her hand, and this was basically her plan, because it was not just red energy, it was several times more important. As it turned out, it was a heart that belonged to the main hero, and now the situation became many times worse because she completely destroyed it. He began to scream loudly because he felt that his heart was completely destroyed, and he did not know how long he could live now. Why, the man was in incredible pain, incredibly hurt. And the heart simply stopped beating, and it seemed that it was the end for him. When the demon saw this, he was very scared. He did not know what could happen to his god now, because it was mortally dangerous for him. In the man's hands was the same dark magic that controlled the man's heart. He wanted to do everything possible to save this heart, so he began to connect it. But the divorced woman didn't stop there. She continued to use all her magic and concentrated on breaking his heart once and for all. The man was incredibly scared. He understood that this could be really deadly, because without a heart, he would not be able to live long and something must be done. The demon of the sword understood that if his master died, the family would come to an end. Therefore, he asked that the god of the sword not die, because it was very important. But all this made the hero angry. He shouted to his listener to stop shouting so loudly because it all bothers him, and he also added that he is not going to die. He said that it was all just very funny and his heart started to beat just a little bit harder. But in fact there was no difference, and everything was perfectly fine. When Mina heard about this, she was incredibly surprised that she invested an incredible amount of magic in this attack. She was sure that she managed to break the man's heart. The demon became incredibly happy. He began to cry because he understood that now they had every chance to win and new hope. "Teacher seconds," the man said. That finally the full effect came and everything became better than it was, and now he felt even better. Mina was getting up just crazy. She didn't understand where this young hero of ours came from with such a powerful force, because she put all her strength into this attack, and the man was just funny. So the woman stopped and calmed down. She said she recognized that her opponent was actually incredibly strong, and she underestimated him. But she did not want to give up, and said that mental abilities were not her only strength, and she still had many different abilities because she was a very strong hunter. Suddenly, her whole body glowed with blue magic. It seemed that she was now using some other ability of hers, and it was many times stronger than a normal mental ability. The demon was sure that the end was not complete, because it was one of her strongest abilities in the fight against terrible monsters. They both felt that her blood was filled with incredible power. Her eyes shone with lightning, and her hands were filled with incredible fire that burned. The man with the long hair asked his god to be careful, because this ability belonged to the SS class, so no normal person could survive. These words made the main character think, because he was looking at how this incredible woman used some powerful magic that they had seen for the first time. And besides, there were officially no SS class hunters in their country, so Mina could be the first. The hunter realized that this girl is many times stronger than the old director with whom he fought the director with whom he fought some time ago. Because of this, he was afraid. But now the angry girl's eyes burned with an incredible flame, and she seemed to no longer be in control of her body and her emotions. When the main character saw this, he was incredibly scared. It was clear that now he had many times fewer chances, because the girl became many times stronger. The sword demon was also very angry. He didn't know what he had to do because he couldn't stand up to this powerful superwoman at all. Then the woman sent some incredible giant fire straight at her opponents. This flame was incredibly big and burning. Yu Il-shin was an ordinary person, so he was incredibly hot and burned his hand. The demon was also incredibly hot despite being a demon because this fire was one of the most infernal in the world. At the water moment, there was an incredibly gigantic explosion right between the two hunters, and now no one knew who won. The main character was scared to death now. His hand was burned by this terrible fire, and he knew what he had to do. Both men looked at the ground and saw that there was a giant crater, but they could no longer see Song Min. It seemed that she had simply disappeared somewhere, but at that moment she reappeared in the air with her superpower. Both men looked at her with a giant fuck because they understood that it was some kind of divine power, realized that her enemies were afraid of her hellfire. She rejoiced because it was only the beginning, and now she wanted to create even more hellish fires and more magic. Raising her hands in the air above her, a giant sphere began to form around which a large amount of energy and magic swirled. Then she is very loud for her Vorgs to die and release this giant layer right at her opponents. Luckily, people managed to avoid this blow, but they still felt the effect of this magic sphere. But Yu Il-shin suddenly felt incredibly cold. He felt the temperature change very quickly and everything began to freeze. Meanwhile, the demon was completely frozen and turned into just plain ice. Now he couldn't do anything at all. The main character didn't like this situation. He didn't know how much longer. And that's how it was with this superwoman. They thought that she was really too strong for her level. Mina was just an ordinary mental hunter who also possessed excellent magic and was one of the strongest in Korea. Suddenly, the elite that was on his feet began to unexpectedly disappear and crash. Now the nameless god had one great idea. He told his servant that all this was an ordinary illusion, because this superheroine possessed mental strength. The main character was convinced that all this was untrue, and everything was just a trap that they perfectly believed. Angry Mina laughed. She confirmed that it was really an illusion. It was a mental sphere. It seemed to the sword god that there must be some other way to fight against this mental force that he had guessed. At that moment, his opponent shouted that the illusion was no different from reality, and Mina laughed loudly and eerily. The demon was confused. Some stones started flying in 8 directions. He didn't know what was happening. Besides, he couldn't do anything at all because he was frozen. Now all the confidence and optimism disappeared somewhere. The nameless god realized that all this was really a reality, and he was now flying stones and Mina's superpower only increased. She easily lifted giant rocks into the air and threw them at her opponents to destroy them. However, at one point, she picked up an incredible giant stone that was 10 times bigger than her. In her scary voice, she said that even if it's all an illusion, everyone can die for real. After that, she sent a giant stone in the direction of your opponents. It all looked incredibly scary. The female hunter wanted you to know who Yu Ilshin was, where he came from, and what he wanted from her younger sister. She began to threaten him to tell her everything. The situation was incredibly terrible for him because he understood that this woman might not believe his story, but he still had to try because he had no other options. Therefore, he gathered his strength into a fist and said that he was just an ordinary graphomaniac. To tell all his biography about writing web novels and about ants, while Mina looked with her stern gaze and did not understand what he was leading. In a frightened voice, he explained that he wanted to help her younger sister reach her full potential and become an S-class hunter. Because of this, he did not understand why her older sister blocked all her powers, then asked her to remove the blocking seal from her younger sister, and this surprised Songmin a lot. I expected that in such a situation a man would ask her for this. It was clear that she was not going to listen to her opponent and said that everything he came up with was very interesting, but she would destroy him. Concentrating all her gaze, she wished this master a good death. Then she threw this giant rock right at him, and the sword demon, it seemed like this match would be over. A demon who had never been so scared in his life because he was watching a giant stone fall on him. They really had no chance to escape from the scene because the stone was too big and it gave way too fast. This fall was followed by a giant explosion and a great sound wave that traveled tens of thousands of miles. Mina was very happy to destroy these wretches. In her opinion, they were only worms in this world. Suddenly she was surprised. She already saw something very strange and did not know what it really was. Some kind of divine energy appeared again, and the man's hand destroyed the stone with the help of divine energy. The steel body was activated. The divine energy filled the man's body. Now he became some kind of god who easily crushed a giant stone that was tens of thousands of times bigger than him. Mina was shocked. She couldn't believe that it was really a reality because it seemed impossible. With only one hand, the man managed to stop this stone from falling at great speed. Now he easily controlled this entire giant with some brilliant energy that filled his fist and his body. After that, with his other hand, he completely crushed the giant rock and a great sonic explosion occurred. It exploded so gigantically that it even hit a shocked Mina, who did not understand what was happening right now. There was an incredible amount of divine energy that flowed from this young rider. Then small pebbles began to fly around. They were the remains of this giant stone that was supposed to destroy everyone. A very pumped-up hero with divine power in his body emerged from the thick. He was no longer an ordinary skinny guy. Now the evil woman was scared to death. She couldn't believe that he managed to destroy the giant sphere with just one blow of his own. At that moment, the ice that was on the demon's body began to fall away, and the man with the hair was very happy that she managed to survive, and said that he never doubted the God of the sword. But our God returned to his servant yesterday and said that he always doubted his God, especially when a giant sphere of stone flew at them. At that moment, a man in dark clothes fell at the feet of his master and began to apologize for not believing in his God. And the wanted woman was in the air and could not understand who Ilshin was. She understood that she had never fought such a strange opponent in her life. Besides, Ilshin only had an ordinary G class. Meanwhile, both heroes were arguing with each other. The sword god wanted the man with the long hair to let go of him and stop apologizing. He wanted to deal with Mina first and then deal with his servant and all his apologies. Mina was in the air and did not know what he should do now because, in her opinion, he was a hunter who was not at a completely different level. The pumped-up hunter approached her and asked if they could just talk quietly without fighting. He approached so quickly that he scared his opponent very much. She did not expect this from an ordinary, thin writer. Now she was confused and didn't know what to do. But she didn't want to just give up to her opponent. Her eyes lit up again and the desire to continue fighting for power in her head. It would be too humiliating to just give up like that. This caused confusion in the main character. He just wanted to talk to his opponent and solve all their problems. Cold sweat broke out on his face when he saw what Song Min started to do, so she started to activate some new power. Her eyes simply disappeared somewhere and magic began to fill her mind. She began to activate the mind of the entire universe. The power increased several times, and she directed all the pink magic of the universe directly at her opponent. Despite all his strength and small amount of muscle, the nameless god fell due to the large amount of universal energy that pushed him. The man was in incredible pain. He could not contain all this power because it was the power of the universe combined with some incredible energy. It was very difficult for him to fight for it. He tried to perform all these blows and suddenly, he looked at his opponent. He was very surprised and couldn't believe what was happening because around him there was only some very strange white space, the like of which he had never seen in his life. The man was really puzzled because he did not understand where he was at all, because there was nothing but white emptiness near him, and he had very strange sensations. When he took steps, the whole ground under him became incredibly soft and hard at the same time. These were strange sensations that he could not simply convey. However, the air became incredibly beautiful. He began to feel very good, and his lungs began to fill with strength and freedom. It seemed to him that he fell asleep. The main character decided to keep going in search of something that could help him find out where he was and what he needed to do, because it seemed that he was simply locked in this place. However, in this space he had the feeling that he could achieve anything he wanted. Ilshin felt incredibly beautiful, and his body was filled with the freedom and power of the wild mountains. But suddenly this dream ended, and some very dark light appeared that spoiled his whole mood. The surprised man did not understand what was happening. Some very strange stars appeared in the sky, but the floor beneath him still continued to be soft and hard at the same time, and it seemed that the nameless god was already in this place. However, all thoughts disappeared after he looked at the beautiful night sky filled with incredible stars. He felt a good harmony, made her very happy, and she had never been so angry with the whole world. At that moment, she activated her finger and looked at her opponent straight in the eyes. She wanted to deliver an incredibly powerful blow to this strange god. All optimism and all motivation suddenly disappeared as he remembered that he was fighting against this woman with incredibly good abilities. Against this time, the female hunter looked many times bigger and stronger, and the chance of victory without the nameless god was falling with every second. Besides, Mina started using her finger as an attack. Some strange wind and strange energy of the water began to cover and lift the body of the frightened man. He did not understand what it could be and what it could be connected with. The woman stood on top and watched as the giant stream of her water plunged the man straight down and prevented him from getting out and even taking a single breath. Anger was in her eyes. She didn't feel sorry for her opponent at all. She wanted to do everything possible to kill him and finish this matter once and for all. She promised that she would defeat him today. The boy was scared because he couldn't swim well and the flow of water was too much for him. Because of that, he started to activate his divine index finger. But despite all the power of his divine finger, it did not help him. Now even more fear appeared in his eyes. It seemed to him that he would just drown in this ocean. His divine finger did not work other abilities he could not activate, and meanwhile the water became bigger and pulled the man straight to the bottom. When the man dived almost full nose under the water, Song Min but somehow strangely smiled and was told that he did not need to worry, thereby surprising him very much. She said that the man will not die here, and now she promised that the situation for him will be worse, and he will become just an ordinary vegetable who will lose all his plans and lose his divine power. Yu Il-shin had no chance except to be underwater and listen to everything his opponent was talking about. Now he was in complete panic because he understood that everything the woman was talking about could be really true, and he couldn't do anything about it. At one point, she stepped on him with her foot and asked him to calm down because all this was not real. But Il-shin did not understand what she was talking about. In her stern voice, she said that she was giving only one last chance. But the frightened man did not understand what else she needed, because he only wanted to talk to her without any fights. "You will have a moment." Her gaze became stern again. She became very angry and said that her husband should tell about everything again. She put her foot on him and ordered him to tell why he was walking around her younger sister and who he was. But Yu Il-shin didn't know what he needed to do, because she wouldn't like the truth. Il-shin started talking to her and thought what she needed to say. He said that he can really see all things, but she didn't understand what he was talking about. The man explained that he saw her white panties. When she started this answer, she became incredibly angry because she gave her opponent the only chance to talk. Then the angry woman stepped back several years, and Yu Il-shin understood what she had eaten when she put on white panties and a short dress and stood on her head. She raised her finger in the air and ordered her victim to simply die here and now for all the words he said to her. After that, a large amount of water went directly on the man's head. It was very scary because now he had no chance to survive, and it should have been his death. The man hoped that he would somehow manage to survive, but he understood that no one would save him in that situation, and the chances were practically minimal. The divorced woman, meanwhile, just watched her opponent go under the water and lose her chance to win with every second. After some time, the man completely sank under the water, and Song-mina stopped being so angry because she realized that her plan had finally succeeded, and she could relax a little. The main character was underwater in modern times. He didn't see anything anymore. He didn't remember anything. Everything he wanted was just to sleep. It was some kind of unusual water. However, he understood that he cannot fall asleep, because then the situation will be many times worse, and he will not be able to control anything, and will die in a very short time. Her younger sister's powerful powers with a pekti. Despite all this, he began to fall asleep, and a message appeared that the conditions for using the rose had been successfully fulfilled. Song-min was glad that she could delay the implementation of her plans, but she was not sure that everything was successful because she had some very strange feelings of doubt. Suddenly she felt some very strange sounds coming from under the water. It surprised her because she did not understand what it could be. Looking into this water, she saw some incredible giant plant with very sharp teeth, which was filled with some divine magic and went straight from the water nation. Now she was very scared. She was shocked and did not understand what it could be, because she saw something similar for the first time in her life, because it was not an ordinary monster. She watched as the giant flower grew bigger and scarier every second. The woman was incredibly scared, and the rose seemed to be really alive and was some kind of incredibly strong monster that she saw for the first time in her life. After that, the gypsy rose bush began to grow rapidly and speed up. It seemed that it was really some living object that had its own mind and could think like a real monster. Mina was really shocked. She didn't know what it was and how to fight it because it wasn't an ordinary monster. It was just an ordinary rose plant. Meanwhile, the giant bush became even bigger and revealed all its sharp teeth that were inside the gate. It felt like this monster was just this superheroine. Superwoman started doing everything possible to somehow dodge all these attacks because this monster was several times bigger than her and was quite fast. It was really very difficult because this rose had several of its clones that attacked Mina from different sides with their spikes just as hard. Mina did not understand at all what kind of creature it was. She saw something similar for the first time in her life. It was many times bigger and faster than the usual monsters she fought with. The monster, meanwhile, did not stop. It increased in its size and increased the number of roses that were there. It scared the woman incredibly. She did not understand at all how this giant creature was supposed to get into her dimension, which she created with her own hands because nothing can penetrate here without her permission. The only option. How could it happen? It could only be that scoundrel. But she understood how it could be possible because this man seemed quite weak. But they didn't have much time to think because the giant bush became even bigger and posed a giant danger for her with its sharp teeth. The fight was really getting worse. and the girl understood that she had very few chances to fight against such an incredible creature that was getting bigger and stronger with every second. Meanwhile, the main character was deep underwater, and the same rose that caused great harm to the evil woman came out of his body. As it turned out, the man just slept underwater, slept and had a really good dream. The dream was really beautiful. He never wanted to wake up. Meanwhile, the rose grew stronger and stronger. New sprouts of this flower came out from under the water, and now there were several times more of them, but they were stronger, and all Mina did was just dodge. But at one point she realized that it can't last forever, because everything she does is just dodging, and it was also the easiest task for her. Besides, she didn't have enough energy to do all this. Her soul was filled with a feeling of pity for dignity and insignificance. She had never felt so weak because there was quite a big difference in their strength. All these strange sensations began to remind her of her terrible story from the past, which she did not want to remember. In this story, there was an incredibly giant dragon with flaming red eyes. It was several times the size of a football stadium. This dragon was also in March and was the very sharp that they wanted to mention because it had a lot of strength and power. Meanwhile, Mina's strength and energy was diminishing very quickly. She now couldn't even stand on her feet and fell to the ground. It would seem like she was some kind of little child who couldn't do anything. Mina couldn't believe that she could die just like that from some rose bush. After a few seconds, the rosebuds completely tied the girl with their dense and sharp thorns, and if the superwoman didn't try, she couldn't do anything. Then the giant bush began to lift its victim into the air. Mina didn't know what to do, so she started screaming for the giant creature to lower her back to the ground and untie her. But the giant rose did not care about all this. She only opened her giant mouth with her teeth, and it became clear that she wanted to eat her victim. Mina began a complete history. She began to shout loudly that she had a lot of unfinished exercises. She could not believe that just like that. The female hunter shouted that she could not look in until she took revenge on the same red dragon of the abyss. Tears began to flow. She realized that all her dreams and goals were destroyed, and she never fasted to this giant monster that was in the abyss. At that moment, the rose closed its big mouth and swallowed Min. After some time, the events are transferred to another place, where the main character woke up and was looking for something. Yu Ilshin realized that he was in a completely different place than he was at the beginning, and this surprised him very much, because he did not understand what kind of place it was and what he was doing here. The named god was surprised because it was some kind of abandoned building, and it was not at all like this place where he fought against Mina. Suddenly, the protagonist saw some strange sunlight coming from behind the stone wall, and he was very interested in it. He decided to head in this direction to find out what the glow was, and it would also give him an answer to the question of what the nameless god was doing in this strange place. The man continued to walk, but suddenly it was a message that the blind eye of God was activated. At the end of this room, there was only some strange projector shining a light on the wall. Another report said that Yu Ilshin was immersed in Song Min's nightmare. This surprised him. No one understood what was happening and what kind of nightmare it was all about. And there was a strange movie on the projector. The master thought that thanks to this movie, he could see the reason why Song Mina blocked the good abilities of her younger sister Mira. Events take place 15 years ago in a big city. A giant dragon of the abyss appeared, which began to destroy people and destroy all buildings. These giant dragons destroyed tens of thousands of people with just one breath, and Song Min was together with his little sister in the city of events. They were incredibly scared because it was a giant dragon that killed their parents, Yulin. You saw with your own eyes how their parents ended their own lives. It was the most terrible memory in their lives. Then the terrible dragon of the abyss began to use his strong energy and directed it towards Song Minner and Song Mira. He was only focused on these two girls. This terrible monster saw incredibly great potential in little girls, and therefore marked them as victims to be used in the future. Little Song Mina was with her sister and didn't understand what was going on around her, but she also had the mark of the abyssal dragon on her chest. Thanks to this mark, Song Min started to gain her strength very quickly, and after a while she became an S-class hunter. These were just incredible results for her. But she only lived for the sake of their parents and destroyed all the terrible monsters that appeared in her faucet. The older sister continued to do everything possible to destroy the monsters, and after a few years, There were rumors that the terrible dragon of the abyss seemed to have died, but the woman did not believe in it. She was completely sure whether the dragon would return. She had such an assumption because the mark of the dragon on her chest had not disappeared, and this meant that the giant monster was still somewhere on this planet. And thanks to this mark, song, Mina's strength grew very quickly, and she became stronger every day. About how it turned out that because of this her days of life were reduced. Soon she was supposed to die. She understood that the situation was really terrible for her because she tried to do everything possible. But it is clear that her health was deteriorating, and she did not have long to live. The curse gave great power in exchange for her life. In her opinion, it was the worst curse because life was the most valuable, until she wanted to destroy the great dragon. Moreover, this terrible curse was not only on her, but also on her little sister, who tried to do everything possible to improve her results and increase her strength. Song Mina wanted to become super strong and take revenge for her parents against all the terrible monsters that appeared on this planet. So on this day, Song Mina decided to block all the power of her younger sister so that this terrible curse would not take the number of days of her life. She wished her the best and wanted her to live for a very long time. Because of you, she used the power of her mark to the maximum to achieve this result. It was incredibly painful for her younger sister, but Mina had no choice because otherwise her younger sister would suffer as much as she did because of the curse. This concession was one of the worst in her entire life because she understood that her younger sister was doing everything possible to become stronger. Then events flash back to the man with the projector, at which point this whole movie is suddenly over. Yu Il-shin began to cry very much. It was a very sad story. He realized that he had also done bad things because Song Miri could suffer because of him. He was very sorry for all his concessions. Suddenly, this entire space in which the man was destroyed. He will again transfer to the real events where the sword demon was shocked, who could not believe that his master was alive. The demon explained that the sword god fell asleep very hard, and despite all his attempts he did not wake up, so it seemed as if the sword god had perished forever. He also added that he was incredibly impressed by God. Andrzej managed to defeat the incredible Dream Mira. He was interested in what God will do with this woman now. Song Mina was lying on the ground. She could not do anything now and was not a threat to both men. It was clear that she was unconscious. When Yu Il-shin realized that this was impossible, he was very scared. He did not know what had happened to the woman and did not even know if she was alive. Yu Il-shin did everything possible to make her wake up, but the woman did not show any signs of life and continued to lie with her eyes closed. At that moment, she began to draw some very strange sounds. It was a very good sign at first that she was not dead, and therefore the infusion without the name of God rose. Then at one point she opened her eyes and saw Yu Il-shin in front of her. The frightened girl did not understand what was happening and where she was. After that, she slowly opened her mouth and started to say some strange sounds. They weren't words, they were something else. Il-shin was surprised. He knew what was happening to her and why she spoke so strangely. It felt as if her mouth was clogged with some mucus. Then suddenly she started calling her mother. You could hear it by these strange sounds she was making. All the events continue in the big mountains where the sun was shining and the weather was incredibly good. In the middle of a simple forest stood a large house that looked like some kind of spacious villa, and all this happened in the game. Song. Mina was sleeping sweetly in bed. She hadn't woken up in a very long time and was quite tired. Because of that, everyone was very scared. The nameless god tried to use his ring finger to heal her, but as it turned out, nothing helped. Not understanding what to do, he started searching in his phone and turned to the stalkers who were in his chat. He asked how to cure Milan Mina. A man named Eternal Truth Seeker said that in Song Min he should train his muscles to stand on his feet, but this answer did not please the nameless god. After that, another stalker named The Knife That Cut the Space wrote that Il-shin should bring this girl as a sacrifice for him. All these answers pissed off Yu Il-shin incredibly, because it would all be simply useless. Some other user wrote that you can try to use God's ring finger if Il-shin was a high-ranking god, but the main character understood that he did not even pull on a low-ranking god. It's all very confusing. He was paid because he didn't understand what he needed to do, so he started looking for some other ideas and methods. Message that the man fulfilled all the conditions for using the rose that bloomed at night. All this made Yu Il-shin think. He started to remember the sharp man lying on the ground, who looked a lot like Song Min because he was also covered in some weird slime and looked creepy. The master guessed that this very strong rose was activated every time he spent his consciousness and fell fast asleep, and this could have happened last time. The man was very proud of himself, and you realized that you had come across an incredible idea, and that Director Kang was so afraid of roses. Then he began to look for the silent nightmare because it was his gift, and he definitely had to know what the terrible rose had done, and what to do now. But the silent nightmare wrote that if this rose captured the girl's mind, now nothing can be done. This answer incredibly scared the man. He could not believe that it could be true because it was really fatal. Then the silent nightmare wrote that the only way to cure this victim was to spend one night with her, but the boy did not like this idea. The nameless god could not believe that this could be really true. He thought that the silent nightmare was just playing him, but the nightmare confirmed all this information and said that it was definitely true. And this was one way. For some time, the man lay down in bed because the sun had already begun to set. He lay in bed and thought about all the things he did with the girl that night. Suddenly, Yu Il-shin got up and looked at Song Min, who was sleeping sweetly. He wanted to do everything possible to make her wake up as soon as possible. He decided to cover her with a blanket because, in his opinion, she might be freezing. Then she opened her eyes. The woman woke up and asked where the man was going, and Il-shin explained that he was going to the kitchen to prepare breakfast and asked if they would have it for rice. The woman loved and named Il-shina by her mother. As it turned out, her mind was as pure as possible, and she was like a small child. And all that the main character needed to do now was to help her develop and share her dreams with her so as not to harm her. The nameless god also worked diligently with her on all her memories because she had great memory problems and could remember almost nothing. He managed to find out that she had very big fears of the rose, and all this was connected because of that big attack of the rose that also bloomed at night. It was really a very long activity that required a lot of patience. A grown woman behaved like a little child, and her mind was as pure and new as possible. The situation was also bad, because everyone in the media only wrote about the fact that the best superheroine disappeared and someone kidnapped her. Because of this, the whole police was looking for her, and Il-shin understood that he needed to continue training with her because he could not just return her to the world. The man understood that he still had a lot of time because they wouldn't find him so quickly. But the problems were also very big because Song Mina behaved like a little child. He thought it would be better to contact Song Miri somehow because she could help him with her sister. And meanwhile, the sword demon was outside and continued to train hard. This time, he was very focused. He wanted to prove to his god that he was really worthy of his attention. Because of this, he wanted to become many times stronger and more confident in himself, to the point that his enemies became stronger as well. But suddenly the protagonist came out of the building. The sword demon was surprised because he did not expect the sword god to wake up so early. A man with long hair knelt down and said that he was a humble servant ready to obey all orders. Il-shin asked him if he continued to train, and the demon confirmed it. Demon also added that the book he received from his god was simply incredible because, thanks to it, he became many times stronger and learned new techniques that helped him. As it turned out, the boy bought this book in the god's store so that the demon and maybe even reached the highest rank one day, because it would help him with his tasks and improve his defense. But at that moment he did not remember that this book cost an incredible amount of money, and because of this he was very upset at the moment. And since he did not know whether it was a good investment, then there was a message that the number of S-class believers had increased. Now Il belonged there, Ho and Yen Ti. The man was surprised because he did not understand who this mysterious character was and what had happened. No name god was really surprised. He realized that the ants were very good, and now his only warrior was S-class and another good ant to help him. But it took a lot of time, and he didn't have much desire to wait. So he wanted to speed up this process. He thought about how it was possible to pump the S-class into his believers. Meanwhile, the sword demon with a book in his hands did not understand what his god was thinking at all, because he did not pay attention to him at all. He understood that because of his desire to improve his characters and warriors, he spent 20 million on this book, in addition to which came one very sharp sword. However, as soon as the nameless god began to read this book, he had a wave of feeling, because in his opinion, it was all just information, and was a big deception for which he paid a lot of money. The only good thing about it was that the demon sword was getting stronger and practiced more, so he had hope that sooner or later he would become very powerful. Also, the only thing left for him to do at this time was just use a lot of elixir to make himself and his warriors stronger. Then he called his servant and asked him to drink this magical elixir because it can help him in his training and in his battles. The man there began to fall to the ground with his hair and thanked his god for all that he was doing, but he kept silent and did not like it at all, because it seemed that this man was incredibly strange. Then Ilshin stood up and said that we are going to prepare breakfast for him, but the demon with dark hair said that he should do it for his master. But the main character said that the soldiers need to train more because it will bring more benefits to all of them. The warrior liked this idea. He promised that he would not let his only god down because training was the only thing he had left in this life. But now the young man didn't care about all this. He was interested in what I would cook for him for breakfast, so he looked into his phone to look for some good recipes. Suddenly the man noticed that the message, some strange hunter said that if someone touches Song Min to her, he will destroy him as much as possible. Ilshin was very surprised. He thought that this message was addressed to him, and suddenly an incredibly large explosion appeared behind these young heroes, which surprised them greatly because they definitely did not expect it. It was some kind of unexpected guest visit. The sword demon was worried but understood that he needed to be very careful and protect his one and only god because it was his mission. When everything dissipated, a big strong man came out and asked in his rough voice where Song Mina was. It remained that it was the same hunter with a new. Yu Ilshin scanned with his divine eye and learned that this man was 26 years old. His name was Baek Yu Hyun, and that he knew how to possess all types of fire that existed on the planet. But when both men saw who was standing in front of them, they were very surprised because they did not expect that the legendary Baek Yu Hyun would visit them. The sword demon intervened in their conversation and was incredibly angry because he did not understand how this brazen person could interfere in their affairs and ask such questions of his master. But the hunter was still surprised and asked the man with long hair who he was. Then the sword demon said that in front of him stood one of the strongest people on the whole planet. It was the sword god. He pointed his hand at his master. But Baek Yu was surprised. He first heard about a certain sword god, and the demon was surprised because this brave hunter could be so literate, but could not see in front of him an incredibly strong person who had a crystal in his heart full of energy and abilities. But then he started talking about Song Min and realized that they were the same kidnappers who brazenly kidnapped such a strong and popular superheroine. The sword demon continued to annoy his opponent of mine. He said that this superheroine lost to him in a duel, and now he can't live a single day without him. The super hunter was incredibly angry. It seemed to him that all the gods of men had done incredibly terrible things to the most popular model and superwoman of this country. He promised that he would definitely take revenge on them, now their concessions. But the demon could laugh. He said that no one could do anything against the gigantic power of Yu Il-shin, and he promised that his god would deal with the new guest very quickly. The demon's confidence was incredibly high. He took his big match in his hands and said that he would easily defeat this guest. Meanwhile, the sword god was incredibly scared because he understood that what the demon was doing was terrible, because this man was an S-class hunter. Then his eyes glowed with living paint, and he rushed to attack his opponent, promising to destroy him in a short time. But Baek calmly watched all this and began to take out his giant match on his shoulders. Then Baek Yu pointed his sword towards the enemy, and an incredible giant fire appeared, which was just deadly for the demon, so he started screaming incredibly loud. After a while, the oil stopped the flame and the man's dark body fell to the ground. It was clear that he said he knew many false things that did not happen. Yu Il-shin was very scared. Yu realized that all these rumors and legends about the powerful hunter Baek Yu were really true. Baek only looked at his opponent with his stern gaze, but he didn't say anything. In his eyes, you could see incredible strength. After that, he suddenly disappeared unexpectedly, and the same blue portal from which he came closed behind him. This scared the main character very much. He did not know what was happening. Then Baek Yu appeared very quickly and took Yu Il-shin by his shoulder. The man was very scared. He did not understand how he managed to move so quickly. It was something like teleportation. For now, this hunter was incredibly angry. A flame was burning behind him, and he asked loudly where Song Min was, and if all that the madman had said was true. The main character was really very scared because he saw in his eyes the burning fire of hell, and the nameless god understood that it was fatal for him. The master felt the same incredible power that he felt from that giant dragon of the abyss, and that he learned about in Song Min's nightmare. He felt the same power and aura, and now he is definitely sure that the dragon of the abyss was standing in front of him. But in the body of a brave hunter, Baek addressed his opponent and ordered him to tell the whole truth. But Yu Il-shin didn't answer anything, and it annoyed this dragon of the abyss even more. It seemed to him that this frightened man was deliberately ignoring him. Only when he felt the hand of this hero, I started to burn him hard, so I would like to get rid of at least this terrible aura, and he tried to use his index finger of God. After that, he was able to successfully realize his finger began to fill with divine energy, and it seemed that the nameless god had every chance to get out of this trap. However, the dragon of the abyss only saw how this frightened man poked his index finger somewhere in the air. This made him even more angry, and Baek began to threaten to tear off his finger. Suddenly appeared some strange magical glow that even this dragon of the abyss felt, and which scared him beyond belief. He wanted to do his best, but he couldn't conquer the aura of this stranger despite the fact that he had quite a lot of strength. The dragon standing behind him was also very shocked by all this, because no one in the world could be as strong as this stranger standing in front of him. Enraged, Yu Baek asked what this arrogant man did, because the situation and aura really changed very quickly. But Il-shin only asked him to close his eyes. Then his finger began to rush with even greater energy and divine power, and the glow appeared even stronger. The dragon was not lying, there was really very painful. All this energy and aura had a very negative effect on him. He no longer seemed powerful, but now he was somehow very weak and covered his eyes with his hand. Yu Baek was very scared. He saw something similar for the first time in his life, but did not understand what he should do against this incredible aura. The dragon that was in the middle of the hotel was incredibly weakened and was losing more and more energy every second. Baek didn't know what it was at all because by the looks of it, this boy was completely weak, and it would seem that he was not capable of such things at all. He touched his opponent's neck even harder and asked what the hell was going on, why the aura changed so quickly together. His powerful dragon moment began to become many times weaker. Strange cracks began to appear on it, and small stones began to fly to the sides. Seeing this, Baek began to get scared. Now he was completely hysterical and had tears in his eyes. He didn't know if it was even happening, or how his mighty and legendary sword could be crumbling before his eyes. Meanwhile, Yu Il-shin was laughing a lot. He said that all his fire would soon disappear, and he needed to say goodbye as soon as possible. But Baek did not understand what kind of incredible man was standing in front of him, and why he said such strange things that were very dangerous. The nameless god was incredibly happy. He said that the hunter had better let him go by the neck because the situation would become incredibly terrible for him, and he would have to run away. Baek didn't understand what was going on. At that moment, the Damancha started to feel better again, and started to get back on his feet, and to the point where he was coughing a lot. When he raised his head, he was surprised or realized that his sword god had once again proven that he was the best, because he managed to defeat this strong hunter who possessed incredibly powerful fire. Baek turned to his sword and asked it to ignite again with a powerful fire, but nothing happened. But at that moment, Song Min came out of the building. When she saw all this, she started screaming incredibly loudly because she did not like this situation, and Mina only wanted peace and comfort. She was getting incredibly angry. She didn't care what was happening. All she wanted was for them to stop screaming, because she had a very good dream, and they interrupted it. When Baek saw Song Min, he couldn't be surprised because he thought that this superhero girl had already died, because there had been no news for a very long time. Now the woman was no longer angry, and she became calm and began to look at this man with surprised eyes and tried to understand what happened. She did not care about the man with red hair. She already saw that he was holding Yu Il-shin with his hand. Because of this, She was upset and said that he was a very bad uncle. But Beck understood what she was talking about. Beck was shocked and started to get hysterical. He didn't understand how the legendary songman could forget him and say such stupid things. At one moment her eyes lit up, and her aura changed because she understood that she had become evil, and no one knew what this could lead to. She was once again using all of her SS-class superpowers, but now she was directing them at Beck to protect her Ilshin from danger. Beck definitely did not expect that the woman with whom he worked in the team for a long time would strike him with such a powerful blow with her incredible strength. This blow was so powerful that it threw the man's body a great distance and lifted him into the air. Ilshin was surprised because he hadn't seen this female hunter use her power in a very long time, and besides, he didn't expect her to do it right here. A few seconds later, this hunter's body landed on the ground and an incredibly large explosion occurred due to the power of Song Mina's punch. This man was in bad pain. Now a lot of blood was coming from his body because this blow broke several of his bones. In his scared voice, he asked why Song Min attacked him because everything was fine and he came here to free her. Suddenly, the woman turned to the nameless god, but she called him Miri. Then she rushed to hug the so-called Miri man and asked if everything was okay with him and what she was very worried about. Seeing this, the man with red hair was even more surprised. He did not understand at all what was happening. In his opinion, the most popular female hunter was becoming simply crazy. Mina was like her younger sister with her husband. She stroked his cheeks and said that he was very sweet and good, and this also started to annoy Ilshin. Her voice was similar to the voice of a small child. She rushed to hug Ilshin and promised that this is a terrible uncle will not be a threat to them now. Saw that it was like a superwoman was hugging his opponent. The man with red hair was very disappointed and tears began to flow from his eyes. In his opinion, it was just crazy because this superwoman treated the man like her little sister. She stroked his cheeks and called him sister. Nameless God was not only pleased that he had just accidentally called Mina his sister because of this, he needed to finish all these games. Then they both looked at the hunter who was lying on the ground. He was badly wounded. Beck couldn't believe that this beautiful woman was really taken away with the help of love, and he was also in love with her all this time. Ilshin actually felt sorry for his opponent, because he had just seen with his own eyes how his lover did not even recognize him and hugged his opponent, and he said he was really sorry, so he started using God's ring finger to heal his wounds and make him better. Beck will be surprised because some strange green energy appeared around his body, and after a while he began to feel incredibly beautiful and realized that he was completely healed. Suddenly the message said that Beck was a creature of not very high rank, but had good potential. Ilshin did not understand what potential it was about and why this hero had a low rank, because he was still the same legendary hunter. As a result, 100 coins were deducted from the account for the treatment of this man. But after thinking for a few minutes, he realized that this was a really good opportunity to increase his number of S-class believers. Now, there were new ideas and opportunities that needed to be implemented, and Beck was confused and did not know what was happening because his opponent had just healed him. The dragon of the abyss got to his feet. He did not understand why such strange things did not happen, and because of that he asked his opponent if he had just kicked him out. He added that it was an incredible ability to heal, because even the healer he met in North America, who had the highest class, was not that good. The man liked it very much. He understood that after that, this strange hunter would be ready to follow all his orders and follow him even to the end of the world. Then the main character said that there were some misunderstandings, and now he wants to explain to him the whole situation that remained in fact, because only then can she solve all their problems. After these spoken words, they heard some very strange sounds coming not far from their cozy little house. They saw that a lot of helicopters appeared in the sky, circling directly above them, and creating a lot of noise and raising dust into the air. This scared Ilshin. The situation was really terrible because Beck was not alone, and now a lot of people who were in these helicopters knew about their hiding place. The nameless god was very angry with his opponent. He did not understand why he brought so many people with him, but Beck assured that he was engaged in these searches of self-discovery. Hearing these words, Ilshin was very surprised. He did not understand who could be in these large helicopters and why there were so many of them. It seemed to him that someone simply put a large reward on his head, and because of this, Some group of hunters hunted him to earn a lot of money. Large helicopters flew right in front of them and created a lot of noise and dust. They didn't have time to run away, so the man just stayed in place and watched it all. It was exactly 3 helicopters flying me in the air, but they didn't do anything else. And this surprised the man very much. He thought that they were some kind of observed events. But at one moment, all these flying machines flew even closer, and now some action began to take place. Jumping out of all these helicopters, it all looked like some kind of planned attack. Mina stood behind the author of the web novel. They had nothing to do but simply wait for their landing. Besides, their place was already exposed. But the main character was very surprised. No one in his life had seen these people in costumes and did not understand what they needed and how they even found them. But when he looked better, he saw that on one of the helicopters there was a very strange but familiar man. As it turned out, it was the same director of the academy. Ilshin did not understand why this man was sitting there and what he was doing in this place. I had the impression that the director of the academy considered him a robber. Besides, there was his younger sister Miri, who was attentive to these events. Song Mina was very happy when she saw her younger sister and pointed at her with her index finger. The man who was interested in one question, how to explain this whole story with the loss of memory to Song Min, he was sure that no one would believe him. Several hours passed and Yu Ilshin still told the whole story that happened. Now he hoped that everyone else would believe it. He had to be very sincere to be believed because of that. He told the whole story, and including the story about Song Mira's power blocking and the demonic seal that was on his chest. Hearing all this, the Lightning Empress started crying now she understood why her older sister did this to her. Song Mina approached her younger sister. She didn't know why she was crying, but still, this moment was really very terrible, and she asked her younger sister not to cry. Mira said that she loves her very much, and Mina also told her about it. All the men who were around started to shed their tears because it was really a very tragic moment. After that, the assistant director turned to Yu Ilshin. She was holding something in her hand and asked her husband to take it, because it was very important. As it turned out, it was a hunter's license for Class B. The man was very surprised or did not understand why he received it. Besides, he had one of the lowest classes. The assistant told that the power of the author of web novels was really very strange, but the power of the rose was incredible. When the director and Mina heard that the conversation was about this flower, they were very scared and did not want to hear anything else. Then the assistant decided to summarize and said that the man got this license because he had the ability to summon new creatures, and this was incredibly important and it could not just be released. This ability really surprised Ilshin. He understood that all this was very strange because he could summon a rose that could bloom at night. After that, the director of the academy himself intervened in the conversation and offered the man a job. He said that he would be a very good teacher. Besides, now he had a license. But the main character did not want to go to the academy, so he refused. Khan said that this is a really good offer because I will pay twice as much as a regular teacher in the academy gets. This interested the nameless god, and he asked how much it was. Then his daughter took lessons. How many calculators showed the man how much money he could theoretically earn if he worked together with them. Seeing this amount, Yu Ilshin was really shocked because there were a lot of zeros. He said that he was definitely ready to work there and, in general, all his life he dreamed of being a professor at the academy, and asked when he would be able to start work. After that, after some time, the events are transferred back to Korea, namely to a large hunter academy. Song Miri was now very happy, and she was sitting at her desk again and preparing for her homework. The girl sitting next to her with pink hair was surprised why her friend was so happy about it, and asked what happened to her. But Miri replied that everything was actually fine. After that, at one point, a man in a tracksuit entered the large classroom. It was Yu Ilshin, their new professor. In appearance, he was very tired because he never liked children and never liked to teach anything, but he does it with joy. It is a very big amount. When the children saw him, they were very surprised because some did not know who he was, and some talked about the legends that went around after the fight with Ginukum and the director. They were also interested in who was the strange man standing behind this fighter. At this moment, the main character greeted the whole class. Ilshin introduced himself. And he also added that he was the new teacher in this class and he was responsible for everything until their head teacher returned to work. Everyone was very surprised, and they couldn't believe that it was true because it was very unexpected for everyone, and because of that, there was a noise. But at that moment, the sword demon hit the floor very fast and hard with his sword and shouted loudly for all the children to be quiet, and he also added that he was the teacher's right hand. Suddenly, his face became very angry and scary. He promised that he would follow up so that the knowledge from the great sword god would remain in the minds of these students. And then the Empress of Lightning, who was sitting in the back, raised her hand and said that today they should have physical education because that was what their class teacher taught. Ilshin was surprised, but then he suggested that all the students should start studying because it would help them better. After that, the professor himself showed his head on the table. He was incredibly tired because he had not been able to sleep properly for a very long time, because every day there were some very important problems. All the students looked at how their teacher suddenly fell asleep. It looked really very strange, and no one expected that it was necessary somewhere in the first lesson. The sword demon raised his giant weapon in the air and said that if anyone makes any small sound that wakes up the sword god, he will take revenge on this sinner. The students were very scared. We already understood that by appearance this strange man belonged to the highest classes, and no one wanted to enter into a fight with him. The next day the man came again very tired. He said that they will have exams soon, but despite this, they need to prepare on their own. After a few days, it started to rain, and the man again suggested that all the students start studying without a teacher. It was clear that he had no desire to teach any material to these students. And the next day, when the sun was shining, the professor suggested that the students also start studying without the help of the teacher in order to better learn all the material. But in fact, he was looking for all possible reasons for this. The students were already starting to get a little angry. They didn't like this strange teaching technique of this professor. They did not understand why for 4 days in a row they are already engaged in what they are studying by themselves and their professor only sleeps in their lessons. Ilshin was very impudent. He was either sleeping or playing some game where he fought with insects, because of which the students did not like him very much. When a schoolgirl with pink hair went to the cafeteria to have something to eat, she was very surprised when she saw who was sitting in front of her. In front of her sat the same professor in a tracksuit. He was unbelievably glad that there was free food in this institution, because now he can finally eat normally and not pay anything. Then he turned to Menji and said that they should also eat very well because in this establishment they give for free, and you should appreciate this opportunity. Menji was very angry with this new professor. It seemed to her that he did nothing at all and was just money, while Miri was very happy that her master was spending a lot of time with her. But Menji did not understand why her friend loved this new teacher so much, because he was a complete homeless person. Besides, he had been wearing a dirty tracksuit for a very long time, and did not even change it on holidays. However, her friend made sure that she did not know who this was about. Both friends' husbands, and they were talking about the academy. Then Miri said that the situation was completely different, and no one could understand her. And she was not the only one who managed to see the real essence of the existence of this teacher. Suddenly she took her phone in my hand and said that probably her older sister and you, but she was waiting for her when her friend started working. She was very surprised. Menji couldn't believe that her friend was seeing this stupid teacher even after class, but Mira didn't care. She was incredibly happy, so she said goodbye to her friend and ran very quickly. Menja that the situation was incredibly terrible, and she needed to do everything possible to save her friend from the hands of this lazy professor. And the next day, the events are brought to the sports hall, where Yu Ilshin suggested that all students break into groups, because now they are starting training, and today's class will be very special for all students. Menji looked at this lazy man and wished him evil. She promised to do everything possible to realize all her plans and take revenge. But at this moment, Yu Ilshin said that he wanted a friend to sleep there, asked the sword demon to look after these students and do something with them, and the demon confirmed that he would do everything. When the girl with curly hair started talking about it, she got incredibly angry. After all, their teacher had just promised that today's lesson would not be like the usual one, and there would be no self-study, as it had been for 5 days in a row. The man was already heading towards the same room where I wasn't going to sleep, But suddenly I heard a very strange voice of a student asking the teacher to stop. This surprised the man, and no one had ever asked him any questions before. He looked to see that in the middle of all the students, there was a girl with her hand raised. She said that unfortunately she was not able to get a partner for sports, and it was a very big problem. But in fact, she wanted to have classes together with Yu Il-shin as a pair. At first, the man was very surprised, but then he realized that there were 21 students in this class, and someone had to be left without a pair. The girl asked if she could ask the teacher to be her partner, but the sword demon would bring the whole conversation. He was very angry and asked how this girl could summon the sword god to a duel. But the girl with the money hair didn't stop. She said that she didn't see anything wrong with the duel. Besides, due to the duel, she could learn a lot. But the demon didn't like it. Then the husband said that she can do it because he has no choice. Then he was ready. Yunbi's words echoed in his head, saying that the teacher's salary could be cut if he didn't fulfill all his duties and also didn't get a free lunch. But Menji didn't want just a normal sparring against her teacher, and wanted to just destroy him and show all her anger that was inside her body. She was incredibly angry and stared with her cold gaze directly at the man in the sports suit, who did not understand everything. Situations. After that, they went into a large cage where they stood facing each other, where a lot of students gathered who wanted to see what their new teacher was capable of and what was going to happen now. Menji said that the big man would soon come to an end, but Il-shin remained calm. It seemed to him that this little girl was talking too much for her age. The nameless god understood that this girl was the best friend of his student, and because of this, he did not know what exactly he should answer her, because it could lead to a lot of bad consequences. He also understood that bad consequences could arise from the fact that he slept a lot during all his lessons, but he had a completely different reason for this. The man recalled that this morning when he woke up, he felt an incredibly strong pain in his head. After all, he was forced to sleep not far from Songmina, but her younger sister slept with her. Because of this, the main character had to sleep all this time on the floor and woke up with a big headache and was not getting enough sleep. Because of this, he was very angry, because he didn't know how long it would last, because Songmina developed very slowly and was very dangerous for the whole society. Besides, this morning he was not sleeping alone. The same two legendary S-class hunters were sleeping next to him, but Il-shin did not miss that they did it. Last night, they also drank a lot of alcohol, and now I was very drunk and slept for a very long time. The nameless god wonders how such people who like to drink a lot could be hunters at all. He began to push Baek-yu's face with his foot and asked him to go back to his house, despite the fact that he made a lot of effort to wake up Baek. In the end, he didn't care, and the man continued to sleep sweetly, and thereby annoyed Il-shin very much. As it turned out, they had already been living in his apartment for a week, and were also helping to follow Songmina, but in reality they were drinking a lot of alcohol every day and celebrating some new holiday. And the nameless god became a hostage of these people who liked to drink a lot of alcohol, so he drank with them every evening. But as it turned out, it was all just the beginning, because all last night they were drinking and celebrating that it had rained outside. The next day they came to him, and with what amount of alcohol, and began to drink in honor of the fact that very good weather had come, and the great sun had shone again. He wanted not to let those men into his apartment because they could have a bad influence on Songmina's brain. As it turned out, the superwoman really liked them when they were very drunk, because then they started telling some jokes and making everyone happy. But Yu Il-shin felt really bad because he drank too much alcohol. At one point, a girl turned to him. She was very hungry and asked Il-shin to cook her something delicious. This is incredible for a man. What he had to do so many things. Besides, he was not sleeping well and he had a headache. Suddenly there was a knife inside some bedside table and it started to move very loudly from side to side. The woman was scared. She didn't know what it was and asked Il-shina, but the main character replied that there is simply no need to pay attention to it, and he will now go and prepare her rice and vegetables. The woman was very grateful to him for this and asked him to also prepare a fried egg. Yu Il-shin did not have time for quality sleep, due to the fact that he had to worry about Song-min all night, and men came to him in the evening and drank a lot of alcohol. But suddenly something really interested the girl because she heard some very strange sounds coming from another room. It was the phone of the chief director. He received a very loud message. When the director heard about this message, he woke up very quickly and opened his eyes, and his partner also did it. It was clear that this message was incredibly important. As it turned out, there was urgent news because a Russian S-class hunter was found dead in his apartment. And it was incredibly urgent lest some time ago he also seemed to blame some very big, strong monster out there. This news that scared the men very much. They could not believe that it was really a reality, because he is very strong. And now there was a terrible monster to her planet that could defeat the hunters of the highest morning. They looked at the photo that was in the news and were amazed because something was written on the stone wall in some strange language with the blood of this hero. No one understood what was written there. And what language was it in general, the man with red hair? That according to analysts, it was written not by a hunter, but by a monster, and it was an ancient African language meant that this hunter was sacrificed. Then the director said that she needed to go there too before it was too late because it was very important to everyone, and they could find some important details. Meanwhile, the main character was frying an egg, and did not even hear that his guests had already left his house with the help of their teleportation abilities. But after a while they still saw it. I was very surprised that they didn't understand where these people could go because they were quite drunk, but in general they didn't care because it was one less problem. After some time, everything was ready and the nameless god offered Mina to eat, and in the meantime he needed to prepare for classes because he was working. Mina then smiled and asked if the principal's daughter would come to look after her, because Unbi usually came on a day when no one was there to look after her. Yu Il-shin was thinking that you are really a very bad teacher, because he doesn't do anything with Mina and only cooks and partially takes care of her, but she also needs to be developed. But now it wasn't important because he had a duel. With the help of his divine eye, he conducted an analysis and found out that she was 19 and possessed necromancy, which surprised the man. He did not know where such a girl had such abilities. Then the girl with pink hair said that she would attack first because it would be fair, and suddenly she turned to her Hades and asked to come. What his opponent was doing was surprising. She was addressing Hades. It seemed to Il-shin that it was from Greek mythology. Then suddenly she tied her bracelets to her arm and began to use the magic of raising the dead. A lot of magic appeared around her, because she understood that she was being filled with strength and new energy that would help her in the fight. The skull that was on her hand was very dangerous, because now she felt that a giant man was standing behind her. Suddenly, this man stood on his feet and became a reality. After making an analysis, the man managed to find out that it was zombie Hades from Hell who lived many years ago. The professor was really very interesting. He had never in his life fought with such strange opponents who had the ability to necromancy. So the man wanted to use it to activate his steel body because it would compare the chances of a fight. Suddenly he was very surprised and could not even complete his magic until the end because he saw something strange in front of him. He saw that it was his big man who raised his big hand in the air and seemed to be preparing to deliver a powerful blow to his opponent. But he just froze and didn't do anything else. This annoyed Menji. She turned to her servant and ordered to attack. But at one point, this giant monster just sat down and stopped doing anything. It puzzled the girl incredibly. She thought that the zombie was just crazy. The giant zombie in hell began to fall to the ground and said that I salute the great and powerful creation that stood before him. He meant the professor. Menji could not at all understand what was happening around her, because she gave her order, and the zombie had to obey her. The people who were around also understood that their professor had conquered the zombie Menji in Hignatskog, and did not even lift a finger. The sword demon was happy that his god had once again proved to everyone how incredible and beautiful he was. And Miri was also very happy that her teacher had succeeded. Menji was just a giant zombie with her little hands, and ordered him to destroy her opponent, but the professor even felt sorry for her. Then he turned to this big zombie and asked if he wanted to play along with his owners to improve their condition. However, Hades confirmed that he has no chance, and it makes no sense because Yu Il-shin was incredibly strong, and you had mountains of energy against him, so people will have a chance. Hades also added that even his master, the mountain-devouring god, was not such a strong opponent. This interested Yu Il-shin because he had already definitely heard this name. After that, the man once again read the message that appeared and asked the monster if he served him. Then he automatically placed his hand on this zombie's head, but now his hand was many times bigger and stronger. It was as if inside his body was the same God who could devour with incredible energy and was surrounded by. And then all the memories from the life of Hades rushed into Yu Ilshin's head even before he became a zombie. The infernal man remembered that there was some very big and severe duel. In this difficult battle, unfortunately, Hades could not survive. He died after putting a lot of effort into it. He died as a real warrior, because he defended himself while protecting his mistress's beloved. Because of his death, he failed to complete his task, and therefore he became a zombie who was forced to travel the world and suffer. Menji summoned him and gave him a new chance at freedom. According to Yu Ilshin, it was a very strong story about the life of Hades and all his sufferings and attempts to escape to freedom. There was a message that there was a god inside the man's body, that all the conditions for transferring his energy were fulfilled. The question was whether Ilshin wanted to do all this and get more power. The professor definitely liked this idea, because thanks to his powerful strength, he had an additional zombie who was also incredibly violent. After that, some incredible energy appeared around everyone and everything began to shine with magic. Then the game greeted the man, because all the power and might of the mountain-devouring god now belonged to him. And he also had a new, very strong believer who helped him complete the task. Suddenly, the main character's hand lit up. It surprised him very much. He didn't know now how much power he possessed, but he really wanted to test the power. Appeared asking the man if he would use divine power to evolve the gigantic zombie Hades, and the man confirmed. Suddenly, some very strange power started circling around his body. It was something black combined together with white, and he was very creepy because he didn't know what it was. Then, the large body of the zombie also started to this strange magic. It seemed that it was filled with a stronger divine power. Suddenly, the gypsy monster began to scream very loudly. Now he was no longer in control, and his eyes were glowing and magic was entering his body. Miri and the demon sword were very happy because it seemed that the man was really the best. He managed to do something impossible again. Yu Ilshin was surprised because he did not know what was happening. Some very strange glow appeared around him, and he screamed eerily at the giant zombie that it must be evolution. Around the giant body again, no one knew what was happening. However, it looked very creepy because it seemed that strange spirits were inhabiting his body. Now some symbols began to appear on his body and his skin began to clear and become better. It felt like it was a terrible monster reincarnated. Now from the other side of his body, dark energy began to enter and began to fill his entire arm and went straight to his head. At one point his eyes burned with anger and incredibly sharp teeth appeared. Now he looked like some terrible demon. The old zombie has turned into an incredibly large and powerful warrior in gold and brings the message that he has succeeded in evolving the slave of Hades into a dark Palladic Ada. Seeing all this, the man couldn't get scared. He didn't understand how it was possible and how this zombie could be so big and strong. The demon of the sword will be proud of our god, because as always, he was very effective and incredible. And now he has once again proven to everyone what he is capable of. This great paladin attached himself to the body of Yu Ilyin. Thanks to his blind eye of God, the man managed to find out that this monster has a very great potential. A very creepy monster said in his scary voice that he was incredibly grateful for his salvation and swore with his soul to be a faithful shield for his master. Menji didn't understand what their professor did with her monster, because now he could talk. Yu Ilshin was also very happy, because now he has another powerful S-class warrior. But at one point he felt incredibly bad. A strong pain appeared in his head and circled because you are fast to me. Now he began to lose his control and could no longer walk normally, and was moving from side to side. It seemed that very soon he would fall to the ground. All his servants were very scared, so they quickly climbed over the big net and started running to their master to help him. At that very moment, the professor completely lost his consciousness and was now just lying unconscious in the arms of the great paladin of Hades. The nameless god felt really bad because he was getting worse every second, and his body was getting weaker. Everyone was very scared. They didn't know what to do, but the dark paladin assured that everything was fine, and their god just fell asleep. so they don't need to worry and just leave him to calm him down and rest. Everyone felt very sorry for their master because he had put in a lot of effort and was very tired during all this. The demog of the sword fell to the ground and promised his god that he would protect him and not let anyone even take a single step towards his body. As it turned out, thanks to evolution, the man lost a lot of strength and was now very tired. He slept and had a very good dream. He was also very proud of himself because he had done incredible things. Yu Il-shin dreamed. He dreamed of a beautiful field filled with freedom, in the middle of which stood a big, powerful tree, and there was a beautiful atmosphere all around. Professor Il-shin that he was lying on the knee of some woman who was stroking his hair. The man was incredibly proud of himself, or felt great happiness, and was delighted with all these events that were happening around him. He also managed to meet all his stalkers, but for now it's still in his dreams. As it turned out, this woman who was above him was also a stalker named Generous Happiness, as I wished a lot of health and a good rest for Yu Il-shin. She filled his whole body with freedom, joy, boundless strength, and energy. It was a truly beautiful atmosphere and there was cozy harmony all around. Yu Il-shin was incredibly pleased. He felt as if he was in some kind of paradise and spent all his time. This woman's hand was very warm and warmed the man's cold body. He was lying smiling and feeling boundless happiness. But he didn't know then that when he was lying down and resting, something terrible was coming that no one expected at all. The events continued in the main character's apartment. But there was Eunbi and Song-min, who was holding a large lollipop. She was very bored. She started to cry and asked when Yu Il-shin would come because she wanted to start playing in the middle of her body. She was still the same little girl. Then she had one good idea. How she can improve her time and stop zeroing. She opened her big backpack, put her hand in there and started looking for something there. She took out of her backpack that strange thing that rattled yesterday night in the bedside table. Mina took it just in case she was very sad or very bored. She treated the subject like a small doll and asked if he wanted treats. The object that was inside began to make very loud, very strange sounds. But Mina only annoyed him and said that she wouldn't give sweets because they all belonged to her. Eunbi looked at all this and was very surprised because she didn't know what was happening. The assistant understood that they still had a lot of work to do because this woman behaved like a small child, and her mind was not yet developed enough for ordinary life. Eunbi wanted to believe that things were better for his father and other superheroes because they could somehow have a positive influence on Song-min. But it would be best if Song-mina really came to her senses. However, at one point her sweets fell to the ground and broke and the woman began to scream very loudly. Eunbi was scared. She looked at this woman and did not understand what was happening to her and why she screamed so loudly. Her face was very scared. She was as if shocked and was talking about some very strange nightmare that had just appeared before her. Eunbi took Mina's hand and asked her not to be upset because she still had a lot of sweets for her and everything was fine. It was important to say that because if she didn't control this woman, the situation would have been worse. Song. Mina threw herself into the doctor's arms and said that she was very scared and she was very afraid. Eunbi asked her to calm down and asked what scared her so much. The female superhero was scared to death. She started talking about some terrible monster that was coming here to eat her. But Eunbi didn't understand this much. At that moment, a very strange, scary man in dark, torn clothes appeared in front of the Hunter Academy, who was talking about something. This man's eyes were white. He said in his scary voice that in this building there were 2 victims for the dragon's seed, the rootless. He was also interested in why one of those girls never reached her great level and remained very weak. Then a barefoot man in strange clothes entered the building. The men who were nearby were surprised and did not understand what this style of clothing was. Then one of the men came up and standing before this strange stranger addressed him. This guard was incredibly big together with this creepy man. The pumped-up man said that the clothing exhibition is in another building, and in this place you can't walk around like that. The security guard showed his big hand on this little man's shoulder and asked for a pass or some kind of ID. But the creepy man just started talking to himself. After that, a little stranger began to quickly do some actions that scared the guard, and something very strange began to happen. The moment his head disappeared from the big man's body, it was clear that this monster cut it off with his sharp hand. Then he looked with his terrible red eyes at the other frightened men who were in this building guarding. The men were very angry with the stranger because their good friend had just died, so they took up their weapons. There were 2 of them, and holding weapons in their hands. They ran towards this monster to destroy it and avenge the death of their friend. But at one point this terrible monster teleported very quickly, and the men struck just in the void. Seeing this, they were not very surprised because they did not understand how it could be possible. After that, a very large bloodstain appeared behind him. But despite all this, the man remained calm. At one point he raised his fist upwards. Around him there was already a strange dark energy that covered his entire hand and came out of his body. At one point he put his big hand right into the ground, and a very powerful explosion appeared, and a large crater formed right in the ground. This explosion was so big that it was felt by all the people, even those who were outside the premises of the large academy, and the sound wave went several kilometers. But despite such a large power, this monster was in order and was not damaged at all. But now it became more evening. His eyes were covered with purple paint and strange smoke began to come out of his mouth. All he thought about was the sacrifices for the revival of his great god. Sirens began to sound throughout the academy because it was clear that they were being attacked, and everyone needed to quickly evacuate from this scene. But this terrible engine was only annoyed by these sirens. He wanted them to stop working, and there was dead calm again as he loved it. The monster was convinced that in this city there were only 2 sacrifices for his god, and all the others were just ordinary garbage that possessed little power but were actually useless. At that moment, a lot of students from the academy came running and activated your magic. There are your abilities. They wanted to defeat this terrible monster, and they wanted to do everything possible to win, because they had already studied for quite a long time, and it seemed to them that they were very smart and strong. But despite all this large number of students with weapons in their hands, the head of the monsters did not care. He just remained calm at first and waited for them to come closer. And suddenly the man was very surprised. He already saw what he needed and what he came here to school for. His eyes immediately became smaller, and they appeared. He felt great power from one opponent, and it became clear that a sacrifice was needed for the great dragon of the abyss. He looked at Song Miri. It was definitely her. He could feel her powerful aura with that seal she had on her chest. Now that was his main target. The girl did not understand what was happening, and who was this terrible monster that invaded their territory of the academy. But it was clear that he was quite strong. This monster's sharp teeth appeared and a big smile appeared on his face. He was convinced that this victim would not be able to escape anywhere. The students did their best and used their energy and all their values to the maximum because their opponent was incredibly strong. After all the blows they inflicted, there was a big explosion that stunned absolutely everyone who was in this building. Now it was not clear who won and who survived. After some time, the thick smoke cleared and all the students were fortunately alive. Now they were waiting because they did not know what happened to this terrible monster. The man who was in the middle was very scared because he realized that even after such a gigantic explosion that they all realized together, the monster was still in order, and on the contrary, became a place. Around him and purple energy was flying. It was clear that this powerful explosion did not cause any damage to this enemy, and he, on the contrary, became stronger. In his hand, he was holding some very strange big stone. He was very angry with all these students who were not giving him peace, so he decided to get rid of them. Then he completely destroyed the big stone that was in his hand. This showed that he really had a very powerful power, because an ordinary person was not capable of such a thing. His eyes were covered with red paint. His gaze was stern and cold. In his scary voice, he told the students that they should all look in there now. With just one wave of his hand, he made some incredible attack, and the dark energy moved towards all the young students. All of them were incredibly scared because everything started to happen somehow very fast and strange. And they started to be thrown a long distance because of this. They screamed loudly. This strange energy continued its movement and flew straight towards the frightened Song Mira and the sword demon. The man reacted quickly and realized that he needed to quickly get his weapon to evade this powerful force that was flying at them. He put down his great sword and began to fight against all the small stones that flew in their direction, and with incredible great force. They were only small pebbles, but they were very dangerous for the sword demon. It was very difficult to get them all. One thing was clear, that it was magical power. The man with the sharp teeth became very angry. He did not understand what parasite could block his attack. Meanwhile, the siren continued to wail all around. The message that the director and other hunters of the best class will arrive soon. Therefore, all the civilians need to quickly go to the bunker. Sun Miri and the demon did not want to give up. They were ready to fight against the monster. Mira ordered the man to lead Yu Il-shin and all the other civilians to the bunker, while she tried to buy them some time, but the demon assured that Hades was being made instead. Meanwhile, the terrible monster was getting even bigger and angrier, but he was very happy that he would finally be able to fight his son Miri, because she was definitely going to die. Spikes began to appear on the man's back. Everyone was very scared. No one knew what was happening right now with him. Miri and the demon were shocked, unable to believe that their opponent could evolve at such a high speed. After a few seconds, a very large and scary green monster was formed from this hourglass man, around which there was a strange purple aura and strange smoke was flying. At one point, the learner's evolution ended, and a large crocodile-like monster with flaming red eyes appeared. He was also one of the highest rank and began to create some very strange magical purple sphere in his great river. Suddenly, all the stones lying on the ground began to fly and create some strange hurricane, and combined with purple smoke. Both heroes did not understand what was happening right now, because they had never seen a monster that could speak and possess magic at the same time. It was a completely different level. The weather in this city changed. Dark clouds began to appear, and an eerie atmosphere appeared. Everyone knew that something very bad was waiting for them. It had never happened before. At that moment, some big red shield appeared around the Great Academy and completely blocked the building. Giant Monsters was very happy because now no other hunters will find his territory even in an hour. Mira was scared. She understood that this was a territory wobbler, and only the best and most monsters were capable of this, including the same dragon of the abyss. The man asked the Empress of Lightning to go to their master because she was more needed there, but Miri did not understand why the demon wanted to be left alone. But the girl decided to do so and therefore ran, and when the giant monster saw this, he became very angry and began to run after her. But the sword demon understood that he needed to stop this terrible monster, so he pulled it by its long tail to distract it. The man struck with his powerful greatsword, and suddenly some very strange magical light appeared above him. The skin of this monster was so powerful that it crushed a giant steel sword for a sword. After that, the monster pushed him with its tail very quickly to the side, and he hit the big stone wall of the academy. It was incredibly painful for him. He did not understand at all what kind of incredible animal it was with strong armor and very strong indicators. The monster was even angry because he needed to look for Sun Miri, and this pitiful man in black clothes distracted him. He got confused and couldn't find his victim. Meanwhile, the girl was behind him and already started to activate her lightning magic. She wanted to help the sword demon. The giant crocodile saw the glow that was behind him and understood that it was the same power of the powerful girl. Sun Miri was over the divorce. She wanted to take revenge at any cost for her friend who sacrificed his health for her sake. So at that moment, she released her divine lightning charge on the body of this monster, and it hurt so. The giant crocodile started screaming loudly. The events continue in the bunker where the assistant and Songmin were sitting. She was behaving very strangely and she was very scared. So Yunbi asked what was bothering her. In her trembling voice, she said that her younger sister was now in great danger, teleport magic, and disappeared from the bunker despite Yunbi begging her to stop and not do it. Miri was very focused on all your salts. She tried to do everything possible to destroy this terrible crocodile. Suddenly, a man with long hair started shouting loudly for the Empress of Lightning to be careful. As it turned out, the monster's big hand was thrust directly at her, and he was at the full charge of her lightning bolts and all her blows because he felt practically nothing. After that, with his big hand, he grabbed the girl and stopped all her attacks and squeezed her with his strong fingers. Mira was very scared because now no one could help her, and this terrible monster definitely wanted to destroy her or do something worse to her. The sword demon tried to do everything possible so that he could not help somehow because of the great wounds, So in his hands he began to apologize to the god of the sword and to Sun Miri. The giant monster hit the girl directly against the stone wall, and due to this powerful impact, a deep crater was formed. Mira was in a lot of pain. She screamed for the terrible creature to let her go, but the monster began to press her harder and said that now she will not go anywhere. From his big hand came out another small hand with a long tongue and a lot of fingers that went straight to the face of the superhero. As this tongue came closer to her head, Miri began to cry loudly and beg her master for help. At this moment, an older sister appears on the battlefield. She folded her hands together and directed them at the monsters and began to activate mind control. She wanted to save her younger sister. She was very angry and did everything possible to stop this terrible monster. The monster stopped and looked in the direction of this superheroine. He was surprised because his second victim came to him herself. He called them the family of the Dragon of the Abyss. In his opinion, these were the easiest battles in history because his victims came to him themselves, and now no one could help them. But at that moment, all of Songmina's confidence disappeared. They stopped working, and now the situation was very dire. Meanwhile, some strange object in the box kept shaking and making a lot of noise, but kept Mina from concentrating. This annoyed the woman incredibly, but she threw her entire backpack directly on the ground and said that it interfered with her saving her younger sister, who was in great danger. She wanted to activate some of her other soapy abilities, but she had already seen how a terrible monster was approaching her and did not know if she would be able to do it. At this moment, the terrible monster at the word of a big blow with its long tail directly at Songmin. Luckily, the girl managed to survive. Now she was very weak and injured and could not do anything else. Then the big tail of the monster took Ta, covered everything, and ate. Mina could not do anything else because she was tied up by the monster. All Mina could do was just be afraid and scream loudly for help. But no one could help because only she was a hunter of the highest rank. The last monster held the girl in its strong hold and said that at the moment she was not the main one, and her turn would come. But hearing this, Superwoman got very angry and started threatening the monster. She ordered him to let her younger sister go. But the giant crocodile didn't care. He just wanted to start the terrible ceremony all over again, so he recreated a small hand and a long tongue in his giant paw. This time, everything started to happen even worse, because a sharp tongue cut Sun Mira's hand and it was very scary. She asked for someone to take this terrible monster away from her, and her elder just prayed well, asked the cameraman a lot to save her younger sister. She could not survive this. Little sister's life was over. That's why she screamed as loud as she could and asked Yu Ilshin for help. But the man continued to be in another space where there was incredible harmony. But everything was in order and he did not feel anything. Suddenly his eyes opened and his eyes were filled with some strange magic. He realized that something very bad was happening, but it was all just like some strange nightmare. It seemed to him that it was all untrue and that in general everything was in order. Then he got up quickly and said he was happy that he unfortunately had to go, but the woman said that his energy was not fully restored. She was very scared. In her opinion, the nameless god could die at the hands of the apostole of the god of chaos against the man, said that he had no choice because that was not the place to go. Events continue on the battlefield where the terrible monster continued to dominate, and the whole situation became worse with every second. Ilshin appeared on this battlefield, and he started looking for something in Songmin's backpack because there could be something really very useful there. Songmina continued to scream very loudly and beg for salvation. It was all she could do because her sister was dying. Song. Mira's hand was cut and bleeding a lot and it hurt, but she couldn't do anything. My blessing to the old woman, she no longer knew what to do. She turned to God to save them, because with her own eyes she saw how her younger sister was dying. That sharp hand and that incredibly sharp tongue appeared above Mira's head. Now he wanted to make a sacrifice to God. Then an incredible slip happened that changed the whole situation. The monster was very surprised, did not understand what it was, and did not know why he could no longer control his long tail. As it turned out, someone cut his incredibly protected tail. After that, he flew into the air and landed on the ground. When the crocodile saw its own on the ground, it was shocked that someone had cut off such a strong part of its body, which had strong bones. After that, he became hysterical, and began to scream very loudly because someone had cut off his powerful tail. And meanwhile, Yu Il-shin made an analysis and found out that he was 85 years old. He was just a Gustav and had an SS rank. Yu Il-shin also managed to save the Lightning Empress, and now he held her in his arms, but a very strange red magic also lived around him. His eyes wanted red paint. He was no longer in control of his thoughts and mind, and he wanted to cut that green lizard. It was clear they used that small knife again. Sun Miri was scared to death. She could not believe that she had been saved, and could not understand what was happening to her master, because now he was completely strange. But the master simply put her on the ground and said nothing. Then he went towards that big monster. An incredibly terrible energy was swirling around him, and he had a small one in his hands. There was no fear in his eyes. He just wanted to kill. It seemed as if he would be some kind of crazy maniac. The apostle was shocked. He did not know who this man was, how he even managed to cut his very strong tail because it was made of the best material. Then he began to shout very loudly that he would destroy this terrible parasite. But Il-shin did not care. He only rushed to attack because he wanted to kill. But now the man was very fast and moved from side to side, so the giant lizard couldn't get at him and always beat past. The man was not tired. He just had a lot of fun doing it all. He was controlled by a stalker who wanted to kill everything possible. Because this impression is because he was some kind of acrobat. Because he very skillfully dodged all the blows of this terrible monster, despite his gigantic size. He really didn't care about everything that happened around him. His eyes glowed with paint, and the video was just crazy. At one point, he began to fly towards the big mouth of this monster, and it seemed that the terrible monster would now swallow him alive. But Yu Il-shin didn't care about the news, his problems. He didn't have any plan. All he wanted was to cut everything around with this small knife. The man approached even closer to the gigantic mouth of the crocodile lizard. The apostle laughed and said that he would now come to an end. The man was getting closer and closer, and now it was clear that he had no way out, and the giant monster would eat him right now. After that, the apostle densely squeezed his entire mouth very quickly and strongly, and the nameless god was now closed. But suddenly Gustavo was very surprised because he did not feel this man in his mouth, and it was very strange because he definitely caught him. Unexpectedly for everyone, the main character appeared right on the nose of this big monster. He just smiled, and behind him was a strange red mist. He started to lick his tongue and said that this lizard was really very tasty, and he wanted to cut it even more and cut it into small pieces even more. After that, he started moving very fast and swinging his small knife, inflicting very painful blows on this monster. Il-shin cut him as hard as possible. He liked it very much. His eyes began to shine even more because his plan was implemented. The sword demon looked at this with tears on his face. He said that his god had once again shown his incomparability and incredible swordsmanship. After all these cuts, the monster still remained alive and began to do something. He was in a lot of pain because the man acted really fast and gave him dozens of sharp cuts, but it was not fatal for him. Yu Il-shin encouraged his opponent and called him Filet, and asked him to come closer to him. The crocodile was incredibly angry because he did not understand why this strange man had no fear of him despite his small size. Apostle Gustavo admitted that his opponent was indeed very strong and brave. But this was only the beginning of their struggle. Suddenly the eyes of this terrible lizard lit up. He stood up and said that he was still capable of great and very strong things that Yu Il-shin will surely regret. But the nameless god just laughed. He didn't care about all this, so he offered the hideous monster to show everything he was capable of. Now the Apostle Gustav wanted to sacrifice this stranger as well, and suddenly he began to change his color and turn red. Now his hand was getting dark, and some very strange energy was surrounding him. His strength was increasing, and he wanted to take revenge on the boy for all that he had done. However, the main character did not care about this. He was under the influence of this small knife, and he only wanted to cut this lizard into large pieces. Then the message was forgotten that the stalker, the great seeker of truth, was disappointed because the main character used a sword instead of his muscles. The silent nightmare also intervened in this conversation and ordered the cold hero to use a rose that could bloom at night and destroy his enemy. Yu Il-shin was not surprised because he understood that all the stalkers were useless. Besides, they wrote to him during such an important match. Where it was happening, he didn't understand what kind of strange gray monster was standing in front of him. He didn't understand where the big green lizard had gone. Then he understood that the apostle turned into this monster. But this monster was many times smaller, and it was very strange because it seemed that this gray mother had less strength. The situation was really very strange, but all the man could do was to marvel at this strange apostle. After that, he needed air very quickly, because he wanted to deliver a powerful blow to this monster, because everything was too boring for him. The big gray monster didn't move so Yu Ilshin very easily at night. A powerful blow with his sharp sword on his chest. But the terrible monster continued to stand. He did not feel any strength, and he did not care at all about this blow with a sharp sword. Now the man was very scared, because his incredibly sharp knife with which he cut his big and strong tail this time could not even scratch this strange monster. He landed on the ground and was shocked because it happened that it was really impossible. Despite all this, he decided to continue his attacks. In his opinion, he could only win with quality, so his strange optimism shone again and appeared. He was flying towards the monster. Dad gave him many blows with his sharp sword right on his face and other parts of his body. Nameless God, I just couldn't stop. Ilshin dealt a lot of quick and sharp blows, and the giant monster continued to stand in one place and did nothing. With his small sword, he acted like a real pro. That's the moment all his strong attacks stopped, because a big, scary monster took him with his strong hand. As it turned out, why the apostle did not care about all the cuts with a sharp knife. The monster smiled and said that it was only a small toothpick that could not do anything to his beautiful body and Autumn's beautiful muscles. Then with his other hand, he gave a strong blow. The weak man did not expect it, so he flew quite far. The man was very hurt. It seemed that the hands of this monster seemed to be made of some impenetrable material. It was so powerful that it threw the man very far and was followed by a whirlwind of hundreds of thousands of small stones. It was really impressive. Yu Ilshin was just helpless that he could do this, continue to fly and suffer. After a while, it landed on the same big shield that was outside the academy. It was an incredible big explosion, and after that there was a lot of mist. The big monster didn't care. He wanted to completely destroy his opponent, so he moved towards him, because you understand that he did not die after this blow. It was a very powerful blow, and after which Yu Ilshin could not even move, because it seemed that everything in his body was destroyed. But the big monster didn't care about this. He took the man by the head with his hand and pulled him up, making his situation even worse. Suddenly produced some kind of knife in his hand and turned to the man who was hanging. He mocked him and asked where his divine power was now. Then the terrible monster began to turn to his god, and he said that he had a very good victim, and he asked that the god of chaos accept her as a gift. From the creepy hand of this monster came out another hand, and with the same long tongue and sharp claws, the man looked at all this and was angry. Then this hand started to come closer and move towards his neck and shoulder. The man wanted to do everything he could to escape, but he couldn't do anything. The monster really liked the situation because I always dominated the weak, and now I saw how his victim screamed loudly. A lot of blood, and the man became even weaker. He wanted to do something to improve the situation, so he began to use the divine little finger to charm himself. But he could not do it because he did not have enough divine power due to the fact that he was not filled with all the energy and was still quite tired. This made the man angry because he had no more chance to recover his energy and restore his body after being cut by the terrible monster. The situation became worse because the monster continued to cut the body. There were reports of danger because it was really a mortal danger for Yu Ilshin. The scary monster continued to use its creepy arm and drain all the blood and energy from its victim. It seemed that it was definitely the end, because he was regaining his consciousness, and also understood that he would soon die because he lost a lot of blood. But at that moment, a dark paladin appeared. Hades, he was in the air, and was preparing to deliver a powerful blow to the evil monster who was making a new sacrifice for the god of chaos. The apostle felt that some very strange force was approaching. Therefore, it surprised him and he turned around. Dark paladin, if you looked incredibly creepy. And now he was even more angry because he saw how a terrible monster directly caused great damage to his master. But despite your own strength and durability, the evil apostle stopped the attack of the evil paladin who wanted to attack by surprise with just one gift of his hand. The big monster continued to fly very far, and after a while landed on the stone wall and completely destroyed it due to its large mass. Almost dead, Yu Ilshin thought that he himself could be guilty of this, because he was too high-minded after becoming a god, and maybe it would be better to stay at home and be very quiet. The only warrior who was in the tribe very loudly asked his master to believe in his strength, but it was the only thing he could do at the moment. All the ants also prayed very hard and asked their god to believe that the brave man would succeed, but they would all perish. Songmina also shouted loudly and asked her god not to die. The nameless god was very sorry because he heard all the voices of his believers. Songmiri was too weak and she wanted to make an attack, but she understood that she did not have enough strength for it. The sword demon was badly wounded. He prayed to his god that he would not die and fought to the end as long as he had some strength. There was a strange message that part of his divine power was restored, thanks to the prayers of all his believers. But the terrible engine did not stop. He continued to use his sharp hand. He wanted to sacrifice this strange man to his god. Then the message that was connected with the transfer of all abilities. It became clear that Ilshin received the heavenly sword from the sword demon and the blessing Aida. Suddenly, the eyes of the author of the web novel opened. He felt the incredible energy that was in his body, but he also saw in front of him a terrible monster that wanted to destroy him. He took a small knife in his hand and very quickly cut off the hand that wanted to climb right on his head and cut it off, and it flew away. This shocked the stone monster, because he couldn't believe that after this man had lost so much of his blood and energy, that he still had the strength to fight. Then he very quickly jumped back to the ground and activated the ability of the heavenly sword that belonged to his demon believer. It was all very scary, but the man remained calm and understood that he needed to control the whole situation as long as he had the strength to fight. Meanwhile, the two men made a lot of efforts to break through this terrible barrier that was located on the territory of the academy. But despite all their efforts, they could not do anything because this barrier was too strong for them. The director was infinitely angry with this apostle because he understood that he gathered all the best hunters in Kanwo, where the body of a Russian hunter was, and he himself came to this academy to Songmina and Songmira. Baek Yu was also incredibly angry about it all. He wanted someone to help because in this case it just couldn't do anything. Suddenly a large barrier began to appear, which greatly surprised the men who tried to destroy it. Then there were some powerful sounds and something very strange spreading in this barrier. But not only did it start in the middle, it also started to go out, so that everyone felt it. This is all a strange aura and energy began to emanate from the main character's body. He now felt great and held this small, sharp knife in his hand. However, he agreed very strangely and started swinging the knife straight across the space, and this surprised the monster. He understood what his opponent was going to do, so he asked what the hell was going on. But Yu Il-shin couldn't control himself. A powerful demon once again entered his body, painted him with red paint yesterday, and he said that he wanted to once again stage an incredible massacre and cut all the tension. Then he waved his knife in the air, and it began to break into small pieces that began to fly very quickly. But the big monster didn't care about that. It seemed to him that these small particles were not a danger to him. Therefore, he began to concentrate on how to increase his strength. In his opinion, his opponent was simply stupid. After all, he had just destroyed his own weapon, and now he had greatly reduced the chances of his victory. But Yu Il-shin did not care about the words of his opponent and simply remained calm and only created an atmosphere around him for a long time. A very strange smoke started to form around this scary monster. It was his superpower that made him even stronger now he is ready to attack. And Yu Il-shin calmly remained in place and did nothing. He looked at his opponent and held his knife aside. The music surprised him a lot because he definitely knew that he was weaker altogether, and in his place, he would have started to do something or run away. And then he looked at his hand and realized that it was completely cut off. And now he had nothing, and was very surprised and did not understand when it happened. Apostle Gustavo shouted and asked the man what he was doing and how he managed it. But the main character of his opponent and did not even look him in the eyes. He behaved like a real maniac. This made the big dinosaur even more angry. He began to scream loudly and said that he would kill him right now for taking his hand and weakening him. He ran very close and prepared to deliver a very strong blow that could completely destroy this person because now he was a lot stronger than last time. But Yu Il-shin simply remained in place, and this greatly surprised the big dinosaur. He did not see fear in the eyes of his opponent. Unexpectedly, a very strange glow appeared around his stomach. The apostle was very surprised because he did not understand what it could be, because his opponent remained standing still and did nothing. Then blue blood began to flow from this big stomach of a terrible monster. It was clear that his stomach had been cut. It was painful and he screamed, but he also did not understand how it was even possible. After that, other strange rays began to appear on his terrible body, and it was clear that these were also cuts. But Yu Il-shin remained in place. I watched how the giant monster was tormented. The apostle was very hurt. He shouted so much that he cannot lose to such a weak man, because he needs to fulfill his tasks for the sake of God. Beck and Kang were puzzled because they didn't understand what kind of strange glow appeared in the middle of this barrier. They hoped that it was something good. In a moment, this entire barrier exploded, and a great fire and fragments of this gigantic shield appeared all around. The great body of the apostle fell to the ground. Now he was almost dead due to the large number of trips that were on his body. Now there was nothing more threatening. The apostle began to rebel against Yu Il-shin. He was very confused and asked what this man had done to him. How did he even manage to do this? Gustavo called his opponent a miserable parasite. He looked at him with his one red eye and waited for some kind of answer. But now he saw in front of him some of our hero around whom there was a shield of bundles and energy. The monster could not understand whether this was his true essence. Yu Il-shin stood with his eyes closed, not doing anything at all. It seemed that he simply fell asleep or was filled with such energy. When the monster realized how powerful this man was, he was scared to death and realized that it was a very big mistake to enter into a fight against him. Now he saw in front of him a powerful creature that reminded him of some kind of god, and compared to him, the monster was a pitiful insect. Then this light began to fall on the parts of the apostle's body and completely crush and destroy them. It seemed as if it turned him into some kind of dust. Yesterday, for a few seconds, the giant body of the monster simply disappeared, and instead of it, smoke appeared, which quickly dispersed around. The main character opened his eyes. There was a great divine energy around him, and all of him began to heal somehow quickly. A message appeared that Apostle Gustavo, who was carrying out the orders of the Chaos God, was completely destroyed, and now all his energy was going to Yu Il-shin. That after some time, another message appeared with a congratulatory message, because the main character now received a new believer who also belonged to the highest class. And after a while, all the divine energy and all the light quickly ran out, and the protagonist fell to the ground. It was also clear that now he had destroyed 6 S-class monsters, and his mission was half accomplished. After that, all his friends and believers began to quickly run to him because they were scared, and did not know what had happened to him as a boy. Director Kang asked the man to fight and not to die, because soon help will be delivered to him and everything will be fine. But the man's body was already tired and he almost lost consciousness because of that. His hand and the knife fell to the ground. When Kang and Biek saw this, they became very hysterical. Tears flowed from them. She began to scream loudly. It seemed to them that at this point Yu Il-shin's fate was completed and he did not die. Paladin approached them. Ada said that everything was fine because their master just fell asleep. He needed to rest. Hearing this, the 2 men were very surprised. They could not believe that it was really true, because it seemed to them that the man was already completely dead. Then all the events continue in a completely different place, where there were some big gates, and a lot of plants were growing, and blue butterflies were flying around. There was also a very large, dangerous plant with sharp teeth and long tongues. It seemed that these were the same roses that could bloom at night. Yu Il-shin barely opened his eyes. He understood that he was in the middle of the world of a silent nightmare that presented him with the most legendary rose. He also understood that he was lying in the big mouth of this terrible plant, so it was happening, but it seemed to him that the stalker had eaten him alive, message and said that after all the treatments, no curses could pose a danger. However, Yu Il-shin cursed from the saliva of this terrible plant in which he was, but suddenly a silent nightmare turned to him. He said that it was the last sip, but Yu Il-shin did not understand what it was all about. Suddenly the big one, who was nowhere to be found, began to move and rise very strangely. The guy was creepy. He did not know what was happening around him. Suddenly he began to fly very fast straight down in a terrible plant. He did not know what was waiting for him, so he shouted loudly. In his opinion, right now he could die and lose his memory just like it happened with Song Mi. This made him feel even more terrified. However, the big plant did not care about all of this. It only swallowed this man who was loudly shouting for help. In this nameless god, he woke up very quickly. In his bed, it was clear that he had just had a nightmare. Song Mina was sitting next to him. She was incredibly happy that their master finally woke up because he had been sleeping for almost a week. But Ilshin did not believe that all this could be true. It seemed to him that many times more time had passed, and it should have been at least one place. The woman saw that the man was scared and wet. She approached him and asked if everything was okay because it seemed as if he had a terrible nightmare. The man thanked the woman for her concern and said that everything was okay. A strange message appeared saying that he had successfully fulfilled Song Min's wishes, and because of that, she believed in him. Message that he had another superwoman who believed in him, who also belonged to the S-class. In total, he now had 6 of his S-class believers. The main character liked it. And what did he realize that now he has completed more than half of the task, although a month ago he was sure that it was impossible. Mina was incredibly grateful that her husband saved her and her younger sister. She said she wanted to kiss her hero, but according to the master, this idea went beyond normal, because after all, they were not a couple, and she was many times older. Interrupted by some very strange noises from outside, it was motor sounds that were getting closer and getting stronger. Then, unexpectedly, an incredibly large blue monster that looked like a dolphin burst into this building. They were both very scared. Song Min, and out of fear, ran to her hero and hugged him so that he would protect her from this terrible monster. Despite participating in the force, she behaved like a small child and said that she was very scared, and the big monster kept moving. As it turned out, this fish was a gift from Il-ho, who was incredible things on his god for the fact that he saved his and helped them all. The only warrior was incredibly happy that everything was in order with the owner. He asked to accept his modest gift that he managed to catch in the sea. But Ilshin thought that the man was really crazy because he scared him to death with his strange gift. Besides, he did not know at all what we were going to do with this big shark. After hearing very loud noises coming from the ward, Director Kang came in and asked what was going on, and asked if everything was okay. The man could not understand what it was, and Sun Miri and the demon of the sword hid behind him because she was very scared and did not understand what this giant shark was for. But Ilshin assured them that everything was in order, and there was no reason to worry because it was all a gift from the only warrior Il-ho. After that, he decided to activate his index finger of God to solve this gigantic problem. Channeling all his energy directly into the body of this large shark, he pushed it off the building and it fell straight to the ground and billowed a lot of thick smoke into the air. Also, with the help of his divine magic, he managed to reduce the size of this shark, and now this strange fish looked quite cute and did not cause fear. Thanks. They were sad because it was clear that it was all very strange, and they all wanted to save Yu Ilshin. But as it turned out, there was no reason to worry. After a few days, the drivers continue again in the office number 3, as it was located on the territory of the academy. The demon was with his master. There was a strange folder in the boy's hand. He was scared and he succeeds. He will succeed in everything he wanted. The main character understood that there was no way back and therefore knocked on the door of this office. The people who were around were shocked because they understood that it was the same legendary hunter about whom very little was known, but he was very strong. Yu Il-shin entered the office and began to open his folder, but the students were talking among themselves and talking about how this teacher destroyed the giant SS-class monster. The headmaster and everyone else tried to hide this information. But the professor heard the whole conversation of those little students and realized that he had been exposed. Now they knew the whole truth and were whispering among themselves. Then the sword demon intervened. He slammed his weapon directly on the ground and thereby drew the attention of everyone in this office. His face changed. He was happy and hoped that all the students had managed to find out how powerful his god of the sword was, so he wanted to push them to action. At this moment, Menji got up from her desk very quickly and ordered the other students to also quickly stand up and congratulate the teacher on his return. As it turned out, Menji was the head of the class, so all the students obeyed her and bowed to their teacher and greeted him. This was a really beautiful moment that shocked Yu Il-shin to tears. He was tormented that every time he entered the office, these students did this. It turned out simply incredible, because the students looked at their teacher with their beautiful eyes and wished him happiness and health. And now, they treated him completely differently. The professor greeted the students and said that they had not seen each other for a very long time, and that he missed them, and also said that now they need to start self-studying, and how it was last time. But when they heard that the students had to study again without a teacher, they broke up, and a beautiful smile fell from their faces. Yu Ilshin noticed that the happiness had all disappeared, and the atmosphere was getting worse. He was also uncomfortable with all those things with discs and documents, but the students were very angry with him. So the professor hugged everyone and said that he was just joking and explained that today they will have a completely different class and they will have a medical examination. For a while, all the students came to the medical office and were going to be examined by doctors. It was very interesting because they had not had anything like this for a very long time. Yu Ilshin called a girl to his office, but she surprised his husband by her appearance. Yu Ilshin, as usual, made his analysis with the help of his blind eye and managed to find out that she was 19 years old and suffered from a terrible disease, although it did not seem so from the outside. The professor thought it was a brilliant idea because with his analysis he could improve his students and give them accurate diagnoses. Then he asked Heji to stay in one place and not move. At this moment the hero activated his god who could cure various diseases. They wanted to do everything possible to help this student. After he touched her body, a strange green energy began to appear around her, and changes began to occur inside her body. After all this, she felt very strong and seemed to be in better health. For the first time in her life, Henji felt so good. The professor was happy with him that he managed to help all the students. In his opinion, he was the best professor who was in this academy, and after that he called the student. But as it turned out, he had already cured all the students and made an accurate analysis of all of them. And those who entered his office surprised him very much. They were Sun Miri and the Sword Demon. She also wanted their master to examine them. It seemed like they might have some health issues or other ailments. But the master was not happy with this idea because he had already examined them many times when they were at home, to the point that they could not rest. Moreover, they could not get any disease in a short time. But the believers did not stop. They said that there was an atmosphere in this academy and he definitely needed an analysis. He is a good specialist. Yu Il-shin understood that it is better for them to do this analysis, because otherwise they do not belong to him in peace. So he asked who should do the examination first. The sword demon said he wanted to be first, but was interrupted by Miri, who said she was faster and wanted it more than he did. After that, the two of them got angry because they couldn't share their only master. Because of this, it came to a big fight. Yu Il-shin didn't like it at all. I guess he wanted to finish this matter in such a way that it was only possible. That's why he offered to examine them at the same time. But at the same time, there was a message that indicated that the desperate prayer followed from the Antrinia and finally reached the nameless god. This information surprised the man at all what was being discussed and what he needed to do in this given situation. When he entered his game, he saw that there were little insects who were kneeling and calling to their one and only god and begging him to save them. They cried and said that they did not have enough strength to do everything that was needed. This really caused my husband to feel my fear. He did not know what had happened to them. When he entered the game, he was very surprised if some very dark red light appeared, and the usual blue screen started turning red and danger messages started appearing. No one knew what was happening. And at that moment, the nameless god understood what kind of catastrophe it was about. He understood that it was really very dangerous for his Hayami tribe. Big clouds began to appear in the sky, and now it was getting worse, because an army of red monsters was advancing on the tribe of small insects. The red ants were burned, which this time will allow him to implement all their plans and take revenge on the terrible tribe for all that they did. At that moment, some very strange creatures began to appear in the air that were not like the usual little red ones. It was many times more solar monsters every year. One of the strange monsters was a swamp dragon that had a lot of heads. It was summoned by Arachna and could constantly generate its health. The other giant monster looked like some kind of tiger, and with wings he was called the Great and Strong Blacksmith. He was 600 years old, and he was called that by Arachna. The last one was some very terrible monster around which everything was on fire. It was some incredible creature without a name and which was very old because it had lived more than 2,000 years ago and had a lot of experience. Yu Ilshin understood the seriousness of this whole situation because these were incredibly strong creatures. Besides, there were a lot of them, and they had different elements. In the opinion of the nameless god, these monsters were simply stronger than the apostle against whom he fought, and because of this, there was a very high probability that all insects would die. Yu Ilshin got angry. He understood that these monsters wanted to destroy his tribe in order to take a lot of strength and a lot of believers from him, because then he would become more relaxed. Then a message appeared, which said that these terrible monsters, with an army of more than 100 billion evil insects, would invade his tribe in exactly 79 hours. It was really short time because the army was extremely large, and with them were these terrible monsters who were stronger than the Apostle Gustavo. The number of soldiers was really telling, because even if Yu Ilshin had used all the gases against insects, nothing would have changed much. After all, there were 100 billion of them. There were doubts about him because he wasn't sure if he would be able to protect all his little ants, because the old man almost beat him. Meanwhile, Sword Demon and Miri quickly realized something was wrong, because he was too sad, so they asked if everything was all right. But the man only talked about those 3 most terrible monsters that were the most dangerous for him, because he had no idea how he needed to fight against them. The army was because they fought for the name of their god, and were ready to do anything to destroy the tribe, and then destroy the nameless god and all his friends. Now they had new abilities and were more prepared than last time, which made the situation even more difficult. Yu Ilshin's situation was incredibly difficult, and he didn't know what he needed to do because even if he combined all his forces to win. Suddenly he had one good idea. He felt compelled to complete a mission and improve his abilities and rank, that this could be the only salvation for them all. Meanwhile, there were his servants who did not understand what was happening to the master. Mira thought that their god was just crazy and asked if 1 week of rest was too little for him. The demon was also very surprised and did not know what to say. The boy needed the number of his very high-rank servants to increase by 4 more. Then he would be able to improve his abilities. Ilshin wasn't sure if this would help him become infinitely strong, but he had no other choice. After that, the events continue in the dining room where the chief director Kong was sitting and enjoying his lunch. Because of his large mass and amount of muscles, he needed to eat and a lot of everything, but he liked it because it was the easiest activity. Ilshin appeared from behind the wall. He looked at the big man and realized that this could be his salvation to complete the task. Then he decided to approach the director and sit at the same table with him to talk. The director was very surprised why this boy looked at him so strangely. As it turned out, Yu Ilshin did an analysis and found out that he was 58 years old. He was incredibly strong, with big muscles, and was very grateful for saving his daughter. The director approached him for no reason and asked if he wanted anything. Yu Ilshin turned to Khan and said that he had a small request. The director confirmed that Yu could ask for anything he wanted, because thanks to the nameless god, his daughter was fine, so he was ready to do anything. Then the main character began to tell him how important it was for him that Kong also became one of those who believed in him. But in fact, Ilshin was not sure that the director would believe him 100%. When he finished his explanation, the big man just laughed very loudly and the food started pouring out of his mouth. But regardless of all this, he confirmed that he would fulfill the request and said that he believed in Yu Ilshin as he told him, man. The headmaster thought it was the strangest request anyone had ever asked him in his life, and it all looked really confusing. But nothing strange happened, and it was not what Ilshin expected. So he decided yesterday to make an analysis thanks to the blind eye. His plan failed completely because in his opinion he did everything right. But nothing succeeded and the man could not become a believer of Yu Ilshin. Song Mina was looking at her master and did not understand what was happening to him because he was definitely not happy. Miri noticed this and told Mina to eat better and not look at people. After that, Yu Ilshin reopened a well that had a mission to improve status and abilities without a named god. And there were still 4 believers out of 10. Now, he began to doubt whether he would be able to do it, because only thanks to his great efforts to force Song Min to become her servant, He understood banally where he could still take other hunters. The situation was really difficult and confusing. He did not understand how he needed to get out of it, because he also had little time left before the army entered his territory. Yu Ilshin thought about why nothing happened with that big man because he said the same phrase that was key. Now the professor began to think that the director did not believe in him. Then he once again returned to the director and asked if he could help him in any way, because their relations were not at the best level, and Ilshin wanted to improve them. However, the great man did not like all these ideas of the professor. It seemed that he was planning something very bad. Now he was very angry. It seemed to him that the man wanted to improve the relationship and trust between them in order to marry his daughter Eunbi later. But the main character didn't care about his daughter because he wasn't in love with her at all, and there were more impressive things to think about right now. Then Songmina and her younger sister were very surprised when they heard these words from the man. They both wanted to continue watching the dialogue between the master and the director. Then the old man said that it is better for a man to give up, because it doesn't always have to be the way he wants. But Yu laughed and added that he didn't like women who were older than him. This made Song Min incredibly angry because she was clearly older than her master, and she liked him very much. Director Kang that this young hero of ours has just severely offended his daughter. He was so angry that he put his big spoon right on the table and almost broke it. His anger simply had no limits. He could not believe that God did not like his beautiful daughter. Yu Ilshin was surprised and did not understand why this old man behaved so strangely, because he was mentally the same as his believers. The old director didn't want to finish their conversation. He was incredibly angry, but he didn't know what else to say to Yu Ilshin. Then he unexpectedly calmed down and said he learned about Yu helping his students identify their problems with his strong analysis. The professor was incredible. He understood that this could help him improve his trust with his husband. He confirmed all this information and said that with the help of his magic, he also healed students. After that, he asked the man if he needed help in this case. He understood that after this concession, the director would definitely become his believers. At that moment, the old man turned to the main character and asked if he could heal someone who was almost at death. The new task was a desperate request from Kang-san, but Yu Ilshin was not the subject at all. He was surprised because he did not know how he could help the old man and who it was about and what should be done. In this task, it was said that the man needs to heal the friend of the old man as a reward. He gets it as a believer. When Yu Ilshin read this, he was very happy because it was exactly what he needed to win the trust of this old man or the director of the academy. The man was eager to complete the task right now because he did not have so much time, and he also wanted to win trust as soon as possible. After that, the events continue in a large hospital in the middle of lunchtime. In the middle of the building, there were a lot of men in black suits, and as it turned out, these were guards guarding some very important and expensive ward. In the middle of the ward lay a woman with long white hair around her. There were many roses that decorated her husband. Because the old man told him about a friend who needed to be cured, I understood that she was very young and did not know what had happened to her. The head director saw that the man had some doubts, so he asked what he was thinking about and if everything was in order. Then the man explained that the director had told him about some old friend, but this woman was very young in appearance, and she was the same age as the professor. Then the director explained that it was a woman who could see the future and people like her never aged. So she looked very young, but in fact she was old as a director. Khan also explained that this woman was incredibly important to him because she could even be considered a friend, because they had been through so much together. The man added that it was really a female hero who, together with him, saved the whole country from a terrible danger. A strange magical glow began to appear around the body of the strange woman, which spread to the flowers. It surprised the husband very much. He understood why she needed so many flowers, but the doctors approached him with cancer. We'll explain that the situation with this heroine was really difficult because she had very little strength, and very soon she could die, and there were a lot of plants around her so that she would get at least some energy and hold on. Khan was in despair. He explained that many strong hunters tried to help her, but no one succeeded, and the only hope was Professor Ilshin. Then he was a man. Whether he would be able to do it, the main character was not sure, but he said that he would definitely try. After that, with the help of his eye, he made an analysis of the woman and learned that her name was Lee Meyer and that she was in an artificial coma. But the author of the web novel was surprised by the fact that he could not find out her age, and this was the first time so constantly when he tried to do it, some strange error appeared. Then a very strange voice appeared and said that men do not need to ask a woman's age. This female voice scared him very much because he did not understand how it was possible at all. Khan saw this and understood that Lin, like everything, pulled the man into her space and started talking to him. Then the old man put the professor in his hand and said that he was his last hope for her recovery. Suddenly, the man did not expect to appear in a park where everything was beautiful. And there was a beautiful harmony in front of him. He saw a woman feeding chicks. It was the same Lee who was lying in an artificial coma. She asked if they liked all these plants. After that, she unexpectedly turned her beautiful gaze to the man and greeted him. But Yu Ilshin was shocked. He did not understand what was happening at all, because it was not at all like a strange dream or a nightmare. It seemed that it was the same ability that Song Mina possessed, so it must all have been an ordinary illusion. Besides, the woman suddenly became very strong. The whole situation was really very confusing. Then he approached her and asked if she was the same superwoman named Lee Mire who could tell the future. The heroine said yes, Yu Ilshin. It was impressive because the main character did not say his name, so he asked how she knew him at all. She explained that he was the chosen one. Then she added that he was a reflection of all his evil in all her dreams, but in reality he looked very nice and seemed very kind, so it made her feel much better. Then she got up from the bench and said that she wanted to use the last bit of her life to destroy him, but it was not as terrible as it seemed. Ilshin was getting angrier. He wanted to start a fight, but then he decided to calm down, asked her why she brought him here, and Lee replied that her physical body was practically dead. Then she also gave that she dragged him this space to make sure personally that she could trust him and that he was not dangerous. But Yu Ilshin had very little time because the terrible insects were preparing to attack. So he asked her to return him to the real world, and there he would try to restore her body. For there was only 68 hours and 1 minute before the gigantic attack of all these monsters. But the woman denied the words of the author of the web novel and said that no one will be able to restore her body, and even if he wants to, he can try to do it all here. She also added that the man's strength was many times greater than he thought, so he seriously needs to try to heal her here. Ilshin understood what she was talking about, but then he just decided to use the finger of God that could heal on her body. After he pointed his finger at her, green energy began to appear around her body, and the woman began to rise into the air, closing her eyes. Message that the treatment was taking place, and all that needed to be done was to wait for the result. Despite all this, he failed to heal her because he did not have enough divine power to do so. It was absolutely bad because it ruined all his plans that he had set for himself, and now it was necessary to look for another way to solve problems. The woman landed on the ground, but her body still had that strange green magic. She behaved very elegantly and had her eyes closed and did not want to open them. The main character was scared. He didn't understand how he had enough divine power. He said that he couldn't do it. But Lee Mary only began to slowly open her beautiful eyes. Suddenly, she fell to the ground very quickly. This scared her husband because he did not know what she was doing and did not understand if she was all right. Unexpectedly raised her head and gave a sign that everything was fine with her, and also said that she believed. Now his voice sounded confident and loud. She said that she believes in Yu Ilshin and his strength. Lee said that the man was still quite young and did not understand much, but she decided to entrust her fate to him. There was a message that the man had another believer. It was Lee Mieri. It was that she was counted as people. So in total, Professor Yu had all 10 believers. Worried, our hero did not understand what was happening, but he was very happy because now he only had to find 2 believers of Class S. Lee said that she clearly saw that the hunter needed to save Sionmira and Min so that he could save his own world with insects. The main character was surprised because he did not know. The woman could have known that he had his own virtual world where his tribe and warriors were. Then she added that she expects that very soon he will save them too when the time comes, and after that she said goodbye to the young god and wished him success. The nameless god wanted to ask the girl because he still had a lot of questions, but Lee said that she had too little time and she was starting to disappear. The heroine smiled and asked her husband not to worry because the solution to his current problems was very close and was also very simple. After that, her body very quickly disappeared somewhere and only smoke appeared. Ilshin wanted to do everything possible to stop her, but he failed. Reports that the man has new abilities thanks to Lee Meyer. The young god was shocked. It seemed to him that he could also get the ability to see the future. He wanted to use some values about how it turned out he didn't have enough divine power to make himself. Rapton began to fly somewhere very quickly. He was very afraid that he did not understand what was happening to him right now. He managed to find himself in this ward again. Thick smoke appeared around him, and the man was sweaty because a lot had happened recently. Director Kang noticed that the young god was fine, so he asked what happened to him and if everything was fine. In his head, he thought about the words of Lee Meyer. He understood what decision this woman was talking about, because the situation was extremely difficult. For some time, all the events continue in the gym of the Hunter Academy, but everyone has already gathered. The man had a lesson as usual, and he played physical education together with his students, and they played basketball together. But Ilshin understood his problems that he failed the director's test, but he invented a new way to get other believers for his task. He also thought about the words of this superwoman and tried to look at some very optimistic solution, and at that moment he ordered on his phone. This decision was very important but also very expensive, so because of that he took out a big loan and spent all his money, so he just had to hope that everything would work out. Suddenly, he started at the sword demon who was also in the hall and was training hard with his greatsword. This time the man with long dark hair was very focused. He kept his long match and continued to train all the moves that could help him in the fight against the monsters. As it turned out, the young god spent a lot of money and bought a sword from a stalker in the name of 1,000 knives that cut space. This sword was incredibly heavy and powerful. The main character paid an incredible colossal amount. It was 12 million. Now he firmly believed that his student would finally become an S-class and help him. Like you also got one book. It was a book with secret techniques and all the instructions used by one powerful monster named Jang. But as it turned out, the demon gave this book back to his god, because these techniques did not suit his fighting style because they were very calm, and he fought very violently and quickly. The warrior justified this by the fact that his blood was boiling during the entire struggle, and the equipment that was there restrained him. Because of this, the main character was angry at the stalker who slipped him this book. Professor, I hope that this giant sword will help where you can become stronger, and with it, he will protect his tribe from monsters. But at one point, the man with long hair suddenly stopped. He was so fast that he created a lot of smoke around him. This demon looked incredibly beautiful because he was very tired, and his dark hair only decorated him. Menji, who was playing basketball, suddenly stopped and was shocked by what she saw. In her opinion, this monster looked incredibly beautiful and cool. It seemed that she fell in love with him. It was love at first sight. The warrior saw that the girl was looking at him, and suddenly he asked her to come closer to him. Menji was very confused. She let the ball out of her hands and started to go to the demon. She is also ready to do everything he orders her. But as it turned out, the demon was not calling her, but the montage standing behind her. Hades considered this demon very narcissistic. He was sure that he would easily defeat him, so he asked if the demon wanted to lose again. But the warrior replied that he felt much better today and was now confident that he would be able to defeat the dark paladin Ada. This greatly interested the main character, because he understood that the demon definitely felt more power, and maybe even now something that no one expected would happen. It seemed to the young god that with the help of this strong weapon, the demon could defeat such a strong opponent who had an S-class, so everyone was interested in watching this fight. Yu Ilshin that he correctly understood the words of this clairvoyant, and all that remains for him to do is wait. The dark paladin was deadly unlocked and ran at his opponent with great speed. He said that he would not spare him and easily defeat, but the demon was processed stronger, and said that now he possessed the heavenly demon sword, so this time he was different and was more confident. The warrior swung his sword and a very strange glow appeared in the air, but the enraged darker paladin disappeared somewhere unexpectedly. The demon was very hungry and concentrated. He understood what had happened because a lot of that smoke appeared around him. This strange warrior didn't understand what he had to do, so one of them was his opponent. So he ran forward and tried to see something. But at that moment something hit him very hard on the head, and his great demon sword quickly flew out of his hands. As it turned out, it was the same great paladin. He stood behind his worker. You said he definitely got stronger, but it still wasn't enough to win this fight. The demon was very angry with himself because of his weak body, but in his head he promised to defeat this terrible paladin Ada. He lay with his head on the ground and couldn't do anything else. It was clear that he finally lost this battle, and the mighty weed won. The paladin threw the opponent's body on his shoulders and said that he definitely still has a chance because he luckily remained alive after one blow. The great paladin approached his master and said that he wanted to take the demon's body to the medical center to be examined there. Ilshin was surprised, but allowed him to do it. Menji didn't want to show her lover, so she started running after them and wanted to accompany him all the way. Yu was very disappointed. Maybe he understood that it was not the sword demon who had not yet received the best class. That is why he could not defeat Hades. All that lifted his spirits were the words of Hades, who said that this warrior had every chance to become the best, but they had very little time. At that moment, the man decided to drink a powerful elixir. As it turned out, it could increase his energy and power for a rather short time, but he still considered it necessary. As it turned out, the main character had already dropped exactly 2,000 cans of this murky elixir, but his power and strength rose by only 1%. It was very soon. Then he looked at the girls and asked how they were doing, but no one answered him because they were now very focused on something of their own. It becomes clear later that Songmina decided to take away the seal that blocked all the powers of her younger sister. She thought that it would be many times better because then Miri would be stronger and independent, and Mina would not have to worry so much about her sister. Mira was really very hurt because it was a very difficult task for her. She tried to endure it. It was so very difficult for Songmin because she exerted a lot of her strength and energy, because the seal was very strong, and it was not possible to remove it so easily. After some time, a strange smoke appeared from the body of Songmiri, and Mina fell to the ground. The younger sister was scared. She asked how Mina felt, despite the fact that the woman was quite tired, because she had put in a lot of energy. She said that everything was fine with her, too. Yu Ilshin suddenly began to support this S-class woman. He said that she was doing very well. In his opinion, the clairvoyant was talking about either the demon sword or these heroine girls. But Mina, please, because she remembered the last words of the author of the web novel, in which he said that he did not like women who were older than him. At that moment, she turned her side to her head and made some very strange expression on her face that also surprised their younger sister. Mina pursed her lips very strangely and said her own name very quietly and attractively, but Yu Ilshin didn't understand what she meant. Then Songmina started to scream loudly. It seemed to her that the man was with her like an old woman, because he did not like old women. The situation was very bad. The man improved it, so he offered the woman sweeter. No, not that she will forget all his words. She saw the lollipop and started to run very quickly to it and started behaving like a little child again. This made her husband happy because now everything was in order, even though she didn't manage to remove the block. A message appeared that the man still had 2 S-class people left, that you must complete your mission. The main character understood that he could have completed this mission a long time ago if the sword demon and Songmiri had obtained the highest S rank, but unfortunately this did not happen. Also, he didn't have much time left, because it was only 48 hours before the giant army of terrible monsters would begin their first attack. Yu Ilshin then realized that for the time being he needed to use his time to the maximum and turned to Songmiri because he had an important message. The man said that he had a completely different plan, so he needed to disappear for a while, and because of this, he asked Miri to hand over the sword to Demon, who was the elder and was responsible for all the security. The main character also added that he needed to do something very important. Mira was very interested, so she asked what exactly. It was not a big secret, so the young god happily answered that he needed to sleep, and that was the most important thing right now. So after some time, he was already ready for sleep and prepared his mask and other better socks. It was really a very important ritual for him after. After some time, the man found himself in a completely different place where the earth was destroyed, and a very strange finger was watching in front of him, and the hero himself was angry. He managed to see some very strange teeth and some creature that was very creepy but smiling. As it turned out, in the same stalker named 1,000 Knives. What space Ilshin was angry with this creature and asked if this stalker was thinking of just fooling like that. The main character had already put on his warm socks and was getting ready for sleep, and understood that his hope was many times closer than he expected. However, now he needed to rest and organize his plan because this could be his last chance to win. He wanted to do hellish training with stalkers in his dream. Besides, time went much slower in a dream, and so in 3 months he managed to survive 2 days in reality. It seemed to him that this idea was simply superior because he could become incredibly strong and not even spend a lot of his strength on it. Then after some time, the events continue in the great temple of the god of the sword, where everything shone with red paint and there were many swords around. On the big throne sat some very strange and strong man with white hair and a big skull in the middle. He looked very creepy. The hero realized that it was the same world where 1,000 sharp knives cut the space, and then for the first time he managed to look at the king of what world. When the great king felt that someone had come to him, he opened his eyes very quickly, unexpectedly, and his pupils were very scary. After seeing this king for the first time, Yu Ilshin was about to die. He was scared and thought that it was some powerful demon, but now he did not want to mention it because he was no longer afraid of the king. As it turned out, the professor gave for repair a small knife that broke during the fight with the apostle, so he asked 1,000 knives if everything was ready. But the king of this space said that everything was not finished yet, and it was necessary to wait some more time. Then the man asked that 1,000 knives give him some other weapon because he needs to fight. The king agreed, but said that it would cost 1,000,000 divine coins. Hearing this sum, Yu Ilshin's blood began to boil. He did not understand why the price had doubled the previous time everything was several times cheaper. However, 1,000 Knives only smiled and told the man that it was better not to ask for anything if he had no money and was so poor. The young god cursed this creature but understood that he had no choice, so he still decided to pay him 1,000,000 coins. But then the man hesitated until it seemed to him that this king, as always, wanted to deceive him with this great price. At that moment it was some kind of very big wall, and it started to crack and a strange magical sunlight started to appear from it. This magical glow was really very great, and the man had to cover his hands to cleanse himself so as not to remain blind. The man was very surprised. He understood what was happening. In his opinion, this strange man wanted to deceive him and lead him into a trap. But 1,000 swords in his soul laughed loudly, did not answer. He understood that everything was going according to his plan. After the young god gave his sum, a wooden sword appeared in the air. Seeing this, he became very angry. He wanted to destroy this king right now. But in his opinion, he not only abused him, he constantly gave him some very stupid items. But in short, his choice was assured by the web novel author that it was a really good purchase, and this sword was many times stronger than the previous one. After the protagonist analyzed this ball, he realized that it was a wooden sword that was made from an apricot tree 850 years ago and was used as a training sword used by the founder of the Huashan sect. After reading all this, all the anger disappeared. It seemed to Yu Ilshin that this would be a cool sword because it was created by Huashan himself. Besides, this sword was very old. The hero also understands that he doesn't have a lot of time. And besides, he didn't pay a lot of money, so he needs to try it quickly. This weapon works. The message that the Ultra Sword was activated and suddenly it began to tremble in the hands of the man. 1,000 Knives explained that we are synchronizing with its former owner, and when the synchronization reaches 50%, a miracle will happen. The man was delighted. He did not understand what kind of miracle could happen, and it was rumored that it could be some very good surprise that could be useful to him in battle. Then the king said that you need to train more in this place because then the synchronization will be faster. The man really confirmed this idea because in the dream, the synchronization happened faster. Suddenly his sword started to move from side to side. It seemed as if he wanted to communicate something very important to Yu Ilshin. He wondered what kind of miracle could happen when the synchronization was half completed. He expected it as some kind of gift from the founder of this sword. Then the 1,000 Knives said that it was necessary to start the hellish training. Yu Ilshin was surprised because he did not expect that so quickly. But with that in mind, he started doing everything he could to somehow improve his abilities, so he waved his sword and trained. Then the protagonist realized that he had just managed to block the king's sword with this wooden stick. Then the giant king stood up and ordered the Judaic god to start attacking him with his new sword and try his new abilities. Meanwhile, the synchronization was almost halfway done. 46% had already been completed. The man tried to attack as hard as he could, but still nothing worked and he couldn't even hit his opponent. But the king said that it was a powerful sword because he struck so many blows that the man managed to block almost all of his blows. After that, he gave me that he starts new tens of thousands of attacks so that the man would not have it so easy and he would train even harder. It was really very difficult for the young god to use his divine elixir to gain more strength and continue to train hard. He had already dropped a lot of jars of this divine elixir, but he did not stop there because he understood that he had very little time and he needed to train even more. The man was incredibly tired because this king was attacking him very strongly. Meanwhile, there were 20 hours left until the synchronization was completed, and after a very long struggle, the young god was glad because now he finally saw some of the weaknesses of this king. Song. The fight continued, and it was now even more brutal and stronger because none of the opponents wanted to give up. At that moment, the king was very scared. He realized that his opponent had become stronger, and he learned what he did not need to know. Two things began to happen around him. The man was turning purple, and everything was in some space, but a blue line appeared towards him. This king was getting up yesterday, his eyes shone, on his face sweat appeared, but that was no reason to stop. To train despite this as he realized that he needed to become very strong, and at that moment did not strike a really very good blow directly at the king of this world. It was very fast. Our hero was very proud of himself because he understood that this was the first good attack during all this time of their training, and it gave him even more motivation to train. But he decided to take a short break and drink another elixir of power. In the meantime, 20 hours had already passed, and there were still 20 more, until the synchronization was ready for. The young god understood why it was necessary to train even more to get the synchronization to 50%. The god of this dimension was also very proud of his new student and asked him as raw. But despite the good words, the man was angry with this god and said that if he wanted this year, he would have to buy it from him for money. The giant king did not like these words at all, so he very quickly grabbed the body of this hero with one of his hands. It was a message that the eternal seeker of truth said that it was necessary to start exercising with dumbbells in the hall. The young god was tired, and now he had to exercise with other stalkers. Because of that, he dropped another power elixir so that he would have the energy to work out in the gym with this trainer. The events continue in the Great Hall, where there were only very heavy dumbbells and a large man standing in front of the young god. This man was incredibly pumped up and gigantic. He also said that before the start of the battle, you need to use your muscles because it was the most important thing. Yu Ilshin was not happy about what to do in sports, and then the big man slapped him on the back. Yu Ilshin liked it in general, because the strong man gives a really hard blow to him on the back like his submissive slave. After that, the man started doing all these dumbbells and the big pumped-up stalkers started praising him for it and offered him to lift a 2-ton kettlebell to consolidate the result. This dumbbell was incredibly large, but the man was ready to do everything possible to protect his ants from monsters, because he understood that not only his fate depended on it, but also the fate of the whole world. These fortune tellers were incredibly difficult for him, but the man managed to lift them now. He appeared incredibly big and strong, and there were a lot of lightning around him. The main character himself was very surprised, because he did not expect that he would be able to lift dumbbells weighing about 2 tons. But he wasn't going to give up. He wanted to hold them as long as possible to strain all his muscles as much as possible and get pumped up. The whole mass was very hard on his body, but he tried to hold on as long as possible, although it was clear that he was giving his best. The mass was so big that even the ground under this guy began to crack. It seemed that this was a completely new record for him, because in appearance, he was very weak and thin. But he didn't stop there. He wanted to hold on as long as possible. He didn't care that his nose was already bleeding. He was very proud of himself because he managed everything. The eternal seeker of truth was incredibly proud of his student and added that he needed to drink an elixir of strength because a brave man would lose it. Here is his strength and all his progress that he has accumulated here for a long time. Then a message appeared that the silent nightmare was very worried because it was his next turn. Yu Il-shin was also unwilling because he did not understand what this stalker had prepared for him. Then, after a few hours, the events continue in the world of the silent nightmare. There was a very big plant, and inside which was a young hero. God understood that he should do everything possible and not try to fall asleep, because if he falls asleep, he will find himself in reality. After that, I made a lot of effort. He still managed to break through this large plant with my guest's sword. And after some time, he completely destroyed this giant monster that swallowed him. Now he was definitely free, but there was a lot of slime. Against this to be an easy workout, so the silent nightmare wanted to increase the difficulty and make the man work even harder. After which, yesterday, for a very short time, there were many more plants with very sharp teeth that were ready to attack. Professor U Street doesn't like flowers, but he understood that he was training to become stronger, and therefore all this was very useful. Then the silent nightmare wrote to him and said that he was ashamed of Yu Il-shin because he was not making enough efforts. But to God it seemed that all these stalkers were just crazy, trained a lot. But despite all this, he still had 1% left to get some kind of miracle. But he didn't have time at all because he only had 1 minute left. He understood that the linden already had a lot of elixir, but it did not help him in any way. I am asking for this process. Then he got the idea that he needed to train harder. The hours were practically short. But despite this, he still decided to do his best and rushed to train very quickly with all diligence. Now the man said that he was ready to give his all and surprise the silent nightmare. The stalker was surprised, and what this man had prepared for him. Yu almost didn't have time anymore. He wanted to exert maximum effort in his last seconds and check how strong the cities were during this entire period of sleep. He started running as fast as he could, hitting a lot of hard blows with his new sword, and we wanted to give it our all because he had incredibly little time. After that, one giant plant very quickly began to become cut and die. A silent nightmare wrote that he was very satisfied with the whole result and enjoyed the processes. The main character was also proud of himself, but he understood that he didn't care about the stalker's words because he was training for a completely different goal. Most of his monsters he fought with were already almost destroyed and could not move anymore. They also said that their opponent was very strong and praised him. But the evil god didn't care about all this. He just wanted to get his stupid 1% and finally rest and get a gift and some kind of miracle. After that, he looked at the timer to check how much time he had left and realized that there was only 1 second. A message appeared with the number of percent that was already synchronizing, and what he saw shocked him because there was 49.9%. The man was infinitely angry because he understood why there was only very, very little. It seemed that everyone was making fun of him, and he also had no time left. But behind him was only the last plant, which he managed to cut with his sharp sword. Suddenly its trunk began to sag and the head began to fall very quickly and hard to the ground. It was clear that absolutely all plants were destroyed. Silent Nightmare was really pleased with the results and said that his wand was very powerful, and after that, the synchronization reached exactly 50% and he could safely go back to his tribe. But then he got angry or realized that not everything was done. He didn't want to see a miracle anymore, so he trained very hard, but it seemed that he was just deceived again. The man came back to reality, and a message appeared, which said that the intelligence and strength of all those who belonged to Class A had increased as a result of synchronization. Yu could not understand whether it was Miri or a demon. He also knew that it was the same promised miracle. But at that very second, alarming messages began to appear because this is what everyone was afraid of, as expected. They appeared. In the message, it was said that the offensive of the Imperial Army had begun. They were not directly on the village of small ants in order to completely destroy them. From that moment on, a sacred battle that could have been very important for the young god because it influenced his life began. It seemed still necessary to move back to his tribe on the roof of the school, have something to deliver to him and take to send here. After that, the events continue in Antria, where there was a great castle of small insects that were preparing for the invasion of monsters. The little ants had to do everything they could. So they reinforced their concrete walls and declared a state of war, because soon everything had to begin. Jinna's evil monsters were the first to attack, because they could fly and deal maximum damage to all these little creatures. They all acted in a group because they understood that then no one would be able to defeat them. Not even the same evil, nameless god who took the life of the general. All this was managed by Arcana. In her opinion, it should have been their victory, because their army was simply not really big, and besides, very strong. In front of her, she saw only the castle of those small insects that the nameless god had built for them. She looked at all this with joy, because she understood that soon this tower and the whole village would soon cease to exist. Then she turned to Beelzebub's infectious ants and ordered them to attack first. A big black scary bird named Beelzebub said that they would gladly carry out the order and do it as efficiently as possible. After this, tens of thousands of such small black insects began to fly with their weapons in their hands. They were ready to charge everyone with various diseases. It seemed that they were just maniacs, because they wanted to destroy all the weak ants and licked them with their long, disgusting tongue. Muraiha carefully followed all these events. She was really very scared because she was not sure that her holy strength would be enough to stop such a large number of modules. But she still decided to follow the order of her god and promised to stay in the middle of the castle until the end of the battle. But in fact, she wished that God would come sooner and save them. Other warriors were also scared because they understood that these terrible monsters attacked from the air and they didn't have any roof. So soon they all had to be dead because of that. One insect offered to run away. The chief Black Mozart turned to his army and ordered them to infect all the inhabitants of this terrible castle so that they all die of terrible diseases. At that moment, he took some very strange bracelet in which there were 4 eyes, and green energy began to appear around him. This king began to increase in size and began to draw in as much air as possible. He wanted all these terrible creatures to die quickly, and as his warriors also began to draw in a lot of air and prepare to attack, the king in the middle told them all to fire at his command. But at that moment something strange began to happen. The sky above them began to crack, and some strange divine light began to appear inside it. And for this reason, a very large foot appeared. It was Yu Ilshin's foot. It scared the monsters very much, and what were around you were preparing for a big attack. The creatures were scared they couldn't attack and were in great danger, so some of them started to wait back. This made Arcana very angry because in her opinion this was one of the worst case scenarios since the mighty god himself started fighting, and now he was stronger. All those scary, powerful monsters who were SS class were also very surprised because of what they saw in the air. They saw only how a giant foot was coming closer and closer to them, and compared to this foot, because it was not incredibly small, it was dangerous. The little insects were very scared. All the events started to happen very quickly, and they could not do anything. After that, the man's big foot very quickly crushed the giant army of all those monsters who wanted to poison and infect his tribe of small ants. This time he went into this fight with an unrealistically large amount of bug spray he thought was supposed to help him in this fight. The disinfector was in place, and it was fortunately delivered on time as planned, so Ilshin prepared to take revenge with this. Giant cans of diclofos scared all those mosquitoes to death because they didn't know what it was. They thought it was some very secret weapon of God. They also could not read, so it seemed to them that it was something written in a divine language, and this caused them all even more fear. The young god's eyes were glowing. He had already given only revenge to all these insects. Now he was looking at the king of mosquitoes that wanted to infect his tribe. Seeing this stern look, the king became very scared, because he felt all this powerful strength and confidence in this person. After that, he excused himself from shouting loudly to his army that they would definitely not win this battle because this god was filled with power, and all his instincts said that they would all be defeated. However, the main character was also very disgusted by this situation because he had never seen so many disgusting flies staring at him in his life. After that, he activated his divine index finger, and at that moment, all those insect sprays turned on at the same time as if they were alive and obeying Yu Ilshin. The young god is incredibly happy, because he thought up to the point that his finger could be turned on and off, and he combined it with telekinesis. Yoricon. In his opinion, this is where she was truly brilliant. After that, all the sprays began to activate simultaneously and act against all these terrible insects. All the insects that were in the air were now strong, because a lot of terrible and deadly gas was flying at them. The king of these terrible creatures began to poison himself. He became very sick to believe that he himself could be poisoned so badly. He was sure that this poison was simply stronger than his. The smell was just terrible. He tried to do everything possible to somehow escape, but he couldn't because this smell was everywhere. But the main character did not stop. He continued to use all the sprays to the maximum because he had a lot, and to the point that he activated all of them at the same time and controlled them all. The pepper spray was so strong that all the insects that were in the air started to simply fly away. They couldn't even control themselves. The gas drove away all these insects as much as possible. It became even bigger yesterday and caused more fear. One red ant monastery shouted for everyone to be careful and try not to touch this terrible poison that was in the air. But they understood that it was practically impossible, so he had to run away. Arachne was very comfortable. She told her army not to panic because everything was in order and this terrible god was here alone. No one would help him anymore. He also began to threaten that all the bugs that will return. By the way, despite the fact that he used a lot of his poison, there were still too many insects, and Ilshin understood that it was ineffective because they beat him with the number and the prize when it ends. In addition, several people were very smart and tried to avoid this gas because they understood that it was really deadly for them. I urged others to do the same. However, Arcana was very angry, and she understood that her attack had failed, and now most of the red bugs were dead or running back home to somehow survive. Then she stood up from her throne and began to shout at the nameless god, saying that this terrible thing would not work twice and death awaits him, after which she returned to the big white monster that looked like a tiger. She asked him to lend her some strength so that she could also join this fight. The big animal blacksmith did not have a mind of his own, so he followed all the orders that Arcana told him. Because of this, the tiger began to give away part of his strength. Suddenly, some very strange monsters with wings and a long tail began to emerge from this fog and smoke. The main character was surprised because he did not understand what it was and why his poison did not affect him. Also, this strange monster had big red wings. It became clear that it was Arcana who took some energy from this giant blacksmith tiger. She was very calculating and tried with all her wings to throw this poison aside so that her soldiers remained alive and allowed to attack. When Ilshin saw this, he was very scared or realized that now he was in danger, because his whole plan was being carried out right now in 1 second before his poison flew at him. Young God was angry. He understood that he was going to do something because right now a lot of gas was flying at him, and now all the soldiers were in order and were preparing to attack. The situation was also worsened by the fact that his small insects, which were not far from him, also began to die from this terrible gas. The man understood why it was necessary to act very quickly because he had a large amount of this gas, but he did not know what to do to him. You see, all that was left for him was to activate his god index finger and telekinesis to somehow try to fight against this poisonous gas. But the situation was worsened by the fact that all his cans of insect poison also began to collapse due to the large amount of gas that went this way. Therefore, the money was wasted, and he was very sorry because he spent a really big amount on all this. Then Arcana. It is clear that this terrible god once again used one terrible trick that prevented them all from attacking the castle with ants. With the help of all his strength, he still managed to completely destroy all this terrible gas that was going to his castle, and now he needed to do something else. He understood that he needed to deal with this terrible cat, because it seemed that he was the most intelligent and was guided by this attack. The big white tiger started to scream loudly and showed its sharp teeth in preparation to attack. But he didn't attack the limitless god, he attacked his own red monsters and devoured them with his sharp teeth, and no one understood what was happening. Yu Ilshin began to guess that every time he ate these terrible monsters, it seemed that it was really too cruel on his part. Arcana guessed from the very beginning that she would have very big losses, and she didn't care about this red army of monsters because they were generally very weak, so she wanted to make her monsters many times stronger. Then she calmed down and said that she would attack this castle because she had a brilliant plan. Then she returned to the dragonfly and ordered to release the guard of blind killers. The man thought that this big white tiger was to blame for everything because he partially destroyed all his poisonous gases that were invented for insects. They would like, first of all, to take revenge on this terrible cat because according to him, he owned this whole operation. Besides, he was allergic to cats. After that, he raised his god index finger and wanted to activate his magic again to destroy this exact monster. But then Yu saw that it was very strange that he could believe his own eyes that it was really true. When he raised his neck, he saw a very large army consisting of dragonflies and making very loud noises. The man did not understand what kind of army of strange flies it was and why there were so many of them. It seemed to him that he had already defeated all the terrible mosquitoes. This time they were stronger because red samurai were sitting on these small flying creatures and blindfolded because they were blind. They were professional killers. Arachne was very happy because she understood that these blind killers were really very strong and could even destroy a stone that was several times bigger than them. But despite that, she wasn't sure if they would be able to defeat this god, but in any case they would cause him very heavy losses and sacrifices. After that, the first red warrior jumped and asked the other blind men to also jump and attack the evil god. At this moment, all the red warriors began to simultaneously fall directly on Yu Il-shin, and all that was left for the author of the web novel was to watch. Realizing that he would not be able to defeat them very quickly, he decided to activate his steel body so that they could not hurt him. The glow was really very big, but the blind killers didn't care because they were already blind, and their eyes were blindfolded, so they not only continued to fly down very fast. They all wanted to inflict great harm on this nameless evil god with their sharp horns. Because their horns were so big and very sharp, they all started to break as they met the powerful skin of this young god. The red monsters didn't want to give up. They wanted to take this evil god with their numbers, so they were preparing to strike at the same time all at one point. There were indeed a very large number of them, and they all began to quickly fall on Yu Il-shin's pumped-up body. Meanwhile, the eternal seeker of truth wrote to the man and praised him for his good training and good muscles. There were so many of these red warriors that they completely covered the big, pumped-up body of the Yui god, and it was known that this was the end of their appeared. The staff of this warrior shone with a divine glow, and it seemed that the man was alive inside. After that, he raised his fingers in the air and activated the middle staff of God. His hand began to burn very strongly and throw off the warriors, but the man did not want to stop there, the thumb of God that could multiply objects. Now this fire, which was only on his hand, spread and became many times greater than in all other parts of his body. These red warriors began to shout loudly because they could not tolerate such a high temperature of the fire, and because of that, many of them died, and some of them fled to the bottom. After a few seconds, the whole body of the man was in great fire, and everyone could see this light that came from him, and the heat. Then he managed to completely get rid of all these angry insects that were on his body, because most of them died due to the high temperature of the fire. The god himself was incredibly big and angry. His eyes shone and his hands were filled with great energy. He wanted to continue destroying all these insects. Then the fire moved to his fingers, and he started waving it quickly to start spreading it all over the battlefield. The hunter waved his hand as fast as he could, so that the fireballs flew straight towards the Imperial army and destroyed everyone who was around. When they saw the big red monsters, they were very scared because they realized that the hellfire was approaching them, and they all wanted to run back quickly. But not everyone managed to do it because the fire flew very fast and burned all their bodies, so all they could do was just scream loudly in pain. The stench became even greater. The immeasurable god tried to spread this fire in different sectors of the combat zone so that the insects did not have many chances to escape back. They all screamed loudly from the terrible fire that fell on their tiny bodies and brutally burned them. But using all these abilities took quite a lot of strength from the man, and now he felt that he was the weakest of this fight. Then a message appeared that a man managed to burn about 1/20th of all these terrible soldiers. When he saw this, he was disappointed, because it seemed to him that he had destroyed more than half. Besides, he was becoming many times less. Now he really didn't know what he needed to do. Besides that, he started to feel a little nauseous, but in any case, he wanted to continue the fight. At that moment, a large fire monster on wheels began to fly quickly towards him. He did not glare at him with his big red eyes. It seemed as if he wanted to say something. Therefore, thanks to the blind eye, the young block quickly made an analysis and found out that this monster was very angry with him, because he used this same car as his master. But Yu Il-shin was completely indifferent to the fact that this animal was angry, and he only wanted to finish this side as soon as possible. Arachne began to address her monsters. She said that they need to fill this evil god at what cost, because a braver man will destroy her all. The fiery great said that he would carry out Arcana's order. He only needed 100 million sacrifices of soldiers, and Arcana allowed it. But when the red soldiers began to work until they got angry with their ruler, they said that they had no conscience because they had already put many of their lives on this field. Became very angry. She ordered to shut up and die for the sake of the victory of the great empire. After that, a great water chariot began to fly directly towards you and spread its hot flames directly to the ground. All the insects were incredibly hot. They were all just exhausted from this great temperature and died, and all their efforts to escape ended in defeat. Then the chariot of fire began to eat all its victims to gain the power of their souls. More new energy must be obtained. The great chariot of fire began to draw in a very large amount of fire. Now this fire was many times stronger because the mass received more energy. So the dead souls went straight to the center, which was on this fiery chariot, and controlled it. Now this terrible monster increased several times and began to scare even more with its appearance and its big red eyes that strangely looked somewhere. The young god was very worried about whether he understood how this monster became so big. But what pissed him off the most was the very strange look of this. It became clear that things were very bad because he did not know what to do against this gigantic monster. The speed of the water chariot became faster, and the fire filled its whole body, and it seemed that it would now crash into Yu Il-shin. Then the wheels that were on this big motor began to spin even more, and even faster. You need to get a higher speed. It was clear that the monster wanted to crash into their opponent very quickly to solve all their problems once and for all. Meanwhile, the man was still below, not understanding what was really happening because this great bridge increased its speed and flew towards it even faster. The temperature rose and the man's head began to hurt. But despite this, he decided to use the index finger of God. However, he failed to do so because he did not have enough divine power. Now he was deadly. Frightened, I already understood that he could not escape the great blow of this fiery chariot. Unfortunately, what was expected happened, and the big monster hit the man right in the face and threw him to a distance. Without naming God, it was very painful because this monster was very big and crashed into him with great speed. His body flew further with great speed and could not stop in any way, and only hit the asphalt, which caused even more pain. Then after some time, it hit a big wall with a very high speed and caused a lot of smoke all around. Now you just lay there very wounded, for he had flown about a mile. Arcana was incredibly happy when she saw that the evil god was lying on the ground, and it seemed that karma had finally appeared. The man was in so much pain that he could not even stand up. In his opinion, everything was extremely terrible, so it seemed that he would lose now. He was very sorry because he understood that all his believers tried and supported him in everything possible. But as it turned out, he was still too weak to protect a small number of ants. Mureka saw that their god was lying on the ground. She screamed loudly and asked him to stand up and continue to fight because he was his only hope. When the man heard the voice of this white ant, he was surprised because he ordered her to leave the castle building because it was very dangerous. Murena wanted to somehow resolve this situation. She took and activated her little finger, which could heal, but the activation failed because she had insufficient energy rank. The infernal chariot saw that God had not yet perished, and because of that got angry. So she decided to strike more blows at this terrible god. The wheels began to spin again, and with greater speed, and the great monster began to prepare to deliver a mighty blow. The chariot of fire was sure that this word of God had no chance against him in the fight, so now the finale will come. The only warrior, Il-ho, began to pray very hard to his god in the castle. He turned to his god and asked him to allow him to join this terrible struggle and help him in some way. Suddenly the hunter painted his eyes. He was surprised and realized that he still had Il-ho, his mighty warrior. They wanted Ilho was pre-melted here, so he started to activate the magic but wasn't sure he had enough power to do it. In front of the big chariot that was flying right at this man's body, some very big lightning started to appear, which scared him a lot because he didn't expect it. As it turned out, the only warrior had been summoned and was now fighting against all these horrible monsters. And also, he only had 60 minutes to do it, but he didn't care. The warrior said that God could be looking at him because he had already destroyed a lot of monsters in the tower, and now he was many times stronger than the previous time. But at that moment there appeared before him a very large tiger with its sharp teeth. Ilho was frightened and did not know how this could grow so quickly. This big tiger flew with the help of its red wings and gave a great blow to the warrior. After a while, the big ticket stopped and realized that this little man was only a miserable insect and did not constitute a plant. Muriha was shocked. She realized that this giant tiger blacksmith had just swallowed their only warrior, Ilho. God was lying on the ground. You understood that this was the final end, because his only chance of victory was right now in the big belly of the tiger. At that moment, messages began to pass from the knives that cut the space, saying that the fruit knife had been repaired and that he would send it to the nameless god as a gift because he was his frequent customer. The event began to take place in a somewhat unusual way, because in the middle of this giant castle, a big light began to appear. It was pouring out because it was breaking into parts. At this moment, the main character's whole body began to shine with some kind of magic, and he began to feel many times better than he was before. Then a very big and sharp sword appeared in front of him where there was a big eye. It came straight out of this stone castle. This is a big match right into the boy's hand, and now nothing can fill him with strength and boundless energy. It seemed that he became invincible again. When he raised this sword high into the air, large lightnings appeared. It was like he was some kind of Taurus. Energy began to come out of this sword and transfer to God. This surprised the professor. He had never seen such a strange sword before. He felt that he had never felt as good as he did now, and it seemed that he had received some kind of second life. Then he got up very quickly now. A very strange aura was coming from his body that even scared the chariot of fire. This fire monster didn't know what was happening to his opponent, so he was very dangerous because he felt that the aura was very strange. The young hero remained calm. He decided to act rationally and therefore activated the ability to transfer the demon sword. For this, his forces began to fill up and were very frightened because it was clear that the case was very bad for them, and now they had a foreigner to win. The powerful sword combined with Ilshin's great divine strength and energy, combined with the sword demon's best fighting abilities, made him simply invincible. First of all, a big tiger with red wings began to quickly flee from the scene of events. He understood that the situation was becoming too terrible. Then, the big chariot that promised to complete the task also began to run away. The monster understood that it was necessary to return as quickly as possible. All this was very pleasing to the young god. And what did he understand that his enemies were terribly frightened when they saw his powers on? The chariot of fire was in danger because the monster understood that he was the closest to the nameless god and his sword. Then suddenly, a red energy came very quickly all over his body and destroyed it into two big parts. A big fire monster who lived for more than 2,000 years, who never felt so bad in his life. A lot of heavy blood started coming out of his mouth, and he started to lose consciousness. Then he very quickly fell to the ground, and his whole body began to break into large parts, and he was in incredible pain. The fire monster couldn't believe that his precious and probably strong body that the master was creating for him was destroyed with just one blow. Now it was the big red-eyed dragon's turn. He felt something big and very fast approaching his body. After that, two red lasers again seemed to quickly pass through his neck and cut off all three heads of this green monster. It all happened too fast. No one could understand what it was. They only saw the light from which red laser. His eyes began to shine from terrible pain. He thought that right now he would die very quickly because now the situation was very difficult for him. As it turned out, all these blows were directed by the young god. He was very serious and focused on his tasks. The only monster that remained, it was a large, white tiger blacksmith who was in the air and was the first to escape. The main character was very angry with this tiger because he had swallowed his only warrior. He wanted to do everything possible to cut him into big pieces right now. Our problem was that he was not sure that his divine power would be enough for him even with this terrible monster. After that, his head started to hurt really bad again, and he started to lose all his control and confidence in fighting. As it turned out, the giant tiger with wings expected exactly this from the nameless god, and now he turned and flew in his direction. He opened his mouth very wide and began to scream incredibly loudly, causing even more headaches. For an hour, this was his very good chance. He wanted to destroy this god with his sharp teeth right now. But Yu Ilshin was not even close to the fact that a white tiger with its sharp teeth and claws was flying at him very quickly. However, suddenly, the eyes of this terrible monster began to spin, and he did not understand what had happened to him. Suddenly, the Koval tiger began to lose control in the air, and now his strength was very fast, as if he was somehow drunk. He felt incredibly great energy coming from his opponent. And this energy was killing him with confusion, but did not allow it to penetrate his body. Yu Ilshin was also surprised because his body was filled with some kind of fiery blue energy. He didn't understand how this was even possible. The message that the seal of all powers in Sun Mira was successfully destroyed, and because of this the superheroine uses all her potential that was closed. The professor was very happy, and to believe that it really happened. It seemed to him that it was some kind of miracle that came in the given time for. Then also the message to find only one S-class believer to complete his task and improve his skills. The professor so understood that all his powers were successfully restored thanks to Song Mira. Now, filled with strength, the man was ready to continue the hard fight, and he had the opportunity to take revenge on the white tiger. When Koval saw this, he was scared to death. He understood that this person was just some kind of monster with incredible power, so he had to do everything possible to avoid getting into close combat. And suddenly a large building fell to the ground, and ants began to appear from the castle where his aunts were. I wonder if the husband understood what it was, because it would have remained like some kind of evil monsters that broke up. But then what he saw in front of him scared him incredibly much. He could not live that it could be reality. In front of him stood that big evil dragon. Now I was fine with him, and it seemed that he had become stronger because all his wounds and cuts had disappeared. The young god will be as if he does not understand how this was even possible, because he himself saw how this dragon died. His head fell off. The dragon explained that his body was immortal and nothing, and why won't we help because of this? Yu Ilshin will definitely lose this fight. Suddenly, one wound that was on the dragon's body began to move. It was the same place that Yu Ilshin cut with his sword. Then from this, the big head of another dragon started to appear. It was clear that he was regenerating all his wounds and getting stronger. After a while, his body was like new and there were no cuts or wounds on it. It was clear that the situation was very bad for the nameless god. The man could not believe that my monster possessed such a strong and fast regeneration message that said that the Swamp Lord regenerated really forever. It really took away all optimism and confidence from the author of web novels, and did not know how many more times he would have to be disappointed in this strange battle. The great swamp dragon was very happy because he understood that now you can hear a real fight against this evil god. Now he will prove Arachne that was really very good. After that, at the same time, several heads of this dragon decided to start attacking this man with a great sword in his hands. But the program was very angry because they called his mighty sword ordinary iron, and this angered his sword. The man was very scared, or he did not expect that his sword could speak. The red-eyed dragon was also very scared. He couldn't believe that this iron could speak because of his attack was stopped. The dragon was completely shocked, never met such strange objects in his life. Now he wanted to defeat this evil god as soon as possible, and take the sword for himself as a trophy. The sword continued to grow angrier. He called the great dragon a human misunderstanding, and asked him to repeat what he had said about him. Allah, the three-headed dragon, said that he was only a piece of iron and did not count on anything else, and also added that no one could defeat him. Yu Ilshin that someone had inhabited this sword, but he did not understand who it was, because it was not the master who created it, since the voices were different. Suddenly this weapon in his hands started to scream and laugh very loudly, and it increased in size and turned red. It seemed that the sword was very angry. This creepy voice scared the man very much, and he thought it was some mentally ill woman who escaped from the hospital. But the great dragon did not understand why this sword was laughing, because there was nothing funny. The monsters began to think that this weapon was simply crazy. Then the voice of the weapon changed, The giant sword explained that it was funny because the big dragon was definitely now a corpse. This surprised the dragon with many heads very much. He did not understand what it was all about and why this sword was so strange, and laughed so loudly. Suddenly his whole green body began to disappear somewhere, and in general his energy began to disappear. It seemed to him that the sword had cursed him, but the swamp dragon didn't care. He said that he had a generation with the help of which he would restore everything he needed. But the head, which he had just restored, disappeared again very quickly and turned into ordinary monster powder. It became really very scary. He could not believe that he would die from an ordinary sword. But then the weapon laughed and said that the power of the heavenly demon was unlimited, and he still had a lot of interesting values. Now the great dragon suffered from the fact that his heads began to disappear very quickly. Nothing to do. The great almost added that the dragon was cursed, and from the very beginning of the fight on. The giant animal did not want to die. He did everything possible to somehow survive, but he understood that his big head simply disappeared and turned into dust. And after a while everything ended, and the sword said that this great dragon turned into an ordinary worm. After this message that the author of the web novel managed to defeat the swamp dragon, and all the power of the victim will now belong to Yu Il-shin, thanks to his ability to receive new sciences and energy. There was also a message that the swamp dragon was equal to 2 S-class hunters, and because of this, the man actually almost completed his mission. There was a very strange dark aura around the main character. He understood what was happening, but he liked it all, because he understood that there had to be something good. He was also very interested in how he would start to feel when he got 2 believers. Suddenly 2 big dark eyes appeared in the air, and the whole atmosphere of this battle changed very quickly. He had a very bad feeling. He realized that he was being watched by someone very big and powerful, and because of that, he was very scared, because he didn't know who it could be. The young professor felt that someone wanted his blood very badly and was approaching him with great speed. But you also understood that it was already too late, and he had no chance to escape because the terrible master was already very close. An incredibly large and strong white tiger flew towards him. The blacksmith wanted to destroy the man and take all his blood, so he had the opportunity. This big monster seemed to be very confident and already started to threaten the main character that he and his sword will easily defeat him. The young Bogla, who was standing below and was waiting for someone to start attacking him very quickly, he was ready and had a weapon in his hands. And now it became very scary for him to see in front of him a very large sun shining directly into his eyes. Some very strange things began to happen, and something very fast began to run towards the main character, and it was not clear what it was. He gave me a strong blow with his sword, and some kind of glow appeared again, but now it was like some divine energy, but the man still did not understand what it was. The sword said that the man was not that terrible and was quite clever, but the young god was angry and asked him to just keep quiet. He understood that he was being attacked by the main character, who was angry with him and promised to tear out his tail and all his bones with his new sharp sword. The great white tiger Koval felt very strange. He could not control himself. It seemed that he was under the influence of some emperor or master. Then the great tiger blacksmith turned to his opponent and asked him to stop. But Professor Yu was too angry with this tiger because he swallowed his warrior, and he also did not understand what this big monster wanted. Therefore, Il-shin replied that he would only stand on his grave. Some very strange things started to happen inside the tiger, and his head started to hurt a lot. But he didn't understand what it could be. What the hero saw really impressed him. He understood that this could be his only warrior who could be alive inside the tiger. Suddenly, the all-white monster lost its strength, its wings stopped working, and it began to fall very quickly to the ground. Yu Il-shin rushed to save the body of this tiger, because inside his body was a living man, and it was impossible to allow the big tiger to fall to the ground. That is why the nameless god is successfully this monster who has incredibly strong stomach aches. This creature began to scream very loudly. It seemed that his whole stomach was bursting inside him. He had never felt such pain in his life. His eyes were very big and full of pain, and cold sweat was running down his face. He thought he was going to die now. After that, it happened just as it seemed to him because his big belly really exploded very strongly, and something very fast and strong flew out of it. Yu Il-shin stood not far from this tiger. because you understand that it could still be dangerous, and he did not know what it was. As it turned out, from the big belly of this tiger broke out the same Yu Il-shin. He was full of energy and strength after he had just done the impossible. When Yu Il-shin saw his only warrior, he was very happy because he understood that everything was fine with his only warrior, and the most important thing was that he survived. Il-ho was also very happy to see his master. He said that even if she ate him, there is always a way out in 2 ways, or you just have to tear open the stomach. Yu Il-shin was really very happy that things were going well, and he said that the warrior was mega cool. But suddenly the same great sword intervened in this conversation and said that this warrior was really cool compared to the weakling Yu Il-shin. But the nameless god was not happy. He did not understand why this sword was talking, and asked who he was. But the weapon only started to laugh because Yu Kim was the sword. Yu really did not know what this weapon could be. He went through all the options in his head, but could not find a normal answer to this stupid question. But the sword only closed its big eye and did not say anything. This angered the young god. He did not understand why the sword was so drawn to this intrigue, and did not tell him the answer. But according to all the information, the great sword himself really did not know who he really was, so he was very sorry. Il-shin first thought that it could be the stalker himself named Many Knives that cut the space because he was helping to repair the shard, but this king had a completely different voice. Then he decided to turn to the 1,000 knives that cut the space with help, because he himself was repairing this sword. But the stalker did not want to answer anything, and just remained silent. This pissed off the headhunter, and now he wanted to take this match back and get his money back for a substandard product. But suddenly a very big fire appeared near him, which scared him a lot because all the fire monsters were actually dead. The fiery chariot called this evil god pitiful to he only destroyed the body, which was dear not to God but not to his soul. That's why the big head of fire, as long as she was alive and wanted revenge before this evil god. But in reality, it didn't look as scary as it seemed to the fire monster. The main character just didn't understand why this big head remained alive. Then this fiery head turned to his rider, and I said that he needs even more victims to destroy this god, and this time he will definitely succeed. Arachne was very scared to the point that she practically had no choice. Therefore, she decided to give 100 million sacrifices for the fire and the chariot. Despite the fact that this amount was really very large, the big head said that it was not enough for him and that he needed many times more. This terrible monster asked the woman to give him all his soldiers who remained because he needed 100 billion victims to destroy this god. Hearing this colossal amount, why was the woman shocked and did not understand what it was all about and why the chariot needed so much? The eyes of the red monster shone with fire. He ordered Arachne to sacrifice all the warriors for the sake of the name of God and for the sake of all honor and justice. There were really a lot of terrible red monsters. After all, there were about 100 billion of them. It was fast, which were waiting for an order and were ready to carry it out. At that moment, a very big fire was lit up by all of them. It seemed that the offer was made and the big head was preparing his new victims. However, this monster did this terrible thing without her permission. Arachne said that they did not agree, and the great emperor will not forgive her for all this. But the infernal monster asked the woman to shut up. She still needed sacrifices to become stronger, and he didn't care what I thought about it and the general. Il-shin looked at all this with a sense of disgust. He understood what was happening and why this big head was eating its own again. All the energy from the Red Army went straight to the big monster and filled it with even more power and even worse fire that shone more strongly. The nameless god was searched for because he understood that this great being had now become even stronger and bigger and was dangerous. Now some lava appeared around. It seemed that the power that this monster possessed was incredibly great. There were many dead bodies of red soldiers. It was clear that the entire army was destroyed in order to make the chariot of fire stronger. But at that moment, a very big stone, a very small creature, it became clear that it was ill. He only thought about his muscles, but he wanted to improve them. His eyes shone with divine energy. He shouted that he would take care of this terrible red monster that was destroying his army for himself. It was really very difficult to hold this giant stone, and the ground that was under it began to collapse from this weight. But taking into account all this, The author of the web novel still managed to very quickly and high jump a gigantic structure directly onto a very large chariot of fire. I wanted this monster to die very quickly, because a large stone flew at a high speed. It seemed that now it will completely kill. The structure still managed to hit the body of this big monster, and lava began to appear all around. But the monster didn't care because due to the very high temperature, this stone simply began to disappear somewhere and melt. The main character was standing below and was paying attention to everything that was happening on the mountain. He could not believe that the stone began to melt. The chariot of fire seemed to be crazy because the voice of this monster changed very quickly. The monster was very proud of himself and felt superpowers in his blood, then switched off several more times in the dimensions and with his big, hellish eyes began to look at the victim who was standing. Even bravery. Well, after all, it became scary because he didn't know what to do with this monster and asked his god what they were trying to do. But the big sword with the eye laughed strangely. It seemed to him that this was a stupid question. Yu was glad. It seemed to them that his sword had some cool idea that would help them all in this situation. However, the big sharp sword ordered to simply kill this monster and explained that it was nothing difficult. You just needed to get closer and deliver several strong blows to this head. However, it seemed that this idea was simply terrible because there was a lot of fire, and if he took one step forward, he would die very quickly. It seemed to him that the ball was just crazy. Meanwhile, the fire that was in the mountain increased, and its temperature also increased. It was clear that this monster was getting stronger. The temperature of the fire was so great that it created lava that floated in circles, and now they could not approach. But this sword, and with its strange voice, told the man to simply trust him, because there was no such creature, and which he could not cut with his sharp body. The professor did not like this idea, but realized that he had no choice, so he decided to trust his sword. He was very scared because he did not know if he would be able to do it, but choose what to try anyway. He stepped forward and swung his big also. Harrell activated ability transfer and took one sword demon ability. This powerful ability was called demon power, and now the weapon began to act many times faster. The eyes of the author of the web novel lit up. He felt a strange power passing through his body. It seemed to him that now he was completely united with his sword. It scared the big chariot very much. It understood that it was really very powerful energy and aura. No one met anything. You can put your head back to cool off from this blow. It seemed to him that now you can bend from all this magic. But as it turned out later, nothing bad happened. The great chariot of fire laughed because the man's great blow failed. Yu Ilshin was also not happy because he understood that this idea was bad, and now this monster was making fun of him. In his hands, it is known that the stalker deceived him when he gave him this sword for free. He believed them that it was really the end for his tribe of ants. The young god did not know how he could even defeat this giant monster that was several times bigger than him and had such a strong fire. Yu Ilshin understands that just one breath of this terrible monster can turn his entire city into a solid lava. He despaired. Suddenly, some very strange blue line appeared in the middle of the face of this terrible monster, and some strange sound appeared which ear is like a smaller. This blue light started to increase on his face. The bridge of fire was very scary. He started to scream in great pain. Then there was an incredibly powerful explosion in the air and fire also began to fly at the hero, so he began to cover himself with his sword. And the sword with an eye began to laugh because the man did not believe him, but he managed to knock out this terrible monster with only one blow. The weapon explained that it was his powerful force that the shocked man did not understand how it should have happened in the first place. But he was very glad that they managed to do. Yu Ilshin also understood that he added a lot of his power to this blow, and the previous time he had used his consciousness in the fight with the disgusting Apostle Gustav. All these thoughts led him to the fact that he could probably become stronger. But the hunter was not completely sure of this. But then he stopped for a second and you realized something very strange that he hadn't noticed before. Suddenly, he wrote generosity. It looked with excitement at the sky, which was burning from this monster. The silent nightmare also wrote and said that it was too early to relax and needed to be focused. When the man lifted his head up and noticed that the sky really started to burn and everything around turned red. What he saw there scared him to death, and he understood that this difficult struggle was definitely not over yet. The whole sky was in great fire, and straight and thick smoke from the fire went straight to the moon. As it turned out, it was the same fire monster. Everything was fine with him. On the contrary, he became a little stronger and burned more strongly. The message was that it was the sun god who was enclosed in his heavy chariot. The man realized that he had just freed the sun god, and now this monster was many times stronger. 1,000 knives cutting in space wrote that this god was only a part of his past. But considering his high rank, he could cause a lot of damage. He advised to surrender right now. But the young man could not believe that it was really true. He did not want to give up a lot of money for all his weapons. And besides, he took many loans. But the only thing that was clear was that it smelled like roasting because the fire was incredibly big. And besides, the hero didn't have much strength because he invested divine energy in the last attack. In his head, he remembered the words of a man who said that when the heavens open, there will be windows into the life of the professor. It seemed that this quote was right for this situation. Because of this powerful sun, a large lava appeared all around and destroyed the remains of the bodies of all these terrible soldiers who belonged to the imperial army. The giant sun began to shout that this evil god destroyed his chariot that the master made for him, so he is ready to take revenge on this evil god at any cost. Then the sun began to burn even stronger, and the boy became very hot, so he sweated even more. Il appeared on a great white tiger hoe. He looked ahead and said that this was the same window into life that was needed. Then, the nameless god ordered his warrior to use this large body of the monster as a weapon to make the sun calm down. He didn't know how it would help, but he had to try. This is the only thing that remained with them and helped them in their defense, and to repel the hellish heat of the sun, which is closer and closer to you. The only warrior was swinging the body of this great tiger around, and did not allow the great sun to approach them one step. But the monsters even more. He said that these parasites would never defeat him. Due to the high temperature, the skin of this blacksmith tiger began to melt rapidly and very thick. Dark smoke began to come out of it. As it turned out, this smoke that was going fell directly on the finger of Yui God. And because of this, the main character became stronger because he got more energy. Then he began to use the index finger of God to become even stronger and prevent the great sun from approaching. Then suddenly black energy appeared around him, and even more smoke and wind began to swirl because it was obvious that he had become stronger. Then a message appeared that Il-ho made a sacrifice for his god. It was the same white tiger that consisted of 2 S-classes. The young god smiled and said that he knew about it. After that, the god rank promotion mission was completed. He had 10 of the 10 highest S-class victims, and the man's body suddenly began to fill with energy and decompress. This mission was finally completed, and now the man was given the rank of a low-ranking evil god. His entire body was filled with divine lightning. Now the main character was happy, because he understood that he had every chance to win, because he became even stronger than he was at the beginning of the fight, and he felt this strength. He really liked this low-rank evil god power, because his entire body seemed to be filled with divine energy and lightning. The only warrior was very happy. He said that he always believed in his god, and now his faith was justified because God became several times stronger. Meanwhile, Mireka, with her eyes closed, begged very strongly for salvation. She did not know what was happening around her, but she was very afraid because she felt a great heat. However, the main character smiled and said that everything was fine because it was him, and a lot of lightning and energy came from him because he became stronger. The great sun began to shout that there was no point in fighting against him and ordered them all to burn with their miserable world. The young god commanded the terrible monster to swing and began to use his middle finger to destroy this creature. After that, some very large dark energy appeared in the air that came from the finger of this young god. The man added that it was too hot here even without this monster. This black energy was going straight against the big scary monster. It was incredibly tiny compared to him, but still it was stopping the big sun. Then the giant monster got angry. He said that no tricks would work against him because he was incredibly big and strong. He wanted even more to burn this whole world. Despite all his strength, the man understood that this might not be enough because his opponent was very strong. but then he did not know why it was necessary to use it in such a case. Did not understand that it was the sun god who ate a lot of soldiers of the imperial army, and in combination with this, he was very strong, so all the strength of the man was simply wasted. The man realized that he was still only a low-ranking god. He didn't know what he had to do to stop this terrible monster that came straight at him. The giant sun with red eyes became even more angry. He said that he didn't care about all the attacks of this god and began to move even harder towards him. This sun was really too close because so many walls of the stone castle began to float once again. A giant heat was coming from the big monster. The infernal sun gave as much energy as possible and wanted to shine even stronger and cause more pain to everyone. The situation for the protagonist became even worse because at that moment the demon's power stopped working and his power decreased again. It seemed to him that he was forced to use the gift he received from the stalker because it was his only way to survive all these attacks. But the great sword asked the man to wait. He said that the gift could not cut such a fire that came from itself. This made the young god angry, because after all, this hotel has a few minutes ago said that he could cut everything in the world, and there was no such monster that he could defeat. At that moment, some creepy black energy began to fall on them and was very surprising because no one understood what was happening high in the air. The sharp sword was also very surprised and did not understand what was happening. Only a dark glow appeared in it, and a purple fire was burning around it. Continues throughout the Hunter Academy, where it was already dark night, and all the students were at home. But on the roof of this academy, there were a lot of boxes from that diklophos that young god ordered at the beginning of the struggle. There was also a bed there. It turned out there was also a dark demon on this roof. He continued to train with his new sharp sword. It is better to become stronger to prove to God that he was powerful. It was very difficult for him because this sword is for him. But despite this, he still managed to finish the second executioner on the path of the heavenly sword. Now he stopped. He was very tired, but he realized that he still managed to learn all the subtleties of the second executioner, why he became smarter. After that, he began to continue training with his great sharp sword, but now it was filled with power. A very strange dark energy now left his sword, which because he had mastered the second kata, this warrior was incredibly proud of himself. That's all the energy was transferred. He realized that the sword demon was getting new progress because of this. The main character was very happy. The sword was in his hands. He was also very surprised that it was a demon who had learned all these techniques because they were simple. After that, the weapon started to glow more and more and said that it reminded him of who he really was. But Yu didn't understand what he was talking about. After that, suddenly his eyes began to shine. He stood up as if somehow stronger and more concentrated, and some light began to appear around him. After that, a big strange figure of a man with big white hair came out of this sword. He looked like some old master. This old gray man is really real and began to speak to the young god. It seemed that he was the same master they were talking about. The old man's eyes lit up. He said he was the same heavenly sword demon. He looked really very creepy and strong, but the main character could not understand what he was talking about, because it seemed that it was practically impossible. Therefore, he decided to activate his blind eye of God and see that this was a greedy man, and began to be transported to the past where he was with a great injury. The man had a lot of blood on his hands, but he continued to hold his sharp sword. There were tears in his eyes because of all the wounds that were on his body. He also understood that this terrible battle that had been going on for a very long time was probably necessary. That after a few minutes of struggle, he still managed to defeat his own daughter, and he killed her because she began to believe in the god of chaos. He was very sorry, but he understood that he had no choice. A brave man because chaos would destroy the entire planet. He understood that his daughter made a bad decision, but it was already too late. For this, he destroyed all those who also supported and somehow helped the house god to come to this planet. He understood what his mission was here. Saw that this whole story, the young god burst into tears, because he understood that it was really very tragic. He felt very sorry for the heavenly sword demon. Therefore, now he understood why the old man was so strange. This is the old man who began to go crazy when he began to remember his beloved daughter again. He could not forgive himself because he destroyed with his own hands. A message appeared in which it was said that this warrior sought revenge on all those who believed in the god of chaos. And because of this, he lost his memory. But thanks to the sword demon, he returned. Because of this, the main character began to cry even more, and 1,000 knives that cut space wanted to trick this heavenly demon into becoming its servant. But fortunately, he did not manage to realize this because the heavenly demon was many times smarter. Then his stalker took all his memories from him and closed them in one of his swords. After hearing this, the man became very angry with this terrible stalker because he understood that he had almost destroyed a good warrior. He had done something really mean. The man with the long sun hair said that thanks to the demon sword, he was able to return to all his memories because he started using old techniques. The heavenly demon turned to the young warrior and said that he had a really good warrior who worked very strangely because not everyone could achieve the same results as him. The old man was angry. He asked if he would help him realize all his revenge. Together with him, they would be able to win. The young professor also wanted revenge. He swore that the 1,000 knives that cut the space would definitely regret the terrible concession he made in. Then the old gray-haired man began to laugh very loudly and strangely. This surprised the young god. He understood what was happening to him. Then the heavenly demon replied to the man that he could use his power to fight against this terrible sun because he proved that he was indeed very brave and powerful and was worthy of this power. Yu Ilshin began to feel that some very strange blue energy began to move toward him and enter some parts of his body. It was really very painful for him. But he understood that it had to be done, because he would become stronger. Then he would be able to defeat the terrible sun. Then some kind of great light appeared around, and great energy covered the whole body of the man. A message appeared in which it was said that the heavenly demon stops. Now he becomes a believer, Yu Ilshina. After that, an incredibly large beam of energy began to hit the big sun directly on his face. This terrible creature was very scared that it was because it was painful. The message that he received, the message that the mission of obtaining 10 believers was completed, and now he received the title of a low-ranking good god. Yu Ilshin rejoiced, and you realized that the awakening of the demon was really the last piece in this whole mosaic, and the decision was really very close. Now he cast his stern gaze upon his adversary. He felt great energy and was ready to take revenge on him for all that he had done. But the giant sun began to shout that this pitiful god could not be his equal. Even if he borrowed strength from some old pensioner, he shouted that they were all just terrible insects that he would destroy. But Yu Ilshin didn't say much. He seemed to deliver a powerful blow with his theme energy, and chances were it also started creating a large fire to complement the blow. The almighty energy came from only one index finger of the man, and he did not make too much effort. The big monster in turn tried very hard. Then the sword of the heavenly demon said that fire can only be fought with more than fire, and then he sowed his tribe. The main character agreed, so he stopped creating this strange strike from dark magic. Now he had a completely different plan. He picked up his great demon sword and prepared to deliver a powerful blow. They wanted very badly, wanted to defeat this monstrous. Because of this, they were ready to attack as hard as they could using all their energy. The heavenly demon of reason decided to join this fight as well and ordered to use Avicii. It was the worst nightmare ever. Now the author of the web novel was many times better to attack. Very big smoke and that strange energy. It was clear that a lot of power and various magic was concentrated in this blow, so it had to be successful. But the giant monsters didn't want to give up. He turned to his opponent and told him to stop holding defense. He would still lose today. And besides, he used even more of his fire. The struggle continued, but no one understood who was winning, because at that moment there were two great powerful energies, the energy of fire and the energy of revenge. About how the blue energy turned out to be many times stronger and easily destroyed all the fire created by this terrible monster, and now the terrible sun was afraid. Giant Clockhead simply could not accept his defeat, in his opinion. It was simply impossible because all his fire that he had been creating for so long was gone. The young god was angry and tired. He ordered this monstrous animal to disappear, never to return to this world. Now he was dominating this duel. After that, he struck an incredibly big blow and which completely came all over the entire face of this terrible monster, and this son began to scream loudly. He was really in a lot of pain about you. He hoped that the power of his master would allow him to recover again and become as strong as he was in the beginning. However, nothing worked for him, and the blue fire seized his body and destroyed it. I had to scare this monster. He understood what the reason was and how it was even possible. Now he was screaming loudly about screaming for help. He was very scared. And after a while, all I wanted was to be completely captivated by this blue energy, and it seemed that he was completely destroyed. The main character. Watch his big opponent die very quickly. He was focused. I want to see how the giant monster completely disappears. He liked very much that he was in great pain and now could not do anything else. That after a few minutes, the whole sky became light and blue clouds appeared again. It was clear that this giant monster finally disappeared and they won. The big sword in the man's hand said that he managed to do it for himself. All the small insects began to celebrate this victory very loudly. They could not believe that now they were alive and nothing threatened them anymore. It seemed to them that they had the best god who never let them down. The only warrior was also very happy. He said that he never doubted his god and always believed in him with my heart. The man stood still for a few minutes and looked at the sky. He wanted to make sure that no monsters would appear again. But then he realized that the final victory was his. Then the young man smiled at God and said that he was very happy because thanks to all their strength and faith, they managed to defeat this terrible evil. The great Muriah began to thank him for not leaving him in such a difficult situation, and said that they were infinitely grateful to him and were ready to do everything he wanted. The only one because he also knelt down and said that he recognized his majesty and would serve him all his life because what he had just done for all his people was priceless. After that, it was reported that he had finally won this great divine battle. After that, unexpectedly, a blue portal directly onto these same battlefields did not understand what it was. There was a message that a new mission was available for the nameless god. It was a place to raise the rank of a good and evil god. It was definitely something good. After that, the events continue in the usual apartment of the main character, where it was a sunny day. He was sitting in his sports uniform at the table and laughing very loudly at something funny and watching something. Not far from him was the same big sharp sword with an eye looking at the protagonist and thinking about something. The man didn't say anything about you. He made some very strange sounds. It was clear that he was laughing at something. Ilshin understood that his plan was completely successful, and now he sat and rejoiced. Meanwhile, a stalker named Thousand Knives that cut the space would be angry with this young god and accused him of theft. The man said that he was a stalker, guilty because he was the first to take what he needed, and no one was against it. The stalker replied that the man was clearly fighting for something else and not for the sake of returning to the heavenly demon to sleep. But the man said that the stalker was himself guilty of this and must now repair it himself for free. But the Thousand Knives replied that he spent too much and it was not profitable at all. Therefore, from today, any repair will cost the man 50 million coins. But the main character was outraged by this amount. He thought that it was incredibly expensive and asked that other stalkers helped him. Then the Silent Nightmare wrote that he could advise him of a really good blacksmith. And because of this, the man was very happy because he understood that now I would have to pay so much money. The then Truth Seeker said that he was waiting for this moment and could make this amount even smaller and negotiate with Ilshin for 5 million. The young god was really very surprised. He did not believe that it was so easy to find a new blacksmith. And besides, for such a Dovalinian price, it seemed to him that he would never again take any goods from the 1,000 knives that cut the space. The stalker answered him that this repair would really last for a very long time, about 1 year, and now he was ready to reduce the price by several million. But the main character now bargained and said that he was ready only if the price was 3 million. But the stalker retorted why he did not like such an offer, because it was really very little. But the main character did not care because he had already found new competitors who were ready to do it for such a price. 1,000 Knives did not want to lose this important client, so he decided to negotiate with him for 3 million. But he was very divorced from this terrible price. But the man liked this offer. You will be happy. Suddenly, the phone started ringing. As it turned out, it was the same director Kang. It surprised the main character. He did not know what this old director needed. When he accepted the call, the old man began to shout loudly at the professor and asked where he was all this time, and also ordered to run to the association right now. The man explained on the phone that it was very important because they managed to find the hidden eggs of the Apostle Gustavo. The man was very scared. He understood that this could have terrible consequences. Terrible consequences. The events continue at the Hunters Association building. This building, as always, will have a whole commercial with Song Mina and her beautiful perfume. On this advertising banner, it was said that the thermal water bridge was the choice of the incredibly strong Song Min, who belonged to the best class. The main character put on a prestigious suit, and with him was his sword demon. As always, they both headed to the association. But when she raised her head, they saw big ones, and the billboard on which Song Min was depicted. The sword demon thought that she was beautiful. But suddenly something appeared in front of them very quickly. It was something they did not expect at all. It was Song Mina. Everyone was surprised because they didn't expect her to be right here at such a difficult time. The headmaster and the two girls were ready and looked at the hunters. They greeted him and were happy because finally they arrived. The man said hello to the girls and then formally said hello to this Mr. Rope in a suit. The students were really very happy that the master was there. But the big man in the suit said that they didn't have much time. They needed to go to the building quickly. After a few minutes, they went up to the big hall for the conference of the question of crocodile eggs. Everyone was ready to enter, but Yu Ilshin turned to and asked him to wait here, because only those who belonged to the Hunters Association could enter the middle. The man with long dark hair was not upset. He just said that he would follow the order. After that, the heroes entered a large room where there were already a lot of people. As it turned out, they were hunters from various countries, and they came here to discuss the eggs of a terrible monster. Far away, you could see a man with red hair who greeted Professor Yu, and Ilshin was also surprised because he did not expect that Beck would also be here. The man asked everyone else to sit next to him because he had prepared very good seats for him. Besides, they were friends. But Song Min and Song Mira did not want their meter to sit next to this red-haired man, Becca. They said that they were to sit by their master, but at that moment, the man in the middle ordered everyone to hurry up and sit down because they didn't have much time. Besides, the topic was very important. As it turned out, there was a representative of the Hunters Association. He said that soon the same egg that was found would arrive to them. Mina was very offended when they started talking about crocodile eggs, and it seemed that it would be incredibly tasty. But the man asked the woman to calm down and finally sat down in her seat. After that, they all sat down and were ready to start. Beck, meanwhile, was very angry with his opponent because he took his beloved Mina from him. At that moment, the hero saw something really strange that surprised him. The girl sitting not far from him was wearing a penguin mask. It seemed to him that she was only joking and was somehow crazy because it was a very important meeting. It was clear that it was a woman with a beautiful light and in a beautiful dress. But for some reason, the penguin mask, in the opinion of the man, was the biggest mystery. Then used his blind eye of God to analyze her and find out who she was. Despite all his efforts, he failed to do so. He didn't understand who this strange woman was and why he couldn't do his analysis because he worked on everyone and even monsters. At that moment, the woman with the strong ones rejoiced because it was clear that the crocodile eggs would soon come to them. Remained as it was, and some very strange orange object appeared in front of them, and therefore the head of the association decided to show it to everyone. A guard in a big suit brought a big monster egg that had a lot of crystals on it. It was chained so that it was very safe and nobody could steal it. Then the head of the association said that it was the egg of the same Gustavo Class SS monster that recently attacked their large academy and caused a lot of damage. The man also added that they had arranged for this egg to be delivered directly from Africa, where there were still many such eggs that did not hatch, so it was indeed a very rare item from another continent. The head of the association also added that some eggs have already hatched, and that's why everyone is looking for the children of this monster. You surprised the man. He didn't believe that Gustavo's children were monsters. In his opinion, it could be very dangerous because Gustavo was strong. From the previous fight, he almost died, and now a lot of children of this terrible monster were roaming free, and suddenly, this egg began to make some very strange sounds and sway from side to side. The guard, who was scared on the side because he did not understand what was happening. Yu Ilshin was also scared because he understood that this egg was moving. It seemed to him that the same powerful monster as the previous time would appear. Everyone became scared because they understood that the egg started to crack. The events became even worse because no one knew how to react to it. How Yu really started to crack, and it seemed that another monster would appear in the world. After a few seconds, the egg completely cracked, and you could see the head of a small crocodile with its glowing green eyes. But no one was afraid, so this crocodile was actually very small and cute. Even one woman wanted to take it home. This same woman came up and wanted the weather and his head. But the crocodile started saying something very strange, but no one could understand anything. As it turned out, this little monster said that Mom's enemy had now been found. His eyes lit up and he became angry. After hearing this, the man was very surprised. He did not understand at all which mother he was talking about, and he was also confused by the fact that only he understood his language. After that, the egg exploded very quickly and the little crocodile very quickly started on the wooden table. Yu Ilshin did not expect such events, nor did he understand that this cute monster was running straight at him. This little girl had incredibly high speed. Yu Ilshin understood that this crocodile was running at him, but he didn't know what he had to do. This little monster said something again in his strange language, but Yu Ilshin managed to understand what it was, and as it turned out, the crocodile said that he wanted to kill him. After that, his words were confirmed because he jumped into the air and prepared his sharp fingers to strike the man. The man did not know what he had to do. In fact, he did not expect that this little crocodile would want to kill him. About how it turned out, he saw it all as if in slow motion, because the hand of this little monster moved very slowly, and the mustache around it seemed to freeze. It seemed to the man that he saw everything around so slowly, because he was very strong and very fast. But despite all this, he still decided to use his divine finger of God. He really had a lot of time, so he quickly put his finger right under the crocodile's mouth and activated the divine power of his mind, that this time he was stronger, and the little crocodile couldn't do anything to him. The little monster could not understand how his enemy could move so fast, because it seemed that he was like lightning. The monster was very scared. He understood that this terrible man could destroy him right now with one finger because he felt his strength. But at that moment, some big hand hit this crocodile hard in the face and stopped his quick meeting. The big, pumped-up man got very angry and asked the man if he knew where he was right now and what a terrible mistake he was making. As it turned out, it was an S-class hunter named Gal Jongyuk. It was clear that he was really very pumped up and had a good reaction. The little monster fell and started screaming in pain. He understood that the situation was bad for him. He wanted to somehow get out of this building. After that, another woman with long white hair started to use her magic against the crocodile and he started to scream loudly, "Hello, pain." It was Xin Yu, also an S-class hunter. She understood that this little cute creature just wanted to deceive very much. The little crocodile cried loudly. He understood that this was really the end for him and was very sad because he did not want to die just like that. Then Shin looked at the man and asked if everything was okay because he looked quite scared. The man said that everything was fine, but in fact he was very ashamed of himself. Ilshin understood that these superheroes dealt with this small bridge simply faster than him, and that meant that they were faster and better than him. With respect, because I understood that these were real hunters of an incredibly high level who had incredibly good abilities. Meanwhile, Mina was very scared and started crying. She thought the crocodile was good and cute, so her younger sister started to calm her down and said that everything was fine. Kang Ta-baek were very different and were ready to fight. They didn't understand how this crocodile could have a conscience at all and attack them during their conference. But Yu Ilshin did not say anything. The cutie silently looked at this whole situation and at all the angry heroes who were ready to destroy this monster with their own hands. The little monster was really in a lot of pain because everyone had hit him a lot, and now he didn't know if he would survive. He spoke in his crocodile language, which only Yu Ilshin could understand, if her hair. He asked for help and begged all the gods for someone to save him because he was about to die. He was approached by one large foot of a man. As it turned out, it was Gallus. He said that this terrible monastery was still alive. This man's eyes lit up. He was getting ready to deliver the final blow to this little crocodile. He wanted this creature to die. The little crocodile was helpless. He cried a lot and begged for someone to save him from a terrible death. Then the big foot of the man started to fly very fast at this little monster. This little crocodile was very scared. He closed his eyes and prepared for his death. But at that moment, a man in purple clothes and white hair stopped the attacker's leg and asked him to stop because they all need to calm down. As it turned out, this was also an S-class hunter Go Saduk. He belonged to the Immortal Guild and was incredibly valuable because he alone was worth an entire army. Gal was angry with this old man and did not understand why he was interfering with his exercises. In his opinion, this terrible monster should have been abandoned. But the old man explained that he did not want Gal to further injure this small crocodile, who was so scared. He said that he wanted to better examine his whole body. But the pumped-up man was angry and said that he also wanted a lot, and that's why he would destroy this little monster that started attacking them. But Go Saduk said that nowadays young people have forgotten to respect their elders. At that moment, there was another very strong earthquake, but all the objects that were in this room began to shake. No one understood what was happening. This man's eye lit his post and an incredibly large portal opened, and in his eerie voice he asked why they all needed to taste death in order to behave. The sword demon was still standing outside and was scared because he didn't understand what was happening inside them. The old director was also very scared. He couldn't accept that this strong old superhero would summon a yaksha in this room right now. Khan appealed to this hunter and asked him to stop because it was too dangerous. But Go Saduk replied that it was too late. Gal also wasted no time in fasting. He decided to activate his spirit, and his knightly clothes suddenly appeared around him and all his protection. It looked really firework. All his armor lay right on him, and he was fully ready to fight. He said this old man is going to die right now and pour all his spirits. He stood in front of the man in all his armor. There was a lot of red magic around him. It was clear that he was very angry and was ready to strike first. But this argument of theirs was interfered with by old Kang. He is on the polar because they need to finish because it made no sense to fight against each other. Gal did not want to stop just like that. He wanted to take revenge on the old pensioner. Meanwhile, the main character sat and watched all this, and he only needed popcorn. He was also very upset when he found out that there would be no fight, because he would have gladly watched the fight between the two S-class hunters. Meanwhile, the small crocodile lying on the ground began to speak in his crocodilian language. It was slurred, but Ilshin understood that he was thanking. This surprised the man very much. Did he understand what this little crocodile was thanking for, and why he was behaving so strangely? But as it turned out later, this little monster did not thank but asked that his god save him. But Ilshin, what kind of god was he talking about at all? He made an analysis and found out that it was the child of Apostle Gustavo who was born 5 minutes ago, and right now he was dying of all fear, and you Ilshin could save him, and then a small miracle could happen. The man liked it very much, but he wanted to see what kind of miracle could happen. So he decided to save this crocodile. But he had a problem because all those strong hunters were standing in front of them, and they were shouting at each other, and he didn't know how to get through. Luckily, at that moment in front of the man's face was a message asking if he wanted to save this little monster and show his mercy. Yu Ilshin unequivocally chose this because he understood that it was the best choice. Besides, no one saw him, but could not understand what he was doing. After that, when he pressed this button, some strange blue energy began to appear around the crocodile, but no one saw anything. All the wounds that were on this little monster suddenly disappeared, and the monster began to be filled with strength. About how I didn't pay attention to it at all, because I was busy with the conflict, and there were more important things because it seemed that a big fight could start soon. But at that moment, the little crocodile simply disappeared, and the man was very disappointed. He could not understand how this happened. He thought that he had been deceived again. His phone started. The man was surprised because all the hunters were in this building, and no one could. It was really very. But then when he saw his subscribers calling him, he was very surprised. It seemed to him that it was simply impossible. Meanwhile, the woman sitting with the penguin mask was surprised or understood what was happening with the boy. "Who are you, by the way?" He was very worried. As it turned out, it was Muriah calling him, because this little crocodile ended up in their world, and it was very scary, and she didn't know what to do. But now this crocodile was really very small and beautiful, and everyone wanted to play with it. It seemed to him that he could get very bad consequences in the real world about how it turned out that no one noticed that this crocodile had disappeared, because these two evil hunters continued to shout at each other and wanted to prove themselves right. Meanwhile, the director was in the middle and tried to fill the two of them with an incredibly strong fight, because they could destroy. Yu Ilshin understood that it would be very bad indeed if these two evil and strong heroes saw that the crocodile had disappeared. So he wanted to go home as soon as possible. Suddenly he became very scared. He felt that behind him was some very strange creature or some creature, if the hair was the same woman with a penguin mask. The man was scared, pushed the girl away with his hand. He didn't understand why she sneaked up on him and was looking at his phone, but the woman didn't answer anything. She turned the lasha so that her head was on her side. And this surprised the boy. He didn't understand why she was behaving so strangely. For this, she pointed with her finger to the place where the small crocodile was lying, and made it clear that the man had stolen it somewhere. Realizing that this woman saw everything, the man was very scared. He asked her not to tell anyone about this situation, and that he would try to somehow explain everything that happened. Then she very quickly and eerily raised her hand in the air. It seemed to the man that she wanted to strike him because she saw everything. Yu Ilshin was really scared. He understood what she wanted from him. It seemed that now she would call everyone or destroy him herself. But at that moment the woman just said, "Hello, penguin." It was really very strange, and the man, after that, this woman turned around very quickly and went in some other direction, without a name. God was always surprised. He heard about many crazy people who were in the association, but in his opinion, this penguin was the craziest. Suddenly there was a very big explosion, and all the heroes were very scared because they understood what was happening, as if someone had invaded their building. Then the sword demon's strong foot landed on the large wooden table. He was very scared and also not very scared of everyone present in this room. Turned to the god of urine and asked if he needed help, and asked what was happening around. The man was very happy because he understood that now he could use his servant as a reason to go home and escape from this whole association. Shin looked at this man with dark clothes and dark hair and couldn't understand who he was or why he broke into their building in the first place. But at that moment she remembered him, and it was clear that it was the same swordsman. But the demon said that the woman confused him with someone, because it was definitely not him. But then, the woman came closer to him. She said that the demon was lying because she was his friend, and they went through a lot together. But the warrior denied, and said that it was some kind of mistake. This worried the young god. He understood that these two definitely knew each other, but it was none of his business, because he could not know exactly what happened to them. At that moment, the man in the suit intervened in the conversation and spoke loudly to his demon. His voice was very stern. He took the man by his hair and pulled him to him and asked if he understood what city he was in and knew what table he was standing on. He began to pull his servant by his long suit and said that they would talk at home and headed for the exit. This greatly affected both men who were in conflict with each other now, and their argument was over, and they all watched as the man in the gray suit left their building. The sword demon was very sorry for his concession. The man continued to pull him and pull him out of this room. He wanted to go home as soon as possible. The sword demon asked that God simply kill him or punish him somehow very severely for making such a big mistake and ruining his entire meeting with the hunters. But the man said that everything was in order so far, and the demon needed to be silent. Deep in his thoughts, he was incredibly grateful to his servant because now he had a reason to leave. Suddenly, an old man in glasses started shouting loudly, "I realized that Crocodile disappeared somewhere. Someone definitely stole him." But Yu Ilshin found it funny, because they started fighting and searching again together with the other hunters. From this room, large pogroyans from all the hunters came, because they were creating big conflicts among themselves. They thought that the war would start soon. For some time, the events continue in the medical office of the Hunters Association. The man was lying there on the bed and watching something on his phone. He was very comfortable because it was very quiet in this room. Moraiha turned to the other ants and said that their god had sent them a little monster, and they should take care of him and raise him very well so that he would protect their place. As it turned out, Yu Ilshin wanted to simply order this monster, so he found him a dog collar, but did not tell Muraiha to follow him carefully. A very good plan, because now all the little insects will have something to do. And they really liked the business. Besides, he could grow up very big and good and later help him in the fight. But the man was surprised, almost still could not believe that the miracle was that this crocodile transferred to his small phone. Suddenly the door to his room opened and a woman entered there. The young god was surprised because he did not expect any guests. It turned out to be the same woman with hair named Jin. She was very surprised and did not understand why the man was playing this game and asked if this game was. Then the man turned off his phone and asked what was needed because he was spending time here in silence and relaxing. The gaze of this woman with superpowers became stern. She said that she was curious about something, so she started towards him. Suddenly her whole hand lit up with blue energy, but she got very angry, although the man did not understand why I did not want to be his. It was also a very stupid habit of all hunters with a high rank, because when they didn't like something, they immediately turned on all theirs and started threatening without asking anything. The woman once again repeated that they wanted to know something, and added that the man should answer well, because if he does not like the answer, she will beat him with her night hand. This annoyed the man very much because he understood that now he had no choice. It seemed to them that it was just some kind of communism in which he was a small worker. But considering that he struggled to learn, the man left her, pushed him, and said that the woman can ask him everything he wants, because he was open, but not the one who is closed from her. The woman explained that, first of all, she would like to know what tied the young man in the suit and the sword demon together. Yu Ilshin that it was better not to tell her the truth, because the truth was that he was his god, and the sword demon was a crazy fanatic who persecuted his faith. Ilshin said that they were just colleagues and very good friends. It seemed to him that this was really partially true, because they worked at school together, and he helped maintain discipline. The main character was interested in why this woman asked this question with such a terrible tone. Yu also understood that after his answer, the energy that was on this woman's hand began to grow rapidly. The woman looked at him with her stern look, didn't answer anything. It was clear that she was really angry and didn't believe his words. Then she went closer and asked if it could be that he also participated in the organization of the three heroes. But the man constantly did not understand at all what it was about and what the woman was asking him. The man began to worry because he did not understand what organization the three heroes were supposed to be talking about, because he had never heard of anything similar. Then the woman, even bigger, said that the man is really playing a very bad joke with her when he says such words. But to Yu Ilshin, Vladik didn't care because he really didn't have any information about the organization and didn't understand what Shin wanted from him. But this woman did not stop. She began to use more energy, and it seemed that right now a big and powerful blow on the hunter. But the man looked at all this as calmly as possible. He did not care at all about everything that she wanted to do. The reason was that she was unbelievably slow, and so he only moved quickly to the side. He also had no desire to fight seriously today. At this moment, the sword demon activated the transmission of his abilities and was already flying to where the events were taking place. After that, he very quickly broke the window in the room and flew there with his sharp sword. He understood that his god was in danger, so he needed to do everything possible. When he saw this S-class hunter woman, you already understood that it was her vile plan. It seemed to him that she wanted to kill the sword god. The sword demon was very angry and asked the woman what she wanted from the sword god, but the woman with a high rank was surprised. She did not expect that the demon sword would join their fight. It was very scary. After that, the man in black clothes very quickly hit her with his sharp sword, and she began to quickly fall to the ground. Playing on this powerful blow and still managed to stand on her feet, and she began to continue the fight. Then she smiled because she understood that you are all old guesses turned out to be true, blushed beautifully, and said that it was the same demon she knew, so the sword warrior now doesn't need to hide it. But this disciple of God got even more angry. It seemed to him that the woman was simply crazy and said something stupid. Then this warrior struck a very fast blow with his greatsword. However, Shin managed to skillfully flaunt the blow and into the air. She asked how this warrior was doing and how his life was. Shin felt very good in the air and asked the demon why he didn't answer all messages and calls, because she tried to keep in touch, But these words made him even more angry. He ordered that this woman should just shut up because everything she was saying was just her invented delusion. But Shin said that it was all true, just that the warrior did not want to remember anything from their previous life and their adventures. She also added that if he was really on her level like he was a few years ago, he might not even try to harm her. After that, she landed very quickly on the ground. It was clear that she was really telling the truth, because despite all the efforts, the demon could not get on their body. But the demon replied that he blocked the woman because she was giving him no passage. He understood why he did it. Meanwhile, the main character was shocked. He didn't know how they could know each other because she was a woman. The hunter was of the best rank, and he was only a demon who only possessed a sword. Then he was very angry because she was getting his master and causing him a lot of trouble. Shin. I was surprised. I didn't understand how this man wouldn't be some kind of master, but the demon said that she wasn't cultured and didn't understand who was standing in front of her at all, where we explained that his master was one of the best gods alive at this time, and he also possessed incredibly good skills in swordsmanship and other areas of martial arts. And the warrior added that this woman who needed his god should get down on her knees right now and apologize. However, she didn't like it. She said that she knew about the existence of the organization of the three heroes. But it seems that this demon completely forgot about the real world and now belonged to the organization. Meanwhile, the main character was really curious about what organization the three heroes were talking about in general. I had never heard of it. A woman spoke about it. It was very angry. Shin didn't like all that was happening. She thought that this god was just crazy, who was imposing something on this demon with the help of hypnosis. Then she activated her power, and her hand began to burn with a blue flame. And at that moment, she turned to Yu Ilshin, but the man did not understand what was needed. The heroine said that if he was really a godmother, then he should easily withstand all her blows and maybe even defeat her. She wanted to make a fight between them. Her eyes lit up with paint, and she stood up in some way. It was clear that she was using her snake sword school. It was her best ability, because she had been training this technique for a very long time. The demon also asked that his god show this parasite what he was capable of, and that he easily defeat this woman. However, Ilshin did not understand why he needed to fight, because he can only solve his problem through communication and conversation. Despite all this, he had no choice but to get up from his bed to accept Shin's offer. It was also a good chance for him to use his new power that he gained in the previous fight. His mood was lifted. He was unequivocally sure that after saving all his little insects from the fiery sun god, therefore, in his opinion, I would defeat this woman very easily. Shin stood aside and did not understand what power this strange hero of ours was talking about. And despite this, she was not afraid. She wanted to destroy him. Yu Il-shin understood that she was S-class. Why can he use all his energy on the car? Because she will definitely not die at most. She can be seriously injured. Then he transferred abilities and took the steel body ability from his only warrior, Il-ho. After that, his body started to increase very fast, and his suit tore. Shin thought that it could be the strength of the organization of the three heroes. She also remembered that this nice-looking man defeated the apostle Gustavo. Despite this, they still wanted to prove that she was right, and she was ready to fight to the very end. She didn't want any ability like body enlargement to scare her, because she was really very strong and rushed to attack him with her hand. It seemed that the big mass was bad because of you he couldn't move very fast, and he couldn't dodge its blow. Despite the fact that an already angry Shin was running at him, Yu Il-shin really didn't care, and smiled. After all these blows of the woman were really too free for him, and he saw it all as if in slow motion, therefore he still had a lot of time. Then he activated his muscles in class. Lightning started to work, and he wanted to prove to Shin with one more blow that he was stronger. After that, he took a fighting stance and prepared to hit the woman who was flying at him with her magic hand hard. When Shin saw an angry man in front of her and his big magical hand, she was very scared and understood that she would not be able to manage her blow. In her eyes, this good man became very big and strong, and there was an incredible amount of divine energy around him. Compared to him, she was only small and helpless because nothing could help her. Moreover, she had already lost confidence in your victory. But suddenly, Song Mina came into this room and started yelling at Yu Il-shin. She didn't understand what the hell he was doing with this S-class heroine. She wanted her husband to be quieter, because everyone also wanted to get peace and relax after such a thing every day. Yu Ilshin felt ashamed. He understood that Song Mina told him that she wanted to sleep because she was very tired and scared because of the crocodile. Shin was scared. She did not expect that the strong and very popular Song Mina would enter their room. She realized what she needed. But Song Min was just a little child, so she pointed at the woman and said that she was very bad, and also said that she didn't love her. She suddenly looked here and started her magic called mind control. She wanted to take revenge for the fact that her precious sleep was interrupted. Shin was frightened. She understood that she would not be able to resist such powerful forces. So Yu Ilshin turned to the woman and asked her to stop. But Mina became even more disconnected. She said that anyone who wants to fight with their god or cause him a lot of trouble should be punished. Her mind was filled with anger and hatred. She wanted revenge very much, Shin, so she said that this woman must die. Her terrible power began to increase, and her terrible fist began to glow, and a lot of lightning appeared around. Shin, very soon she will die. Song Mina said in her stern voice that no one has the right to break through her song and threaten their only strong god. Mina also added that there is no forgiveness for those who did this, because everyone should be hospitalized for their concessions. Hu mind was activated. Shin fell to the ground in great pain and began to scream loudly. A lot of blood appeared. Shin was also told that I could not make it and started to suffocate. She was incredibly aware that she was a few seconds before death. Then she stretched out her hand and turned to a strong sword. But the sword demon was completely indifferent. He did not know this woman at all, and also said that she herself served such a punishment. At that very second, Shin completely lost her consciousness of breathing and fell to the ground. It became clear to everyone that she had lost and possibly died. When the sword demon slowly began to move towards her, something had to be done. For that, he put his 2 fingers on the heroine's pulse to check if she was alive. She appeared to be dead because there was a lot of blood around her, and she thought she was unconscious. The demon's face became very stern in me. Yu Ilshin was very scared. He asked if Shin had died. If it was really so, there would be a lot of terrible consequences. But Demon calmly removed his hand from the body of this S-class heroine and said that unfortunately she was still alive. Then he also added that she was not one of those ordinary heroes who could die very quickly because there was something special inside the body. Yu Ilshin, because now all the problems are gone, it seemed to him that they might have been accused of killing the S-class hunter Shin. The demon took the body of this woman on his shoulders and said that she had caused a lot of problems for the sword god, so he wanted to hide this body somewhere. But Yu Ilshin shouted loudly and asked to stop. The young god shouted to the demon that he could heal their enemy with the help of his little finger, which he could heal, but the man in dark clothes did not listen to him. He was already on his way. Yu Ilshin was really scared. He thought that he could kill Shin and then hide the body somewhere. All that inspired hope was that the demon promised to behave normally. But at this moment work disappeared from Yu Ilshin's thoughts because Mina took him by his pike and started playing. She was very scared and asked if her god was all right because Shin had threatened him. The young god replied that everything was fine and they were no longer in danger. Mina said that such situations would not happen again because the younger sister would protect him. The professor was surprised because he understood that she was like an older sister. You understand that she still had some mental problems. Then Sun Miri ran into this room very quickly. It seemed that her master was under a very great threat, and she asked if everything was okay. John just felt an incredibly large flow of energy coming from this room, but all she saw was how her older sister was holding their master's cheeks. She understood what was happening there, that her sister was kissing Yu Ilshin. Yu Ilshin also being worried. He didn't know how to explain all this to her because the situation looked really very bad. Then Song Mina moved away from the master and went to the side of the then little sister. But Miri did not understand what was happening at all, why there was such a large line of blood on the ground, and it seemed that they had killed someone. Song Mina took her younger sister's hand and said in a child's voice that she was very scared and wanted to go home. Yu Ilshin replied that everything was fine and there was no need to worry. Then he asked that the Lightning Empress take her younger sister home and take care of her here. After some time, the man found a bucket and a mop. He wanted to get rid of all the evidence that something happened here. He was diligently washing the floor already. He wanted no one else to notice anything, because then he would have big problems. But in his head, he understood why he had to do it, because he was a powerful god, and he had a lot of power to destroy powerful enemies. Then generous happiness turned to the man, and they sent him a heart, because he was doing a very good job. Yu Il-shin was incredibly grateful, and said that generous happiness was his only fault. Menji entered this large room and turned to him. She did not understand what he was doing here. When he saw the student Menji, who was surprised because he did not expect that she would appear at such a bad moment. Then the student saw a large spot of blood that was right on the ground. She understood what it was, and it seemed that her master had killed someone. But the professor replied that everything was in order, and he just fell hard. Menji was really shocked. She didn't understand whether to believe Master Yu Il-shin because it was all somehow suspicious. So she just kept quiet for a while. She was really very scared. She didn't know how to respond to such a strong situation. Besides, she didn't come here for nothing. Yu Il-shin noticed that something was really wrong with the girl, because she was somehow very scared. Moreover, she was very worried. She only tilted her head and seemed to want to say something. Then the husband said that the student is not to worry, because he can listen to her and try to live. All the problems that she had. Menji raised her head and quietly said that the master wants to meet her old grandfather, so he needs to run away very quickly, and it was scary. She didn't know how the master would edit it. Yu Il-shin, perhaps. First of all, he did not understand why the grandfather of his student wanted to meet him, and secondly, he did not understand why he needed to run away very quickly. Suddenly, the skull that was on her neck started talking. It was Hades. He said hello to his master. The sword god was also very happy, and said hello to Hades and asked how he was doing. Menji explained that her grandfather saw that Hades had grown a lot there, and changed his form, and because of that, he wants to talk to the master just like her own sister wants to do. The sounds of a car were suddenly heard on the street. Menji was very scared. It was clear that it was their car, and this meant that her family was already here. Then the students very quickly bowed to the master, wished him luck, and said that she had to leave quickly. Then it ran incredibly fast, and the boy remained standing and did not understand what a stupid situation was happening and why she wished him luck. She was very ashamed of her concession, and it seemed that the master would be punished and receive some bad consequences. So in her thoughts, she began to apologize to him. The man did not understand what was happening to his student. Then he went to the broken window and looked down at that strange car that came here. As it turned out, there was one very large, expensive black car, from which the burying man got out and opened the door to his owner. It was clear that these were very important people, that there were only 4. After which one purple big leg started to climb out of this expensive car. Yu Il-shin was incredibly curious about who came in such an expensive car. It was already familiar to him, the foot on the old man who was standing and was dressed in purple clothes. Yu Il-shin was very frightened when he realized that it was the same old grandfather as he had seen in the Hunters Association, who possessed incredible strength. Now he understood that the entire Menji family belonged to the Immortal Guild, and her grandfather was the same legendary Guo Seduk who was impressive with his appearance. But at that moment, another woman got out of the car in light clothes, and with dark hair she looked really sad and unhappy. I wondered what she was doing here. This woman looked really creepy. She didn't look like normal women. She looked like she was dead. Suddenly, the director of the Hunter Academy came out to them. He was very angry when he saw this woman walking behind the old man. The director was very angry. He asked these zombies why they came to his sacred academy. It seemed to him that they wanted revenge. A large blue aura appeared around him. Kang asked the old man if he even understood where he came, but Guo Saduk also behaves very confidently and asked why the weak duck was interested. The director was infinitely divorced. He thought that it was an old man provoking him to a new conflict in such a public place. But Guo Saduk was looking at his opponent with his stern gaze and was thinking about something, but his purple magic was in his circle. Khan promised that he would do everything in his power to kill the old man if he touched even one student. But Saduk said that everything would be fine and there was no need to worry. Then he went on and said that he just wanted to see the place where his granddaughter was studying and to talk to an important man. Khan was confused. He did not understand who this strong hunter wanted to talk to in his academy. because there was no one so important there. Sadok then asked if Yu Ilshin was in this building today. The director was surprised and did not know what to answer. At that moment, the old man licked his finger with his tongue and continued talking. His appearance changed very quickly, and his voice also. He said that he really wanted to meet Professor Yu Ilshin. Meanwhile, the main character was standing on top and listening to their whole conversation. He was really very scared because he understood that the strong hunter was heading straight for him, after which the events are transferred to the director's large office. Yu Ilshin, the director, and all the others were already sitting at the big table and drinking tea. They were preparing for a serious conversation about his granddaughter, Heroes. It was very scary. He did not know what to say to this strong pensioner because he could punish him really hard, so he thought it was better to pretend that he was stupid. He just accidentally enlarged Hades. Go. Sadok looked at the young professor and said that they had only recently met, but he never asked him how old he was. Yu Ilshin was very scared. He answered that he was 23 years old. He wanted to act really confident so that the man liked his answer. At that moment, the woman didn't even have a grandfather yesterday. She laughed because she said that the difference was exactly 3 years. She said that it was really perfect. The man became even more confused. He understood what it was all about and why it was perfect. It seemed that the old man was 20 years old. Guo Saduk smiled and said that he was very happy to meet his future grandson-in-law. When the man heard this, he spat out all his tea. He did not understand what it was all about and what kind of son-in-law he could be. He just picked up what he heard from this old man with his own ear. It seemed like it was just some big mistake. It was clear that it was about this woman, but Yu Ilshin was sure that he would never marry this terrible-looking woman. The old man smiled yesterday and called Yu Ilshin his son-in-law, but the man replied that it was not so. He also added that he is not very interested in women now, and he likes to be on Odisha because he was very comfortable that way. Since then, he never wanted to marry because he never wanted to have such a terrible father with an incredible power of spirits and an army of warriors. After that, the old man put his cup very hard on the table and turned to the young professor. He said that there were rumors that thanks to him, Zombie evolved from Class B to the highest rank and changed his appearance and was no longer a slave. Then Yu Ilshin understood why that girl with the hair had behaved so long today and told him about Hades. The old man said that he had never seen such powerful magic and such a great opportunity. Besides, he did not ask for much for it. After that, Saduk smiled and said loudly that Yu Ilshin should give him 3 sons because his blood was incredibly valuable and strong. The young god understood that the old man wanted to use him to make his family even stronger and more powerful. After that, the old man smiled and put some strange envelope directly on the table. The young god understood what it was. It seemed that it was some kind of fine issued by Guo Saduk, and that he increased this monster. But when he read more carefully what was written on this letter, he was very embarrassed because there was some amount of money. Old Guo Saduk also explained that it was 1 trillion, and if the hero does what he needs, he will receive this large amount. When the director found out about this amount, he became incredibly angry. It seemed to him that this was the stupidest idea of the old man, because now he will lose 1 trillion. Kang went to Yu Ilshin and said that for such a large amount you can do anything you want. He also said what kind of service this idea was, but it was an incredibly large amount. This amount fascinated the main character. He understood that if he received it, he would be able to live his whole life and not think about money anymore. But he had one problem. A strange woman with black hair looked as if she had already died 4 times and was deeply depressed. Yu understood that he simply could not marry her. Then, unexpectedly for everyone, he stood up and said that he was very disappointed in Guo Saduk because he tried to buy love with money. Yu Ilshin said that he would not agree to such an agreement. The woman in white clothes was just silent and looking somewhere to the side. She looked really very strange, and it was not clear what was happening to her. Then the young god said that he had to go because he didn't have time for such a stupid conversation. Kang was incredibly impressed by the act of his employee, but someone suddenly asked him to stop. As it turned out, it was the same woman. She quickly got up from her seat and looked at Ilshin directly in his eyes. Then she decided to fix her hair in order to look even more beautiful and charming in her face. The hunter made an analysis with the help of the blind eye of God and found out that her name was Guo Minhui. She was 20 years old, and she belonged to the family of a witch because she had the blood of a witch, and with her help, she could bewitch any man. And the professor began to look at her eyes that began to shine. Khan was confused, ordered the man to stop doing this because he can turn off big problems. Meanwhile, the old hunter's daughter began to activate her enchanting gaze, and suddenly her eyes shone even more strongly with the boundless beauty of magic. After that, in her gentle voice, Minvi asked her husband what he thought of her look. Ilshin was charmed, and said that her eyes were really beautiful. Evil Minhui came closer. She activated her magic even more strongly, and she wanted to kiss her husband, and she asked him to be her husband. Old Kong joined in this conversation. He said that he would not allow the girl from work to do this terrible trick because it was not love, but only terrible magic that she used. But then, Gosaduk stopped the big pumped-up man with his hand and made him understand that there was no need to get into this whole struggle. In his scary voice, he said that he would destroy the old headmaster if he only touched her best granddaughter. With one finger, his voice sounded really convincing. The old director was divorced. He understood who could give this family such terrible manipulation skills, because it was unfair and against the laws of free will. Because of this, all he could do was stand aside and complain in his thoughts about Gosaduk and his family. Meanwhile, Minhui continued to use her magic and charm the man with her witch eyes. She was sure that her plan would definitely succeed, because all the men immediately fell in love with her. However, the nameless god said that one of them refuses to fall in love, and in general she was not as beautiful as she seemed at the beginning of their meeting. Minvi, she did not expect what the man could say, so she pretended that she did not hear Ilshin's answer. But the young god became angrier and asked the girl not to make him repeat the words twice. Then he confidently made it clear that he did not like Manhua at all, and she could not even try to use any magic because she did not work on him at all. The hero also added that the woman was not to his taste, and after that quickly headed towards the exit. But Myungwi continued to ask him to become her. Then the master got angry. He understood what she was asking from him, because he was not some thing or some object that should belong to someone, even for such a sum. Then he said that he was leaving the premises. Kong and Guo Saduk were incredibly impressed by the charisma and outspoken determination of this young professor, and with the abilities they thought anyone would accept such an offer. Myungwi was very scared. She realized that this charming look didn't work on this man. And I wonder who this incredible hero was. Meanwhile, the man left the room and stood behind the door. He was worried about something very much. He felt very sorry. He understood that it was wrong. A large amount with which he could live a lot all his life and forget about work and all the prices that were in the store and everything. But he still decided that he made the right decision because this woman was really like a witch and used her gaze on him. It seemed to him that he would never be happy with her. He continued to think about this strange granddaughter because she definitely had some kind of secret. Meanwhile, behind him, this school wall began to disappear, and some incredibly large philatelic portal began to appear. And from this portal, they began to climb into large female hands with manicures and jewelry. They seemed to want to take the young god to themselves. Suddenly, they all began to grab him by all parts of his body in order to somehow fill his escape. This is very close to my husband. He did not expect anything like this at all. At one moment, all these terrible hands began to pull him very hard and fast. He could not do anything at all because only one of his slippers remained, and it was on the floor. The author of the web novel was scary. He understood where he was being transported. After that, the events continue in the big black car where the Guo family was sitting. They quickly left this hunter academy. Old Saduk was visibly angry and realized that their plan had failed, but it could not be undone. Meanwhile, Myungwi began to remove her makeup without it. She looked many times more beautiful and attractive. Old grandfather wondered what his granddaughter thought about this candidate for a husband. Myungwi said that he was really very good, but she was delighted with him. But Gosaduk then did not understand why she came in such a terrible form, because in his opinion she had done too much. Minhui replied that she did it on purpose, because if a man saw her true appearance, he would probably marry her right away. She didn't need to use magic. Saduk confirmed that it was indeed a very good idea. She managed to verify that money was not important for this man, but the beauty of the bride was important. but he was also surprised that the charming look did not work on him. However, Myungwi said that it was good on the contrary, because after that, she wanted to conquer this strong hero even more, because only hunters of S rank or higher can stand against her short-sightedness. Hearing this, the old man smiled. He said that his granddaughter needn't worry, because she can assume that Yu Il-shin was already in their hands. Saduk was talking about. It began to seem to her that her grandfather used his power and took the man to his terrible kingdom. But the old grandfather didn't answer anything. He just started laughing loudly with his crazy laugh. It was clear that he was hiding something. Meanwhile, Yu Il-shin was motivated because he understood that it was some very strange place that was different from his virtual world and from the planets. Then he realized that it was the same dimension that old Saduk created. But Yu didn't believe to the last that this crazy old grandfather would go so far. In addition, he was also disturbed by the strange chimeras that were around and the very strange aura that reigned in this kingdom of Saduka. After all, in front of him were incredibly large monsters with red heads. But they did nothing, and only let their saliva fall on the ground and looked at the man with their terrible eyes. Then the hunter decided to use his ability and analyze these monsters. He managed to find out that they were Yaksha warriors from Guo Saduk, his favorite collection of necromancy, and also found out that they kidnapped Yu Il-shin because they were following orders, but now he really wanted to eat the man. After learning this, the man became very angry and started shouting at these evil monsters. He did not want them to eat him. When he shouted at them, they were all very frightened. This surprised him because they were not very big, and they did nothing, and were only afraid. But at that moment, the great warrior raised his sharp sword in the air and was filled with the desire to eat this delicious man. However, the young god remained calm. He understood that behind him was a terrible monster that wanted to attack him. Yakshi's great sword flew very quickly straight at Yu Il-shin's head. But at that moment, the hunter decided to activate the superpowers. And at that moment, the thin body began to increase and turn into a pumped-up one. Yaksha warrior looked at this and was really amazed because he did not expect that this was even possible. Moreover, his big, sharp sword broke against the powerful body of this man. Now he was not left without his weapon, and the man was alive and unharmed, and now he was once stronger than at the beginning, so he became afraid. Then the pumped-up god replied that these meters were nothing at all for him, because they were too weak for him. He ordered that they give him at least 1 trillion, and then they can talk. Brightly, he said that now he was a god of low rank and was not a simple hero of ours like a few months ago. After that, he very quickly and strongly gave a powerful blow with his hand right on the face of this terrible monster that was looking at him with its eyes. This blow was not only powerful that threw the big heavy monster into the air where it started to fly very fast and far. This monster was really in big trouble because now there was a lot of blood on him, and he was screaming loudly from all the pain and quickly falling to the ground. Then he fell down and was almost unconscious, but couldn't continue the fight. Other scary monsters looked on and were really shocked by what happened to their brother. Yu Il-shin smiled and said that despite their large size, they were really like dust to him. He could destroy them all day long. He wanted them all to attack him together so that he could once again prove to her his strength and power. It seemed that now he was becoming a little crazy. All these big monsters could do nothing against the swift and powerful strikes of the young god who possessed divine strength and a steel body. The warrior continued to laugh at his own and said that even ants could easily destroy the army of all these blue massifs because they were practically nothing. All the monsters were really now very scared, and they could not even look in the direction of this god because they understood that death was waiting for them. At that moment, the main god activated his divine index finger of God, and an incredibly large flame appeared all around, which shocked everyone. The girl Yaksha was shocked. She had never seen such values in her life and also understood that the warriors are the best, that they have never lost to anyone. But now the situation has changed radically. She was afraid that all the terrible, powerful warriors that Saduk had created would lose to just one man with the wrong strength. It seemed to her that it was one of the gods, because he possessed a beautiful, pumped-up body, and with just one blow destroyed an entire army of strong Yaksha. At that moment, the young god noticed the same girl who was the only one among all those male monsters. She surprised him. It seemed to him that it was you who was their leader. He continued to look in different directions but could not find any other women, so he realized that she was only one among all those pumped-up men. And behind her was some other strange monster with 3 eyes. Using his divine eye of the blind god, he realized that it was the Yaksha general who served in the old man, and he was also the pursuer of the great evil beast. After analyzing this girl, he found out that she was also a general, and she was a former night star of every man's fantasy. Yu Ilshin understood that they were the persecutors of different gods, so it became clear why old Guo Saduk possessed such great power. However, when he took a closer look at this girl, he realized that her eyes shone with a kind of rainbow, and it reminded him of the eyes of the same witch Manhwa, a large monster. The general was several times larger than other normal monsters. Besides, he possessed other creatures due to the fact that he was chasing his evil animal god. They wanted to take revenge for all their warriors. But what remained was to stand calmly and not react in any way to the giant creature that was running in his direction. General Yaksha was very scared when she saw that this Yaksha rushed to attack. In her opinion, it was one of the biggest mistakes he made. The elder monster was preparing to strike a big, powerful blow right at this evil god. His body was boiling with blood. The general wanted revenge. But Yu Ilshin didn't care at all about this big monster. He just decided to use his index finger of God again to solve this problem. After which, as he struck this blow very quickly, the great general fell to the ground and was almost dead. The big body of this monster fell right next to the young god, but he was not scared because I was ready for it. After that, he understood that he had only one single warrior who he had to defeat, and that was the same woman general, so he looked straight into the eyes. General Yaksha, they also understood that he was incredibly strong, because he destroyed the general with just one touch of the divine finger. She saw how to use her sight, but nothing succeeded. The general could not understand what this man was like, and it seemed that he was the same god about whom there were legends, and to listen, because she had no reason why this man would be so strong. She understood that if you were really the same young god from the legends, then she had no reason to fight. After that, she approached him and stood up to her full height, but she did not want to attack. The general looked at him with her sad eyes. Yu Ilshin was full of metal. He didn't understand why this big monster didn't want to fight, and just stood there and looked at him with her eyes. And it seemed as if she just seemed... After that, unexpectedly for everyone, she sat down and bowed her head before this young god who was surprised by all her actions. Suddenly in his head, Ilshin heard the voice of a big lizard asking for this god to have mercy on her. A man, or surprised, he understood how this lizard could know telepathy and use it. After that, he activated the blind eye of God to understand her better and look at her whole story. He managed to find out that before she turned into a yaksha, she was an incredibly beautiful daughter of the night of the most beautiful man's fantasy. As it turned out, Lilith was an incredibly great goddess and had a powerful power, but she could not win against the god of chaos. Because of this, she began to run away from the evil god. After this defeat, she began to die and her whole world as well, and to regain her previous strength, she needed the souls of strong and innocent S-classes. Because of this, Lilith was sent to Earth together with her charming look, where she met Go Saduk. She wanted her look to lure her husband. But this look did not work on him, and he did not want her to leave him alone. After some time, she fell deeply in love with this strong hunter, and married him and bore him a child. Several years passed, and the dragon of the abyss suddenly found her, and in order to help the god house, he decided to mortally wound Lilith. Saduk Go cried a lot. He didn't want to lose his beloved, so you can offer to conclude a contract. They wanted to give their soul so that his beloved would continue to live. And in the end, she became Yaksha and was sent to this world, Yu Ilshin, that she was Guo Menji's grandmother. He was very sorry, was really very sad, and she needed to die and go to this other world and leave her love. It seemed to the hunter that her husband wished to resurrect her, but she refused to do so. He shared his guesses with her and asked if it was so. Then Ilshin added that Saduk did not want to show his beloved, so he made her his servant and sent this world so that they would still stay together and could see each other from time to time. A message from a stalker named Generous Happiness. The woman was very sorry for this creature, and it cried a lot and begged for mercy on Yaksha. But Yu was not full. Or was it a good idea, Gadget? This woman monster wanted to eat him some time ago. When Shedrashkitsa heard Lucette, she was very surprised because she didn't know that it was really so, but she still wanted to after this monster. Yu Ilshin also liked this idea because he understood that he could get a lot of benefits from Yakshi, and he could at least blackmail. He once again analyzed her with the help of his eye, and found out that she was an S-class who possessed transcendental potential, and she was married, and it was necessary to go to meet her so that she would become a believer. The main character was very happy. He never gave up another S-class believer, moreover, with such good abilities. He also thought that maybe he would get her husband or her granddaughter later, and that would be wonderful. 1,000 knives praised the man for being so stingy, and all the best just as he did, and generous happiness thanked God for his blessings. It was also very important that the man became many times stronger than he was at the beginning of the fight, but all this was not enough, and he needed to become even stronger before the Chaos God came because he was incredibly strong and big, and could destroy the whole world. He hated this god with all his heart, so he wanted to do everything possible to become as strong as possible. The great Yaksha looked at the young god. Ilshin also looked at her, and suddenly he activated the title of the good god. A light began to shine above him. Like the angels, it seemed that he was rising up as some kind of Jesus, or was simply very holy. But Yu Ilshin was not happy with this attribute, because now he looked very strange, and he wanted to take off this ring with his head. But in general, it was not bad, because he understood that it all appeared only thanks to the fact that he was already a stronger god than at the beginning. Then he activated his little finger of the god who could heal and touched the forehead of the general of the main character. There was a feeling that soon everything would be very good, but he did not know what exactly. This glow became even bigger, and a lot of green energy appeared around and shone with colors. It was clear that the young god was healing this monster. Suddenly, all this glow began to act not only on the general, but also on other monsters that were lying on the ground and were dead. Really impressed him a lot. Suddenly his ring that was on his head began to change its color, and the man was surprised. He broke what was happening in general. Lilith began to cry. She did not understand why the young god treated her like that, why he helped her to heal all her old wounds. Suddenly, all the brains that were dead also began to wake up. They were all incredibly glad that they came back to life and stay alive, because they all had to, that they will never tell again. Suddenly, they all started swimming. This all scared the web novel author very much, and he did not understand why this happened, because he only wanted to resurrect them and make them better on the contrary. The main character needs to be scared. He only wanted to help all these poor monsters, but right now he was killing them before his eyes. Then a strange message appeared that all the warriors of the Yaksha had been purified, and the process of displacing evil with good is enough without the useful. It was very strange. No one understood what it meant. The general was very angry with the young god. She did not understand why this man punished her and destroyed her beautiful body and other cartoons as well. But after that, she said that she was wrong, because she started to feel wonderful sensations and she had wings. She had never felt so beautiful in her life. After some time, she completely turned into a little angel and other Yaksha also became angels. Lilith said that she felt like she was completely reborn. The message that thanks to the mercy of the nameless God, all these evil warriors, monsters turned into angelic warriors, but really shocked the main character. He did not expect that these monsters could turn into beautiful angels. They all flew and were very happy because they understood that now they had a new life and new opportunities. But Yu Ilshin understood why they had all shrunk so much. However, these cute angels did not care about their size. They felt really beautiful. It was such a feeling because they were born with a free soul. But a big woman with big wings appeared above the moon. It was the same evil goddess against whom Lilith lost. Things were really bad. This evil goddess was flying with her eyes closed, but suddenly she began to feel something from a long time ago. After that, she gradually opened her eyes and understood what that feeling was, because she felt the signal that Lilith was back again, and now she wanted to take revenge for everything. All the angels continued to fly and master their new bodies because it was very unusual for them considering that a few minutes ago they were giant monsters. It was once again a message in which it was said that thanks to the mercy of God, the evil warriors were reborn in the form of angels. Yu Ilshin didn't fully believe that he did it. It really seemed to him that such a rebirth could only be due to evolution, and he also did not expect this at all. Stalker, generous happiness. All this was because Ilshin was now a low-spirited god, and he just needed to accept that he had such good abilities. However, Yu Ilshin did not want to understand how he really did it. He wanted to talk to Guo Saduk as soon as possible. The man understood that Tafelna the Wrestle felt everything, and because of that their contract was in force, so Saduk could die. The man wasn't entirely sure if it was right that he helped all those monsters, but he also understood that there was no going back. All the events continue in the apartment of the Guild of Immortals where someone was inside because there was light. Go Saduk, you are at the window. You were looking somewhere directly to the side. He was thinking about something of his own and he was very sad, restored to a portrait where he was his wife and his little daughter. At that moment he felt really very happy but understood that he had lost it all. He was very angry with Yu Ilshin. He understood how this weak man could refuse the status of being his son-in-law if for such a large sum it publicly humiliated him. Go Saduk to this man, however, it seemed to him that already in this dimension, the monsters showed him what they were capable of. After that, he decided to create the same big portal that allowed him to enter his world. It was a prison in which he kept S-class heroes, and even worse, and no one had managed to survive, so the nameless god must have been dead by now. The light grew even brighter. The old man returned to his Yakshi warriors to bring Yu Ilshin to him. I asked if they ordered him, but at that moment, the old man saw a great ray of sunlight coming straight from his dark portal. It frightened him very much, and he did not understand what had happened there. At that moment, Yu Ilshin came out to him, full of strength and energy. Behind him there were many angels and divine feathers began to fly like that, but Guo Saduk did not understand what that meant. A strong man began to leave this world and asked the man if he was calling him to himself. The pensioner felt very sick. Not only did he realize that all his warriors and hunters who were in this portal and belonged to him turned into angels, but all his troublesome work disappeared. A bright light right in his face. He was very frightened when he saw a man in front of him and angels around him. It scared him almost to death. Yu Ilshin looked around and said that the man had a really nice and small office, but Guo Saduk started shouting very loudly. He didn't understand where all his monster warriors had gone. But Yu said that it was really a very long and uninteresting story, but first you need to cure the pensioner. Saduk does not understand how the man learned about his problems. Guo understood that the situation was really very bad, because he no longer felt any of his Yakshir warriors. What scared him the most was that he didn't even feel the energy of his beloved wife, who was also a monster. Her husband killed her. Then the old man became incredibly aggressive. He grabbed this man by his neck and why shout loudly, "I want to know where his beloved wife was." But the author of the web novel didn't care. He just looked at the strange aura that was coming straight from the man, and not a powerful glow, and something very strange appeared over it. When Yu raised his head, he saw that in front of him stood an incredibly large and strong pumped-up man with long hair who was preparing to deliver a powerful blow. But the hero did not think about the danger that stood before him. They wanted to recover from the terrible as soon as possible because he behaved. The old man didn't know what to think. He just couldn't understand when you were the owner of his beautiful wife, who was also one of his warriors. But Yu Ilshin laughed and said that it was no longer very important. After all, at first, there was no time to think about his own health because he had problems. These words struck the man to death. He thought that this meant that his beloved wife was dead, so he became crazy. The old hunter squeezed the man's neck even tighter and started shouting loudly. He was shouting that Yu Ilshin would never be able to speak again in his life. But the young god didn't care about all the fuss. Then he activated his divine finger and said that he didn't have any, so the old man definitely needs to sleep and heal. But Go Saduk, what did the man say? He only wanted to take revenge on him for all his words and actions. But suddenly he felt really bad. He fell to the ground and started holding his chest and said he had heart problems. After that, blood started to flow from his mouth and some dark smoke started from his body. Yu Ilshin could not believe that everything had already started because he had not done anything. Then sweat began to flow from his face. The main character used his blind eye of God and found out that this man was 61 years old, and he was the victim of a night of vivid male fantasies. When his wife saw all this, she was very frightened. She began to cry and began to fly very quickly to her beloved. She did not want her lover to die, the old man asked in his frightened voice if this ability belonged to Yu Il-shin. After that, the old man got up very quickly and started crawling to the little angel lying next to him. Lilith said that it was really her, and Yu Il-shin brought her back to normal now. They can see each other whenever they want because she will be in all dimensions, but she would be a spiritual form. At that moment, the old hunter became even worse. He had even more blood and began to scream even louder, and Lilith began to cry a lot. Then, with tears, she turned to her god and began to beg him to save him, because her beloved was about to die right before her eyes. But Yu Il-shin looked sternly at the whole situation and did not answer anything. He was thinking about what decision to make because he understood that Lilith did not tell him everything, so he decided to better look into her story. All the events continue in some other place where the big price started to crumble, and behind it something very strange started to appear. Behind this wall was a large purple eye of an evil goddess, and a red fire was burning, and in front of it was Go-Saduk on his knees, with the body of his beloved. The evil goddess was very angry. She said that Lilith had deceived her a lot, and because of this she would be very sorry. She did not want to leave it like that. The situation was really very bad because the woman was lying on Go-Saduk's lap and dying. It seemed that the end would soon come. As it turned out, the goddess put a seal on the body of Go-Saduk. With this, she wanted to realize her revenge. Then she turned to Lilith and said that she was all to blame for this. Because now that she was reborn, her husband would die and make her a sacrifice of his soul. But Lilith didn't hear anything because she was practically dead, and guessed how deeply she was already a goddess. Because if Lilith were to be reborn again, Go-Saduk would be overwhelmed with incredible disappointment and pain. She cast this curse she wanted more than anything to take revenge on the whole woman and make her whole life a horrible nightmare. But Yu Il-shin said that you won't do it because he was here now, and they wanted to protect all S-class hunters. He apologized to Go-Saduk and prepared to touch him with his divine finger, which was filled with great power. After that, he activated his abilities once more and brought his finger closer to the same curse that was on the old man's chest. At this moment, the terrible seal began to collapse unexpectedly for everyone. It was clear that all Yu Il-shin's magic was really working. Il-shin actually put a lot of energy into his attack, because it was not as easy as it seemed. Fortunately, after a short period of time, he managed to completely remove all this from the man's body. The main character was happy, because now he learned that his divine index finger can be used in this way to remove evil seals. Suddenly, a very scary voice started shouting that a man has no right to do something like that at this time. Hole began to appear in the large building. It was clear that a large portal with the goddess was opening. The stone building began to quickly collapse. A big wind appeared around, and the aura that was around was very bad, and everyone understood it. But despite all this, the main character was not afraid. He said that he was waiting for the very moment when the goddess would appear in front of him. In his eyes there was confidence and charisma. The goddess began to shout very loudly that the man had no right to interfere in their affairs because they had signed their contract. She began to say that this little man was a parasite who would die very soon, but the young god remained calm. He only decided to analyze this goddess and found out that it was the same night of vivid male fantasies, and she was 60 million years old, and she was the final embodiment of a great goddess who once existed. Yu Il-shin didn't understand which ultimate goddess it was talking about, but it seemed to him that it was the same as with the terrible sun god. But in the end, he said that it just sounded very cool. He had no fear. Il-shin was confident in himself and realized that he was now definitely stronger and was ready to fight. The main character mentioned that in the last fight he didn't have a sword or the new divine skills he got, and now he had almost everything he needed. This time he didn't even need support from the sword demon and his little ants. His eyes suddenly lit up, but he felt even more strength in himself. After that, he rushed to attack the very angry goddess who did not expect that this small creature could be so insolent and narcissistic. The author of the web novel was indifferent to the fact that there was a very long distance, and he needed to spend a lot of energy. He just wanted revenge on this goddess of yours for all that she did, and he also said that she herself was a parasite and he would never lose to her in a fight. After which he activated the sword of the heavenly demon. This very big, such powerful energy appeared around him, with the help of which he moved quickly, and the great goddess was shocked. After which the main character struck a powerful blow directly on the big eye of this terrible creature. The evil woman began to scream very loudly. It was incredibly painful. At that moment, a big, angry man filled with red energy landed on ordinary Earth. When people saw him, they were very scared. They thought it was a monster. But at one point, the young god calmed down and asked them all to flee from the scene of events, because here he had a very cruel fight with one very terrible goddess. Fog appeared around the face of this angry goddess of the night. Her voice changed very much. She asked how he even dared to attack. She suddenly began to destroy the whole beautiful sky. You let out a lot of lightning, you Ilshin. What does a woman want, and why did she look so strange? Then the winged goddess began to open her big creepy portal even more, and said that no goddess of rank had ever dared to even look at her. So now she would show what she was really capable of. But the pumped-up man didn't care. In his opinion, they were all the same and told a lot of lies. And then he said that he was really looking forward to seeing what she would show. Then a stalker named Generous Heart said something in an incomprehensible language. Then the hero Yu was really scared because of what he saw. It was very scary. It began to seem to him that she was of the same level as the god of chaos. Then her body changed rapidly, and a large green spoon began to appear. It seemed that she was turning into someone. Her beautiful face disappeared somewhere, and instead a lot of sharp teeth appeared. She became like a terrible monster. In the end, it was a large giant head with very sharp teeth and purple eyes that stared eerily at its victim. Yu Ilshin looked at all this with shock, because he did not expect that the goddess could change so radically and become so strong. Heroic, he wanted to look very terrible indeed, and now he was as confident as at the beginning of this whole struggle. Then the silent nightmare offered him a deal. He was only willing to destroy this goddess if Yu Ilksen sacrificed 10 million human beings. 1,000 knives cutting space, said that it would be better to be this hunter, and then all the problems were finished. Everything was fine with Gosaduk now. He watched with his beloved all these terrible events that were happening. Yu Hronu made an analysis and found out that this man was the owner of the land connected with the fate of this god of the night of vivid fantasies of men. Now it seemed to the main character that he had made a mistake because he saved this man, and if he had not done this, this goddess would not have come to them and started destroying everything. But he also did not want to destroy this old man. He wanted to see a really very happy ending like in Kino, and he has never written a bad ending in his web novels. However, he was truly frightened by the powerful level of this goddess of the night, because she was the former god of chaos, whom he feared the most. Looking at her face, all the people's hearts stopped, because they saw in front of them a terrible monster of an incredibly high level, who wanted to destroy the circles himself. But Yu Ilshin said that the goddess was a shadow of her past object. The terrible monster replied that he had destroyed more than one world, and because of that he had much more experience than in his life. The current goddess of chaos said that even though she was a little weakened, and it was no problem for her to destroy this world and this low-ranking god, and then with her big eyes, she shot a powerful laser straight down. The brave man just stood below and watched everything she did. He was not afraid at all. Then he decided to activate the transfer in the abilities of his only warrior and Song Min. They should be very useful. But Sadok shouted to his son-in-law to run away very quickly, because he would not be able to defeat this terrible goddess without a large team of strong hunters. But the huntress didn't care. His body had become steel due to his warrior ability, and now his hands were filled with the energy and magic of the huntress. An incredibly large ray of the goddess of chaos fell on him. She tried to destroy the man, but the strong man did not give up. He only used his energy and tried to defend himself. After that, he decided to use a combo of steel body and telekinesis, and started to put even more power into this attack. Now he not only managed to stop this terrible ray of light, but also took the initiative and began to attack a little. Two powerful Ganneria met. There were a lot of sparks around. No one understood who could win. But at that moment a great ray of divine energy began to approach the goddess more and more. She became fearful because it was dangerous for her. Then, combined with his great hand, he delivered a very, very powerful blow directly to the face of this terrible monster that appeared from the heavens. This blow was so powerful that it threw the former house goddess back into the dimension and failed and did a lot of damage. Because of this, she became even more angry. Gwosaduk and his angel couldn't believe that this son-in-law was really that strong. And in his opinion, it was almost impossible because to defeat this goddess, it would take at least 10 S-class hunters. But Ilshin liked the fact that the old man continued to call him his son-in-law, so he still wanted to make the ending bad and destroy him. But in any case, the problems that were right now were much more important, so he shouldn't think about this old man, because he understood that he only made this goddess angrier, and she now wanted to use even more of her energy to attack. He was also troubled by the fact that she was so strong, and this blow only angered her and did not do much damage to her. He wanted this sky to be completely closed, and it could no longer climb out. So he raised his index finger up and began to use the power of his divine index finger. It was really impressive because now the entire night sky obeyed the commands of this young god, and it really began to close. The brave warrior began to use so that more energy. He shouted that the goddess would not crawl back and no longer disturb this world with her terrible face. But the goddess of chaos did not want to give up. She took this heavenly sky in her own hands and began to restrain its closing. The goddess laughed and asked the man how he even dared to challenge her, because he was only a low-ranking god who was not capable of anything at all. Now she held the sky with her two hands, and it was clear that she would open it. After that, she delivered an incredible big blow straight down. She wanted to face this people's god who challenged her because it was not a worthy fight. It was very scary for everyone to see how the author of the web novel flew a very large stream of very powerful energy, but the hero did not give up. He understood that now it is necessary to use his good abilities because a brave man. This powerful energy will completely destroy him. All the people who looked at it were really shocked because they understood that now the end of this battle could come. But the young god did not find better ways of defense, so he used his divine finger again. After that, there was just a gigantic explosion that the whole city saw. All the people were very scared. No one knew what happened to their main defender of their city and whether he managed to survive. Go! Saduk began to shout very loudly. It seemed to him that the main character had definitely survived this blow, because he could have been too strong. Lilith was also already worried about their hero. After the big, thick smoke after the explosion dispersed, you could see Yu Ilshin lying on the ground and unconscious, and there was a very big mark from this blow under him. The main character in his weak voice said that it was really very terrible, and the strong creature was too painful for him. The woman was very pleased. She said that this was just the beginning, and such a weak god as he would not be able to stop anyone. The boy was really in a lot of pain. He understood that she was several times stronger than the fiery god against whom he was fighting, but at that moment, he remembered that he was also different, because now he possessed a different power, and then he activated the Golden God title. The former goddess of chaos was very worried. She did not understand what kind of bright light you were and what kind of strange aura was coming from this man. She didn't know exactly what it was, but she understood that it was really very strong, which could cause her a lot of trouble and pain, so she was afraid. At this moment, the main character began to possess thanks to his magic. There was a lot of energy around him, and on his head was a ring like a real holy god. Then he loudly activated the combo of evil and good god energy overflowed his whole body. All he wanted was revenge on this monster, after which he will strike one very strong blow with all his energy, and there will be a lot of lightning around. This blow flew straight at his opponent, who was still in the law of heaven. It was clear that it was really unpleasant because the man now possessed really strong power. She just couldn't understand how this low-ranking god could create something like that. It was simply unbelievable because the power he used was only available to not very strong gods. Yu Ilshin continued his attack with even more blows and ordered the monstrous animal to die completely and never enter their planet again. This blow was so strong to death that it scared the goddess House Oksana. The circles were simply in divine energy. All this was so powerful that the goddess of chaos completely disappeared in her world. There she could not do anything else because she was already as if dead. All the traces that were in the sky began to suddenly disappear. It was clear that the giant portal was also closing, and the man activated his divine finger. And he still continued to look up. He wanted to make sure that he really succeeded. After that, the message was forgotten that the goddess was really dead, and she was worthy of 6 S classes. Yu Ilshin liked it very much. He understood that this time he even got more because the previous time in Against the Great Sun, he only got 4 S classes. Now, he had a new mission to raise his class. He needed to collect 100 victims who possessed S class. Realized that it might not take him much time, because for big monsters, he was given a lot of S classes. Meanwhile, the angels began to destroy the body of Go Saduk, but the evil god did not understand why they were doing it. Angels lowered the body right in front of Yu Ilshin's feet, but the young god did not understand what was happening to this old man, because his beloved returned to him and he defeated the terrible goddess of the night. Lilith then turned to the young god. She said that her husband was dying right now. She explained that the seal was indeed gone, but the curse was still on this man. She asked him to save him. Yu Ilshin did not forget that the curse remains, even if the god who imposed this curse died. He also did not want to lose this man because he could be really very precious for his S-class piggy bank. Simply used the ringless finger of God who could heal and touched the man's forehead with it. After some time, the man in purple clothes got up very quickly and was surprised. It seemed to him that it was almost impossible because he was alive again. He said that even the best S-class hunters could not heal from such terrible and strong curses until the curse was imposed by a powerful goddess. Little woman Angel began to hug her husband and thank God for saving him. Again, the woman promised that she would never forget all his kindness. Yu Ilshin was satisfied with this, because he understood that it was the same good ending that he was waiting for, and in any case, he was in favor of a good ending, so he tried to do. Then a message appeared that the Archangel and Go Saduk believed in him, and now he had 12 followers. This status surprised the main character. He realized that the woman probably kept her status because she was a general. A few weeks later, the events continue in Brazil near the dungeon of the S-class hunters, which was not far away. Arcana was there to some very large creature and told this story of what had happened to them. The creature with a red nose was not happy about what was happening. But at that moment, the angry woman said that everything was fine, and she could even help this foot and mouth because she knew a way how to take revenge on his mother because he wanted it very much. After hearing this, the monster was really interested. She understood 100 billion army of little red monsters and several really strong gods were dead, and the emperor would actually destroy her if he found out. That's why she wanted to use this big panther because, in her opinion, he could really defeat Yu Ilshin before their big operator came back. Then Arcana confirmed her words and said that indeed she found a way to take revenge on his mother. She explained that she had a power and a plan that would help destroy the evil god Yu Ilshin, who had caused so much harm to them and others as well. This interested the big monster. His eyes lit up and he told the woman to continue speaking this plan. As it turned out, this box was really incredibly large and sat on a large stone throne, and next to it were his guards, also lizards. Meanwhile, the main character was on the ground, but as if he was sleeping, he did not understand what was happening at all. But he was. Then he saw in front of him a big pumped-up man with American shorts and a big gold on his neck. This monster was really incredibly big and strong. Yu Ilshin was really fascinated by these beautiful forms. How long had this man been fighting there? Who would fight with such a build? But suddenly, he realized that he was seeing this man for the first time. I asked who he was. The big duck answered that it was he, the same eternal seeker of truth. And he said that there was a very urgent conversation that could not be postponed for a long time. The pumped-up man replied that one of the followers of the god of chaos and his clone had awakened, and it was really very difficult, and the boy had to do a lot to get a chance to defeat him. He had to go to the festival of the gods because he was there, but to do that, the man had to get the power of a god, middle class. But at this moment, the young god began to wake up in the real reality and regime. What was happening in general, and did he dream it all? Then he quickly got up. He was at his desk, so he had to work, but he was disturbed by this dream. It seemed to him that it could really be reality. The man really sounded very big and pumped up, like a real, true seeker. The truth is, last time this man had dark skin and was bald. Ilshin did not believe that it could be some new stalker. He himself said that he wanted very much to become a god of the middle class, but you did not understand which copy of the follower of the god of chaos he was talking about. At that moment, a female angel appeared near him and scared him very much with her presence. Lilith was very happy and understood that their god had woken up. Then she said that she would call her husband, because the doctor was treating him right now and examining all his wounds. But she added that her husband really wanted to ask Yu Ilshin something very important when he woke up. This really interested Yu. He understood what this old man wanted from him, because it seemed to him that he would ask for his grandchildren in a dream and offer him a large sum of money. Suddenly, an angelic result of the work appeared. A message appeared that the Cupids performed a real miracle in his tribe, and because of this, increased the rapid growth of all its inhabitants. It was really very nice because now the number of inhabitants increased by 30,000. The main character didn't have to do anything. Yu Ilshin became just crazy because all his results increased, and he didn't put in any effort. He really liked it and wanted it to continue like this. Angel asked if everything was in order, and Master Yu asked that everything was fine, and asked if it would be better for his beloved wife to be with her handsome husband now. Lilith said that she was alive because God resurrected her and gave her a new life because of his mercy, and because of that she obeyed all his orders and requests. Yu was puzzled. He did not expect that the woman would behave so strangely. He asked her what was better for her. But suddenly all his thoughts ended up because he heard some very strange sounds coming from outside. They were sounds that were similar to some kind of struggle. Someone shouted that a battle was taking place against the strong S-class. It really interested the author of the web novel. He understood what was happening on the street, so he began to look and saw that there was a demon sword and Shin. They were both very focused and preparing for the fight. People who were nearby placed their bets on both strong opponents. Yu Shin was furious. He didn't understand how the demon could do such a mean thing to her, and asked the demon. All the passers-by were really impressed by all these events. They started filming all these struggles and conversations. Shin continued talking, and asked where she was. How could he leave her alone on an island where there were no people, and which was very far away? She said that she almost died on the way home, and added that it was really very difficult to do. The demon is indebted to himself because he understood that he made a big mistake. He wanted to bury Shin right there on this deserted island so that she could no longer get out. Shin was just being gullible. She took out her weapon and said that even though they were very good friends, she couldn't just see it that way. After that, she very quickly said that she would destroy this sword demon completely and take his soul from him. But the demon only worsened the situation and asked Shin to attack Neva harder. He wanted to show all the heavenly power. The people who were nearby were really excited because they brought popcorn and started watching this whole fight. It seemed like they were watching some movie where there were two mighty titans. Everyone was wondering who would win. God Ilshin and Archangel Lilith were also watching all of this carefully. To Yu Ilshin that this S-class woman must be very strong indeed, because she decided to fight the sword demon once more. Suddenly the man turned and said that it was time for lunch, and he had never been wrong, so you could rest and relax. He began to drool when he remembered that the same chicken soup that was very tasty should be on the menu today, because Yu Ilshin is sure that he could not miss it. After that, they both forgot about this big fight between the demon and Shin, and went to the dining room to have a good time. After a few minutes, the main character and the angel were sitting at the table and eating the same soup with chicken. The room was empty, so only they were there. It seemed to the nameless god that he really did very well when he decided to become a professor. Because now we always got such good and quality food for free, it seemed like it was just a gift. Then he wished the little archangel bon appetit. Meanwhile, a familiar body was flying behind him on the street. At this very moment, the large body of the sword demon completely destroyed the roof and fell on the very table where Ilshin and Archangel were comfortably dining. I did not expect this gift at all. Then all the food started flying around and the same delicious soup with chicken was destroyed. Yu Ilshin watched everything and could not believe that this could be reality. Archangel was also shocked. She couldn't believe that her delicious food was flying everywhere. She was also shocked when she saw Demon's body on the table. The table was completely destroyed because this man was really very heavy and fell, and at a very great height, one could officially forget about a delicious dinner. The demon was really in a lot of pain and several of his bones were broken, but he didn't want to stop. He wanted to take revenge on Shin Yu that his nasty blows. But there was no need to wait very long because Yu Shin herself had come to this building and was ready to continue fighting. She stood on the broken window with her own and looked with her own eyes at her opponent and addressed him very loudly. She ordered the sword demon to surrender here and now because he was not a brave man of her level, but she would completely destroy him here and now. But Yu Ilshin liked everything that happened around him. He was only thinking about his delicious chicken soup. Then the woman noticed him and realized that it was the same god that the demon was talking about. She was convinced that it was the same proclaimed god who belonged to the organization of the three heroes, but the young god, he was incredibly disappointed. Shin pointed her finger at the hero and said that it was very good that they met. Now can he answer for all that he did to the monster demon and for the organization of the three heroes that he himself created? The man was in no mood. You didn't understand why this crazy S-class woman kept telling him about this stupid organization of the three heroes now. The professor wanted to go get himself some new food, but Jin didn't want to just leave him like that. She said she would get all the information she needed out of this self-proclaimed god and said that he needed to repent for all that he had done. Ilshin's mood was really terrible. He didn't care about all this stupid talk with Yu Shin. He was mad that Yu Shin was not giving him peace with this stupid organization. A red light began to appear around him, and all the objects that were far from him began to tremble. There was no hatred. The low-rank god just wanted to kill this Shin Yu, completely destroyed his dinner. And he didn't even get to try one spoonful of this delicious and beautiful dusty soup. This really scared the woman. She didn't understand why this self-proclaimed man was so mad at her over some stupid chicken soup. But for him, his dinners were the most important things to have in his life. Besides, he got them for free, so now he was preparing to punish Yu Shin. His plans were very serious indeed. His eyes were filled with evil magic, and it was clear that he was turning into an evil god. So he wielded an ultra sword called 1,000 Knives that cut space. As it turned out, this small spoon became his sword, and some very strong energy began to flow from it, and it also began to tremble in the hero's hands. The demon looked at all this from the side and understood that Yu Shin was really crazy, because she had summoned the sword god himself to a duel. Now he wanted to see how his opponent would die right now. The S-class woman was really scared. She understood that this man was some kind of crazy, and the spoon in his hands seemed really strong and gave off some strange aura. But her fear ended when she saw that this self-proclaimed god started making strange moves. Now she wanted to show the power of her true sword to this other idiot. But Yu Ilshin was thinking about him. He just wanted to take revenge for not eating you anything. He promised to order Shin Yu with his big spoon. According to Shin, in front of a man who managed to brainwash Songmin and the sword demon, but she did not want to just give up and want her power. And then a big, strong blue snake spirit appeared around her. She activated the school from the family sword and the poisonous effect. She wanted to do everything possible to get her husband right now because she failed to do it last time. With her snake power, she started running right at this crazy man who was doing some very strange movements with his eyes closed. But Yu Ilshin seemed to control this situation without even opening his eyes. His hatred simply knew no bounds. His skull lit up, and now it was as if he had completely woken up, because he was ready for the day. After that, he raised his spoon straight up in the air and didn't do anything else. And he acted really very calm, even though inside you would be angry, but he wanted revenge. At this moment, he just very quickly and skillfully hit the superwoman with this spoon right on the head, and then very quickly jumped a few steps forward. Considering the fact that even this spoon seemed very small and insignificant, after the blow Shin Yu had a lot of blood. She did not understand what it was, and how it could happen so quickly. Yu Ilshin somehow hit her very hard with the spoon and seemed to quickly teleport to a completely different place. Shin go just like that, and now he would fight to the end. He looked at this spilled broth lying on the ground and said that Shin would cry as much as there was so much substance in this beautiful broth that he did not try. Shin stood up. She didn't understand why this stupid man was talking about his chicken soup again. She thought that he was really the stupidest opponent she had ever met. But the hands of the author of the web novel were sewn again with magic. He could not with his own ears that the woman called the chicken soup stupid. His spoon also glowed with energy and became very hot. For such terrible words, the man wanted to really kill Shin right there with his own hands. But Shin said that last time she simply relaxed too much and this time she will definitely win much stronger. But Yu Il-shin didn't answer anything. He just listened to all these excuses that the S-class woman told him. But suddenly what she saw in front of her face incredibly shocked her. It was Yu Il-shin. He was standing right in front of her with his magic spoon and could deliver a powerful blow. But in his scary voice he said that he was very interested to see how Shin would become stronger. Shin got up crazy. She understood that it was the man who came too fast, and almost because of this she started to strike hard and fast with her weapon. But Il-shin really didn't care. He defended himself from all these blows with his little spoon, and surprised Shin. She didn't understand how he could be so fast. He not only defended himself but also attacked. So at one point he did not give her a big blow with a spoon on the head and it hurt. The hunter added that it was a chicken breast that he had not tasted, and the woman almost fell to the ground from great pain. Then she became angry because she understood that the man was talking about his stupid chicken soup again. Then she quickly stood up and prepared to strike hard with her knife. She wanted to destroy this self-proclaimed god forever so that he would no longer talk about chicken breasts and soups. But nothing worked. The man continued to hit her head very hard with his spoon and took revenge on her for the chicken soup. That after some time she received even more blows on her face and was already on her feet. She did not know what she should do in such a case. Yu Il-shin began to approach her and asked if this was all Shin was capable of. He said that she was not ready to surrender, and he needed her to learn her lesson. Young God began to shout that all these blows were only for one plate of this soup. There were two, so he wanted to continue the fight. Yu-shin said that she really underestimated her opponent, and now she must use the same secret weapon that she didn't want to use, because all the people who were nearby could get hurt. After that, her eyes glowed with magic and she activated the twin sword Taiji around her, and energy was created. The demon was confused. He didn't understand what this strange hurricane of energy was coming straight from her. Now he couldn't see anything. He began to shout that the woman seemed crazy because she would easily kill many innocent civilians who were not far from the academy. But Shin continued to scream. She said that it was all because of the sword demon and because he ignored her for such a long time. Then she activated the special technique of the changing school and rushed to attack. Really very strange things were happening around her. On top was a large dragon filled with mighty power that appeared right at its new opponent. This monster opened its mouth and prepared to swallow Yu Il-shin and end this whole fight. But the man stood calmly and held a large spoon in his hands. It seemed as if he had no fear at all against this monster. In addition, she also activated the secret technique of the Gorkha sect, and together all the buildings began to have petals and a very pleasant smell. All the students were surprised, but they really liked this aroma. Yu-shin was getting closer and closer to her opponent. She said that she didn't care about all the civilians anymore. The goal was to destroy this self-proclaimed god. The man remained calm and prepared to apply to his spoon. He also ordered it to disappear completely. After that, the man threw just one punch and completely destroyed the giant dragon that wanted to punch him and all her pink magic. It seemed almost impossible. The woman was simply scared to death, understood who you were, the self-proclaimed god. It was her best ability, and with it she defeated not only the S-classes but even the SS classes. But this self-proclaimed god stopped her with just one spoon. She really couldn't understand who he was and what power he possessed, and it seemed that he was SSS class. Then she really began to believe that it was from them to be a sword god who was born in this world and was ready to destroy all organs around. After that, he walked towards the trembling Shin with his spoon in his hands and said that the woman was just too stupid to fight him. After that, he delivered a final blow from which his opponent very quickly fell to the ground and dropped her weapon. It was clear that she was defeated. Suddenly, the main character was surprised because he saw that someone was running towards him. As it turned out, it was the same demon with dark hair. he was very worried and ran to his god. After that, he very quickly fell on the ground and began to worship his god for all that he had done. But at this point, he also added that Yushin was really very bad and was serving her own death anyway. But he begged God not to kill Yushin. The sword god was surprised. He did not understand why the sword demon did not want this terrible woman hunter to die, because some time ago he himself wanted to kill her with his own hands. Then Shin Yu began to appeal to the sword demon. She said that she knew that he would not let her perish, and they thanked him for his care and salvation. Then Yu Ilshin said that the demon does not need to worry because he will take care of everything. But the demon that his sword god still wants to finish this duel and kill Yushin. He was very worried about this heroine. Then he took the weapon that belonged to Yushin and said that he simply could not allow this. He wanted to kill himself. He said that he would share the fate of Yushin, but Ilshin thought that it was all just stupid theater and that the sword demon did not need to be dramatized as usual. After which he activated telekinesis and his finger lit up. He was good as always. At that moment, the sharp sword that was in the hands of the sword demon very quickly rose into the air. It was clear that the sword god controlled it, but the sword demon was surprised. He did not understand how this was even possible. Then, Yu Ilshin explained that he only wanted to help his opponent, and because of that there was no need to dramatize and make such a stupid performance. The sword demon was confused. He didn't understand what his young god was talking about, because he himself had promised to destroy Yushin for breaking through his dinner. However, Yu Ilshin did not want to explain much. He only activated his ring finger that could heal and directed his green energy. After that, the whole body of this woman began to glow with green magic, which began to seep into her body, filling her with vitality and energy. After that, she began to slowly open her eyes, not understanding what was happening around her. Suddenly, she looked at her hands and did not understand how this was even possible because everything was fine with them and she did not have any wounds and injuries. It seemed as if she was completely reborn. After that, he stood up and started laughing at his opponent. He said that it was his powerful sword god that he belonged to and served. Yushin confirmed that this god was very strong. She sat on your lap and thought about this strong god who had just saved her from a terrible death. After that, she disappeared to the ground and said that the man was the real god of the sword and began to apologize for not believing in it earlier. But for some reason, Yu Ilshin had some very bad feelings. It seemed to them that it would all end somehow very badly. After that, the S-class woman slowly stood up with her eyes closed. She couldn't look this god straight in the eye. Meanwhile, the demon stood aside and was very happy. He understood that everyone finally managed to prove to Shin that the sword god was really strong. And in the meantime, the people who were on the street began to shout loudly about the victory of their Professor Yu over Shin. They said that they never doubted their god and always believed in him. But behind them all stood some suspicious man in dark clothes and said that he had finally found what he needed. He was more extraordinary than people, and his eyes glowed with magic, purple magic. Yu Ilshin did not see him. He understood that something was very strange, because he had some kind of feeling. The man in the suit said that it was necessary to urgently inform the organization of the three heroes, because this was actually what they were looking for. Suddenly, Shin quickly disappeared to the ground. Everyone was scared because they did not understand what was happening. It seemed that the woman was not feeling well and had some kind of attack. As it turned out, she only asked for the sword god to become her master and take her as a student. A message appeared in which it was said that Yu Shin was now also a crazy fan of Yu Ilshin and was ready to serve him all her life. Then another S-class believer was added to the list, and now the young god had 13 believing followers. Usually Yu Ilshin was always happy with S-classes. But this time the main character was not happy, because he said there was one problem. Shin did not understand what the sword god was talking about. She was ready to do anything to become a disciple. Then Yu Ilshin explained that he had really prepared very hard for his dinner and was very hungry, so he couldn't just forgive her everything. Ilshin said that now she should also apologize properly to him and to the chicken. Confused, Yushin replied that she was really very ashamed for interrupting her god's sacred meal. Suddenly a message came on her phone and she asked Yu Ilshin to wait a moment. Unexpectedly, she quickly called someone and asked how much money they had in reserve. Yu Ilshin liked this conversation because it seemed that it was supposed to be a pleasant surprise. After some time, 2 suitcases filled with money were brought to him. The young professor was incredibly happy. He understood that now it all belonged to him. He was also interested in how much money was there. Of course, he guessed that Yushin was rich, but he did not know that so much. A man in a suit bowed before him and introduced himself as the general manager of Ozone Group and asked Ilshin to take care of Shin. The woman came closer and explained that there was not much money here, but she hoped that it would be a good compensation for the spilled soup with chicken. This compensation, in the opinion of the man, was crazy. Then she once again began to ask God to take her student, and she promised that she would do everything that God commanded and would try very hard to become stronger. But the sword demon did not like all this. He said that his God was not so simple that one could easily buy a place from him in order to learn and become stronger. Yu Ilshin did not want to spoil this situation, and asked his servant to run 100 laps right now, and explained that this was a very urgent task that needed to be completed. After that, the demon blue quickly ran to fulfill the order of his God. In his opinion, it was really very important. He said that he would fulfill it as quickly as possible. A man hit a woman in the eyes. Can he take as a student the one who recently wanted to kill him? In his opinion, it was really very dangerous, and he did not fully trust her. Shin understood, and therefore apologized to God for not being worthy, and for having tried him some time ago, and wanted to somehow make the sword god forget about their conflicts. Then Yu Ilshin said that he saw how the girl really suffered and understood that she had really good intentions. So he also added that destroying the food was not a mortal sin, and in general, he was a very good god. The woman said that this man was really very kind, and was infinitely grateful to him for all that he did for her. She said that now she understood why the demon of the sword served him. She burst into tears and asked the master if he would take her as his student, because she wanted it very much. Yu Ilshin understood that he might have another very crazy believing follower. Besides, she already had a very high class. He didn't know what could be done with her because it was not a profitable position. 1,000 knives that cut the space said that this is how business works. And because of this, he was very proud that the young god already understands all this so well. Yu Ilshin wanted to refuse this woman, but he did not want to lose a large amount of money. So he began to think of new ideas. How to do it in order to still get money. After a few minutes of thinking, one brilliant idea came to him. In his opinion, everything was simply simpler than it seemed. The woman saw that the god's face became joyful. It seemed to her that he had decided to accept her as a disciple. Then Yu Ilshin asked again if she wanted to become his disciple, and Shin confirmed it. He said that he would treat her a little differently than everyone else because she was stronger than the others. As it turned out, he gave her the book that contained all the secret techniques with the sword and other martial arts. Shin was very surprised because she did not expect such a gift, that the god of the sword gives her such a precious material. Therefore, she asked if it was true, and Yu Ilshin confirmed it that he was very kind and wanted to give gifts. The main character was also very happy that he managed to get rid of this nuclear book because he did not use it. Besides, he paid a lot of money to the stalker for it. He ordered the woman to keep silent about all the secret techniques that were in that book, and after that she should return if she succeeds in doing all this. Then he will take her as his student and work with her. This made Shin think. She understood that these techniques were really very difficult and serious. She wasn't sure that she could do it all. Ilshin noticed that the woman was somewhat angry, so he asked if she could do all this. Shin answered that she would definitely do it, and when she learns all this, then she will be able to pass all the exams. Her eyes were just shining with happiness. She understood that now she had to study and work a lot, and Ilshin would also be happy because he understood that he had successfully implemented his plans. When he said that he was definitely waiting for her to return when they learned these techniques, and he also added that she had no right to meet him anywhere in her life until she did all this. Then the woman bowed and asked her husband to go to her right now and start studying all this. Yu Ilshin was very happy. He told her to start studying right now and gave her the go-ahead. After that, the woman turned around very quickly and left with her book in her hands. She started reading right away because she wanted to become a student as soon as possible. And Yu was angry because he understood that so far everything was going according to his beautiful plan. Then he began to think about what he could do with this large amount of money. He had a very good imagination, and he already imagined what A would buy. Meanwhile, outside the Hunter Academy building, the same big man in dark sports clothes was standing and talking on the phone. If it was a secret agent of the academic division of the organization of the three heroes in the Dark Ghost, he reported that the book was stolen by Yu Xin. He said that he absolutely needs to get this book back, and for that, they probably need to send some killers directly to her to deal with this situation. Then the events continue in China, where some girl in a red dress defeated a big dragon with the help of her sword. She was incredibly strong. As it turned out, she was putting her great sword right into the body of this dragon, and a very strange red glow began to appear around it. It was truly impressive. This great and effective glow began to spread throughout the large body of this terrible dead creature. After a while, the glow began to return to the sword, and the dragon's body suddenly began to turn gray. It seemed as if she had taken all its color from him. This heroine was surprised. In her opinion, it was really some very weak S-class monster, understood why she had to fight against such weak monsters. She explained that for his sword, these monsters would be really weak, and she didn't like to fight. As it turned out, it was one of the strongest hunters in China named Xiao Min. At this moment, a man on your clothes jumped up unexpectedly from her and turned to the great and powerful woman Xiao Min. A man in a creepy mask reported that a new order had arrived from the organization of the three heroes, that Xiao needed to get rid of a Korean professor named Yu Il-shin, who appeared to be an SS-class hunter. The girl was happy when she heard that she would finally get a worthy opponent with whom she can fight normally. But the man in the mask said that before she destroys him, she must first take one book. Her sword was really very angry. He wanted to get as much blood as possible. The woman asked him to wait a little because very soon they finally replenish their blood supply and get a good fight. Then the events continue in the Hunter Academy, where the man was a canteen and what with his big suitcases in which there was a lot of money. In my opinion, that he was really incredibly cool because he was not only a very strong god, and now he was also very rich, so it was a really great feeling for him. He also wanted to know a little more about the organization of those three heroes, because he felt that something was wrong here, and he felt as if some kind of danger was threatening him. Also remembered the words of a big pumped-up man who told him that one of the copies of the followers of the god of chaos had awakened. It seemed to Yu Il-shin that all this was somehow connected together in. At that moment, he saw a demon sword in front of him. Young God was surprised you didn't expect a demon to finish it so quickly, and the man with long hair said that it was really not enough for him. Il-shin then said that they both did a good job, so now they deserved a reward and could go out together for chicken and beer, where she liked the idea, so he supported his master. After a while, the events continue in Yu Il-shin's apartment. Demon was drunk because he drank too much beer, but with the boy, it was okay because he did it quite often. Yu Il-shin noticed that his appetites grew along with his divine power, because now he had eaten about several dozen fried chickens, but he was satisfied. It didn't matter that I spent a lot of money. I realized that he invested in his health and his strength to the point that he could afford it because he was very rich. He was grateful to Yu Xin-ah that she was so foolish, and gave him a lot of compensation money. Also, with this money, he bought himself a whole house, and now he owned this incredible place. He really liked his life to be full of opportunities and good moments. In his opinion, it was really the right decision because he was God, and one must live for a real God. Besides, he saved a lot of human lives, and this was his reward for his work. Yu Il-shin really liked to eat and drink, but he didn't like to clean up. But now he had a very big mountain of bones on his table. He really didn't have the strength to clean all that big mountain of bones. The first thing that came to his mind was to hire a cleaning lady, and then he thought he could use his telekinesis. But at that moment, several bones started and seemed to move, but Yu Il-shin could not understand it. It seemed that it was simply impossible, because he did not use his telekinesis. Suddenly, some of the pigtails turned black. He did not understand what was happening. After all, some already thick smoke was coming from them, and they moved. It scared him. With the master, in which it was said that new abilities appeared, such as communication. How he freed General Shah Yakshiv and other abilities also appeared. As it turned out, the more Yu was dissatisfied, the harder they worked. Man, because I carefully read this text, he was actually very surprised by everything that was happening. He did not understand that these were abilities that appeared. He read this message and didn't understand much, so he decided that it would be better to use all his abilities in practice and activated the connection, like Go Saduka. After that, some very large and powerful beam appeared, which was directed directly at this big bone. It seemed that the main character controlled this whole process. Some very strange objects with large dark eyes began to appear near his table, which carefully followed the very events that were taking place. It really scared the man. He didn't understand what kind of monster appeared in his room. It seemed that everything should have worked a little differently. These big monsters became even stronger, and their eyes lit up. They began to move even closer to Yu Ilshin, who did not understand what was happening and did not know what happened. A black object with glowing red eyes began to look at Yu Ilshin, but spoke about some kind of revenge. The other dark ravens in the houses also began to loudly shout revenge on this man for first killing them and then frying them. After that, they all began to quickly attack Yu Ilshin. He was scared to death by his abilities. He didn't understand what kind of stupid magic it was, nor did he understand why these birds wanted to take revenge on him so much. Then he realized that it was the same fried bird legs that he had eaten. He said that he could understand her and added that revenge was inappropriate now. At that moment, all these strange ravens in armor began to cry out loudly and beg the merciful God who brought them back to life to let them kill for his name's sake. The man didn't know what to do because these animals were really crazy, and besides, she was quite strong with her armor and sharp beaks and paws. A message appeared asking the young god if he wanted to send these yaksha chickens to his empire. In his opinion, it was really one of the good ideas. And what would it solve his problems? But he was interested in where exactly these strange and haunted chickens would be sent, because it was said that they would be sent to some secret place. Then the explanation was forgotten that they would be sent to a secret formation where red soldiers of the army were bred en masse, and it was from the sources of strength and funding. Then the man smiled. It seemed that the Red Imperial Army was becoming really too arrogant because they were using small chickens and other creatures and to get even more of their power. Now he wanted revenge for everything they had done to his insects. So he decided to send these obsessed chickens straight to the army of red ants. The events are transferred to the hive of the Red Imperial Army. This hive is really very important because it gave it a lot of strength and energy to fight, so it was guarded by monster ants. Suddenly There Will Be No Guard was very surprised or heard some very strange noise right from this hive. It was something like the sounds of lightning. The eerie sounds became even louder, and he became even more frightened because it seemed that some great danger was approaching him. At that moment, he saw in front of him a very large chicken with its red eyes and sharp paws, which was several dozen times bigger than them, and wanted to attack these red ants. Yu Ilshin was at home watching the red monster ants suffer from these big chickens attacking the Imperial Army, and actually enjoying the process. Unexpectedly, it was a message with a mission to promote the Golden God to the middle class. 120 million out of 10 trillion was completed. Did the main character's mood rise, or did he understand that his victim would gather by himself and he just didn't need to do anything? What did he do? You just watched how the chickens attacked the evil insects. Then some message appeared that interested you. He was told that thanks to automatic hunting and growth, automatic control was available to him. It became clear that automatic control was active and would help increase the number of hunting deals and automatically make evolution without the participation of the nameless god. But the price of all this was 20 million coins. But the hero was happy. He really liked this price because he didn't understand that it was really worth it, because he would just get passive income and he didn't have to do anything. After that, a dark night came, and all the people who were there fell asleep from fatigue after the hard work. The man also fell asleep. Meanwhile, his birds continued to destroy those terrible red monsters that were in the virtual world. Now he was really very bored because he didn't know what to do since the whole process was automated. All he had to do was wait and collect his money. You remembered that the sword demon went to do his bidding, leaving behind many chicken feet. I want his god's order to be the most important. The young god had even more questions because he learned some information about the organization of the three heroes. He remembered that it was a simple organization as all people believe. He explained that all the members who belonged to this organization were really very strong and powerful and very well disguised as ordinary people, so they easily collected a lot of information that they needed. Therefore, the young god understood that it was a spy organization that worked all over the world and was really very dangerous, and if any hunter did not let them work, they got rid of him immediately. As it turned out, the demon also once belonged to this organization, and the young god managed to stop him and lead him on the right path. So Yu Il-shin was proud of himself. Yu Il-shin wanted to somehow figure out these agents. But the demon told that in general, the agents do not know each other, and because of that, he will not be able to figure them out. The warrior also added that he didn't know much, so he apologized to his sword god, and also said that there were important things they needed to pay attention to. Explained that one of the best swordsmanship techniques belonged to these organizations, and if they saw that Yu Il-shin used one of their techniques, they would definitely come to take revenge. The servant also added that everything was fine because the sword god was incredibly strong, and it shouldn't be a problem for him, but Yu Il-shin was interested in why he received some stolen equipment. Then he realized that it was the same stalker who gave him this book for free. He realized that it was actually a very big problem. But 1,000 knives that cut the space said that it was life, and had no idea that this book with techniques was stolen from this organization of three heroes. Yu Il-shin understood that he could not just leave it like that. He also realized that this organization had attacked his students, and therefore he simply gave even more revenge for everything they did. Suddenly someone knocked on their door and introduced himself and said that he urgently needed to speak with Yu Il-shin. The man realized that it was the same woman who was spying. He realized that she could bring him some useful information. When we open our door, we will see in front of us a large woman in a tracksuit with orange hair, who for some reason was very scared. All the events go back to Huju's room, where the same woman who was spying and next to her was a strange man in dark clothes. Suddenly, this man's hand handed the woman a very strange ticket with a strange text on it. The spy was surprised because she understood that it was 2 tasks. But this man doesn't work for you. He said that it was a talisman that was mine to activate teleportation, and all she needed to do was bring Yu Il-shin, who was a specialist in martial arts and possessed a powerful force. The woman agreed to perform this task, but in fact she was very scared. She did not know what she had to do. She understood that she was forced to obey this stranger because he was many times more influential than others, but their teacher was really a very good man. After that, as it turned out, she went to the teacher and told him everything she had done. The young professor was really surprised because he did not expect that she could spy on you. He was also very grateful for everything that she told him, which was very useful. He did the analysis again with his blind eye and found out that her name was Huju. She was 19, and she was also very kind but not smart, and she also belonged to the organization of the 3 heroes and was a spy there to earn money, and she was already sick mother. Yu Il-shin said that the sword demon would take her mother to a safe place. Hu said that she warned her mother about this and thanked the teacher for taking care of her. Yu Il-shin felt incredibly sorry for the student, because he realized that she succumbed to this organization only because she had a sick mother. He realized that all these organizations manipulated such weak people. Hu also thanked her teacher very much for paying for her mother's treatment, but the young god said that everything was fine and he had enough money. However, now they needed to develop and think about what to do next, so he did not ask where they expected him and where they wanted to attack. The student showed this strange one. You said that she can use it right now, and after that they will both be transferred to a place where I will be waiting for it. Then she started to activate this ticket. It was scary, but she understood that Yu Il-shin defeated Apostle Gustavo, who was SS class, and then this strange ticket began to lighten, and a lot of strange wind appeared around it. It was clear that they were being transported to another place. They were transferred to some forest where it was very dark. Hu was confused, but believed that this strong professor would succeed. Yu Il-shin looked around the area and realized that they were in the mountains that were right behind the Hunter Academy. Suddenly, unexpectedly for everyone, a man with red corals appeared and said that Hu did a good job, but now it was their turn to do their work. Yu Ilshin was surprised. He turned around and saw two strange men coming towards them, from whom a strange pink mist was coming. He did an analysis of the bald man and found out that it was Diegak, who was 50 years old, and he was a martial arts master and Shaolin, so he could defeat almost every S-class hunter. The other man looked more serious. As it turned out, he was 40 years old. He was Pengmu Lin, and he was a descendant of a famous family, so he could defeat hunters very easily. The men really surprised the professor. He did not understand why they were so strange, because they definitely behaved somehow strangely. At that moment, the bald monk turned to Ilshin and said that he had appropriated the sword technique that belonged to the Middle Organization, and also pretended to be a representative of the Three Heroes Organization. Sudden, he became very angry. His voice also changed. He said that he would shut Yu Ilshin's mouth once and for all. After that, he incredibly started to run Yu Ilshin. It seemed that he possessed some kind of wind technique because he was incredibly fast. The man didn't even have time to react, as a bald man was already in front of him and was preparing to strike with his strong hand. He activated his fist filled with Shaolin power. He wanted to defeat this lousy man once and for all. Hu Ju was very scared. She realized that it was a secret technique that could destroy entire houses with just one blow. She wasn't sure if the professor could handle it. But at this moment, the main character, his steel body, and increased in size before a large but sun monk struck a gift directly on his chest of his strength. This blow was so strong that his powerful hands on the Shaolin very quickly broke in the middle. The man was incredibly hurt. He thought that it was the same legendary gold that could not be destroyed. After that, he fell to the ground and began to scream very loudly in pain because his arm was completely torn to pieces. This fox and monk shouted very loudly, and it really pissed off Yu Ilshin. He ordered the man to shut up because he was the first to start fighting, and now he is shouting very loudly and suffering from the consequences. At that moment, another man with his weapon in hand started to attack the protagonist from behind. He was actually very fast as well. He activated his powerful pink. It seemed that right now he was not carrying a strong blow. He wanted to avenge his friend. Hu Ju was scared, and she understood that this man used the secret technique of the Habo clan, and it was very bad. Besides, her teacher did not see what he was doing. After delivering this powerful blow, his incredibly large and sharp sword broke into pieces and greatly shocked this attacker. He understood how this was even possible, because his technique was one of the best. Besides, it was in the great secret, and with the help of this technique, he destroyed everything. But Yu Ilshin just calmed down and said that it was really not bad, because he felt such a small flow of current that passed through his body. But now it was his turn. He said that he also had abilities. Then he activated Song Mina's ability, and a powerful light appeared in front of them all, which shocked the attacker. He understood what it was. At that moment, an incredibly large beam of lightning appeared in the sky and struck directly at a point located on the same mountain. This strike was incredibly accurate and hit the attacker directly. For a while, the main character tied these evil people to a tree with one strong rope. They were very tired and beaten. Hu Ju was really shocked because she understood that they were unlicensed hunters who belonged to the S-class. Now in her eyes, the professor became even cooler and stronger. But Yu Ilshin almost killed them because he could not control his power normally. Then he turned to them and asked where the headquarters of the organization of the Three Heroes was located. But the monk was angry. He said that this god did not know who they really were, and they had not yet lost. He wanted revenge. He said that very soon someone would appear who would take all his power and win very easily. Then, not unexpectedly for everyone, Xiao appeared in front of him. She was very angry with her friends because she was only a little late, and it was already such a terrible situation. Yu Ilshin and his student were really very surprised to see this woman in such a red dress. They didn't know who she was. Suddenly, the men who were tied to the tree began to rejoice very much because they realized that now salvation awaits them. They said that they were defeated by the same Yu Ilshin, who would like blood and a secret technique. But the woman ordered these thugs to shut up because she herself knew what she needed to do, and her eyes lit up. The bald monk did not understand why she was so angry. It seemed that the situation was not as they had planned it. Now he was very scared because he had never seen angry Xiao. Suddenly, very quickly, a lot of large, powerful lasers appeared around, which were directed directly at the bodies of the evil bandits, and they began to scream loudly in pain. The monk began to scream very loudly in terrible pain. He understood that right now he could look in. He asked this woman why she did it. But Xiao just waved her fire sword and said that she did it because they were useless to her. This speed scared the student very much. Yu Ilshin also understood that usually all S-class hunters moved very slowly, but this woman was many times stronger and simply had greater speed. At this moment, the Chinese hunter very quickly jumped into the air and prepared to strike at the blue Yu Ilshin, began to feel that something was really very strange. Xiao turned to Grand Disciple Yi and called her pathetic for fully telling Yu Ilshin all the plans, so now she wanted revenge. Hu turned her head and was very frightened when she saw that the same strong female hunter was in front of her. At this moment, Xiao struck a really big and fast blow, but Yu Ilshin appeared faster and saved Hu from death. Then the angry professor turned to this student and ordered her to run as fast as possible while Xiao prepared another blow, but she didn't succeed. She realized that this man blocked her powerful blow with his naked body. This character was really very interesting. Yu Ilshin wanted to strike hard with his powerful hand, but as it turned out, he was too slow for this superwoman. Yu Ilshin does not understand at all how this could be possible, because he missed again, even though he was sure that his opponent was standing right in front of him. Suddenly saw some very fresh blood. Yu Ilshin was very scared because he realized that this fresh blood was not good for him. Then he realized that Hu Ju, who was standing behind him and trying to run away from this fight, was hit. But for Xiao, they were all really too slow for her because she possessed incredible speed as much as she was stronger than the others. Ju's body began to fill with blood, and the woman understood what was happening to her, so tears appeared in her eyes because she understood that she would soon die.